argue about yam or rivers. Do rivers bring sediment the same way? But we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves brings dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had which you had a steep enough incline. But now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline. And maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on the right. Maybe it's going to happen, garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So it continues, so we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yachid and Rabbi. So far, all we've seen is that we're worried about changes. But where do we see this Yachid or Rabbi thing? Continues tomorrow. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have the mechitza there? But wait, we had a Mishnah that is again there in Daf Chavites later on with that stuff. If you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 tefachim tall, that if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rishus Yachid. His house is a Rishus Yachid. Why is the garbage dump a Rishus Yachid? Because it's 10 tefachim tall, and presumably the dalet tefachim wide, dalet by dalet tefachim. Even if it wasn't dalet by dalet tefachim, it would be fine because it would be a makom patur. And because it's higher than 10 tefachim, less than dalet by dalet. Either way, you could throw from your Rishus Yachid to another Rishus Yachid or to a makom patur. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out their window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's not a Shabbos issue. So therefore, the question is, why is it in one case Rabbi was concerned maybe the garbage is going to get taken away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone can always throw their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let him throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer Rishus Yachid because it's only Rishus Yachid because there's garbage piled up more than 10 tefachim. But if someone's going to move the garbage, he's going to be used to throwing his trash out the window. He's going to throw it out the window and it's going to land in Rishus Rabbim and he'll have thrown from Rishus Yachid to Rishus Rabbim. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, that it must be, the reason that we're worried in Rebbe's case that the garbage is going to get taken away is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and he's going to clear it out, and now the wall of the mavli is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rosh Hashanah, presumably it belongs to the rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So says the Gemara, Hachinami, Shani ben Rechava the Rabbin, Rechava the Yachid. So this is where we get this idea of Reb Misharshia. The Reb Misharshia says even the T is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the T and you'll be left with an L, and that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your moving through your Rechava. Okay, so now we have the case of Rebbe, where Rebbe said we're worried maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the yam brings up sediment. So what about the Gemara asked Rabbanan Mai? So that was Rebbe's concern. What did the rabbis ask and what did the Rabbanan say? So I'm Rabbi Yosef by Rabbi Rabbi says, Kana learned the Chachamim Osrim. The Chachamim, even though Rebbe was not prepared to say that it's asur or mutter. It's mutter because technically they're mechitzos, but asur because he might have said asur because he's worried people are they're gonna get taken away and people will still carry. The Chachamim weren't so worried. They said asur. Rav Nachman halacha to the Rav Chachamim. And Rav Nachman says that's in fact halacha that we're worried that it's going to get taken away, and therefore you cannot rely on this mavoi, on a mavoi that for one of its walls relies on either the sea or on a pile of garbage. Yikadarmi, there are others that say Rav Yosef bar Avdimi, that Rav Yosef bar Avdimi said, "How do we learn from Chachamim Matirin?" That Chachamim said at the end of the day, the Rebbe was doubtful, and they said, no, it's okay because you have all three walls. This, Rav Nachman, ain't halachas to the Rav Chachamim. So Rav Nachman's consistent regardless of which version. He's saying, at the end of the day, Rebbe was uncertain, but I am certain that, in fact, you cannot rely on a garbage pile that could get taken away or a sea that could bring up sediment and change the slope. Okay. Mereimar pasuk la surah bu'uzle. So this is kind of unrelated, but it just has to do with this idea of the slope of the water changing. So what happened? Then in Surah, they had one or more mavos where you had your Rosh Hashanah, and then the mavoi comes off, and the back of the mavoi was the sea. So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere like you have this. But what was the concern? The concern was if you're relying on the sea to be your back mechitza, your third mechitza, what's going to happen if the slope of the water changes? And as we said before, it's not steep enough to be considered a mechitza. So then it's going to be a problem because you're carrying in this mavli relying that your third wall is the sea, and really the sea has shifted and it's no longer mechitza. So Mereimar was actually worried about that. So therefore he set up Pasukle, he separated the edge of the sea with Uzli, he put up nets. So a net is a valid mechitza, and he put up a mechitza in the back as a safety precaution. So you see that there was just a concern that there is in fact this concern that maybe the incline of the sea is going to change and it will no longer be a mechitza. Okay, continue to tomorrow. We are 11 lines up, beginning of the line. So we just talked about surah, so now we're going to go back to our favorite topic of Mavli Akum. So Mavli Akum, as we talked about, is an L-shaped or a race-shaped, as you choose to call it. It was a machlokas, Rav and Shmuel. Rav said that it's treated like mafulosh. We look at these, we ignore the bend and look at it like any other mavli that is open on two ends to the Rosh Hashanah. And Shmuel said no. And also Rav was the one who paskined like the Tanakama and said all you need is a tzuris HaPesach on one end and a lefi asor on the other end. And Shmuel was the one that said, wait, you need an actual delas, a doorway on one end, and a lefi asor on the other end. Okay, so all that's going to come into play here. So you had in Surah a certain mavli. How come you had this L-shaped mavli? So what did they do? Karaf Uzia, Mosiva Be Bakru Muse. So they rolled up a machatzelas, a mat, and they put it in the bend. I'll explain in a minute. There's some possible different girsa, but the idea was they wanted to make a lefi, so they rolled up a mat. It's now this round mat, and they put it up as to serve as a lefi in the bend over there. So Amar Rav Chisda said, I don't get it. So the way we understand this Gemara is that at the bottom of one entrance to Rosh Hashanah they stuck a lefi, and then at the bend they put this rolled up thing. This is not really a lefi discussion. This has more to do with, this is not really what you need to fix this mava. It has more to do with what they use as a lefi, but we'll see in a second. Amar says, what are they doing here? It's not like Rav, it's not like Shmuel. Why? Okay, so if you're going like Rav, who says that this is a mafulosh, then tzuris HaPesach bai. Then you need, on one end, a tzuris HaPesach, and on the other end, a lefi. And the way we've done that in the past was by putting a tzuris HaPesach at the bend and a lefi on either end of these mavlis. But here, they didn't put up a tzuris HaPesach. They put up a rolled up mat. So, and so it's not like Rav. Okay, so maybe it's like Shmuel who says that you need that each of these mavlis are considered like private mavlis. So says the Gemara, Hani Mili Lefi Malya. So that makes sense. Shmuel says. So what did Shmuel say? Shmuel said you just put a lefi on either end. Now, according to we talked about it briefly, Rashi brought from his Rabbi that not only do you need a lefi on either end, you need a lefi in the bend. This is what I was saying before. So it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefi in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mavli didn't choose to put a lefi at its end. Only the vertical mavli wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefi here and they needed to put a lefi in the middle like Rashi's Rabbi. But according to Rashi, who understood Shmuel, as you just put one lefi here and one lefi here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend, because you don't need anything here. So some have a girsa that they put a tzuris HaPesach with this mat. Others have a girsa that they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Rosh Hashanah. So not in the bend, but in the bottom. But whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lefi to roll up a mat. So we don't have to get into the details of why they put it there, but they put somewhere this rolled up mat. So they say it's not like Shmuel either, because when did Shmuel say it's enough to have a lechi on each end? Is if the lechi is a valid lechi. Abel high, even the nashar bezika v'shadi lay lo klimhu. But this, as you put up this rolled up mat, as soon as the wind comes, it's going to blow it down. That's not a valid lechi. So I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rav that you treat it like foolish, and even if it is. If so, and then you need a tzuras Pesach, and even if it's like Shmuel instead of the Sasam, at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lechi here. It says the Gemara, but if you stuck like a stake in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered, it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lechi, and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lechi. Again, this is an issue having to do with not where you place the lechi, but what is the lechi. Okay, Gufa, we learned. So this is going to quote the psak of Rav that we spent a lot of time on yesterday. Now, yesterday when we spent time on the psak of Rav was really focused on the mavoi, the idea that the people in the mavoi cannot carry if it opens to a chutzner with which they don't have an eruv. And we talked about this yesterday because it's part of the law that if you have a space, the mavoi is open in its entirety because the full width of the mavoi was open to the chutzner, and the chutzner is a makom that's usher to it because you can't carry from the mavoi into the chutzner. So therefore, we said carrying in the mavoi was usher. That's what we focused on yesterday with Rav. Now we're going to focus on the other side of Rav's halacha, which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus of the Gemara, which is the chutzner. So Rav said that the chutzner is mutter to carry in, regardless of whether the mavoi is usher. Why was that? Because from our perspective, the way we explained it yesterday was that if you're standing in the chutzner, remember this is a T shape. So the mavoi is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in the chutzner looking back toward the mavoi, what do I see? I see two walls, and then there's a break. Presumably that break is less than 10 amos, and we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amos, we look at that as like a door, a Pesach. Okay, now I turn 180 degrees, I look at the Rosh Hashanah break, and what do I see? I see two walls, and I see a Rosh Hashanah, and the opening is less than 10 amos, and there's more wall than opening. So we said in the chutzner you could carry regardless. The fact that the chutzner is open to the mavoi, I don't care, because in other words, a chutzner does not have to join with a mavoi, and a mavoi does not preclude the people in the chutzner from carrying, because someone could say, on my own chutzner, we have our own eruv chetzeres, and we're not interested in carrying to the mavoi. So therefore, we said that carrying in the chutzner is mutter. So we're going to focus a little bit on that halacha. Says the Gemara, we learned over Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba, Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba says the name of Rav. Mavoi shenifik from Malul al-Chutzner. Our case from yesterday, your mavoi opens up it got broken in its entirety, the full width of the mavoi got open to a chutzner, v'nifik to chutzner connecto, and in fact, the chutzner also had the wall opposite that opened to Rosh Hashanah. So even though you have this straight line from, or maybe it's off, you discussed yesterday, but you have this connection that people walk through. We said chutzner was kares and mavoi aser, that the chutzner is mutter and the mavoi is aser for the reasons I just described. Amarle Rabbi bar Ula Rabbi bar Abaya. So Rabbi bar Ula said to Rabbi bar Abaya, Rabbi lomash naseni hizu. They said, wait a second, why is Rav and Amora coming and telling us this? We already learned it in a Mishnah. Where did we learn it? Because we learned later on, actually we'll have it in Mitzvah tomorrow, that if you have chutzner ketana shenifritzola gedolo, that if you have a small chutzner that got an opening made between it and a broader mechitza. So if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chutzner here, you have a small chutzner on top that's fully open to the bottom wider chutzner, right? So we're going to say you have a chutzner ketana shenifritzola gedola. You have a small chutzner that opens up onto a bigger one. So we say gedola muteres. The big one can carry, and the fact that they didn't do an eruv with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just a pesach, it's just a doorway. The katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? because it's like the entranceway of the Gedola, meaning from the perspective of the smaller chutzner, if you're standing in the smaller chutzner, you just see fully into the big chutzner. There are no walls that separate you because the walls are only on the outside. But the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. So we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective. And if you didn't make an eruv with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of law. So the question is, why did you need it? Why did Rav need to tell me that? If you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So we're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner, in this case, would be the equivalent of the mavoi, is usher. So what did I need Rav for? Amarle, so he said back to him, Ime Hasam, if I only had the description of the chutzner gedol and the chutzner ketana, I would say, Hava mina hanimile hechador kadarsi barabim. I will hechad the kadarsi barabim, name my afilu chutzner nami. So he said, I would think as follows. That if all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with tomorrow, you have a large chutzner and a small chutzner, but you're not using the small chutzner as or the large chutzner, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chutzneros that have to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rav told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens to a chutzner that in turn opens to Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually a thoroughfare. It's a throughway. You could go from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chutzner and the large chutzner. So that's why I needed Rav to tell me his halacha. So the Gemara says, wait a second. I didn't need you to tell me that either. Well, Hanami Tinino. But this we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in our Masechta on Daf Kaf Beis, which says chutzner she'Rav nechnasin lo bezu v'yotzim lo bezu. That if you have a chutzner that people travel by, they traverse it. The exact case of Rav that we say Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah the Shabbos. So let me explain what this is talking about. So as we've encountered many times, there's a notion Safek Tumah Rosh Hashanah is mutter and Safek Tumah Rosh Hashanah is aser. This idea comes from Sota. The pasuk says the Nister Avehi Nitma. So this is the idea. Even though we have a suffix, because we don't know for certain that the woman did anything wrong when she secluded herself with a man as a sota, and yet we say as long as they were in secret, we're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by drinking the sota waters, right? So you see that a suffix tumah in Rosh Hashanah, if it's a private place, then it's usher. But if it would be in a more public place, it's mutter, because we learned from the paradigm of sota. That's a concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a chutzner that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times, even today. You have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rosh Hashanah that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halachic mechitza. But as relates to Tumah, it's not so simple, because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of Reshus HaYachid you need for Tumah issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chutzner that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction, that if you have a chutzner that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you could say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sota part now. We're focused on the Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say his halach in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you can still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says that there's just a Yachid the Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So So the Gemara says, oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav has to say the halacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that you have the smaller place is usher to carry while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Daf Tzadites. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? You might say, if I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's the Shabbos. I might have said that what is that case where they say even though we're not going to unpaid? What is that case where they said even though that people traverse between it? Maybe that's only when the openings in the chutzner aren't opposite each other. But our case of Rav was Avozeh Keneged Zeh Emolo. But our case of Rav was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's finish, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Rosh Hashanah are mafulosh, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mavoi followed by a wider chutzner or a cover, you're okay. So the Gemara says, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbi says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rosh Hashanah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rav's finish, according to Rabbah. Says the Gemara, Rabbah, also the Rabbah who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rosh Hashanah will be usher, other Rabbah, my mufi law. So then what would he establish when Rav says in halacha, what's the case? It must be b'zeh shelo keneged zeh, that they're not the same. So we're back to our questions. Tarti lamali. Why do I need Rav to tell me in a halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos?
Welcome.
Gemara says, okay, I'll tell you what Rav's teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rav and Darsimba, that people go through it is mutter, I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said,
what happened?
Then I might have thought that what does it mean is there's just Yachid the Shabbos is telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is.
Yeah, I'm listening, but you're telling a shitty story. Tell it.
From the Rosh Hashanah into this chutzner, he'd be chayav and being over on Hilchos Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, that it's a Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people could carry, and that it's considered a fully enclosed mechitza that we would allow them to carry, and not give their abundance say, sorry, there's people walking through this bus and you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry, even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tzaddik Test that the Mobley chutzner, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tzaddik Test plus tomorrow's Gemara that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is a yachid, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known that you can actually carry, and that's the point that Rav was teaching. I'm telling you more quick line down. Itmar, Mobley chutzner and Nadol. So you had a mother that was made as a novel. Novel seems to be like a centipede.
No way. And your mom didn't know he was murdered?
So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see
so why do you think she didn't tell you?
Basically, the way Rashi understands is you have the following. You have a mother going across, and then you have multiple legs that are mothers coming down that open into a different Rosh Hashanah, a different Rosh Hashanah. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mavoi akum. So you
How
have
did
this,
he die?
You have this one Rosh Hashanah. You go here and then down the
okay,
first
there's like 1,000 different ways
one,
to murder
second,
someone.
third, whatever it is. So you have multiple mavoi akum. That's the case we're dealing with.
Terrible. Do you know anything more about it? Right.
Says Abaya. Okay.
Who made the documentary?
Up here on this big Rosh Hashanah,
Like, where's the documentary?
And then at the bottom of Rosh Hashanah, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a Korah on each one. So this way you'll have a Tzuras HaPesach on one side and a lefty or Korah on the other side. Says the Gemara, Amalei Rava. Rava says back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that?
Did his neighbor kill him?
Because if, remember, Rav is the one that said
terrible.
when you have a mavoi, ultimate bent mavoi, we treat that like a mavoi mafulah. And you need a tzuras HaPesach and a lefty or korah on the other end at a minimum, maybe a delas. according to Hananya.
That's
But
wild.
if you treat it like a Mavi Mafulish, you need some kind of Tzuras HaPesach at the bend.
So you've been to the place, and did you watch the documentary?
And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says it's Mavoi Sasum, that each Mavoi is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter, and you just put,
that's really
Shmuel,
sad.
you put a Lachi
All right, so did you hit up his daughter or whatever?
The others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, that's like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuras HaPesach, so then why did Abaya say put a Tzuras HaPesach here? All you should need is a lechi at every entrance, and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these events, these Mavoi Hakum, as Mavoi Mufulish, and they're all just a bunch of Mavoi Sasums, and Mavoi Sasum only needs one lechi. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavoi Sasum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuras HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara. Not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavoi Hakum in Nardoi, and they ended up paskening like Rav, and they required. We talked about this. The Lassos, either they had the Chumrah Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav Halacha the morning came. But the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's socks. So clearly,
are you going to talk,
the
or are you
halacha
just
should
going to
follow Rav at some level.
stop
so first of all,
mid-sentence?
what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need a Tzuras HaPesach? Second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each end. So it says the Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Elam Rabbi says, here's what you do, not like what Abaya said, but rather Oset Tzuras HaPesach l'kulo. You should put it that so you have the big Rosh Hashanah and they have the small ones. And each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mother, you should put a Tzuras HaPesach l'haidisa to this side, the idach isa mystery b'lechi b'kora. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens the Rosh Hashanah, as well as over here on the side that opens the Rosh Hashanah, you should put a lechi or kora, and we're good. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignore what Abaya said, where you put one Tzuras HaPesach and then lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each opening to the Rosh Hashanah, and we're good. And that matches Rab's halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Reb Kahana Bar Tachlifa. Reb Kahana Bar Tachlifa said the name of Shmeder Kahana Bar.
I would feel sad that this person who my mother used to be in a relationship with died, and I'd feel sorry for his family. I would recognize there's not too much I could do about it, and I would move on with my life.
These last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts
Does
of
that answer your question, Big Dog?
So what's the halacha that they say? Mavi shetidei asad arab, shetidei asad cutter. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you have a Rosh Hashanah that was wide, and then what happened? The Rosh Hashanah got narrowed. Okay. So it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen?
I don't think
if you were walking on in my side, if you're walking on the right side of the Mavoi of Rosh Hashanah, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rosh Hashanah moved over.
Okay.
At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavoi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this Mavoi? When you're looking at this Mavoi, you have one wall of the Mavoi is that wall that now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah, because Rosh Hashanah got smaller. So that wall is long. But the other wall of the Mavoi was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your Mavoi, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up the Rosh Hashanah, you would make a right into this Mavoi, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the Mavoi. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't keep track.
We have one wall is long, with two cutter, and one wall is short. In case
you're wondering why I'm not asking you to play
as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavoi. And so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavoi. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the Torah on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rishus Harabim, because the Torah is going to define the area of the Mavli. If you have 4 walls, the longer wall, 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the Korah.
His family wouldn't want that. It didn't happen that long ago.
Shorter wall and the longer wall.
In 2023.
You rested on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall.
Not that much time has gone by. I still think, I don't even know what happened to the people. Frankly, there's just an article about it in the Las Vegas News.
You cannot put
it would be a really interesting documentary, though. It would be really, really interesting. Like, there should be. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. The guy was a fascinating individual.
People who say you can't put up a slanted Torah. I'll tell you my reason that you can put a slanted Torah. Why? Because Torah time on my
and I think it's probably never going to happen. At least they won't get permission from his family. Because it would make him sound like a really bad person. Like, he had this beautiful family. He had 3 beautiful boys and a beautiful wife. And he goes to Las Vegas to cheat on her and do coke. And now they're like famous for being like the people with a shitty
presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% sure what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rishus Harabim, and then people are like,
not only that, I mean, he had like all kinds of connections. Like, he was like the head of the Armenian mafia, and he was in LA. Actually, his dad was.
It's not a good recognition that you're transitioning, so therefore it doesn't serve its purpose.
So I don't know if they really want to be involved.
I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Korah Mishamai, according to them, what's the function of a Korah? It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know
fascinating documentary, no doubt.
That the edge of it can come down.
Would I want there to be a documentary on it? Yeah, because he was just a really interesting individual.
Of course, you can carry in it regularly because it's a 4-wall.
I think that people would really enjoy it.
So therefore, now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you could have a mechitza on a slant, you could have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want, because you're looking at
there you go.
You're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. Rav Kahana. So we quoted this halach in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, plain Rav Kahana, says, "Oh, Shmaitz the Kahana."
And you have to
all these Kahanas who are
like
saying,
not get in trouble for other stuff.
I'm going to tell you something else. Also, this that we said, when we said, according to some, you could put the Korah on a slant. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Eruvin, the entry to a mavli, unless you have Tzuras HaPesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following: if you're going, let's say you had,
what'd you say?
If the entry to the mavli was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shift it somewhat and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant says Rav Kahana is going to define the mavli, you're going to end up with a mavli whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. You would have to do it on the straight portion part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your mavli was like 7 amas and you shift it a little bit, and with a slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the what's the halacha? You put up a Korah. We're talking about a regular Rashi, a regular mavli now. You have a mavli, you have a Korah. Can you carry
you get your DNA? You can get your DNA from a family member. We artificially we clone you and artificially age you.
But Shmuel and Shimon by Rabbi and Rish Lakish say you cannot carry underneath the Korah.
We clone you and don't artificially age you.
Let's say that what they're arguing about is the following: the Mars of a Korah Mishum Hacker.
We can get the data from video or pictures that you're in.
The Mars is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the
even just Wi-Fi. People don't realize like Wi-Fi the waves of Wi-Fi are like
and so as long as it gives you that recognition,
basically creating a map of your entire house. Like I can tell exactly where you are in your house using just Wi-Fi.
That maybe it's the inner lip of the Torah that comes down, and if the inner lip of the Torah that comes down touches the Mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the Korah because that's already outside of the Mechitza that's creating the mother. So I said, low. That's not what they're arguing about. Because maybe the maybe everyone holds that the point of a Korah is that you have a distinction between the two areas. Then here's what they're arguing about. The Mar Savar Haker Machal, the Mar Savar Haker Lovar. So the question is, when you put up a Korah, who are you showing the Korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rishus Harabim? Or are you telling the people in Rishus Harabim, you see those people carrying that mother? That's only because they're inside a mother and you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a Korah is to remind the people who are inside the mother,
that's not
so
true,
it's going to be the inner lip that reminds them, because that's what they see.
That's
so then
not
we're
true,
going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the Korah, so we're going to say you can only, that therefore the mavoi extends until the outside edge, because it's really for the outside people, so therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the Korah. Anyway, same alternatively, I tell you, everyone holds that the function of the Korah is to create a Mechitza.
Well, that's different. A better analogy would have been when we had over-the-air analog television. Signals were still being emitted, but in today's day, everything's digital, so it's just like through a cable or some kind of
outer edge that comes down, and if it's the outer edge, then you can carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the car.
Generally a direct connection. So let's take the radio analogy, because that still goes on more so. Like, there's less over-the-air television as there once was. So, right, you've got radio signals that are being emitted by a transmitter, and when you shut off a radio, the radio is no longer picking up those waves, but the waves are still being transmitted. But the analogy that you made was not that we are like a radio transmitter, that we are like a radio, which
what did I do? I put in 2 stakes into the wall, and then I put the Korah on top. So what happened? The Korah is just outside the wall. It's adjoining the walls, but it's not on top of the wall.
Not really true.
That's the case. It's not a valid one.
We're more like the radio transmitter, but if you shut down the radio transmitter, no more waves are created.
According to the person who said that you can carry under, I'm sorry, that
what up,
the person
baby?
who said you can carry under the.
What do you think about black girls born by
I think you'd be one of the biggest sluts in South Australia. You would be the South Australian Raw Comedy winner 2020.
That according to one who said you could carry under the Korah, why is that?
No doubt.
It's the outside edge of the
you would
Korah
be
so in this scenario,
a daily visitor to the glory hole of the adult theater.
It's a
no doubt.
Removed from the walls. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the Korah,
I think you'd probably be happier. I don't know that for sure, but
so in this case,
a lot of the issues that you have,
Korah is adjoining the walls. So if it's the inner edge that comes down, so the inner edge is coming down.
I mean, you might have different issues if you're a woman, but I think you would just
the walls of the mother. So now you have a valid.
Since you'd be like a whore,
if you held,
you'd have more. You'd find more dudes who would like want to fuck you, as opposed to being just a dude, and that you'd be in like a relationship, or I don't know, but you probably would have some kids, no doubt about that. And
in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mother, and it's going to be good.
Don't think you'd be a good parent right now, because you can't even take care of yourself, and thus if you had to take care of someone else, it would be a challenge for you. So you'd probably be like a woman with like 3 children from 2 different fathers, maybe 3 different fathers, in another relationship with some random dude.
This would not be a valid Korah, and you need a different one on top of the wall. Have a wonderful day.
That could be okay. I mean, you're not that old, so maybe not 3 children, but
Okay, good morning.
But there's the opposite of that. You could be really successful because
our sponsorships.
You know, just anything can happen.
So
I don't know. I don't want to make it seem like I put you down. Like, oh, you'd be a shitty woman. No, I think you could be really successful as a woman.
Will be a chag filled with joy in the eternal Beis Hamikdash. The week of learning is sponsored by Akiva Andrews in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' academic appointment as a lecturer at Hebrew University, and by Ira Miriam Grossman in the merit of her full shlema for all those in need. The day of learning is sponsored by David and Susan Klein in memory of David's father, Chaim Ben Shalom Zalman Zal. Our learning should be on for his neshama. And Daf Yomi Perek sponsors Jeffrey and Sherry Venick and Stephen and Holly Venick in memory of their father, Herman Venick, Chani Yisrael Ben Ruven Zal. Herman was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Kehillah. May our collective learning serve as an aliyah for his neshama. Okay, so today's daf is daf Ches in Zervin.
All right.
We're going to be picking up.
So if you were a woman,
7 lines down,
I think you'd probably be pretty slutty.
What we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a mavui that
I think you probably would have some children.
That's either a rechava or a chata that's wider than it. So
you're slutty now.
And then at the top of the T, there's a pirza that wall came down and opened onto.
Here's the thing, Zoo. If you really want me to be honest with you, which I know you probably do, if you had the same issues that you have today, it would be very difficult for you, I find, to be in a relationship, because you will say something very awkward, and nobody wants to be around you when you do that, and thus they're going to keep their distance. So even as a woman, you would still have many of the issues that you overcome. Like, nobody wants to just be walking down the street and then just be asked, "Are you gay?" Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody's talking about that.
Apologize if okay, so I'll start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavui. The mavui opens up into either a chutzner or a rechava. A chutzner is an occupied.
I would say that, like, you're great.
Is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then
but inevitably you're going to say something that's really awkward.
We have the thought that Rob was concerned about.
And I know you can't control it.
At the bottom here,
I recognize.
You can walk straight through the mavui, through the chutzner or rechava, and then get out in another reshut. And whether that would make it like foolish, ultimately we decided that
I think you'd be a primary concern. Or you think you'd be.
And that what was going on here was as follows: that Rob,
because you'd like dick.
Could go even like Rob. It didn't have to be my focus. And the fact that Rav Paskin that you could not carry in the mavui was because there was no eruv between the mavui and the chutzner, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavui and the chutzner, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's asur. And we talked
if
about
I were a woman,
therefore you can't carry on the mavui. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the two, between the mavui and the chutzner, then in fact,
and I don't know, but
so this is an eruv issue,
pretty conservative.
Not a
I've been
now, what about the
very
fact
conservative
that
for aspects of my life.
That was because the case of Yehuda was addressing was a rechava. And a rechava as an uninhabited area
all right, say what you want, baby.
That did not require an eruv. So again, it's the primary issue that we were dealing with. The case of rechava and chutzner look the same in terms of physical.
I don't disagree with you, big man.
Is it a used chutzner or a non-used rechava? So since a non-used rechava doesn't require an eruv, the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of mafula. So therefore, that's why Rabbi said they did not need to make any adjustments. There does not have to be any disagreement between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which we said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rav, which we said on Zayin Amud Beis.
Oh, you're saying that.
And now we're gonna slightly change that.
That
so
the kids wouldn't have been gay if their parents didn't push them to be gay.
Picks up the Gemara, 7 lines down. Amar Rabba. So he's picking up on. We said yesterday that Rabbi Yosef explained that the reason we're not worried about Mephulish is why, because you have your mavui, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So
I did not know anyone gay growing up.
And then there's a broader area, which is the Qatar.
We called guys gay all the time. That was like an insult that was very common, but none of them were gay.
But Rabbi says,
And
not so fast. Oh,
no, definitely no. I was in religious school, so it wasn't. That wasn't a thing. You know, of the people, there were some kids who I would meet who I would be like, oh, that's what gay is. You could tell that these kids were going to be interior decorators at like age 8. They were like playing with Barbies, and they were really effeminate. They didn't like sports. And they were really about fashion. And I knew some kids like that. And I remember being like, that's not normal. And my parents were just like, that's you're going to grow up, and that's just how some people are. And you've got to respect people for who they are and not force them to live in your purview and your like mindset. And that was okay. And then so I knew gay was a thing. But nobody came out in high school or anything like that.
But if it would be straight, it would be usher. So now, what does it mean? So
I've never known anybody to come out. I might know like some chicks who were bisexual, but I think everybody's bisexual if they're bored enough. Like, if you have some chick and she's not able to get dick, then she might experiment with women, or if she's just a very loving person. And in the same way, I think, you know, even heterosexual men, if you put them on a desert island for 100 years, and the only way to get off the desert island is to fuck another dude, they're gonna fuck another dude. They're gonna get bored enough, and they're gonna be like, this is a punishment, get me the fuck off this island. And is that gay? I mean, some people might consider, I don't really consider it gay though. I consider it like they were basically put in a tough situation where they had no alternatives. So it kind of depends on how bored you are. And so I really do think, and you and I have talked about this, and I think we're in agreement that everybody is bisexual. It's like, it's just how bored you are. If you're a really hot chick and you're able to get any guy that you want, there's not really a huge temptation to be bisexual. I mean, there could be. Maybe you are. I'm not saying that you can't be a really hot chick, bisexual chick. You absolutely can be. And I'm not saying you can't be a really good-looking bisexual dude. I'm saying that you can be. But if you have the whole world open to you, in terms of who you want to, with whom you want to mate, you just have a lot of options. For people who don't have a lot of options, they tend to go with who they can get. And so some people might say, I can't get anybody, so I'm willing to have sex with men or women just so I can have a human connection. And you know what? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs. I get it, but you know, like if you're bored enough, you'll have sex with anybody. And then you have Zoo, who only fucks chicks either in orgies and then gets uninvited via email, and then told that he may be case the ground zero of super gonorrhea. And yet he still doesn't get checked. And so he gives some chick on Valentine's Day oral gonorrhea and hand gonorrhea. And now she's spreading that shit everywhere. Zoo doesn't give a fuck.
And that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said. The problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way,
I don't believe in hell.
That's problematic. So Rabbi Shashia is saying we're concerned then maybe the guy's going to build his house there, and we're going to end up with this line.
It's not hell. It's called
even
Gehenna,
before he built
and
even though we
it
have
is
a key,
basically
cannot
when you
carry
die, whether you're a
unless
Jew or
it's
non-Jew.
it's a Rabbah of the Rabbah.
Generally, we believe that your
But I guess even
soul
in times
goes
of
through a
Gemara,
period of
when you have a lot
cleansing.
of people, you
That's
can't
about
agree on
11
things,
months or
and,
so.
you have bureaucracy, then
And
it's not going to be so easy
if
to
you're really
build
wicked, it
houses.
takes 12
If one
months.
guy's there, he could choose to build his house.
And then
Or Mishash is
you go to
telling
a
us
place,
that
I mean, nobody knows. Let me just say that, but this is some tradition, because actually in the Bible, in Torah, it doesn't say. So this has just been what's developed in the 2,500 years since that time. You go to a place called Olam Haba, which is the world to come, and once your soul is purified. Now, for the super wicked people of the world, there are arguments to say that they get cut off, but it's not like eternal damnation. It's not eternal punishment. There are some Kabbalistic sources, Jewish mysticism, that say even they, after enough time, get to come to the world to come. And the world to come, it depends who you ask. I mean, you could go and literally read some rabbis who will say it's a garden of roses, and you sit at, there are like different angels, but it's not like heaven, like in what some people consider to be heaven. It's different. Generally, you just sit at the right hand of God, whatever that is, figuratively, and or metaphorically, and then you just study with God all day. But the thing is, we don't know. But that's not. We believe as Jews that there is a place in the world to come for what we call the righteous. So, how do you become righteous in Judaism if you're a non-Jew? We have a practice called following the seven Noahidic laws, the 7 laws of Noah, which are don't steal, don't murder, don't blaspheme, don't idolatrize, don't have sexual impropriety, don't eat the blood of a living animal, and don't and to create a law system. So for the people who do that, there's a place in the world that comes to them. Like we consider them to be righteous. In other religions, they basically say, like, if you're not our religion, you don't have a place in our afterlife. You're eternally damned. There's eternal damnation for you. Judaism doesn't feel that way. There are places in our text literally cut out for non-Jews. Now, for people who were perhaps not living of that type of lifestyle, we still think that there's a possibility that they could live in that type of afterlife, just their soul has to be purified. And so there's a process, at least in Judaism, when someone dies who is deeply connected with you, it's called you sit Shiva, which is a mourning period, where you basically, there's like a ceremonial tearing of clothes, and you generally like cover the mirrors in your house. There are several other things that you do. Bathing is limited, and then for 11 months you go to shul or go to synagogue and you pray generally 3 times daily. Now, does everybody do it? No. What do you do in a situation? I mean, you should be doing that anyway as a male. But and as a female, there are alternatives. But someone from your household should be doing that. And if they don't, you can pay someone to do it for you at like a Jewish school. And so for like a donation, you like, let's say you're really busy and you just can't come to shul 3 times a day, no matter what it is. You're on a submarine somewhere. You can pay someone to do it.
And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam.
So basically, for like an act of charity, someone will pray for your loved one 3 times daily.
So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that
well, we think that there are different levels, perhaps, of Olam Haba, the world to come. So for like extremely righteous people, or like Jewish martyrs, they're like at some of the highest levels of Olam Haba, of the world to come. For Jewish babies that never had the opportunity, there's like a place for them. And then for righteous non-Jews, and there's certainly a place for them.
So continue. So we're looking for the source.
And then there's a place for converts as well.
So far, all we've seen is that
we feel that there's. Yeah, go ahead.
Continue the Gemara. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make? Halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have.
Doug, you don't want to do that. And, I mean, you don't want to talk like that. Because chances are nothing happens to you. Okay, chances are nothing happens to you, and so you just end your life, and that's really sad.
That's right next to the garbage dump. They can throw it out. Why?
I mean,
because
I could talk about the world to come and all that good stuff, but if I'm being honest, which I absolutely am, and if any rabbi were talking to you to be honest, no one really knows. This is just the Zohar. This is just a tradition by which we live.
And because it's higher than 10 tefachim, less than Dalet al Dalet, either way, you could throw from your Shus Yafet to another Shus Yafet or to a Makom Patur. So therefore, if someone
and keep in mind, people don't think of this, but imagine a future, like in the far future, where people can revivify other people, and they found out that you killed yourself on purpose. They could punish you for that. Meaning, like you kill, like you end your life. Somebody in the future could revivify you, bring you back, and say, "Hey, you didn't value what was going on when you were here on Earth. So, and you wanted to escape it. So, in order to punish you, we're going to bring you back, and we're going to punish you using some kind of extreme torture."
And he'll have thrown from Rishis Yachid to Rabbi. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is,
I know that sounds very dystopian. I mean, there's a chance too that somebody could be like, they wanted to die, let them die, let them stay. Let them stay dead. I mean, I don't know. I don't determine the future, obviously.
And now the wall of the Mavli is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rosh Hashanah, presumably it belongs to the rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So says the Gemara, Hachinami. So this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Misharshia. That Rabbi Misharshia says even the T is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the T and you'll be left with an L, and that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to your father. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So now we have the case of Rabbi, where Rabbi said we're worried. Maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the yam brings up sediment. So what about the Gemara? What on my? So that was Rebbe's concern.
Yeah, I mean that's like a classic comedy line. If heaven or if the afterlife is so great, why don't you kill yourself?
Even though Rebbe was not prepared to say that it's usher and mutter. It's mutter because technically they're mechitzos, but usher because. He might have said usher because he's worried people are gonna get taken away.
Yeah.
Weren't so worried. They said,
people ask me constantly what my favorite movie is, and it's really a documentary. It's called Religulous. It's by Bill Maher, who is a comedian. And while I don't agree with everything Bill Maher says, he made this documentary where he goes to all the religions of the world, whether it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam. He goes everywhere and then just points out all the inconsistencies. So no, he's still alive. He does a podcast called Cover It, and I loved it. He's like maybe in his 60s. And when I saw this, I saw it in the theater, and I was really going through a period of like where I had a religious upbringing, and I'd never known anyone who was secular. And or maybe I did, but it wasn't talked about. And I was starting to learn, like, wait, not everybody's religious.
So what
No.
happened?
You mean there are people who don't believe in God at all? Yeah. And that was like a shock to me. I mean, I was very like, to some extent, just a lot of people around me were religious, and some of them were very religious to the point where they rejected it. Like all the school teaching that I ever had, no one ever talked about any type of agnosticism, any type of atheism. Everyone was religious, and so I heard about this movie, and it was called Religious, and it came from a word that President Bush used. One time he accidentally had a misnomer, or like he said something incorrectly, and he would constantly do this. And one of the things, instead of saying religious, he said religious, and so that became like a joke during the Bush administration that, you know, George W. Bush, who was an alcoholic for most of his life and lived off his father, who was the head of the CIA, and basically was like the black sheep of his family, eventually became the governor of Texas, and then became the president of the United States. And he was kind of seen in a lot of ways as a laughingstock at the time, and he would use these words, and he wasn't that great of a speaker, and one of the words that he used was religious. So Bill Maher went around the United States, and it's a fascinating documentary, and I absolutely love it, and if you ever want to watch it, let me know, and we'll watch it, where he goes all over the United States, and he goes to like the what in the fuck are you talking about?
And they put it in the bed.
Dude, what is Seattle?
But the idea was they wanted to make a lefty, so they rolled up a mat. It's now the round mat, and they put it up as
okay. Well, pay attention when you're talking. So Bill Maher goes and travels with one of the producers from Seinfeld, and they go around the United States. They go to the Deep South, and they like talk to people about Christianity and these people who are like extreme Christians, and then he goes to and meets with like people who are like Muslim leaders, and then he meets with multiple types of Jews. And he talks about his own upbringing, where his mother was Jewish, but they went to church, and so that's not a typical Jewish upbringing, but it was just something that they did. His dad was Christian, his mom was Jewish, and so he interviews his family a little bit, and he just talks about that he's always had these questions about religion, and so he goes up to the people, and he'll be like, and he does this to several people, he says to them, heaven's a better place than earth, right? And all of them say yes. And then he says, okay, well, why don't you kill yourself? And they're just stunned. They don't know what to say with that.
So that makes sense.
And it's very funny. It's a paradox. If heaven is supposed to be better than earth, then why would we want to be there?
This is why I was saying before. So it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefty in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mobile.
All right, well, believe whatever you want to believe, man. You don't know.
The vertical mobile wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefty here. They needed to put a lefty in the middle, like Rashi's Rabbi. But according to Rashi, when they took Shmuel, and you just put one lefty here and one lefty here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend. Because you don't need anything. So some have a girsa that they put
way more than that.
That they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Rosh Hashanah. So not in the bends, but in the bottom. Whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lesson to roll
Well,
up
we
a
can't
mat.
travel to any of them due to distance currently. I mean, we're still very primitive. Who created them? That's the big question. No one knows. Anybody who tells you that they know is lying to you. And
but this, that
you shouldn't necessarily trust them very much because no one knows.
I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rob that you treat it like a foolish, and even if it is, and then you need a source of Pesach, and even if it's like Shmuel instead of a Sasso, at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lechi here. It says the Gemara. But if you stuck like a stick in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered, it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lechi and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lechi. Again,
okay.
This is an issue having to do with not where you place the lechi, but what is the lechi. Okay, Rufo, we learned. So this is going to quote the psak of Rav that we spent a lot of time.
I tend to disagree with that to some extent. I think there are some questions that the human mind, under its current understanding, cannot understand. Maybe a more highly evolved being would be able to understand more things, but I think we're limited in just what we can understand as humans. Because the question arises: what started the universe, and then what happened 1 second before the universe was started?
So therefore, we said carrying in the mavoi was awesome. That's what we focused on yesterday with Rob. Now we're going to focus on the other side of the which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus of the Gemara, which is the chutzner. So Rob said that the chutzner is mutter to carry in, regardless of whether the mavoi is awesome. Why was that? Because from our perspective, the way we explained it yesterday was that if you're standing in a chutzner, remember, this is a cheese shape. So the mavoi is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in a chutzner toward the mavoi,
no one can really know. In reality, no one really knows anything.
Presumably that break is less than 10 amos, and we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amos, we look at that as like a door, a Pesach. Okay, now I turn 180 degrees. I look at the Rosh Hashanah break, and what do I see? I see the wall, and I see a Rosh Hashanah, and the opening is less than 10 amos, and there's more wall than opening. It's something you carry regardless. The fact that the chutzner is open to the mavoi, I don't care, because in other words, a chutzner does not have to join with a mavoi, and a mavoi does not preclude the people in the chutzner from carrying, because someone could say, I'm my own chutzner, we have our own Eruv, and we're not interested in carrying the mavoi. So therefore, we said that carrying in the chutzner is mutter. So we're going to focus a little bit on that.
Maybe not with the internet under its current configuration. I think aliens visit Earth every single day. There's evidence for it. If you look on Reddit, there are people every day who see anomalous things in the air, and there are people who have abduction discussions and abduction stories, and I think we're seated here. This is like a zoo for aliens. Just like we have a zoo where we'll take a bunch of animals and put them in cages and stuff. We were seated here on Earth to see what would happen. By the way, your boy, Jack, or Robert Irwin, he's going to do a new dancing with, he's going to host a new Dancing with the Stars show, and I bet you he becomes a bachelor too. They are pumping that motherfucker up. Yes, you did. You're 100% right. And a broader space. So if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chutzner here, you have a small chutzner on top. I don't think Steve Irwin was that big, though. At least in the United States, Steve Irwin was never like a top 100 celebrity. He was like just a television star, maybe who had like one movie. But in Australia, he was giant, and I get that.
That they didn't do an Eruv with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just a Pesach, it's just a doorway. katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? Because it's like the entranceway of the gedola.
Like his press team is pushing really hard for him.
You just see
and
fully into the big chutzner.
I think there's a lot of money to make off of him as well.
Because the walls are only on the outside, but the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. So we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective. And if you didn't make an eruv with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of luck. So the question is, why did Rav need to tell me that if you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So we're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner, in this case, would be the equivalent of the mavoi. Is usher. So what did I need Rav for? Amalei, they said back to him, Ime Hasam, if I only had the description of the Chatzar Gedol and the Chatzar Ketana, I would say, Hava Mina Hanumile Hechadol Kadarsi Barabim. I will Hechad the Kadarsi Barabim, name my Filu Chatzanami. So he said, I would think as follows, that if all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with tomorrow, you have a large Chatzar and a small Chatzar, but you're not using the small Chatzar as or the large Chatzar, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chatzeros that happen to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rav told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens to chatzer that in turn opens to Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually a thoroughfare. So it's a throughway. You could go from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chatzer and the large chatzer. So that's why I needed Rav to tell me in halacha. So the Gemara says, wait a second, I didn't need you to tell me that either. Well, Hanami Tinino, but this we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in our Masechta on Daf Chav Beis, which says, that if you have a chotzer that people travel by, they traverse it, the exact case of Rav, that we say, Rosh Hashanah, Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbat. So let me explain what this is talking about. So as we've encountered many times, there's a notion Suffolk Tumah Rosh Hashanah is mutter, and Suffolk Tumah Rosh Hashanah is aser. This idea comes from Sota. The pasuk says the nister of a So this is the idea. Even though we have a suffix, because we don't know for certain that the woman did anything wrong when she secluded herself with a man as a Sota, and yet we say as long as they were in secret, we're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by drinking the sota water, right? So you see that a suffix tumah in Rosh Hashanah, if it's a private place, then it's usher. But if it would be in a more public place, it's mutter, because we learned from the paradigm of sota. That's a concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a chutzner that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times, even today. You have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rosh Hashanah that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halachic mechitza. But as relates to Tumah, it's not so simple, because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of Rosh Hashanah you need for Tumah issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chutzner that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction, that if you have a chutzner that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you could say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sota part now. We're focused on the Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say his halach in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you can still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says it's a Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So the Gemara says, Oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav had to say his halacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that that you have the smaller place is usher to carrying, while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Daf Tzadipes. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? So the Gemara says, if I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's Shitiyach of the Shabbos, I might have said that what is that case where they say, even though, we're now going to on the base, what is that case where they said, even though that people traverse between it, maybe that's only when the openings in the chutzner aren't opposite each other. But our case of Rav was Avozek Keneged Zeh, Emolo. But our case of Rav was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's finish, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Rosh Hashanah are mafulosh, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mavoi followed by a wider chutzner or a cover, you're okay. So the Gemara says, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbah says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rosh Hashanah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rav's finish, according to Rabbah. Says the Gemara, Rabbah that connected also the Rabbah who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rosh Hashanah will be other Rabbah my muki law. So then what would he establish when Rav says in halacha? What's the case? It must be b'zeh shelo keneged zeh, that they're not the same. So we're back to our question. Tarti lamali. Why do I need Rav to tell me in a halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos? The Gemara says, okay, I'll tell you what Rav's teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rav and Darsimba, that people go through it, is mutter, I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said, hava mina hani milu lizrok. I will talk away malo kamashmalan. Then I might have thought that what does it mean is Rosh Hashanah the Shabbos is telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is midaraisa Rosh Hashanah. And if someone were to throw something from the Rosh Hashanah into this chutzner, he'd be chayav and being over on Hilchos Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, is that it's Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people could carry, and that it's considered a fully enclosed mechitza that we would allow them to carry, and not midrabanan say, sorry, there's people walking through this chutzner you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry, even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tzadi's test that the mavoi is aser, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tzadi's test plus tomorrow's Gemara that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is Rosh Hashanah, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known that you could actually carry, and that's the chiddush that Rav was teaching us. Says the Gemara, fifth line down. Itmar, mavoi ha'asa kenadol. So if you had a mavoi that was made like a nadol seems to be like a centipede or something like that, some bug with multiple legs. So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tosfos has a different version of it, but basically the way Rashi understands it is you have the following. You have a mavoi going across, and then you have multiple legs that are mavos coming down that open into a different Rosh Hashanah, a different Rosh Hashanah. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mavoi akum. So you have this one Rosh Hashanah. So you can go here and then down the first one. You can go down the top one and down the second, third, whatever it is. So you have multiple mavoi akum. That's the case we're dealing with. That's this nadol, the centipede. So says Abaya, okay, I'll give you the solution. Up here on this big Rosh Hashanah, put a Tzuras HaPesach, and then at the bottom, Rosh Hashanah, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a korah on each one. So this way you'll have a Tzuras HaPesach on one side and a lefty or korah on the other side. Says the Gemara, Amalei Rava. Rava said back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that? You must be going like Shmuel. Because remember, Rav is the one that says when you have a mavoi, also a bent mavoi, we treat that like a mavoi mafulish. And you need a tzuras HaPesach and a lechi or korah on the other end at a minimum, maybe a delas, according to Hananya. But if you treat it like a mavoi mafulish, you need some kind of tzuras HaPesach at the bend, and you need a lechi on either end, right? And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says in Shmavli Sasum that each Mavli is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter, and you just put, according to Shmuel, you put a lechi on this one, and then a lechi on the three others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, Damer Tarasa Kasasum, then it's like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuris HaPesach, so then why did Abaya say put a Tzuris HaPesach here? All you should need is a lechi at every entrance, and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these Mavli Akum, these Mavli Rosholish, and they're all just a bunch of Mavli Sasums, and Mavli Sasum only needs one lechi. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavli Sasum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuris HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara. Not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavli Yakum in Nardoi, and they ended up passing like Rav, and they required. We talked about this. The Lussos, either they had the Chumrah Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav Halacha the Morin came. But the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's stocks. So clearly, the halacha should follow Rav at some level. So first of all, what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need a Tzuris HaPesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuris HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each end. So it says the Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Rabbi says, here's what you do. Not like what Abaya said, but rather, also Tzuris HaPesach was too low. You should put is that so you have the bigger Rav and you have the small ones. To each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mavli, you should put a Tzuris HaPesach l'hai disa to this side, the Ita disa mishpei b'lechi dekora. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens the Rosh Hashanah, as well as over here on the side that opens the Rosh Hashanah, you should put a lechi or korah, and we're good. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignore what Abaya said, where you put one Tzuris HaPesach and then lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a Tzuris HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each opening to the Rosh Hashanah, and we're good, and that matches Rav's halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa. Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa said in the name of Mishmei Rav Kahana Bar Manume, who said in the name of Mishmei Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, who said Mishmei Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav, in the name of Rav Kahana the Rabbi of Rav. But Amri La, some said Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, Hainu Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav. That maybe these last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts of people named Rav Kahana. So what's the halacha that they say? Mavi should see the yachad arab, the yachad cutter. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you had a Rosh Hashanah that was wide, and then what happened? The Rosh Hashanah got narrowed. Okay, so it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen? If you were walking in my side, if you're walking on the right side of the Mavi of Rosh Hashanah, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rosh Hashanah moved over. At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this Mavi? When you're looking at this Mavi, you have one wall of the Mavi is that wall that now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah. So the Rosh Hashanah got smaller. So that wall is long. But the other wall of the Mavui was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your Mavui, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up the Rosh Hashanah, you would make a right into this Mavui, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the Mavui. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that makes sense. Mavui should see the acid araf. We have one wall is long with the acid cutter and one wall is short. So it's saying as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavui, and so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavuis. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the korah on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rosh Hashanah because the korah is going to define the area of the mavui. Arba amas, but if you have a 4 wall, the longer wall is more than 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the korah where at the point where the shorter wall and the longer wall, you rest it on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall. Okay, so Rava Amar Rava says even if it's less than 4 amas, you cannot put a korah at a slant here. So, and Rava says, I'm going to tell you my reasoning, and I'm going to tell you the reason I say you cannot put up a slanted korah, and I'm going to tell you the reason of the people who say you can't put up a slanted korah. I'll tell you my reason that you could put a slanted korah. Why? Because korah time of my, what's the reason we have a korah mishum heker? Is to distinguish to people that this area you're about to enter or about to leave, we'll see that in a second, is different than the Rosh Hashanah. So the issue is, in the Mavli you're allowed to carry, in the Rosh Hashanah you're not. So we need to show people, even though the Mavli is pretty open to Rosh Hashanah, the reason people are able to carry there is because it's a Mavli. It's not Rosh Hashanah. That's the function of a korah, according to Rabbi. So therefore, balaksa lo heker, when you have a slanted korah, it's not clear. Presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% clear with what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rosh Hashanah, and then people are like, it's one thing if you see a Mavli and you see a Rosh Hashanah and there's a korah between them, but here you have this like slanted korah that seems to pick up part of the Rosh Hashanah, part of the Mavli. So he says if it's for a heker, it's not a good recognition that you're transitioning. So therefore, it doesn't serve its purpose. That's Rabbi's point. I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Korah mishomai. According to them, what's the function of a korah? Mishom mechitza. It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know that if you have something, we talked about this, pitik or yard misotzim, that the edge of it can come down. And it's as if the Mavli has a fourth wall. If the Mavli has a fourth wall, then of course you can carry in it regularly because it's a 4-wall enclosed Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, ubalaksa, now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you could have a mechitza on a slant, you could have it on the zigzag, you can do whatever you want because you're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. Rav Kahana. So we quoted this halach in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, plain Rav Kahana says, "Ho shmaitzah the kahani he." Once there are all these kahanas who are saying things, aim of a milsa, I'm going to tell you something else. Also, this that we said, when we said, according to some, you could put the korah on a slant. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Eruvin, the entry to a Mavli, unless you have Tzuras HaPesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following: if you're going, let's say you had if the entry to the Mavli was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shift it somewhat and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant says Rav Kahana is going to define the Mavli, you're going to end up with a Mavli whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. Ela keneged hakatzer. You would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your Mavli was like 7 amas and you shift it a little bit and with a slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the Masechta. That's what's the halacha? You put up a korah. We're talking about a regular. Rashi says a regular Mavli now. You have a Mavli, you have a korah. Can you carry underneath the korah? Rav, Rabbi Yochanan, Rav and Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Yochanan say yes, you can carry under the korah. Shmuel, Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon bar Lakish, Amru Asur l'shamish taka the korah. But Shmuel and Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi and Reish Lakish say you cannot carry underneath the korah. So says the Gemara, let's say that what they're arguing about is the following: the Mars of a korah mishum heker, Mars of a korah mishum mechitza. So the Gemara is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the korah, why? Is because the point of the korah is just to tell you you're transitioning from Rosh Hashanah to a Mavli or vice versa. And so as long as it gives you that recognition, it's fine. So even when you're standing underneath it, you're getting that recognition. But if you hold that korah is mishum mechitza, that maybe it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down. And if it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down because of the mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the korah because that's already outside of the mechitza that's creating the mother. The Gemara says, "Lo, that's not what they're arguing about because maybe the kuliyama korah mishum leheker. Maybe everyone holds that the point of a korah is so that you should have a distinction between the two areas. That here's what they're arguing about: the mar savar hakerim of gav, umar savar hakerim of bar. So the question is, when you put up a korah, who are you showing the korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rishus Harabim? Or are you telling the people in Rishus Harabim, you see those people carrying in that mavoi? That's only because they're inside a mavoi, but you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a korah is to remind the people who are inside the mavoi, so then it's going to be the inner lips that reminds them, because that's what they see. So then we're going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the korah, so we're going to say you can only that therefore the mavoi extends until the outside edge because it's really for the outside people. So therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the korah. Alternatively, I'll tell you, everyone holds that the function of a korah is to create a mechitza. This is why one said you can carry under and one said you can't. The one who said you cannot carry under the korah says that the inner lip of the korah is what comes down. So then obviously underneath the korah is outside of the mavoi. And the other one says, no, it's the outer edge that comes down. And if it's the outer edge, then you can carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the korah. So Amr Sister says that everyone agrees that across from a lechi you cannot carry. While under a korah, because a korah is at least a tefach wide, but a lechi could be minuscule. We'll learn that halacha. So if we let you carry across from a minuscule separation, it could be that you're going to cross that line. A thick tefach you can judge, but a thin lechi you can't. Rav Rachama asked Rav Chisda the following interesting question. So here's what happened. You have a mother, you have walls, and then you have the mother that opens. So instead of putting the korah on top of those walls, what did I do? I put in 2 stakes into the wall, and then I put the korah on top. So what happened? The korah is just outside the walls. It's adjoining the walls, but it's not on top of the walls. That's the case. Is that a valid one? So Amarle, l'divrei hamater aser, l'divrei oser muter. So we say as follows: that according to the person who said that you can carry under, the person who said you could carry under the. Sorry, 1 second. The divrei hamater. Okay, so we say, I'm sorry. So we're gonna say as follows: that according to one who said you can carry under the korah, why is that? Is because it's the outside edge of the korah that goes down. So in this scenario where you have the wall and then you have the korah in front of it, so the outside edge is where it's a tefach removed from the wall. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the korah, why would that be? That would be because the inner edge of the korah comes down. So in this case, where the inner edge, where the whole korah is adjoining the walls, so if it's the inner edge that comes down, so the inner edge is coming down, there's no space between the end of the korah and the inner edge, because the inner edge is resting against the walls of the mavoi. So now you have a valid enclosure. So the issue is, if you held that you could carry under the korah, it's because the outer edge doesn't, and now that the korah is, instead of on top of the wall, adjoining the wall, so then the korah mechitza is a tefach removed from the wall. But if you held that the inner edge is the one that went down, so then in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mavoi, and it's going to be good. To which Rabbi says, I'm sorry, the Rabbi he says, no, it doesn't help, because even if the inner edge goes down, and this mechitza is flush against the walls, at the end of the day, the proper place for a korah is on top of the walls, not on the edge of the walls, not off the side of the walls, and therefore it would be usher. This would not be a valid korah. You need to put a different one on top of the walls. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, good morning. So I'll just announce our sponsorships. So the Talmud Torah sponsor for the month, Avram and Shandy Kelman, with the hope and prayer that this past Tisha B'Av or future Tisha B'Av will be a chag filled with joy in the eternal Beis Hamikdash. The week of learning is sponsored by Akiva Andrews in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' academic appointment as a lecturer at Hebrew University, and by Ira Miriam Grossman in the merit of Refuah Shlema for all those in need. The Day of Learning is sponsored by David and Susan Clyde in memory of David's father, Chaim Ben Shalom Zalman Zal. Our learning should be in Aliyah for his neshama. And Daf Yomi Perek sponsors Jeffrey and Sherry Venick and Stephen and Holly Venick in memory of their father, Herman Venick, Chani Yisrael Ben Ruven Zal. Herman was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Kehillah. May our collective learning serve as an aliyah for his neshama. Okay, so today's daf is daf Ches in Subservant, and we are going to be picking up 7 lines down Amar Rabbah. So what we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a mavui that opens up to an area that's either a rechava or a chater that's wider than it. So we described it yesterday as a T. And then at the top of the T, there's a pirza that wall came down and opened onto a different Rosh Hashanah. So initially we thought it was Machlokas Rab and Shmuel, and we said that Rab was concerned about Mefulish, the fact that you could stand there and see straight through. And ultimately we decided that it was not a Machlokas between Rab and Shmuel, and that they're actually both in agreement. We actually don't know that Shmuel's involved at all. There was a concern when Rabbi Yehuda said something that we assumed it must have been in the name of Shmuel instead of his Rabbi Rav, because I apologize if the system was on mute. Okay, so I'll start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavoi. The mavoi opens up into either a chater or a rechava. A chater is an occupied area. A rechava is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then there was further a break from there into another Rosh Hashanah. And so we had the thought that Rav was concerned about Mefulish, the fact that you're standing at the bottom here, you can look straight through the mavoi and you can walk straight through the mavoi, through the chater or rechava, and then get out in another Rosh Hashanah. And whether that would make it like Mefulish, ultimately we decided that was not the primary concern here, and that what was going on here was as follows: that Rav, that this could go even like Rav, it didn't have to be machlokas, and the fact that Rav Paskin that you could not carry in the mavoi was because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chater, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chater, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's aser, and we talked about the fact that therefore you can't carry on the mavoi. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the two, if there had been an eruv between the mavoi and the chater, then in fact you would be able to carry. So this is an eruv issue, not a mefulish issue. Now, what about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda paskin that you don't need to do anything? That was because the case Rabbi Yehuda was addressing was a rechava, and a rechava as an uninhabited area is something that did not require an eruv. So again, if the primary issue that we were dealing with, the case of rechava and chater looked the same in terms of physical structure, the difference was is it a used chater or a non-used rechava? So since a non-used rechava doesn't require an eruv, and the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of mefulish, so therefore that's why Rabbi Yehuda said they did not need to make any adjustment. But there does not have to be any disagreement between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which he said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rab, which we said on Zayin Amud Beis. Okay, so now we're gonna slightly change that. So we had said that this was an eruv issue, was not a mefulish issue. But that picks up the Gemara 7 lines down. Amar Rabbah, Hada Amr la'emsa rechava mutter. So he's picking up on. We said yesterday that Rav Yosef explains that the reason we're not worried about mefulish is why, because you have your mavoi, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So as you're looking at the mavoi, you see the mavoi ends, and then there's a broader area which is the chater or rechava. That's clearly a different area. And then there's the opening to Rosh Hashanah. So we were not worried about mefulish. But Rabbah says, not so fast. This that we said that as long as you have this T shape and you see that it's off to the side,
So that's true. It's important to see that space, but that's not enough. Lo amran elazeh shelo keneged zeh. That nonetheless, we do have some concern about mafulosh. That if you're standing at the bottom here and you can see straight through from one Rosh Hashanah to another, even though it goes through a Rechava, even though that T area that goes to the right and left shows you that there's a interruption, at the end of the day, you have something that's open at bottom and top to a Rosh Hashanah. So Rabbi says that's going to be a problem. So it only works if there is, you have your mavui leads into the Rechava or Chatzar, and then slightly off to the side, right or left, you're going to have the opening to the second Rosh Hashanah. So you do not have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. If you were to have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other, says Rabbi, that would be a problem, and you would not be able to carry. So basically, we're reintroducing this concept of mafulash. We talked about it being an Erev issue. Now we're adding back in the concept of it being mafulash. So it continues there. He says, but if it would be straight, it would be aser. So now, what does it mean? So when Rav said his halacha, he said mavi shenifres b'melua, that if you have a mavi that's fully open lechatzer to a chatzer, v'nifres a chatzer kenegdo, and it says opposite that the chatzer has a broken wall to the Rosh Hashanah. That seems to be saying you have a straight line. So Rashi explains that when it says kenegdo, just means the wall that's opposite, but nonetheless you have to go like so. Okay, now. So says the Gemara, Amar Rev Misharshia. So now we have put two limitations on this halacha. One is that you have to have this T shape so that you see that there's an opening to right and left. That we learned yesterday. But now we're adding on top of that, you cannot have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. It has to be that there's some switch. Now we're going to add another one, which is when we said that as long as you have the T and you have the non-direct openings between the Rosh it's mutter, but we have another qualification. Lo amran ela Rechava the Rabbi. That only works. The case of Rabbi Yehuda, where we're dealing with the Rechava, which we said we don't need an Eruv, right? Is only talking about a Rechava that belongs to multiple people. But if that Rechava in the back, you have your Mavud and your Rechava is on top, if that Rechava belongs to a single individual, so I'll read that again in a second once I explain the case. So we talked about this yesterday, that Rabbi Yosef introduced the idea that you need this T. You need to know that when you go in your Mavud, you see a space to the right and left. But let's say there was only space to the right. So what would happen is you have your wall of your mavui, followed by the wall of the Rechava. Now the Rechava goes off to the right. So that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem because then you're seeing one straight wall, the left wall in the example I'm saying, it's a mavui wall followed by the Rechava wall, and then that leads to where the Rosh Hashanah is. So that's going to be a problem because this is what Rabbi Yosef said yesterday, because you have one straight line. And so you need a full T. It can't be an L like that. Okay, so now what Rav Mishashi is introducing is she's saying even if you have a T in this Rechava, so it goes to open to the right and left, I'm concerned. What is he concerned? He's concerned that maybe if the Rechava belongs to an individual, that individual is going to decide, you know what? I want to take advantage of real estate here. I'm going to take the left part of the T and I'm going to build houses. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have your wall of your mavui, and then you're going to have the wall of those houses, and that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way, includes your mavui and your Rechava, that's problematic. So Rabbi Mishashi is saying, we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build his house there, and we're going to end up with this line. So therefore, even before he builds it, even though we have a T, we're going to say you cannot carry unless it's a Rechava of the rabbis. How does that help? Because I guess even in the times of Gemara, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. But if one guy's there, he could choose to build his house. So Mishashi is telling us that it has to be owned by Yafet. So now let me read it with that explanation. This that we said you could carry when you have the T and you have the non-direct line between the Rishus HaRabim, we only said that when the Rechava belongs to multiple individuals. But if the Rechava, if this back area belongs to one person, we're worried that it might happen that he'll change his mind. He'll build houses. You're going to have that straight line that Rav Yosef was worried about. It's a mavoi that then ends in the side of Rechava. You have one straight line, and therefore it's going to be aser. So we're going to end up here as follows: that if you have your mavoi followed by if it's a Rechava, you don't need an eruv. If it's a chutzah, you do need an eruv, but you need three other qualifications. You need this T. You need to make sure that T cannot be changed by one individual, and you need to make sure that the openings between the Rishus HaRabim have a turn so that it's not a direct straight line mafulush from one Rishus HaRabim to the other. Okay, so now ask the Gemara, the shani lan ben Rechava the Rabim Rechava the Yachid. Where do we have this halachic concept that we're worried that an individual is going to change something, but the Rabbim aren't going to change something? Because we're saying an individual might choose to build houses, Rabbim aren't going to build a house. So we're going to say as follows: the Amar, because we have later in the Masechta and Daf Chavitas, we say Rabbi bar Rav Ado, Rabbi bar Rav Ado, Rav Yitzchak, Rabbi bar Rav Ado said the name of Yitzchak. Ma'asu b'mavo yachad, shetzida yachad kol ha'yom, shetzida yachad kol ha'ashpa. So here's the case: you have a Rishus HaRabim like any other mavoi, like any other case, and you have a mavoi. A mavoi needs three walls for a regular mavoi, but this mavoi is interesting. Its three walls were crafted in three different ways. So let's call it your left wall, when you're standing in Rishus HaRabim, your left wall was a garbage dump. And that garbage dump was more than 10 tefachim high. Okay, so that's one wall. On your right side was an embankment of a river or a yam. That's actually machlokes in the posting whether rivers apply, we'll see in a minute. But you have a body of water. Now, some understand that the water itself is a mechitza, but we're going to go with the fact that as long as there is a sufficient incline, the rule is eser b'sof arba. As long as the incline mislaket eser b'sof arba, which is the fact that as long as you can gather 10 in 4. So what does it mean? As long as if you're walking 4 amas, the slope is such that you're climbing 10 tefachim, so then that's going to be okay because that's a steep enough wall that it's considered a mechitza. Okay, so you have your Rishus HaRabim. Your left side is a garbage dump, at least 10 tefachim tall. Your right side has the embankment of a river or a sea that is 10 tefachim tall. And in front of you are the chutzers that open up. So you have houses in front of you, garbage to your left, water to your right. Okay, that seems like a fine mavoi. That was the case they had. Well, what happened? Rabbi, and they came in front of Rabbi and said, was this an acceptable mavoi that you could just put up a lechi or korah and carry in it? Rabbi didn't want to say it's aser, and he didn't want to say it's mutter. Why? The whole kind of mechitzas. He didn't want to say it's aser because at the end of the day you have valid mechitzas here. Water is a mechitza, the embankment of water, garbage is a mechitza, houses are a mechitza. So he said at the end of the day you have 3 valid walls open for Rishus HaRabim that looks and smells like heter loyamar, but he also didn't want to say that they carry in it. Why? Because because they're worried that those walls on the right and left might not stick around. Why? Because the garbage dump, maybe they're going to clear out the garbage, and then people are carrying because there was a piece of garbage and now it's not there anymore, but they're still going to carry, maybe because they don't realize it was the garbage that was the mechitza. And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam. But what happens as is the nature, and this is why they argue about yam or rivers. Do rivers bring sediment the same way? But we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves bring dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had mislaket eser b'sof arba, which you had a steep enough incline. But now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline. And maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on your right. Maybe it's going to happen, the garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So it continues. So we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yachid and Rabbi. So far, all we've seen is that we're worried about changes. But where do we see this Yachid and Rabbi thing? Continues the Gemara. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have the mechitza there? But wait, we had a Mishnah that is again there in Daf Chadipes in later in our Masechta. If you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 tefachim tall, that if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rishus Yachid. His house is a Rishus Yachid. Why is the garbage dump a Rishus Yachid? Because it's 10 tefachim tall, and presumably the dalet tefachim wide, dalet by dalet tefachim. Even if it wasn't dalet by dalet tefachim, it'd be fine because it would be a makom patur, and because it's higher than 10 tefachim, less than dalet al dalet. Either way, you could throw from your Rishus Yachid to another Rishus Yachid or to a makom patur. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out their window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's not a Shabbos issue. So therefore, the question is, why is it in one case Rabbi was concerned maybe the garbage is going to get taken away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone can always throw their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let them throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer Rishus Yachid because it's only Rishus Yachid because there's garbage piled up more than 10 tefachim. But if someone's going to move the garbage, he's going to be used to throwing his trash out the window, he's going to throw it out the window and it's going to land in Rishus Rabbi and he'll have thrown from Rishus Yachid to Rishus Rabbi. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, that it must be the reason that we're worried in Rabbi's case that the garbage will get taken away is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and it's just cleared out, and now the wall of the mother is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rishus Rabbin, presumably it belongs to the Rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So that's the Gemara. So this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Misharshia. Rabbi Misharshia says even the tea is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the tea and you'll be left with an L, and that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to your Rehoboth. Okay, so now we have the case of Rabbi, where Rabbi says, we're worried maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the yam brings up sediment. So what about the Gemara asked Rabbanan Mai? So that was Rabbi's concern. What did the Rabbi talk and what does the Rabbanan say? So Rabbi Yosef by Rabbi says, Hana learns the Chachamim also. The Chachamim, even though Rabbi was not prepared to say that it's usher or mutter. It's mutter because technically they're machitza. For usher, because he might have said usher because he's worried people are they're gonna get taken away and people will still carry that. The Chachamim weren't so worried. They said usher. Amr Nachman halacha to the Rebbe Chachamim. Nachman says that's in fact halacha that we're worried that it's gonna get taken away, and therefore you cannot rely on this mavoi. On a mother that for one of its walls relies on either the sea or on a pile of garbage. There are others who say, Rabbi Yosef Bar Abdini says, how do we learn from Chachamim that the Chachamim said at the end of the day, Rabbi was doubtful, and they said, no, it's okay because you have all three walls. This, Rav Nachman, ain't halacha to the Rebbe Chachamim. Rav Nachman's consistent regardless of which version. He's saying at the end of the day, Rabbi was uncertain, but I am certain that in fact you cannot rely on a garbage pile that could get taken away or a sea that could bring up sediment and change the slope. Okay. So this is kind of unrelated, but it just has to do with this idea of the slope of the water changing. So what happened? And in Surah, they had one or more mavoi where you have your Rishus Rabbin, and then the mavoi comes off, and the back of the mavoi was the sea. So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere like you have this. But what was the concern? The concern was if you're relying on the sea to be your back mechitza, your third mechitza, what's going to happen if the slope of the water changes? And as we said before, it's not steep enough to be considered a Mechitza, so then it's going to be a problem because you're carrying in this mother, you're lying that your third wall is the sea, and really the sea has shifted and it's no longer a Mechitza. So Meremar was actually worried about that. So therefore he set up Hakasei, he separated the edge of the sea with Uzli, he put up nets. So a net is a valid Mechitza, he put up a Mechitza in the back as a safety precaution. So you see that there was this concern, that there is in fact this concern that maybe the incline of the sea is going to change and it will no longer be a Mechitza. Okay, continuing to tomorrow, we are 11 lines up, beginning of the line. So we just talked about surah, so now we're going to go back to our favorite topic of Mavli Akum. The Mavli Akum, as we talked about, is an L shape or a race shape, as we speak to call it. There's no focus. Rav and Shmuel. Rav said that it's treated like Mefula. If you look at these, you ignore the bend and look at it like any other Mavli that is open on two ends to the Rabbin. And Shmuel said no. And also Rav was the one who paskin like the Tanakama and said all you need is a Surah Pesach on one end and a Lefi on the other end. And Shmuel was the one that said, wait, you need an actual bella, a doorway on one end, and a lefty or on the other end. Okay, so all that's going to come into play here. So you had in Surah a certain mother, you had this L-shaped mother. So what did they do? Torah Udia was either they back when we say. So they wound up they rolled up a makatelek, a mat, and they put it in the bed. I'll say in a minute there's some possible different gear stuff, but the idea was they wanted to make a lefty, so they rolled up a mat. It's now this round mat, and they put it up as to serve as a lefty in the bend over there. So Amr is the Rav says, I don't get it. So the way we understand this Gemara is that at the bottom of one entrance to Shus HaRabim they stuck a lefty, and then at the bend they put this rolled up thing. This is not really a lefty discussion. This has more to do with, we'll talk about it. This is not really what you need to fix this mother. It has more to do with what they use as a lefty, but we'll see in a second. I don't know, so hello to Rav, hello to Shmuel. What are they doing here? It's not like Rav, it's not like Shmuel. Why? The Rav don't refer us to Mefula. Okay, so if you're going like Rav, who says that this is a Mefula, then Surah HaPesach Koi. Then you need, on one end, a Surah HaPesach, and on the other end, a lefty. And the way we've done it in the past was by putting the Surah HaPesach at the bend, and a lefty on either end of these measures. But here, they didn't put up a Surah HaPesach. They put up a rolled up mat. So, with the Pesach bite, the Shmuel, and so it's not like Rav. The Shmuel down the Pesach. Okay, so maybe it's like Shmuel who says that you need that each of these models are considered like private models. So says the Gemara, so that makes sense. Shmuel says, so what did Shmuel say? Shmuel said you just put a lefty on either end. Now, according to we talked about it briefly, Rothschild brought from his Rabbi that not only do you need a lefty on either end, you need a lefty in the bend. This is why I was saying before, so it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefty in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mother didn't choose to put a lefty at its end. Only the vertical mother wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefty here and they needed to put a lefty in the middle like Rashi's Rabbi. But according to Rashi, who understood Shmuel, and you just put one lefty here and one lefty here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend, because you don't need anything there. So some have a gear saw that they put a Surah HaPesach, which is mat. Others have a gear saw that they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Shus HaRabim.
What up, Wisdom? How you living, big guy?
Whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lefty to roll up a mat. So we don't have to get into the details of why they put it there, but they put somewhere this rolled up mat. So they say it's not like Shmuel either, because when did Shmuel say it's enough to have a lefty on each end? Is if the lefty is a valid lefty. Abo high, even the Russian baby, so the chubby lay, low swim room. But this, you know, if you put up this rolled up mat, as soon as the wind comes, it's going to blow it down.
What up,
Wisdom?
Wisdom?
I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rav that you treat it like you're foolish. And even if it is, so, and then you need a Surah HaPesach. And even if it's like Shmuel, and that's a custom, at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lefty here. It says the Gemara, But if you stuck like a stake in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lefty, and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lefty. Again, this is an issue having to do with not where you place the lefty, but what is the lefty. Okay, we learned. So this is going to quote the Psak of Rab that we spent a lot of time on yesterday. Now, yesterday when we spent time on the Psak of Rab, was really focused on the mother. The idea that the people in the mother cannot carry if
how are you, big dog?
to a cutler with which they don't have an area.
Living in a dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are you, big man? How can I help you? No, I'm online right now.
So therefore, we said carrying the mother is up. That's what we focused on yesterday.
Yes, I am. I'm online on 2 different streams on X, dog.
Which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus. So Rab said that the cluster is
I'm busy right now, but what's going on? Just talk to me here.
Why was that? Because
hold on. I didn't tell you to download any apps. I said you could make them in a browser, but go ahead.
So the mabui is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in a chutzner looking back toward the mabui,
I didn't say you had to download the apps. You can make them in a browser.
And then there's a break. Presumably that break is less than the break. And we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 arms, we look at that.
Okay.
Okay. Now I turn 180 degrees. I look at the Rabbi break, and what do I see? I see the wall, and I see a Rabbi, and the opening is less than 10 arms, and I see a wall and opening. So we said in the chutzner you can carry regardless.
What do you mean?
The chutzner is open to the mavui. I don't care because the chutzner does not have to deal with the mavui, and the mavui does not preclude the people from. Does not preclude the people.
Do you know how Linktree works?
Because someone could say, I'm my own chutzner. We have our own neighbor that takes care of it.
All right, so just Google. How does here? I'll send you a thing.
We're going to focus a little bit on that. We learned over Yirmiyah by Rabbi, Yirmiyah by Rabbi says the name of Rab. Mavui is different from the Lul Chatzer. Our case from yesterday, your Mavui opens up to it got broken in its entirety, the full width of the Mavui got open to a Chatzer, the difference of Chatzer Connecto, and in fact, the Chatzer also had the wall opposite that opened to Rishus Harabim. So even though you have this straight line from, or maybe it's off, we discussed yesterday, but you have this connection that people walk through. He said Chatzar Mutaris and Mavui Aser, that the Chatzar is Mutar and the Mavui is Aser for the reasons I just described. Amar Leg, Rabbi Barula, Rabbi Barabaya. So the Rabbi Barula said to Rabbi Barabaya, Rabbi Lomash Naseni Hizu. They said, wait a second. Why is Rav and Amora coming and telling us this? We already learned it in the Mishnah.
Watch the video and it should make sense to you. If you have questions, come back to me. It's in your hands.
That if you have chaser ketana k'nifratzol gedolo, that if you have a small chaser that got an opening made between it and a broader machine. So if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chaser here, you have a small chaser on top that's fully open to the bottom wider chaser, right? So we're going to say, so you have a chaser ketana k'nifratzol gedolo, you have a small chaser that opens up onto a bigger one. So we say gedolo mutaris. The big one can carry, and the fact that they didn't do an area with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just a pesach, it's just a doorway. Katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? Because it's like the entranceway of the Gedolah, meaning from the perspective of the smaller chutzner, if you're standing in the smaller chutzner, you just see fully into the big chutzner. There are no walls that separate you because the walls are only on the outside. but the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. So we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective, and if you didn't make an eruv with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of law. So the question is, why did you need this? Why did Rav need to tell me that? If you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So we're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner in this case would be the equivalent to the mavoi. So what did I need Rav for? Amalei, Ime Hassam, if I had the description of the Chatzar Gedol and the Chatzar Kana, I would say,
yes, watch the video I sent you on X.
I would think as follows. If all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with
yes,
tomorrow,
watch the video I sent you on X.
You're not using the small chutzner or the large chutzner, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chutzeros that have to be next to each other, like a wall broken between them. But the case Rav told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens to a chutzner that in turn opens to a chutzner. So it's actually a thoroughfare. It's a throughway. You can go from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chutzner and the large chutzner. So that's why I needed Rav to tell me the law. Gemara said, wait a second, I didn't need to tell me that either. Well, I'm not thinking of because we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in there on the second of that page, which said, what's there? Rabbi Mechnasim of the Jews, the Yotim of the Jews.
Okay, watch it. It should make sense. If you have questions, come back. What'd you say? No, I don't have any projects, but that'll help you.
We're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by drinking the social.
Excellent.
Right? And you see that a suffix tumah,
you're welcome, my friend.
If it's a private place, then it's usher. But if you get a more public place, it's mutter because you learn from the paradigm of sota. That's the concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a chutzner that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times even today. We have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it's a yasser that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halakhic mechitza. But as relates to Truma, it's not so simple because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of a Shusha Yachid you need for Tumah issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chutzner that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction, that if you have a chutzner that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you could say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sota part now. We're focused on the Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say his halach in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you can still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says it's Rosh Hashanah to Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So the Gemara says, oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav had to say his halacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that that you have the smaller place is usher to carry, and while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Tavi Test. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? So the Gemara says, if I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's just the Shabbos, I might have said that what is that case where they say, even though we're not going to base, what is that case where they said, even though that people traverse between it, maybe that's only when the openings in the cutter are on top of each other. But our case of Rav was but our case of Rav was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's finish, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Rosh Hashanah are mafulah, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mavli followed by a wider cutter or a cover, you're okay. So the Gemara said, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbi says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rosh Hashanah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rab's finish according to Rabbi. And the Gemara, Rabbi, the one who Rabbi who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rosh Hashanah will be other Rabbi, my law. So then what would he establish when Rav says in halacha, what's the case? It must be that they're not the same. So we're back to our question. Karti Lamali, why do I need Rav to tell me in our halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos? The Gemara said, okay, I'll tell you what Rav teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rabbi Dorsim, but that people go through it is mutter, I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said, that I might have thought that what does it mean is there's just Yosef the Shabbos is telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is midaraisa or just a Yosef, and if someone were to throw something from the Rosh Hashanah into this chutzner, he'd be chayav and being over on Hilchot Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, is that it's Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people could carry, and that it's considered a fully imposed Mechitza that we would allow them to carry, and not give the Rabbanan say, sorry, there's people walking through this chutzner you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry, even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tadi Test that the Mavli is Asher, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tadi Test plus tomorrow that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is a yachid, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known that you could actually carry, and that's the kiddush that Rav was teaching us. Says the Gemara, fifth line down. Itmar, Mavli ha'asik kenado. So if you had a mavli that was made like a nadal seems to be like a centipede or something like that, some bug with multiple legs. So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tosfos has a different version of it, but basically the way Rashi understands it, you have the following. You have a mavli going across, and then you have multiple legs that are mavlis coming down that open into a different Rosh Hashanah, a different Rosh Hashanah. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mavli akum. So you have this one Rosh Hashanah. So you should go here and then down the first one. You can go down the top one and down the second, third, whatever it is. So you have multiple mavli akum. That's the case we're dealing with. That's this nadal, the centipede. So says Abaya, okay, I'll give you the solution. Up here on this big Rosh Hashanah, put a Suris HaPesach, and then on the bottom Rosh Hashanah, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a Korah on each one. So this way you'll have a Suris HaPesach on one side and a lefty or Korah on the other side. Says the Gemara, Amalei Rabba. Rabba says back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that? You must be going like Shmuel, because if you remember, Ram is the one that says when you have a mavli akum, a bent mavli, we treat that like a mavli mafulish, and you need a tzuras pesach and a lefty or korah on the other end at a minimum, maybe a delas, according to Chananya. But in order, if you treat it like a mavli mafulish, you need some kind of tzuras pesach at the bend, and you need a lefty on either end, right? And So if we're treating, and Shmuel says it's Mavoi Sasum, that each Mavoi is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter. You just put, according to Shmuel, you put a lechi on this one, and then a lechi on the three others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, Damer Tarasa Kasasum, then it's like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuras HaPesach, so then why did Abaya say put a Tzuras HaPesach here? All you should need is a lechi at every entrance, and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these Mavoi Upams as Mavoi Mufalish, and they're all just a bunch of Mavoi Sasums, and Mavoi Sasum only needs one lechi. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavoi Sasum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuras HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara, not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavoi Akam in Nardoi, and they ended up paskening like Rav, and they required, we talked about this, the Lassos, either they had the Chumrah of Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav, Halacha, the Morin came, but the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's socks. So clearly, the halacha should follow Rav at some level. So first of all, what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need a Tzuras HaPesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each end. So it says in Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Elam Rabba, Rabba says, here's what you do, not like what Abaya said, but rather Oset Tzuras HaPesach L'Kulo. You should put it that so you have the bigger Shizrab and they have the small ones. So each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mavoi, you should put a Tzuras HaPesach l'hai gisa to this side, the idach gisa mystery belach in the korah. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens the Rosh Hashanah, as well as over here on the side that opens the Rosh Hashanah, you should put a lechi or korah, and we're good. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignore what Abaya said, where you put one Tzuras HaPesach and then lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each opening to the Rosh Hashanah, and we're good, and that matches Rav's halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa. Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa said in the name of Shmei Rav Kahana Bar Manume, who said in the name of Shmei Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, who said in Shmei Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav, in the name of Rav Kahana the Rebbe of Rav. But Amri La, some said Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, Hayu Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav. That maybe these last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts of people named Rav Kahana. So what's the halacha that they say? Mavi shetzidei echad araf, shetzidei echad katzer. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you had a Rosh Hashanah that was wide, and then what happened? The Rosh Hashanah got narrowed. Okay, so it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to have? If you were walking on in my side, if you're walking on the right side of the Mavoi of Rosh Hashanah, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rosh Hashanah moved over. At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavoi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this Mavoi? When you're looking at this Mavoi, you have one wall of the Mavoi is that wall that now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah. So the Rosh Hashanah got smaller. So that wall is long. But the other wall of the Mavoi was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your Mavoi, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up the Rosh Hashanah, you would make a right into this Mavoi, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the Mavoi. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that made sense. Mavoi shetzidei echad arach. We have one wall is long with tzidei echad katzer and one wall is short. Hachad me'arbaz amas meniach zakar ba'alakson. So it's saying, as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavoi, and so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavoi. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the Torah on a slant. And then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rosh Hashanah because the Korah is going to define the area of the Mavoi. Arba amas, but if you have a 4 wall, the longer wall is more than 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the korah where at the point where the shorter wall and the longer wall, you rest it on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall. Okay, so Rabbi Amar Rabbi says, even if it's less than 4 amos, you cannot put a korah at a slant here. So, and Rabbi says, I'm going to tell you my reasoning, and I'm going to tell you the reason who say you cannot put up a slanted korah, and I'm going to tell you the reasons of the people who say you can't put up a slanted korah. I'll tell you my reason that you could put a slanted korah. Why? Because korah time of my, what's the reason we have a korah mishum heker? Is to distinguish the people that this area you're about to enter or about to leave, we'll see that in a second, is different than Rosh Hashanah. So the issue is, in the Mava you're allowed to carry, in Rosh Hashanah you're not. So we need to show people, even though the Mava is pretty open to Rosh Hashanah, the reason people are able to carry there is because it's a Mava. It's not Rosh Hashanah. That's the function of a korah, according to Rabbi. So therefore, Balaksa Rabbi Heker, when you have a slanted korah, it's not clear. Presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% clear with what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rosh Hashanah, and then people are like, it's one thing if you see a Mavli and you see a Rosh Hashanah and there's a korah between them, but here you have this like slanted korah that seems to pick up part of the Rosh Hashanah, part of the Mavli. So he says if it's for a heker, it's not a good recognition that you're transitioning. So therefore, it doesn't serve its purpose. That's Rabbi's point. I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Korah mishamai. According to them, what's the function of a korah? Mishum mechitza. It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know that if you have something, we talked about this, pitik or yard v'sotzim, that the edge of it can come down, and it's as if the mavli has a fourth wall. If the mavli has a fourth wall, then of course you can carry in it regularly because it's a 4-wall enclosed Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, balaksa now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you could have a mechitza on a slant, you could have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want because you're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. I'm Rav Kahana. So we quoted this halakha in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, plain Rav Kahana, says, "Ho shmaiset the kahani he." Once there are all these kahanas who are saying things, I'm going to tell you something else. Also, this that we said, when we said, according to some, you could put the korah on a slant. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Erevin, the entry to a mavli, unless you have Tzuras HaPesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following: if you're going, let's say you had if the entry to the mavli was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shift it somewhat and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant, says Rav Kahana, is going to define the mavli, you're going to end up with a mavli whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. Ela keneged hakatzer. You would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your mavli was like 7 amas, and you shift it a little bit, and with a slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the Masechta. That what's the halacha? You put up a korah. We're talking about a regular. Rashi said the regular mavli now. You have a mavli, you have a korah. Can you carry underneath the korah? Rav, the Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi Yochanan, Rav and Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Yochanan say yes, you can carry under the korah. Shmuel, Rabbi Shimon by Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon by Lakish, Amru Asur l'shtamish the korah. But Shmuel and Rabbi Shimon by Rabbi and Reish Lakish say you cannot carry underneath the korah. It says the Gemara, let's say that what they're arguing about is the following: the Mar Savar Kor Mishum Heker, Umar Savar Kor Mishum Mechitza. So the Gemara is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the korah, why? Is because the point of the korah is just to tell you you're transitioning from Rosh Hashanah to a mavli or vice versa. And so as long as it gives you that recognition, it's fine. So even when you're standing underneath it, you're getting that recognition. But if you hold that korah is Mishum Mechitza, that maybe it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down. And if it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down because it's a mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the korah because that's already outside of the mechitza that's creating the mother. And where it says low. That's not what they're arguing about. Because maybe the kuliyama korishim hecker. Maybe everyone holds that the point of a korah is so that you should have a distinction between the two areas. That here's what they're arguing about. The marsavar hakerim of gav, marsavar hakerim of var. So the question is, when you put up a korah, who are you showing the korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rosh Hashanah? Or are you telling the people in Rosh Hashanah, you see those people carrying that mavoi? That's only because they're inside a mavoi, but you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a korah is to remind the people who are inside the mavoi, be the inner lip that reminds them, because that's what they see. So then we're going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the korah. So we're going to say you can only that therefore the mavoi extends until the outside edge because it's really for the outside people. So therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the korah. Alternatively, I'll tell you, everyone holds that the function of a korah is to create a mechitza. This is why one says you can carry under and one says you can't. The one who said you cannot carry under the korah says that the inner lip of the korah is what comes down. So then obviously underneath the korah is outside of the mavoi. And the other one says, no, it's the outer edge that comes down. And if it's the outer edge, then you carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the korah. So says that everyone agrees that across from a lefty you cannot carry. While under a korah, because a korah is at least a tefah wide, but a lefty could be minuscule. We'll learn that halacha. So if we let you carry across from a minuscule separation, it could be that you're going to cross that line. A thick tefah you can judge, but a thin lefty you can't. Rami Rachama asked him the following interesting question. No, say this is snake hopefully more than and you have and here's what happened. You have a mother, you have walls, and then you have the mavoi that open. So instead of putting the korah on top of those walls, what did I do? I put in 2 stakes into the wall, and then I put the korah on top. So what happened? The korah is just outside the wall. It's adjoining the wall, but it's not on top of the wall. That's the case. Is that a valid one? So Amarle, l'divrei hamater aser, l'divrei oser muter. So we say as follows, that according to the person who said that you can carry under, I'm sorry, that the person who said you can carry under the,
you don't want the ops to know what you're doing, what website you're on, etc.
the Divrei Hamatir
website you visit. You realize that?
Okay, so we say, I'm sorry, so we're going to say as follows, that according to one who said you can carry under the korah, why is that? It's because it's the outside edge of the korah that goes down. So in this scenario, where you have the wall, and then you have the korah in front of it, so the outside edge is where? It's a tefach removed from the wall. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the korah, why would that be? That would be because the inner edge of the korah comes down. So in this case, where the inner edge, where the whole korah is adjoining the wall, so if it's the inner edge that comes down, so the inner edge is coming down, there's no space between the end of the korah and the inner edge, because the inner edge is resting against the walls of the mavoi. So now you have a valid enclosure. So the issue is, if you held that you could carry under the korah, it's because the outer edge doesn't, and now that the korah is instead of on top of the wall, adjoining the wall, so then the korah mechitza is a tefach removed from the wall. But if you held that the inner edge is the one that went down, so then in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mavoi, and it's going to be good. Which Rabbi says, well, I'm sorry, the Rabbi nami aser, but even korah gabe mavoi bilakta. He says, no, it doesn't help, because even if the inner edge goes down, and this mechitza is flush against the walls, at the end of the day, the proper place for a korah is on top of the walls, not on the edge of the walls, not off the side of the walls, and therefore it would be usher. But this would not be a valid korah. You need to put a different one on top of the wall. Have a wonderful day.
You could learn for the rest of your life. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to BABEL.com/Theo. That's BABEL.com/THEO for up to 55% off your subscription. language in your life. It's really interesting how it's almost like during that time that a lot of the wrestlers stole a lot of the gay energy almost. It's almost like the WWE couldn't, even no matter how much gay you were doing, you couldn't top this.
Well, there was a guy that, there was always characters that pushed beyond the limit that way, like Gorgeous George in the 1950s was the guy like, Muhammad Ali credits Gorgeous George was for being a talker. And he got a lot of, he had curly blonde hair, and not to be confused with Macho Man's girlfriend.
Okay, so we're going to pick up today's daf. We're going to over 9. We're going to pick up at the bottom of second.
The wrestler would, they'd go to lock up
the bottom line, second base. So we had just been introduced to this topic of if you have the walls of the Korah, and you have the walls of the Mavli, and you put the Korah. The Gemara said if you stick in 2 pegs in the wall, then you put the Korah on top. So what happens is your Korah is just outside of the Mavli. So we talked about the fact it depends which lip goes down, the inner or outer. But then Rabbi said, Halacha said, no, it doesn't matter which lip goes down. At the end of the day, a Korah needs to be on top of the walls of the Mavli. It can't be on the outside of the Mavli, and therefore it doesn't work, regardless of your opinion about whether it's the inner or the outer edge of the Korah that functions as a feature. So ask the Gemara, Eisei of Adabar Masna L'Rava. If Adabar Masna asked the question on Rabbi, who said that the Korah has to be on top, he says, because we have a brayta as follows, Haisa Korasa. If the Korah was the top of Pesach and Aleph, Meshuka Otluya. Rashi says Meshuka seems to be a case of where it's forward of the wall. Otluya, Rashi explains, means that you have your Korah, which is too short to sit over the walls of the Mavli. So what do you do instead? Rashi said you have a
and then by the 80s he went into
the kana culture. You have like a little reed or a little stick, and you stick it in, and you put the Korah on top of it. So basically, it looks like a T. You have a little support, and they have a Korah, but the Korah doesn't reach either wall of the Mavli. So it's just kind of hanging there. So that's the case with Sukkot Shluya. So we say as follows: Pasuk Gimel. If it's less than 3 spots in the gap, now whether presumably that gap is forward, or the gap is in the case of that T-shaped thing, there's a distance between the edge of the Korah and the wall. So we're going to say it depends. If it's less than 3 spots in, then that's a valid Korah. You don't need to bring another one because the halacha of Lavud, we know Lavud is if something's less than Jim Button, less than 3 Button, it's considered as if it continues, as if it's connected.
Because it's a
Gimel, but if it is 3 Button, you need to bring another Korah because basically this Korah is too short. It doesn't reach the walls, and it doesn't even reach the walls using the element of Lavud. So this is a fundamental machlokas between Gamliel says Pasuk means Daled ain't Tarf Lavud Karakar, Daled Tarf Lavud Karakar. He says no. It's only when if it's less than 4, you're good. Because Lavud works up to 4 tefachim. But if there's even more than 4 tefachim there, then Lavud doesn't work. So he agrees with the basic halacha of Meshucha and Shluya. But he's just saying Lavud works by 4 tefachim, not by 3 tefachim. So it says the Gemara, my love doesn't mean Meshucha Ribachot, that Meshucha means drawn away, means that the Korah is outside of the Mavli, with Tuluya Ribachnim, and the Tuluya, the hanging one, is that T-shaped thing that's in the Korah, in the Mavli, but just not reaching either of the walls. So what's the issue? The The issue is, it seems to be saying Meshucha, that if you have your Korah, in fact, this is really a question even on the ones who said the Divrei Matir Oser and Oser Matir, because there also, we were saying it's a problem if the outer lip goes down, outer edge goes down. The truth is, our Brisa seems to be saying that love would work even on something that's removed from the walls of the Mavli. So therefore, this is a question at least on Rava and probably on the first version also. So therefore, we're going to say, so that's the question. How can you say that a Korah can only be on top? We have this language of Meshucha, and Meshucha means drawn away. Presumably, that means forward of the Mavli. The Gemara says, no, that's not what Meshucha means. Both Meshucha and Tuluya are internal. Meshucha meruach achas, Tuluya mishnei ruchos. So Meshucha means it's drawn away, means that it's only connected on one side and there's a gap on the other side. Whereas Tuluya means that it's this T-shaped thing and it's missing width on both sides. So I might have thought, so what's the kiddush of telling me that Tuluya that it's on two sides? Ruach achas I'm reading in love with, Ruach I'm reading in love with. I might have thought, look, Lovud would give you this dispensation. If you come up with a Torah that's a little bit short, we'll give you 3 spots. But here, you're taking it on both ends. You're taking Lovud here, Lovud there. Maybe it doesn't work like that. But it works. It does. That's why the Mishnah needs to tell us both cases. So lots of discussion about, well, why did it need to tell us both? Just tell us the case of 2, and then we'll know that obviously one works, different Shatim and Mefarshim. I think the simplest one is that Meshucha and Tuluya aren't clear what they mean. So if you give both, one is from Lovud with just one side, and the other would be Lovud from 2 sides. But if you would only say one, we would assume that it's a one-side Lovud, and we would think that maybe you can't deploy the device or the solution of Lovud on both sides. That's the mark. Okay. Rashi says a different parak, that it's not that one is on one side, one on 2 sides, but rather it's all one case. Meshucha Tuluya. That we're talking about a case where it's drawn forward and it's hanging. So what's that? The Heshi Dami, what's this case? You're going to know say those akumos al snake closely muffled. And if you have as follows, you have a Korah that's too short, and so what did you do? You put it on 2 pegs or 2 stakes you have that are awesome, that are bent on snake hooks and mubbly that are coming out of both walls. I'll show you in a second. In the Golden Gimel, that there isn't in their height 3, meaning it's less than 3 tefachim above the level of the top of the mubbly. They ain't back in Nissan Gimel, and there isn't in its bend, which presumably means in its width, meaning the distance from the wall. So as follows, we're going to say, well, what's the case? Different custom in Rishonim. So Rashi, at least in the picture, although I think many of the parts understand that that's not what Rashi's saying. In the picture they have in the Gemara, it looks like you had these 2 nails or stakes that come up at a slam. So that way you have your walls of your marble, you have the slanting stake, and then you rest the Korah on top. So the problem is that A, it's too short, it's not reaching the walls, and B, it's raised because you put them on top of these stakes that are above the thing. To which we would be saying, as long as the height is within Gimel Tefachim of the top of the bubbly, and as long as either side is within Gimel Tefachim of that the Korah reaches within Gimel Tefachim of the side, then we're going to say that that's okay. Others understand, the Tosfos and others understand that it's in the shape of a rake. So you have a bent stake. Some understand that it's bent like this, so it comes out of the wall and goes up. Others understand that it goes up and cuts over. But whatever the point is, the idea is that you have both a height mismatch, that you're above the walls of the mubbly, and you have a width mismatch in the sense that the Korah is not long enough. So therefore, you rest it on there. Now, the easy question is, wait a second, what do I care if it's a stake and then a Korah the board, At the end of the day, you have something running from one wall to the other wall. So Rashi and others explain that the issue is that this stake that you put in cannot be counted as part of the Torah. Why? Because we learned in the first Mishnah in Eruvin that a Torah, or we learned that a Torah has to be one tefach thick, and at the end of the day, if you have this nail or a stake coming up, however it's coming up, it's not thick enough to be a Torah, so it can't count as your Torah. So the question does this: is your Torah close enough in height and in width in order to be able to employ the device of Loved, and we'll see in a second one we also have to employ another device here. But in any event, the point is the Meshucha v'Hishluya. It is both hanging, so it's above the level of the Mavai, and it's Meshucha drawn in, or vice versa. But the point being that's the case of the Mishnah. Meshucha of the device of Meshucha v'Hishluya. So says the Gemara. So what's the finish here? What is the Brisa trying to tell us? Ma'udikai might have thought, oh, love it amrinan, oh, chavat amrinan. Love of the chavat lo amrinan, kamash mulan that we do. So chavat is a concept of taking something and lowering it. This is generally used in connection with some kind of covering or all. The idea would be that if you have a covering and there's a hole in it, but there's a piece above the hole, so we're going to say chavot, that you put it down. So it's basically lavud we generally think of as side to side. Kavos is kind of a vertical lavud. So the idea here would be that we're employing kavos because your stakes go up higher. You're above the walls of the mother. We're employing kavos to say we view it as if it was down on. As long as it's within 3 possible, we look at it as if it was down on top of the walls of the mavoi, and also it's too short, so we employ lavud to extend it to the side. So that's the Gemara. The chiddush of this Brisa would be similar, just like we said that we didn't know you could apply lavud on both sides. We didn't know that you could apply both lavud and chavut to the same case. And here we are, because chavut takes it down, lavud extends it to the side, and you have a valid Torah. So that's what we're saying was the case of Meshucha v'Hishluya, but there is no proof that Meshucha does not mean, in the answer to the Gemara, that it's removed from the Mavoi, and therefore if you chunk your 2 stakes in and put the Torah on the outside, it wouldn't help because says Rabbi, says Rabbi, the Torah by its nature has to be on top of the walls of the Mavoi, and Meshucha does not mean others. Okay, says the Gemara, Honey of Zakai, Kamedra of Yochanan. There's a Kai said in front of Rabbi Yochanan, Bein l'chayayin v'tachas hakora nidon k'karmelis. That between the Lapis and under the Korah is treated like a Carmelist. Now we know a Carmelist is an area that's neither a Sissiyapa Deraisa nor a Sissiyam Deraisa, and the halacha is you cannot carry in a Carmelist, you cannot carry from either a Sissiyapa or a Sissiyam to a Carmelist. But if you're saying the area under a Korah or the area that's alongside the Lapis is a Carmelist, essentially what you're saying is you cannot carry either under a Torah or along the width of a Lefi. So he said this in front of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Put plenty of Rav. Go teach this Brisa outside." Meaning, this is not a good Brisa. Don't communicate this Brisa in the measures because it's not acceptable. So okay. So now the question is, the Zakai was quoting a Brisa that said you cannot carry under Torah and you cannot carry next to a Lefi. Now, if you remember, yesterday we learned the halacha of Rabbi, which was even though you could carry under the Torah, you cannot carry opposite from the lefty. So the question is, when Rabbi Yochanan was arguing and telling them this is not a good brisa, was he saying it's not a good brisa because you're allowed to carry both under Torah and next to a lefty, or was he just saying under Torah you can, but he would still agree with the system maybe that you would not be able to carry next to a lefty? Let's see, Amar Abaya says, it makes sense with Yochanan when he says, no, you're wrong, it's not a Carmelist, you can carry there, that what he was talking about about was the ability to carry beneath the Torah. I will bring Messiah also. But opposite the lefty would in fact be also, which would be consistent with what Rav Chisda said yesterday. So Rav Chisda, I explained yesterday, which is Tosfos' view, is that the reason you can carry under the Korah is a tepa. It's a meaningful size, and therefore you can judge when you're going to go past it. But a lefty could be kosher, could be very thin, so you might not be able to judge it correctly. So that's why we say no kaya and other Rishonim understand that maybe that Korah is from hectare, so you have the hectare regardless. But if we say lefty is pizza, others understand that there's a difference between the Rothschild. I think there's a difference between a lefty and a Korah, whether it's the inner edge or the outer edge. But whatever the point is, he was saying it seemed they were trying to say that Rabbi Yochanan is of the opinion you can carry under a Korah, but you cannot carry opposite the lefty, which was like the sister yesterday. But Rabbi said, when Rabbi Yochanan told him this is a bad right to take it out, he was arguing on both points. He said neither under a Korah nor opposite the lefty is a Carmelite, and therefore, according to Rabbi, you would be able to carry in a full mavli as well as opposite the lefty. Okay, so I'm a Rabbi. Rabbi says, I'm in the law. Where do I know this idea, or what's the concept why you're able to carry opposite the lefty? Now again, if the lefty is a centimeter thick, this is not a big thing, but a lefty could be an amma, it could be big. So the question is, can you carry opposite? So Rabbi says you can. Where do I know it from? It's the other of being Amr of Yochanan, because when Rabbi came to American Show, he said in the name of Yochanan, welcome to Imo Dalad Al Dalad, Muttal of Neighbor Sister Rabbi, Neighbor Sister Yaakov, the Patif below. So we had this concept in Shabbos. We're going to have it further on in the Sefta number of times. That we know that there's four Rishuyos. There's a Sister Yaakov, there's a Sister Rabbi, there's a Carmelist, and there's a Makom Patur. We talked about a Makom Patur yesterday in the context of the dog where you throw garbage out the window. It might be a Makom Patur. Makom Patur is basically an area that does not have mechitzas that go all the way up to 10 buckets. Well, I'm sorry, even if it does, but it does not have the area of Dalad Al Dalad. It's not 4 buckets by 4 buckets. So it's considered a Makom Patur. And a Makom Patur, you could carry from a Rosh Hashanah to a Makom Patur, or from a Rosh Hashanah to a Makom Patur, right? So what this case is that if you have a Makom Patur, so it's a Makom Patur, someone from the Rosh Hashanah or from the Rosh Hashanah is able to put their load down on it. So this, we're talking about something that's a little bit raised off the floor, some kind of stand. So you can put down your load. And even though if you're walking in Rosh Hashanah, or if you're in Rosh Hashanah that's along it, you can put down your load and pick it back up. It's not a problem to transfer to a Makom Patur or from a Makom Patur, either from Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah. It's like a free space. So it says the Braisa. Or the memra, you cannot use this Makom Patur as a mechanism to carry from the Sister Rabbi to the Yaakov or vice versa. So what might I do? I might say, okay, I'm walking in Rosh Hashanah. I want to get my load into Rosh Hashanah. I'm not allowed to do that in the ordinary course. So maybe what I'll try to do is I'll unload my load from the Rosh Hashanah onto this Makom Patur, onto this little platform that's less than $1. Then I'll walk into the Rosh Hashanah and I'll pick it up, because you're allowed to put something from Rosh Hashanah onto a Makom Patur, and you're allowed to take something from a Makom Patur into the Rosh Hashanah or vice versa. Says the memra, no, you can't do that. You could put it, yes, you can carry from Rosh Hashanah to a Makom Patur or Rosh Hashanah to Makom Patur or vice versa, but you cannot use it as a means to get by the restriction on carrying from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, because the Rabbanan didn't want to lead to a scenario where people would actually carry from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. With the right, you could probably do it. That's the Gemara.
But I will always maintain fun with
so therefore, what's the issue? So Rabba's proof is, he says, when you have an area that's an independent area, but it's not Dalad Al Dalad, so then it's a Makom Patur. So he says the area across from a lefty is in a certain sense its own area, right? And so therefore, and the halacha would be like it's a Makom Patur. So therefore, you could carry from the Rishus, you could carry from the Mavli into the area opposite the lefty, because it's a Makom Patur, right? Now, cannot carry from the Rothschild to this Makom Patur because it's not a true Makom Patur. It's only a Makom Patur in the sense that we're treating the lefty as a separate area. The Doraisa, presumably, it's actually a Rosh Hashanah. But whatever the point is, Rabbi is saying that I treat the area between across from the lefty as if it's a Makom Patur because it's its own area in some sense, and therefore there's no problem carrying from the Rosh Hashanah to the Makom Patur, which is another way of saying that you can carry in the Mavoi and you can carry in the Makom Patur that abuts it, which is the area across from the lefty. So that Rabbi says I learned from the concept of Makom Patur that you can carry across from the lefty. Abaya, so what would Abaya? Abaya is the one who says that even Rav Yochanan says you cannot carry the king of the Yayin. He says when Rav Yochanan told him go teach your Bryce out, I was only arguing on under the Torah, but he agrees opposite the lefty's author. So how would he understand why should the area across from the lefty be any worse than a Makom Patur? What's wrong with Rabbi's theory? So Abaya would tell you Hasam the Gavol Gimel. When we were talking about that Makom Patur that you can put your load down on, we're talking about this little platform that you had that was in the area abutting the Yachid and the Rabbin. So therefore, says Abaya, we don't mind telling you can put something down from Rosh Hashanah onto this Makom Patur or from Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because the Makom Patur is clearly a different area because you're walking in Rosh Hashanah, it's flat, and all of a sudden there's this platform that's 3, 4, 5 tefachim tall. You can put something down on it because it's clear that that's a Makom Patur. It's a small area and it's not at the same level as the ground. So that we let you do. But what you're trying to extend it to, Rabbi, you're trying to say that the area across from the lefty, you should look at that as if it's a Makom Patur. The problem is there's nothing physical that demarcates it. It's the same level. And if we're going to let you carry from the Mavoi into that Makom Patur, that is the area across from the lefty, bad things are going to happen because there's not a clear understanding that the reason you're able to carry there is because it's a Makom Patur, and you might come to carry between two areas that you're actually not allowed to carry. Okay, so that was Rabba's version of why he said you can carry across from the lefty, because there's no worse than a Makom Patur. Abaya says, sorry, we only let you carry from the Yachid to Makom Patur if the height is different. Now Abaya says, I'm Abaya. Where do I know my concept that you cannot carry Bein L'Chayayim? So Amar Rav Chaim bar Gurya Amar Rav. Rav Chaim bar Gurya said in the name of Rav, Tocha Pesach, if we learned in the second Shabbos, we learned this, Tocha Pesach Sarach Lachi Aker La'Hakiro. So if you have, the regular case of a mavoi that we've been talking about is you have this mavoi and it's open in its entirety to the Rosh Hashanah. But what happens? Sometimes you have a mavoi that the parts of the mavoi are covered by a wall, right? Meaning that the walls continue, such that when you walk into the mavoi, you can turn to your right or to your left, right? So the idea would be that you now have walls of this mavoi, and the mavoi therefore has, instead of an entire width of the mavoi being open, you have a doorway going in, right? So Rav Chaim bar Gurya said in the name of Rav that if you have this doorway, so then the issue is that doorway is enough to serve as a lefty, and therefore you can carry in the mavoi. But the actual width of that doorway, the Tocha Pesach, the width of the walls that come in is its own area, and therefore you cannot carry there unless you put up a lefty for that area that's the width, that's the thickness of the wall. So that's what he says. You need another lefty in order to make it mutter. So what's the finish here? So what he's saying is that obviously, if it's saying that the two walls serve as a lefty, so if you're able to carry opposite the lefty, so of course you can carry with the width of the wall. If it's telling you that in order to carry in the width of the wall, you need another lefty, which is going to be at the very front of the width of the wall, it's obvious that you need that lefty because otherwise carrying between the lefty is usher. Okay, again, if the walls coming in, which are serving as a lefty, if you could carry between if you could carry opposite a lefty, you wouldn't need anything else to fix this width of the wall area because it's a lefty, and you can carry opposite a lefty. So the fact that it makes you put another lefty up, so that is obviously there to permit you to carry in the area opposite the lefty. So let's just, I'm looking at some physical looks, so let's think of it like this. Let's say the width of these walls is an amma, right? So we're saying those amma thick walls serve as a lefty. They're no worse than any other lefty that come in, so therefore you can carry in the mother. But the actual, that width of an amma, clearly he's saying, Rabbi Bar is saying that you cannot carry in that area unless it has its own lefty. So what would you do? You would put a little board at the front of the amma, and then you can carry from beyond that little board for the remainder of that amma. So from Rabbi Bar you see clearly that you cannot carry between the lefty. So in order to permit this amma thick thing, you'd have to put up another lefty. So that says the Baya is clear proof that you cannot carry between the Lechayim. That's the Gemara. The Kitema maybe will answer me that when is it that you need another lefty in order to permit the lefty to permit the width of the walls? This Beit Dalet al Dalet. Maybe that's only if the lefty itself was more than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. So that would make it that would make it where you cannot. So even Rabbi would agree that if a lefty is more than Dalet, that you need another lefty to be master. So maybe that Rabbi Yochanan's case. I'm sorry. So we're going to say maybe Abaya, you're right that you cannot carry between Lechayim when it's Dalet Tefachim, but you have no proof that you cannot carry between a regular lefty that's less than Dalet Tefachim. Where I said maybe that's the answer. That only Rabbi Bar only said is halacha when it's Dalet Tefachim, and therefore Baya, you don't have a proof to a general case of lefty they can't carry across the ring. Where it says, sorry, no go. But Homer of Kanim by Rabbi Rav, Kanim by Rav says the name of Rav. Hocha Pesach, Alpha Pisa Ebo Dalet al Dalet, Sarach Lachim Lachim Lachiro. That the thickness of the walls that Amman, the example I gave, even if the lefty is more than is less than 4 tefachim, nonetheless, I need another lefty to be mastered. So this seems like a pretty good proof for a Baya that carrying opposite a lefty. And therefore, that width of an amma wall, you cannot do it unless you have another lefty. Seems like a pretty good proof that you cannot carry between a lefty, and that's why you need another lefty to be mastered. So what would Rabbi say? Rabbi said you can carry between the lefty. What would be his answer? But Rabbi Hassam the Pasuach or Carmel. The answer is you're right. In this case, he cannot carry between the lefties unless he fixes it with another lefty. But that's not the regular halacha. That's only if your mavli opens up into a carmelit. If your mavli opens into a carmelit, which is not a rishus harabim d'oraisa, then the width of the lefty, the area opposite the lefty is in fact you cannot carry. It says the Gemara what? So if you're telling me that if he's carrying from the mavli into the area, the thickness of the wall that serves as a lefty, if it opens to Rishus Harabim, that's okay. But if it opens to Carmel, it's not. Says the Gemara, that's dirty. Says the Gemara, is interesting expression. Yitziva ba'arav is Yerub Ishmael. You're telling me Yitziva, the one who's implanted, the citizen, is on the ground, and the ger, the stranger, is in the Shemayim. So it's saying like any place, the person in his place is the more important person. So if you think and versus a visitor would not be at a higher level. So the idea is a topsy-turvy world, is an upside-down world. Why? Because if you're telling me that I could carry from the mavli into the area between the lefties, even when I'm abutting up against the Rishus Harabim, which is a big difference between the Shishyakim and Rishus Harabim, that there I can carry between the lefty opposite the lefty, and you're telling me, but if it opens on the Carmelit I can't, what kind of business is that? That makes no sense. It says in Gemara, actually it does make sense. Must have been a Dino Venio, that one variety finds a variety like it and it wakes up. So what's going on here? So the idea is, what we're going to say is that the Carmelit and a Makkah Patur are actually very similar, because in a Torah you only have Rishus Yachid and Rishus Harabim. right? So vis-a-vis the Isser and carrying. So a Carmelist is just made up the Rabbanon concept. It's not a. We had that in Shabbos. We said it's like wheat that's not wet or dry. That's a Carmelist. It's Mishpahim, Mishpaher. It's nothing. So that's the idea of a Carmelist. Is it's not a different knowledge of Rabbi. What's a Muslim Torah? A Muslim Torah is basically the same thing, except that it's a smaller area. But it's pretty much like a Carmelist. They're both no man's land from a Torah perspective, but the Rabbanon made it into a rabbinic area. So therefore, we're going to say as follows. Generally speaking, if I have the normal case, I have my mother with the Rishut Yachid, and I have my Rishut Rabbi outside, so my Makom Patur is going to be part of the Rishut Yachid because it's similar to the Rishut Yachid. Okay, so I can carry in my mother and I can carry between the lefty, which is my Makom Patur in the way Rav understands it. But what happens when I open up to a Carmelist? So now I have a Makom Patur, which is the area opposite the lefty, which is abutting to a Carmelist. A Carmelist and a Makom Patur are like better cousins. They're closer to each other. So therefore, we're going to say Matzah Min Asmino. The Makom Patur finds something similar to which is the Carmelist. Matzah Min Asmino over here, and it wakes up meaning it joins the Carmelist. So it's this ironic thing that when there is a Rishut Rabbim out there, we're going to pass the Makom Patur to the Rishut Yachid. But if there's a Carmelist out there, the Carmelist and Makom Patur are really similar to each other, and therefore the Makom Patur is going to become part of the Carmelist. So therefore we're saying, according to Rabbi, who says you can carry between the lefty, that's only talking about a prototypical case where you have a Mavli and you have a Rishut Rabbim outside. But if it's a Carmelist outside, you lose your ability to carry in that Makom Patur. Okay, so unrelated Rav Huna Breder of Yeshua Rabbi. Rav Huna Breder, the son of Yeshua, said to Rabbi, you're saying you don't think that it's also to carry across the lefty. Well, let me ask you the following thing. Rabbi Bar Rakhana says to Rabbi Yochanan, Mavli Shirishku B'Lechiyayin, Pachit Pachit Dalid, Bonu Mafak Rishim Gamliel Rabbanon. We're going to say as follows. You have a Mavli, and you line your Mavli, you line your Mavli with lefties, each one less than Dalit Pachim from each other. So what did you do? You had your Mavli, you put a lefty at the front, 3.5 tefachim later, you put another lefty. 3.5 tefachim later, you put another lefty, and you went in. Rashi says you went 2 or 3 amos deep into the Mavli like this. So Rabbi Bar Huna says that if you do that case, if that's what you do, so then you get into a question. The halachic difference depends whether you rely on Rav Shimon Gamliel or Rabbanan. We learned at the top of the Yom. Rav Shimon Gamliel is the one who says love would work with Dalit Pachim, and the Rabbanan said it works with only 3 Pachim. So now we're going to say both. Rav Shimon Gamliel Damram Rinan Lavud. According to Rav Shimon Gamliel, said that even though these lessons are 3.5 Pachim apart from each other, we're still going to employ Lavud. So then what happened? Each of these lefties combine with the other because they're all within 4 tefachim of each other, and it becomes one big lefty. So therefore, then you have this that's comprised of 2 smaller lefties connected by lavud. So therefore, you can only carry in the Mavli until you reach the most interior of the lefties, because that's where it starts your entire lefty. Because according to the wheel, it became one big lefty. The Rabbanan are in Lavud, but according to the Rabbanan, who say when you have 3.5 tefachim, it's too far. You can't say Lavud anymore. So then there's nothing connecting these multiple lefties, and therefore, what's your lefty? Your lefty that's operative for purposes of the Mavli is only the front one. So says the Gemara, that you can carry up to the inner lip of the most interior lefty, right? So again, if you hold a lavud when it's 3.5 tefachim apart, it becomes one big lefty, and you can only carry till the inside, till the first lefty, the most interior lefty. Versus if you don't say lavud, the only operative lefty here is the outer one, so you can carry up to the outer lefty, and those other lefties are just random lefties sitting there, but they're not connected, so they're not within 3 tefachim, they're only within 4 tefachim. But says the problem, so this seems like a good case, because what's the point? If you hold that between the lefties is usher, So now it makes sense that why you come into my focus of Shimon Gamliel and Rabbanan. Because according to Shimon Gamliel, you can only carry up to the inferior most lefty, and according to Rabbanan, you can carry up to the most exterior lefty. But if you hold that you can carry opposite the lefty, so who cares whether the lefty is 3 amas long or 1 inch wide? It doesn't matter because you can carry in the mother and you can carry across from the lefty. So then there's no longer any relevance whether it's a big lefty like the Shimon Gamliel or it's a small lefty like the Rabbanan. It doesn't matter. So from the fact that he said you come into the machlokas through Shimon Gamliel and the Rabbanan, it must be that everyone agrees you can carry opposite the lefty. And now we found a distinction. According to Shimon Gamliel, you have a long distance you can carry for the whole width of these multiple lefties that come together. And according to Rabbanan, you only have a small distance because the lefties don't connect each other. Okay, seems like a good raya for a baya that you cannot carry opposite the lefties. So Rabbi, what would Rabbi say? So now we can still go conflict. So Rabbi would say, you're right. Generally speaking, you can carry between a lefty. But here, where we're saying that there's a difference between the Rabbanan, whether it's a big lefty or a small lefty, and if you look at Lovin with 3.5, the reason we're dealing with that is because we're dealing with a lefty with a mother that opens to a Carmelist. And we just finished saying that if a lefty opens to a mother opens to a Carmelist, then the area across from the lefty, even according to Rava, was an area you cannot carry. Ask the Gemara again. So for what? I will listen to Rabbi Mai, but if you're telling me that I cannot carry across from the lefty because it opens to Carmelist or the open to Rabbi, sorry, you're saying it would be Mutter, Yisrael Ba'ar of the Europe Express Maya, that's upside down. Because why should it be worse for a Carmelist than for the Rabbi? Because it's Mari in Matam and over here that the Matam Patur finds a Carmelist and wakes up, and therefore you cannot carry between the lefty, even according to Rabbi. I'm a base. Says the Gemara, Rashi says, I'm going to give you a different answer that does not assume that it's usher to carry across on the lefty, and yet there's going to be a distinction between the Gamliel and the Rabbanan. What's that? Because when I gave you the case before, I told you, Rashi says you have these lefties, each is separated by, say, 3.5 tefachim, but net, when you add it all up, it might be 2 or 3 amas. But says the Gemara, Rashi, I'm going to come to Rothschild, say, I am talking about the Arba, the Meshach, Arba Amos. So he said, now I'm going to tell you a different case. You lined up so many of these lefties along the wall that they're each 3.5 tefachim from each other, that if you're going to look at it like those Shimon Gamliel and say they're all connected, what are you going to end up with? You're going to end up with one lefty that's more than 4 amas long. And whereas according to the Rabbanan, since the lefties don't connect, you don't have a 4 amma long thing. So therefore, it says to Gemara, here's the case where when Rabbi Rachman said to Rabbi Yochanan that you come to the machloket of the Chachamim and Shimon Gamliel was not because they're saying a question of trying to carry across from the lefty and where exactly is the lefty to know where you can carry. The question was more fundamental because according to more fundamental, in order to forget whether you can carry across from the lefty, if you have a lefty here, because according to everyone, we learned this on that pay. If you have a lefty that's more than 4 amas, everyone agrees that you need another lefty to be master that 4 amma area that is opposite the lefty. Everyone agrees with that. So if you're holding the Shimon Gamliel and you connect all these lefties and add up to more than 4 amas, you need another lefty now. If it's like the Rabbanan, that there's really only one lefty, all those other lefties that come are not connected and so they're irrelevant, and you do not have a 4 amma lefty, and therefore you don't need lefty after Lahatiro, and according to Rava, you would be able to carry across from that little lefty as well. So that would be the answer. The Shimon Gamliel Damar Amin and Lava, the question Shimon Gamliel says that we say Lava even when it's more than 3 tefachim, but less than 4 tefachim, how do they Lava? So that this 4 amma lefty becomes its own Lava. The start lefty after Latiro, even though the lefty is not there. Rabbanan, but according to Rabbanan, the Ami Lava and Lava, according to Rabbanan, we say that all these lefties you have lined up in a row along the wall of the Lava, you do not say Lava between them because they're more than 3 tefachim apart from each other, so therefore you don't have a 4 amma lefty, you just have one regular lefty. So then Love starts lefty after Latiro. So therefore you would not need another lefty in order to master it. So we have found a scenario where Rabbi where he says that if you have Kafas Me'arba, Kafas Me'arba, and Rabbanan, I found you a scenario where there's a distinction between Shimon and Rabbanan, even if we don't say that it's up to carry across the Malachi, and therefore Rava would be able to answer. That's the Gemara. We're Shimon Gamliel. So we're saying as follows. Shimon Gamliel just finished saying that if you have a 4-amma lechi, that you need lechi akalat kilo. So ask the Gemara. Shimon Gamliel, they have a kinir brachot, the covering brachnim. So this question relies on an assumption, or not the assumption. When people made a lechi, normally, if you were making a lechi, in a normal case, the way you would do it, you have your mother, it opens, you would stick your lechi, and if you were doing it in the best way, you would stick it half in the mother and half out of the mother. Why? Because then, from inside the mother, you obviously see the lechi, and even from outside, as you're walking, you see this little thing sticks out. It's a lechi. So that's a good way to place the lechi, because it is evident both inside and outside. So it says the Gemara, I'm going to assume that when you wind up all these lechis, which instead of putting them sitting up there, you need another lechi to be master in when it's 4 ammas. Presumably, you give your first lechi a little bit outside of the mother. But if that's so, says the Gemara, why do I need another lechi to be master? And at the end of the day, from outside, I see a little bit that's coming out from the mother, and if we have a concept that you can see it from outside, that Mira Mibachot, the Shabbat Mibachim, meaning you don't see it from the inside, because from the inside it's a 4-amma long lechi that needs another lechi. But from the outside you can see it. Once from the outside you can see that there's a lechi, that should be matter in the mavoi, meaning this front mavoi of 4 ammas. So ask the Gemara, wait a second, why does it need, according to the why would it need another mavoi? We have it here, let's see like a lechi that's seen a little bit from the outside, and then you can't see it from the inside. That should be enough of a lechi. Why do you need another lechi to be master this 4-amma lechi of the says the Gemara, wait a second, so this whole thing, we're trying to figure out this price of and we said a 4-amma needs another one because we're going to put your Yochanan. Haki, off the Rabbi, and Rabbi Yochanan, here's what and there needs to be some lechi. He said at the end of the day, everything we're trying to figure out here was a member of Rabbi Bar Rechana named Yochanan, and we said that according to the Gamliel, you would have a 4-amma lechi, and therefore needs another lechi to be master. The Gemara is asking, well, why not say since you can see the lechi from the outside, even though you can't see from the inside, that should be enough? Says the Gemara, that's irrelevant because we're talking about Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan was quoted by Rabbi as saying that if it's seen only from the outside and not from the inside, we do not treat it like a lechi. Okay, says the Gemara, everyone agrees that if you can see the lechi from the inside, but you can't see it from the outside, that's still a valid lechi. So what is that? So let's say you have your mavoi walls, and you stick up a lechi that is flush with the wall of the Rosh Hashanah. So from the Rosh Hashanah, it looks like a continuation of the Rosh Hashanah wall. But from the inside, you see that there's this lechi that's set up that's impinging on the width of the mavoi. So that's obviously a good lechi. However, here's the Rachot, but if you can see it from outside and you can't see it from inside, so that might be there's lots of cases of this. So let's just imagine a case where you stuck up a lechi outside in Rosh Hashanah where it was flush with the inside wall of the mavoi, but when you're outside, you see that it's a lechi sticking off the wall. Or you have your wall of Rosh Hashanah, you have your lechi, and the lechi lines up with the mavoi. From inside, you can't see it, but from the outside, you see that there's a pole standing there. So then this comes into machloket. So we say, so Rabbi or Shimon Rabbi, one of them says that he's a good lechi, one says not a good lechi. Says the Gemara, let's figure out who said which opinion. This time the Rabbi who don't need the lechi. Let's conclude that it's Rabbi who says that we treat this thing that's seen from the outside but not seen from the inside as a valid lechi. He's telling Rabbi because Rabbi taught us a brayta as follows. What happens if you have a wall? You have a wall of a mother. And let's say it's an Amma six, imagine, right? And what happens? That as it gets to the end of the mother, the wall switches to being a half Amma six. So if your wall is going like this, and now the wall continues alongside flush with the wall of the mother, right? So what's going to happen? From inside, you just have one straight wall. But from outside, you're looking at it, you're going to see that there's an indentation because the wall went from being an amethyst to being a half amethyst, and therefore there's an open area on the outside. So you can see it from outside. Or alternatively, it's the other way around, where the wall went from being amethyst to a half amma. So from outside, you don't see that there's a difference, but then there's a gap on the inside. So that's the scenario again. A case of where you could see it from inside or out. That's the sense of Gemara. If the wall, one part of the wall is brought in, meaning that there's a gap. Whether you can see it from the outside but not the inside. Or you can see it from the inside but not see it from the outside. These are some left. It's judged as a left. So the Gemara is saying, you're right. So we have Rabbi giving us a brisa that says whether you see it from the outside, not the inside, you see it from the inside, not the outside, it's considered a lefty. So what we said is a machlokas between Rabbi and Rabbi about whether if it's near machlokas or something not him, whether it's a valid lefty, clearly Rabbi holds it is. So says the Gemara, wait a second. How do you know that Rabbi actually holds of this brisa that he brought? Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yochanan Mila Shmila Yehad, didn't Rabbi Yochanan hear this brisa? And yet, clearly when he paskined, then here in Machas is telling us is not about that. He didn't hold like this brisa. So maybe Rabbi didn't hold it either. So you're proving that Rabbi holds here is a valid lesson because he brought a brisa that said so, but maybe he doesn't agree with that brisa, just like Rabbi Yochanan clearly didn't agree with the brisa. So says the Gemara, what kind of sense does this make? This one Rabbi Yochanan looks Savalei and said, we could say Rabbi Yochanan didn't hold of it, that's why he didn't teach it. But Ella Rabbi he eats the Savalei, Lavalei Lamishna. But according to Rabbi if he's bringing a brisa that's saying a halacha, obviously he agrees with it. So therefore, I can tell you that Rabbi agrees with it, even though clearly Rabbi Yochanan doesn't agree with it. How do I know? Because Rabbi actually took the time and taught this brisa. Okay, Rabbi Ravuna says as follows. Here in the Chutz, we're telling you so Rabbi Ravuna passed it like a Pia, that if you could see from the outside, like the brisa routine, you can see from the outside, but not from the inside, you still treat that as a left. So now I can ask you a question. I referenced this is the Mishnah. I'm sorry, when we spoke about this yesterday, it's the Mishnah later. I referenced it coming today, but we're going to talk about it today, which is so we had a follow. We talked about this. We had a bigger cluster, and then we had a smaller cluster that opened for it in its entirety. Right? We talked about this case a couple times already. So we say the Gola was Harris Kana Asura. The people in the large cluster, if they do it in Kateus, they can carry it. But the people in the small one can't. Why? Because from the big one, if you look at the small one, you see walls, and then you see a small cluster. So that's a doorway. A doorway doesn't destroy your ability to carry in there. But if you're on the inside one, you're basically fully open to the outside, to the larger cluster. And if you don't have a Ruben Katerus with the people in the larger cluster, you're not going to be able to carry them. So says the Gemara, because the small one is open to the large one, and therefore it's fully part of it. So after the Gemara, if what you're telling me is true, that if you can see a laughter from the outside, then it helps you from the inside. So let's think about this smaller cluster that we said is upper. What does it look like from the outside? You have walls, and then you go into the smaller cluster. But if the outside walls, if the walls outside are enough to show someone from the outside that this is not part of our regular cluster, this is a smaller cluster, and so those walls function as a lefty, so why not say, if near me, something is up here, it's seen from the outside. If you're able to see a lefty from the outside, it's enough. You can't see from the inside. Why is it so that the people on the inside, the smaller cluster, can't carry the larger cluster? why not say if I'm standing outside the chutzner, I clearly see walls and I see that it's just a pesach, and therefore since from the outside it's clear that this is a separate area and it has lefties. So then why then, even though I don't see it from the inside, I should be able to carry it on the inside? That's the Gemara's question. So the Gemara says, we're talking about, you're right. Theoretically, those walls from the outside can be enough to allow you to carry on the inside. You can't see it. Well, what's the scenario here? You have the walls of the large chutzner, but the walls of the small chutzner actually come in to the large chutzner, so you don't have walls on the side that would function as a lefty. So the Gemara says, okay, but the lame love it. Even if you're right that the walls of the small chutzner come in, why not say that those little bits between those walls and the outer walls of the large chutzner should be loved? It should be. So the Gemara says, if you take the middle yeshiva, they say, wait a second, you're trying to apply loved from these little walls that come in from the small chutzner to the large chutzner and connect it to the walls on the outside one. Maybe they're 10 amas away. So why would you assume you can do loved? Because the Gemara, well, how come you allowed about Kanino? The case of the Mishnah, where you have the small chutzner opening into the large chutzner, the large chutzner is 11 amas wide, the small chutzner is 10 amas wide. So if the walls come out of the small chutzner, what do you have? You have a half an amma on each side, only excess, and the walls take up some amount of space, so therefore you're left with less than 3 tefachim on either side. So even if it's true that the walls come in and therefore you lose those side walls being right at the end, right at the front of the chutzner, nonetheless it's very close to the outer walls, less than 3 tefachim on each side. So therefore you should say lavud, and you in fact have walls on the outside, and you should say since you could see the walls on the outside, you should be able to carry on the inside. So the Gemara says, you're right. In theory, if those 10 amas chutzner was directly centered on the 11 amas, you would have lavud on either side. But the smaller chutzner is not perfectly centered on the larger chutzner. You have the smaller chutzner shifted a little bit off the center. So on this, and then the walls come into the large chutzner. So on this side, where it's 2 tefachim, you could say lavud connected to the walls of the chutzner, and there's going to be a valid lefty. But on this side, it's 4 tefachim, and there's no lavud. So therefore, you don't end up with a lefty. So you only have 1 lefty, not 2. Says the Gemara. Lema lovely they will stop. It's a history. Because when do you need 2 lefties? You only need 1 lefty. So even if you're right that one side is 4 tefachim apart from the wall, you can't do lava. The other side, the small wall that comes out of the smaller chutzner is within 2 tefachim of the larger chutzner's wall. Say lava connects the 2, and now you have a lefty, and you only need 1 lefty. So Gemara says, Rabbi who doesn't bring his name. It's Rabbi who says by a chutzner, not by a mother, by a chutzner that opens their sister Rabbi, you need 2 lefties. Besides the chutzner in terms of that says that the Tanakh says even a chutzner only needs 1 lefty. Rabbi only needs 2 lefties. So therefore, in theory, if you had a small chutzner opening into a large chutzner without the walls coming in, then you would say there is in fact a lefty. Even if those walls come out, if it was perfectly centered and you have 3 tefachim, less than 3 tefachim on either side, you would say love it, and you have 2 lefties on the side, the outside of the small chutzner. Therefore, you're carrying the small chutzner. Even if it's shifted over and you have 2 over here and 4 over there, the 2 should be enough, except according to Rabbi, he says you need 2 lefties. You only have 1 in that scenario and carry in the small chutzner, but under most ordinary circumstances, we're now saying you would be able to carry in the small chutzner because the fact that from outside you see a wall that can function as a lefty, that's enough to
skip the whole powerlifting thing. You know, just find a specific sport. He could be like the new X Games, like women's champ.
Okay, good morning. Apologies up front. Well, hopefully we'll get this set up so I'm not wearing a mask. And also, I don't have the vacation yet, so hopefully
that's the one thing. Yeah.
You think,
so today's stop is Rob Zion, 7 in Erevin, and we are going to pick up. We're going to pick up 3 lines from the bottom on Love on the Base. So what happened was we were dealing with the case, as we discussed yesterday, of a U-shaped mavoi, where it had 2 bends in it. And what they practiced in our day with such a mavoi was they put 2 doors at the bottom of the bend, and they put a lefty at each of the top, at the top of where the two lovers met their sister Robin. And the issue that we said was, this matched neither Rav nor Shmuel, because according to Rav, it makes sense. Rav is the one who says that a bent lovely, the fact that it's bent doesn't matter, and if it touches sister Robin on both ends, then it needs to be treated like a mubbling of So that makes sense why we're dealing with things at the corners, but yet it doesn't make sense because according to Rav holds that the halacha like the Tanakh, you only need a door at Pesach. You need a shape of the door, but not an actual door. And yet in our day, they put actual doors. So it doesn't seem to be going like Rav. But it's also not going like Shmuel, because Shmuel passes like Tananya in the name of Beis Hillel that you need doors, so it makes sense why we have doors. But according to Shmuel, we wouldn't need this at all, because Shmuel is the one that says that a bent mavli, a mavli akrum, is considered like a mavli sasum, like a closed mavli, and therefore we wouldn't need doors at all. We would just be able to put a lefty on each of these mavlis, and that should be enough. So the Gemara is saying, it's strange that in our day they passed it like the Qumra of Rav to treat it like a Mavli Mufullah. And they passed it like the Qumra of Shmuel to require a door rather than opening a Surah Tatasat. So it seems the halacha doesn't follow anyone. And the question that the Gemara is now dealing with is we brought up Raisa that said, in dealing with Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, it said that you should not adopt the Qumras of each. That is a person who does that. The pasuk that goes on him is the pasuk Kohelet, which says Hakil b'Koshech Holech, that a fool walks in darkness. Someone who adopts the chumras of two different people in ways that they themselves will never paskin. So that's the question that we have on our the practice in our day was, why would you pick the chumras of Rav and the chumra of Shmuel in a way that neither Rav nor Shmuel would ever paskin in that fashion? So that's the fundamental question we're dealing with. But first, the Gemara has to dispense with a different question, which is as follows: that the brisa that says you shouldn't take the chumras of each, it started by saying la'olam in all cases the halacha is like Beis Hillel, and then it proceeded to say, but if you want choose Beis Hillel or choose Beis Shammai, your choice. And just as long as you choose Beis Hillel with their chumras and kulas, or choose Beis Shammai with their chumras and kulas, but it's your choice to pick. So that's where our Gemara picks up and says, before we get to answering the question of why in our day they adopted a double chumrah, let's just understand this brisa. Hagufa kasha. This itself is a question. Amrit, he said at the beginning of the brisa, that the halacha always follows Beis Hillel and not Beis Shammai, and therefore you should practice like Beis Hillel. But other Amrit, and then the brisa continues and says, Harota lasas k'shibei Beis Shammai osa, and if someone wants to be like Beis Shammai, they can do it. So which is it? Either the halacha is like Beis Hillel and not like Beis Shammai, in which case you should do like Beis Hillel. But then the brisa says, but if you want, you can do like Beis Hillel. Gemara says, "Lo kata, kan koda baskol, kan la'achar baskol." So this is a reference to Gemara, which we'll learn on Shabbos, I think, which has to do with the fact that there was a machlokas, one machlokas between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, and ultimately the Gemara concluded that we passed him like Beis Hillel. So therefore, it's a little bit weird element of a brisa, but the brisa in the beginning that says, "Well, hold on, the halacha is like Beis Hillel," that was going after the baskol announced that we follow Beis Hillel. And the part that says, pick whoever you want, pick Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, that was going before the baskol, when there had not yet been a stock of the baskol to say that the halacha follows Beis Hillel. If we have time at the end of the year today, maybe we'll talk about some of how that plays out Lamaita. But that's the Gemara's first answer. Or says the Gemara, Hava halakha baskol. Maybe both the beginning and the race of the safe of the baskol are dealing. The race and the safe of the baskol are dealing after the baskol. So we're not setting up a structure where the beginning of the brisa was set for one period of time and the safer for a different one. We're going to make a different distinction. We're going to say the brisa is Rabbi Yehuda the Rabbi Yeshua the Lo Mishkach for baskol. Rabbi Yeshua is the one who says you don't listen to a baskol. What is this? A reference to a famous Gemara in Bava Metzia with the case of Tanner Sha'asmai. There's a question of Tumah and Tara of an oven that was split into rings. In any event, there was an entire story there that Rabbi Eliezer had a view that had a view that was opposite from the Chachamim. And the halacha is after Rabbi Mahatos, so we go after the majority, so the Chachamim's view should have prevailed. And what happened was, many a series of miracles happened to try and demonstrate that the halacha was like Rabbi Eliezer, and ultimately a Baskol, a voice came out from Shemayim and said the halacha was like Rabbi Eliezer. And yet, Rabbi Yeshua got up and said, we don't care. We're not going to listen to the Baskol. Why? Because the Torah tells us that the Torah, once it was given, it doesn't reside in the heavens. And therefore, humans need to make their best effort at not knowing the rules that they know. And that's it. We don't listen to the Baskol. Once the Torah was given to humans, it's no longer decided in Shemayim. So Rabbi Yeshua was the one who said we don't listen to Baskol. So therefore, we're now no longer going to understand our Bryce as dealing with two different times. We're going to understand it as dealing with two different people. So that the view that says the halacha is like Beis Hillel is going according to the view that once the Baskol said that the halacha is like Beis Hillel, so we have to follow that. And the one who says you can pick whatever you want, do like Beis Hillel, do like Beis Shammai, is going according to the view that we don't listen to a Baskol. So we don't care if the Baskol came out and said that the halacha is like Beis Hillel, because at the end of the day we don't listen to a Baskol. So now that's another understanding of the Bryce. The beginning is according to the view we do listen to a Baskol, therefore halacha is like Beis Hillel, and the end is like Rabbi Yeshua who says we don't listen to a Baskol, and therefore, despite the Baskol that said that the halacha follows Beis Hillel, we are going to say you could choose what you want according to Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi a third parrot says the Gemara, second line on Daf Zayin on Aleph. This is what it's saying. It actually doesn't really mean Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, because in fact, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, the halacha is you would always follow Beis Hillel. That's what it's saying at the beginning. That which it says at the end, you could choose between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel. The Gemara is going to say that's just using Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel as for the typical example of people who argue, because we know Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel often argue. So it's saying in general when there's an argument. So let's just read it inside. It says, this is what the end of the verse is saying. Anytime you find out Tanoim or Amoraim who are arguing, that the Pligi Adati who argue on one another, just like Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel often argue about matters, then continues the Seifo Debraisa, Lole obviously Kula Damar, the Kula Damar, you shouldn't do like the Kulas of each of those disputants, like the Kumre Damar, the Kumre Damar, and nor should you adopt the kumras of each of the Ella, rather, what should you do? Oh, Kule Damar, the Kumre of it, oh, Kule Damar, the Kumre of it. But pick one person and adopt their kumras and their kulas, and you can pick either person. So what it's saying is, the beginning was saying, all of Malachas to Beis Hillel, telling you, when you have an actual Malachas Beis Shammai Beis Hillel, you pass to Beis Hillel. The end of the Brisa that says, pick whoever you want as long as you're consistent and take them for the Kulas and Kumras. You use an example Beis Shammai Beis Hillel, but that's actually not a perfect example, because in a dispute if you Beis Shammai Beis Hillel, you would choose Beis Hillel. But in general, it's telling you when there are disputants, there are Tanoim or Amoraim who argue, pick one or the other. Don't try to do like the Kumras of each, and don't try to do like the Kulas of each. Someone who does like the Kulas of each is a Rasha, and someone who does like the Kumras of each is a fool. So it says the Gemara, okay, so we've now resolved the beginning of that price and the end of that price, so to say why it's not a steer on each other, but we're still left with our fundamental question, which is the reason we brought the price in the first place, which was why in the case of a bubbly
Miss Aquarius, how you doing?
Did they adopt the Kumras of Rav and Shmuel in ways that Rav and Shmuel themselves would never have done that way?
Yes, ma'am. I will absolutely stay with you. You're strong woman, and everything's going to be just fine.
And they also require to tell us actually is entirely consistent with Rav.
You just stay comfortable. Let me know if you need it.
Because, in fact, the halacha, the fact that Rav Haskin, like the Tanakama, said that all you need is a Surah of Pesach, and a left, we don't want a door. That's what the halacha that we, that's the actual halacha. Lemaisa, you could Haskin
her appetite will come back. It's
but we don't announce that
still
rule. So
very early in the morning process, but if you don't mind, I'd like to say that the man had a wonderful life. He had a wonderful family around. He went exactly quickly. He wasn't in pain. Wasn't a long, dragged out disease. He went how we all want to go. And Miss Aquarius, I mean, he wasn't in pain for like years. You know how people can be in pain in years. Exactly. I mean, yes, towards the end, but even then he wasn't in pain. He had morphine.
Regular halakha.
So,
They put up doors, right?
yeah, but I mean, there's a big difference of, dying on a battlefield from a wound and there's no morphine and the ability to just go peacefully. And so, yeah, I mean, of course we would have wanted it to be completely a painless process, but that wasn't possible. But at least he was able to go at the very end with no pain. And his family was there. He had everything that he needed. Really, that's how I want to go. That's how you should want to go. At 99 years old, that's an incredible life. This man saw airplanes become jets, become stealth fighters. He saw radio go to television, and then the internet, and he saw just so many amazing things. He lived an incredibly fulfilled life, and what a beautiful family he had around him. You couldn't ask for more.
So he says, when is it? When the Brisa says that if you adopt the chumras of two different
and you're a very strong person, and I know it hurts, and I know you're in shock. Time heals all wounds, and so just know. One day it'll turn to 2 days, it'll turn to 4 days. I can tell you when my grandparents died, I was a young person, and I thought my life would never be the same. I lost my best friend. I lost, like the patriarch and matriarch of our family. And it's something that my grandparents read in similar ways of being loved by their family. And that's how you want to go. They were older. They weren't as old as your grandpa, though. They didn't have everything that your grandpa had. My grandparents went at age 84. My grandfather and my grandmother at age 80. But, so your grandfather... Exactly. That's kind of more normal, especially for that generation. Your grandfather was abnormal in his strength and his dedication, and I prayed for him yesterday and continue to keep him. Absolutely. I prayed for him publicly. He's in my videos. The whole world's going to know about this man. And we even dedicated our lesson to him yesterday. And he's just, he's going to live on. So what more could you want? This man's going to be famous in the future. And, and you just have a wonderful family and really strong people around you. I know Auntie's not eating. She'll get to eating. She'll be back to normal, God willing, soon enough. You will too. So just stay strong. I'm here for you. If you want to talk, let me know. If you want to play a game or something, let me know. I'm here to help. Say that that's not a spine or a skull, and therefore it's only going to be matame by touch, but not by being under the same roof. In the meantime, I'm going to put the podcast on and just let me know. If we're talking about a spine or a skull that's missing part, how much can be missing that we still consider it, that we no longer consider it a spine or a skull? How much is on the tetra? How much is missing in a spine that we say this is no longer a spine and doesn't transfer tumma by all? The shaman with two vertebrae, the Betil says one vertebrae. So therefore, the pillow is the more lenient view here, because he's saying once the spine is missing one vertebrae, I don't know if that's the right singular term, but whatever, one vertebrae is missing, we're gonna say that that's no longer a spine. The Shammai says if one vertebrae is missing, it's still a spine.
and therefore it's going to be matama by OL. It's only when it's missing two vertebrae that we say at that point it's no longer a spine. Okay, that's fine. We'll go that. And what about with the skull? So as it relates to a skull, Beishamai says a mafreach is like a manual tool. That's like a drill. It makes holes in wood. So a mafreach cut a certain size hole. This is addressed in the Toros. I'm not going to get into it now. Beis Hillel says if you take enough, if there's enough missing from the skull, that you would take that amount of a skull from a live person, the person would die. That's the amount that once it's missing from a skull, that you would no longer be able to. The skull would no longer transfer tumor by and only by cut. Okay, so far it's good. My focus is how much needs to be missing from a spine in order to continue. How much could be missing from a spine and still be able to transfer via OA. But continue. Rabbi Small, and the same argument is going to work by treifa, because the question is, it's the same. So what's the question by treifa? The idea by treifa is that a treifa is a problem in an animal that of which there are many, which we're going to say that would cause the animal to die, and therefore, even if you chef the animal in its current state, it's not going to be valid shita, and you're not able to eat this animal, right? So two of the chesronos of treifa, two of the treifa instances are where it is missing part of its skull and missing part of its spine. So therefore, we're going to say that the machloket is the same. And so if it's, now what happens is that Beis Hillel becomes the machmer one, because Beis Hillel is going to say that if you're missing even one vertebra from the spine, then this is something that is a treifa. Versus Beis Shammai is going to say if you're missing one vertebra, it's not yet a treifa. You can still fast it and eat it. It only becomes a treifa when it's missing two. So now what happens is you have Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel each articulating a standard. What is it that makes a spine or a skull no longer a spine or skull? But the rule is going to be the same whether you're dealing with a treifa or you're dealing with the question of whether it transmits via OL. But here's the issue. If you adopt Beis Hillel's view, so you have your dineko, you have a lenient view in the case of tumor transferring, but you end up with a more restrictive view on how quickly does an animal become a treifa. Versus if you go Beis Shammai, you have a restrictive view on tumor, but you have a lenient view on treifa. So therefore, what happens is if you choose the chumrah of Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, you're a fool, because there's one underlying rule here. Either this is the amount that causes a spine or a skull to be no longer intact, or this is the amount. Once you decide the reality of that question, it applies in both places, l'chumrah and l'chumrah. So if you pick the chumrah of each, you're like, it makes no sense because you're picking things that are mutually inconsistent. They can't possibly be that way because that is. Because they're internally inconsistent and internally contradictory. But where they don't conflict with each other, meaning it's not the same underlying reason, there you could do it. So therefore, the Gemara's answer back to our question of this lovely and Narjai was, it's not a problem for us to pick the chumrah of Rav and the chumrah of Shmuel. We're not fools. We're not the case of Shmuel B'chosek Koleh. Why? Because Rav is machmer by the question of Mavli Mapulis, which is a Mavli that opens with two answers to Rabbim. And Shmuel is machmer by a halakha, you need a Tzuras HaPesach, or you need a jealous itself. But those are not mutually interdependent machlokesim. So you can choose to pick, you're not a fool if you pick the chumras of each. But if you pick the chumras of each in a machlokes, where the same logic dictates the result in both cases, and you pick a chumrah of each, so then you're creating a halachic scenario that makes no sense, because either the rule is one way or the other, and it has a consequence. So that's the Gemara's answer. To ask the Gemara, wait a minute, okay, that sounds good. So that explains what happened in our guy. But is it true? Is it true that we never adopt the chumrah of each even where they conflict with each other. Must have been Rashi asked the question as follows: Ma'asav Rabbi Akiva the weakness Esra the Echad B'Shvat the Noad Bo Bin Yisurin Echad Yisurin Echad Beishamai Echad Kedivir Beishamai. What's going on here? So we know that when you grow produce, you have to take tuma, you have to take ma'aserison, and then what happens is after you take the ma'aserison, you take another 10%, and depending on the year, you do something different with it. So it's the first, the second, or the fourth, or the fifth years of Shemitah, then you bring ma'asereni and you take the fruit for produce there to figure the lime and you eat it there. If it's the third or the sixth year of the Shemitah cycle, then you don't do that. You don't take the food to your lime, but rather you give it to the honey. So now, the question is as follows. As relates to if you're picking an esrog, the question is, when does if you go from the second year to the third year, for purposes of picking an esrog, that you would shift from giving the esrog to ma'asereni, which would be appropriate in the second year, to giving it in the third year, which would mean you're giving ma'aser honey. So now, we know from the first Mishnah of Rosh Hashanah, that's talked about Daled Rosh Hashanah, that there are 4 Rosh Hashanahs. Rosh Hashanah for Peres and Elon, the Machloket they come and they fill it. So one view is it's Echad B'Shvat, and the other is that it's 2 B'Shvat, the 15th B'Shvat. So what happened? Rabbi Akiva was picking an esrog, and he picked it, let's say, on the 5th day of Shvat. So the issue is as follows. According to Beit Shammai, it's already the new year for fruit, and therefore it's the third year, and you should give ma'aser honey with this esrog. But if according to Beit Hillel, the third year hasn't started yet. We're still in the second year on the 5th Shvat, because the third year only starts on 2 Shvat on the 15th. So therefore, you should be giving ma'aser sheni, not ma'aser honey, because it was picked in the second year. So what happened? Rabbi Akiva picked his esrog, use our example, on the 5th day of Shvat. So what did he do? He brought both ma'aser sheni and ma'aser honey. So now says the Gemara, wait a second, those are contradictory. Either Rosh Hashanah Milan is the first Shvat, in which case you're bringing ma'aser honey, or it's the 15th Shvat, in which case you're bringing ma'aser sheni. You can't possibly pass a scenario where you have to bring both, and yet Rabbi Akiva did that. So you see, even in a case where they're mutually inconsistent, with a contradictory action, the logic of what you're doing by being machmir on both makes no sense. Yet Rabbi Akiva did it. So says the Gemara, you just finished telling me when the logic makes no sense, we don't do it, and yet we see Rabbi Akiva did it. So answers the Gemara, Rabbi Akiva gamrei is kaspichle, well yada ibei tell of a chatzishvat amar iba chameisa b'shvat amar. Well, the issue was not that Rabbi Akiva was trying to be a master and he was adopting the Chumash of Yis, because in fact he wouldn't do that in this case, because there's an underlying logic. There's one day, 6. You asked him is the first Shvat or the 15th Shvat. So what happened was, Rabbi Akiva knew the halacha follows Beit Hillel. We know that. And his issue was, he didn't know whether the tradition, the gamre, what he had heard about who holds the first Shvat and who holds the 15th Shvat. So on the basis that possibly if Beit Hillel holds the first Shvat, that he said that he was going to separate ma'aser honey for the third year, and it was on the basis that maybe Beit Hillel holds that it's 2 Shvat, and therefore it's still the second year that he brought ma'aser sheni. So we're going to explain that Rabbi Akiva was not adopting two chumras. He wanted to do like Beit Hillel. He just didn't know what Beit Hillel's rule was. Again, we'll read it. Rabbi Akiva gamrei estafik, his tradition, he had a topic about it, but Yada, he didn't know. He said, did Beit Hillel say the first or the 15th? Well, the hachal of so he did the chumra not because he was choosing to do chumra, but because he was lacking knowledge of which opinion was actually legitimately the one of Beit Hillel. Okay. Does the Gemara Yosef Rabbi Yosef Kamesh Rav Huna, Yosef was Amar. Yosef was sitting in front of Rav Huna, and he was sitting and he said, Amar Rav Yehuda Amar Rav. Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav, Machloket. Which Machloket are we talking about? We're going back to the Machloket between the Tanakama and Beit Hillel according to Hanania. So again, Hanania we said there's a Machloket Beit Hillel and Beit Hillel, and obviously it also follows Beit Hillel. So even though there's the view of Beit Shammai, we'll ignore that for the moment. So we have a machloket that Tanakama says when you have a mother before, a mother that's open on both ends to her sister Rabbi, that it's enough that if you have a mavli mefulish, it's enough to have a tzuras hapesach and to have a tzuras hapesach and a lefi. Now, according to Hananya, who says they still actually opined on this, he's going to say, no, it's not enough to have a tzuras hapesach and a lefi. You need a zealot and a lefi. You need an actual door. Okay, so comes Rabbi Yosef in front of Rav Huna and says, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda Marav, Machlokas Testartia, Mikan Vestartia Mikan. When do we have this idea that a mavli mefulish needs either a door or a tzuras hapesach on one side and a lefi on the other? That's where you have the mavli that is mefulish opens on both sides to a thoroughfare, to a road that's a public road or Shittarabim. It's Mikan, or a square, like a town square that qualified as a Shittarabim. That's basically what he's saying is, they argue where both ends of the mavli are in a Shittarabim Doraisa. But if you have a highway on this side and a valley on the other side, this would be not a Rosh Hashanah but a Carmelist, or you have a, so he says, I will start to become a bikamikan, or alternatively, you have a mavli that opens on both ends to a bika, to a Carmelist. So in that case, we're not going to consider the mavli mefulish, or we're not going to have a machlokas about that. Everyone's going to agree. If you have a mavli that's open on two ends, if the opening is not to a reciprocal on both ends, then the Tanakama and the Beito don't argue. Tanakama and Beito only argue when the two ends of the mavli open into a reciprocal doraisa. But now, the Raisa used an interesting case. It says, if we're dealing with one side of Shittarabim and one side of Carmelist, or two sides Carmelist, then they don't argue. But after the Gemara, why do you have to say the two sides Carmelist? Hasta starts in the kind of Bikamikan, or they said, if in a case where you have one side of Shittarabim and one side of Carmelist, they don't argue, then Bikamikan place. So then, why do you have to tell me the case if you have a Carmelist on both sides? If when you even have a Carmelist on one side, they don't argue, surely no one requires an actual Tela when it's Carmelist on both ends. So we're trying to understand, why would he have said that? Where it says, Hakikama, Sarkimikan, Bikamikan, Nasa Kabika, Bikamikan, and Bikamikan. He's saying it all. They're not actually saying two cases. They're not talking about Rosh Hashanah on one side and a Carmelist on the other, plus the case of Carmelist on both sides. They're saying, if you have a Rosh Hashanah on one side and a Carmelist on the other side, we're going to treat that just like the case where a mavli opens to a Carmelist on both sides, which everyone would agree is obvious that in that case they don't argue and the tzuras hapesach would be enough. So that's what he meant. He meant that when do we have this machlokas between Tanakama and Beito, because you have both sides of the mavli open to Shittarabim Doraisa, but if either side opens to a Carmelist, we're going to treat that like something that has a Carmelist on both sides, and no one would say that you need to have an actual doorway there. So this is good, but the problem is that Rabbi Yosef sitting in front of Rabbi Huna proceeded to say another halacha, which is going to become complicated. So let's just see that when he said this halacha, Rabbi Yosef stand in front of Rabbi Huna, and he said a halacha in the name of Amar Yehuda Marav, which Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rav. He then said a second halacha, and he said, I'm saying in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, who is his Rabbi, but he didn't say whether Rabbi Yehuda said his halacha like Rav or not. Again, so the first halacha, he said, Amar Rabbi Yehuda Rav. The second halacha, he just said, Amar Rabbi Yehuda. What was the halacha that he said? He said, Im haya mavu kol rechava ein tzarech chum. He says as follows, that if the mavli is open to a rechava, you don't need anything. Okay, so let's just understand what the case we're talking about here. So a regular mavli is, you have a Rosh Hashanah here, you go up to, you have a mavli that goes up from it, right? A mavli consists of at least two gutter areas opening onto that place. That's a mavli, right? So now, what happened with this? So you have such a Rosh Hashanah, you have your mavli going up, you have your opening to the two gutters, and there's a wall in front of you. Now what happened? That wall, let's say that wall is not there. And what is there? It's a rechava. A rechava is basically the way Rashi explains it. It's the back of the houses. It's a place where people just put stuff. They don't live there, right? It's not a place that they really live. So it's like a Rishus Yachid that has no yurin, it has no residence. So the halacha would be as follows. So what do you have? And then to make it more complicated, the chava, this uninhabited area, the wall that is directly opposite the mavoi now broke open, and now there's an opening all the way to the Rosh Hashanah. So if I'm starting down in my Rosh Hashanah here, I have a mavoi. But the wall in front of me at the end of the mavoi fell down or wasn't there. And then from there I had a rechava, which is some kind of uninhabited area. And then beyond the rechava was an opening to the Shusarabah. So the halacha that he's saying is as follows. Even though, technically speaking, you can walk out of the Shusarabah down here, walk through the mavoi, through the rechava, and into the Shusarabah, we're not going to treat this like a mavoi mafulish, and we're going to treat that like a mavoi sasam, a closed mavoi. What do you need if you have a mavoi sasam? I just need to put on my bottom where my mavoi meets the Rosh Hashanah, the bottom of the Rosh Hashanah, I just need to put a lechi or kara. So that was his halacha. Okay, so I'm going to lay a bailer of Yosef. So this was of Yosef saying this in front of Rav Huna, and he was quoting the first thing he said, Amar Yehuda Marad. The second one he just said, Amar Rav Yehuda. So Rabbi said to Yosef, Had Rav Yehuda Shmuel. The second halacha that you said in the name of Rav Yehuda was actually not Rav Yehuda in the name of his Rabbi Rab, but was Rav Yehuda in the name of his Rabbi Shmuel. Why? Because we're going to see that it argues on Rav, on the base. Says the Gemara, the Rav, because if this second halacha, that is Rechava, you were quoting your Rebbe Rav, passing the Rav and the Rav the Karti. We're going to have a stira between the halacha you just said with Rav in two ways. We're going to have a stira. Okay, so now let me just take a second to talk about two things before we get started. So one is so first let me just tell you the structure of the Gemara we're going to deal with as follows. We brought a halacha. Rabbi Yehuda said it in the name of someone. But Joseph said it was in the name of Shmuel. Because it was in the name of Rav, we have two theories. We have a problem with the halacha you just said with something else that Rav said. Then the Gemara is going to say, but you know what? It's not. There's a very Jewish thing. You're going to say, you know what? It's not actually my focus because there's a reason that it's not actually a theorem. Okay. Then the Gemara is going to say, well, okay, but if they did argue, what would they have been arguing about? So it's a funny structure, right? And we're going to say, it seems they argue. We say, no, they don't argue. And then they're going to say, well, let's say they were arguing. What are they arguing about? So that's just the structure of the Gemara. We'll follow that. The other thing I just want to introduce for a moment is there's a concept that probably the difference in Mulua, I'm sorry, that we have a concept of Mulua, so this is an idea of as follows: that if you have a space that opens to another space, that is, they are fully open, at least from the first space to the second space, and you cannot carry from the first space to the second space, right? So this is a regular halacha in the Hilchos Eruvin. It comes up a number of times in the Tosefta. So the halacha is, if in the first space you cannot carry to the second space, but yet the first space is fully open to the second space, then you cannot carry even in the first space. Okay? That's the halacha. It's the halacha in Eruvin generally. It's going to become relevant to our sugya. So I just wanted to introduce it here. Okay. So we have as follows. We have a halacha Amr Yehuda, which Rav Yosef says he's saying in the name of Shmuel that if you have a mavoi that's open to a rechava, and that rechava is open to a shusarabim, we don't care that this mavoi you can walk through from the bottom to the top from one shusarabim to another. We don't treat it like a mavoi before. He said that's a problem with Rav. Why? Because the Amr Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba Amr Rav, because Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba said in the name of Rav, mavoi. So this is actually very, very similar to the case of Rechava. The only difference is you had your Rosh Hashanah, you had your Mavoi, and the end wall of the mavoi broke down. But instead of there being a rakava behind, there's a chutzner behind. Now, just to be clear, this chutzner was not a chutzner that traversed through this mavoi. It had its entrance way somewhere else. But it was behind the wall of the mavoi. Now that mavoi that wall fell down in its entirety. So therefore, when you're looking in this mavoi, you're looking down this mavoi, you're then seeing through the chutzner, and then the wall on the other side of the chutzner fell down also and opened to Rosh Hashanah. So now, again, it's kind of the same case. There's Rosh Hashanah at the bottom. You walk through the mavoi, you walk through the chutzner, you're going to hit a Rosh Hashanah. Right? So that's the case we're dealing with. Sounds very familiar. In fact, on surface, the only difference between these cases, and this is going to be the Gemara's Pasha, the only difference between these cases seems to be one case is talking about a rakava, one case is talking about a chata. So it says the Gemara, what's the difference between a chata and a chata connected? So what's the halacha according to a Rab? Chata mutares, umavoi chata. So the chata is mutter and the mavoi is chata. So now we're going to say as follows. Why is the chata mutter? So now, just to explain the case a little better, and I know some people have pictures or whatever, not everyone does, so I'll try and explain it. The mavoi goes like this. The wall of the mavoi fell down in its entirety, and it's now open to a chutzner. But the chutzner actually goes wider than both sides of the mavoi, right? So it's almost like you have the mavoi and you have a T that's the chutzner. So the chutzner goes, you can go to the right or left once you walk into the chutzner. So now, if you think about it, let's forget the mavoi view for a moment and imagine we're the residents of this chutzner. What do we have? We have an entryway somewhere else, whatever. And now we develop two holes, tough day. They develop two holes in their chutzner, one that opens up to the mavoi and one that opens up to the chutzner. Those holes are less than 10 amas wide and they're in a direct line of the mavoi. But if I'm standing in the chutzner, if I'm looking at the mavoi, I got this hole in my wall to the mavoi, I'm looking at the mavoi, what do I see? I see a mavoi in front of me. I see one of my walls to my right and one of my walls to my left. So what do we know? We know the halacha is if you have walls and the standing part is greater than the open part and it's less than 10 amas wide, what is that treated as? It's treated as a doorway. So I have a doorway that leads to a mavoi. That doesn't preclude me from carrying in my own chutzner. Now, if the guy turns around 180 degrees and looks at the wall, at the hole that was just created between his chutzner and the Rosh Hashanah, so what does he have? He has a hole less than 10 amas wide leading from his chutzner to Rosh Hashanah, but he has a wall to his right, he has a wall to his left. So what is that? It's a pasach, it's a door. So therefore, the chutzner has two doors. One leads to a mavoi, one leads to Rosh Hashanah. Big deal. It doesn't preclude you from carrying because of a doorway leaving your chutzner doesn't create a problem. As long as it's not greater than 10 amas, which would make it a breach, or it's not, the opening is greater than the walled portion, we're good. So that's why the halacha of Rav is the chutzner is mutter. But Rav says the mavoi is usher. Now, the Gemara is going to assume in the beginning, why is Rav saying that the mavoi is usher? Because when you, at the end of the day, when you're standing at this bottom of the you're looking at your mavoi. What are you seeing at the other end? You're seeing through your mavoi, through the chutzner, through Rosh Hashanah. And what do you have? So you're basically, I'm standing in this Rosh Hashanah. I'm looking through a mavoi and a chutzner to another Rosh Hashanah. So that should be, even though technically speaking, you're traversing a mavoi followed by a chutzner. At the end of the day, this looks like a mavoi mafulish. So you should therefore, so we're going to say that seems to be a problem, and that's why the mavoi is going to be usher. Okay? So that I'm going to explain this a little better in a second, but I just want to get the question out there a little bit. So the issue now is to ask the Gemara about my having mavoi to kol or rakava. So why are these halachas different? We have almost the exact same case. One case, the mavoi is open to a rakava, and in the other case, it opens to a chutzner. Who cares if the rakava, mavoi, why is it different? So basically, we see that whereas the Yehuda paskin on Amud Aleph, that you can carry in the mavoi. You don't need anything. You just have your one regular lefty at the bottom, and you're good. And Rav said you're not allowed to carry in the mavli at all. Okay, so I've given a very simplistic approach to this. That's the Gemara's basic question. But if you notice, the Gemara said that this is a kasha on Rav in two areas that they seem to be having an argument. In order to understand this, we're going to have to walk through this a little better. So because basically what the Gemara does is it makes an implication, a clear from each of the statements, and that clear, those influences are going to be contradictory. So how so? Because Rabbi Yehuda said that if the mavli cracks down and opens to a Rechava, which is an uninhabited area, in that case, everything is muslim. But if it would be a structure, right, which is inhabited, that would be a problem. So this inference makes sense because he obviously chose a funny case of a Rechava, which has no residence, and if it has no residence, there's no notion that one should offer on the other. So, but he specifically chose a Rechava. He didn't choose the cluster. So it must mean that he sees a problem with there being a cluster and a mavli that opens onto the cluster. Now, what Rabbi Yehuda does not have a problem with is he does not have a problem with the fact that when I'm standing down here, my Rosh I'm looking right through to another Rosh Hashanah. That doesn't bother him because if that bothered him, that would be true even when it's a Rechava. So obviously, Rabbi Yehuda is not concerned about Mekula, but he seems to be concerned about a mavli opening onto a cluster. So now let's analyze why would Rabbi Yehuda be concerned about a mavli opening onto a cluster. This is why I referenced before that because when I'm standing in the mavli, my mavli opens in its entirety. The full length, the full width of my mavli wall fell down and now opens into the
Welcome,
cluster.
Lulu.
That cluster I cannot carry from the mavli to the cluster. Why? Because any Mississippi another Mississippi you can't carry unless you have some kind of Eruv. And I have no Eruv. So therefore, Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, so once the mavli is open in its entirety to the cluster, what did I tell you before that if you have one area opens into another area which you cannot carry, then the first area you can't carry either. So says Rabbi Yehuda, I have a case of where it's part of the malul, it's fully open to an area I cannot carry through, so therefore I cannot carry in my mavli. Okay, so this is Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which is basically the way we're understanding. This is actually going to be the masana. The way Rabbi Yehuda learned is I don't care about the fuller. We'll see why later. But he says that I do care, and I don't care if a mavli opens to a Rechava, because a Rechava you can carry between it's an uninhabited place. But I do care if the mavli opens into the cluster, because at the end of the day, because that's the halacha, part from Malua, L'makam Asherlo, that you cannot carry in the mavli. So that is the implication of Rabbi Yehuda, is that he would be concerned about a cluster. Comes Rav, and Rav says as follows. We're going to ignore his thing. I explained to you before his halacha of cluster, why you can carry in the cluster, because for them it's a soup stuffing. But let's focus on Rav's halacha. Rav says that the carry in the mavli is also. And we assume because it bothered Rav to see from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, and that makes it like a maful. But the implication would be that Rav's concern is not one of Eruv, right? Because he chooses a case of cluster, right? His issue is that it broke that it broke open to a cluster. I'm sorry, his issue is that it broke open to Rosh Hashanah. If the first break had happened, the implication would be that according to Rav, if the mavli, if that wall broke and opened into a cluster, that's not a problem. The only problem is that the second wall broke and therefore it looks mafula. But the fact that this mavli opens to a cluster, and that I don't have a problem with, I'm not going to preclude them from carrying. So now we're left with the following. We're left with two areas that Rav and Yehuda disagree. So the first one has to do with when a mavoi opens into a chaser. Forget the second Rosh Hashanah break. When a mavoi opens into a chaser, Rabbi Yehuda is saying that's usher because it's part of the malul l'makam aselo. It's entirely open to an area that's usher. So therefore, I can't carry in the mavoi. Whereas so that would be the case where Rabbi Yehuda said I have a problem with that, and that's why I did not use the case of a I used the case of a Rechava. Whereas Rav is not worried about that. Rav's only worried about a Mephulah, that it's the fact that it's open from one end to the other. So that's the first area they argue. Do I have to worry about a Mavoi opening into Chaser? Rabbi Yehuda says yes, Rav says no. And what about the fact when you have Mephulah that goes from the front, you have your Rosh Hashanah through your Mavoi into a Chaser, into Rosh Hashanah. Rav has a problem with that. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't. How do I know Rabbi Yehuda doesn't? Because it didn't bother him in the case of Rechava, so it's not going to bother him in the case of Chaser. So we have two areas of disagreement between Rav and Rabbi Yehuda. One about Mavoi opening to Chaser, and one about Mephulah. Okay. So therefore, that's the two cases. So I'm just going to read again from the top. Either Rav, because this must be a halakha of Shmuel, when you said that opening in the Rechava, because if it's Rav, pass the Rav, the Karti, because we have a zero with Rav in two ways. Between this halakha that we said in Nomen Aleph. The case that if a Mavoi opens and it's entirely to a Chaser, the Nifrit the Chaser connecto, and the Chaser across from it broke and entered into the Rabbim. Chaser Mutaras. The Chaser is mutter. Mavoi also the Mavoi is also. So ask me, what's the difference between the two cases before? They seem to be arguing in two matters. So therefore, it's clear that the one on Nomen Aleph must have been Rabbi Yehuda saying in the name of his Rabbi Shmuel, and the one on Nomen Beis is what Rav would hold, which is Rabbi Yehuda's other Rabbi. So his halacha that he said on Nomen Aleph, Sadr Chava, is like his Rabbi Shmuel, not like his Rabbi Rav. Amrle, so this was what happened. Rabbi Yosef said to Rabbi Yosef, I'm sorry,
a lot of racial shit we did.
Abaya said to Yosef, this one must be Shmuel, and the halacha the halacha that you said must be Shmuel, because Rav would argue. To which Yosef responded, I don't really care what you're telling me. And no, Lo Yodana, I have no idea, maybe you're right. He said, Uvdo Hava, but this was a story. We had a Rechava, the Dura de Ravasa, in the village of, Rashi says, the Kfar Roim, the village of the shepherds. And Mavoi Shekol Rechava Hava, it was a case where you had a Mavoi that opened into this uninhabited area. But also the coming to Rabbi Yehuda, and it went in front of Rabbi Yehuda. Well, it didn't require anything. He said a Mavoi, he said, this halacha that I told you on Nomen Aleph, tell me all your things about Rav Shmuel. I was with Rav. I was with Rabbi Yehuda, and he didn't require it. The Kasha made the Rav, and if you're right that this doesn't work according to Rav, so to have it made the small, so fine. I accept what you said. So it's small, big deal. So therefore, this was the case where I said before that it seems that the halacha on Nomen Aleph conflicts in two ways with Rav's halacha on Nomen Beis. So therefore, we're saying fine. The halacha on Nomen Beis is Rav. The halacha on Nomen Aleph is Shmuel. Now the Gemara says actually there's no real argument here. That the Gemara will passion after the Amar of cases with Shmuel bar Abba, the Amar of Yosef bar Abba, because there was a statement that was cases said about this halacha of Rav that we learned on Nomen Beis, and it made it where it no longer necessarily conflicts with what we said on Nomen Aleph. Why? Because he said, Azra I'm going to clarify for you. When Rav said it's halacha that a Mavoi that breaks into a chaser, so he said that halacha that Rav said is only in a certain case, but not in another. When did Rav say it? Rav said it only in a case where there was no eruv between the two. So if there is no eruv between the two, so then Rav would agree that that's the case where Rav said it becomes usher to carry in the Mavoi, right? But if he's saying as follows, that if there's no eruv between them, so then that's the case where Rav says that you cannot carry in the Mavoi. But if there would be an eruv between them, then you would be able to carry in the Mavoi. So what does that tell us? Once we heard that, we realized that we were wrong in what we thought Rab's problem was. Because we said Rab's problem must be one of Mafulas, right? But if there would not be an opening to the Rab, then Rab would not have a problem. And now we're saying it has nothing to do with Mafulas. It has to do with whether there's an error between them or not. So now you're actually, Rab is saying just like Rabbi Yehuda, which is what? Which is that you have a mavli, it opens into a chutzner. The problem is, if you have no error between the two of them, you cannot carry into the chutzner. If you can't carry into the chutzner, it's a part of the law that the mother cannot carry into the chutzner. Therefore, you can't carry into the mother. So Rav, when he says mother is usher, he's saying the exact same halacha as Yehuda. But Yehuda said the case of Rechava, because in Rechava you don't need an Eruv. Because Rechava is an uninhabited area. But the implication was, if it was a chutzner, you wouldn't need an Eruv. Right? So therefore, Rav and Yehuda are actually saying the exact same thing. So it's no longer a stira between them. So therefore, continuing the Gemara, the Rav, so therefore, from Rav on Rav, it's also meaning that when you thought if the halacha number aleph is Rav, if the problem was the halacha number beis, it's not true. So he's going to say as follows, that Rav is in perfect agreement with the Yehuda, and if there is no error between the two, then you cannot carry in the mother because the mother is fully open to the chutzner, which is usher to carry into, and therefore it's usher to carry in the mother. If, however, there would be a error between them, or we're dealing with a rechava in the back, which is an uninhabited area, and therefore doesn't require an error, in those cases it's mutter. So what are we coming out? We're coming out that unlike what we thought in the beginning, Rav is not worried about mafula. It's an error issue. It's not a mafula issue. Everyone is going to be in agreement for right now. But now, why, by the way, are we in agreement? We're going to see this in the second, but I'll tell you now. Why are we in agreement that we're not worried about mafula? Because at the end of the day, what you have here is you have your Rabbi, you have your mavli, and then you go into the chutzner extends to the right and left. So people see that's a different area. That's not the mavli going straight all the way to Rabbi. It's mavli followed by a widening, which is obviously a chutzner, folled by an entrance to Rabbi. So that's clear to people that it's not a mavli mafula, and therefore we don't require anything more. So that's going to be the halacha, and they're going to be entirely in agreement. So now, just to get us first of all tomorrow along that, and second of all to get us the logical ending there, we're just going to finish the Gemara quickly. That's the Gemara. Well, and this was the structure I told you before. So we started off saying the memra on Amud Aleph must be small because it can't be Rav because it was a conflict with Rav on Amud Beis. Then we said no, Rav on Amud Beis and the memra on Amud Aleph don't conflict with each other. Therefore, the memra on Amud Aleph could in fact be Rav, or it could be small. We don't know, but there's no conflict. Now the Gemara is saying, well, wait a second. Explain to me, and I've already explained it to you really, so hopefully this tomorrow will be relatively easy. So explain to me, when you thought they were arguing, what would they have been arguing about? It says tomorrow, Lamai told us to make Kara. They should hear a move, they should hear a move. So he says, but according to what I thought in the beginning, this was not an Erev issue, and this was a Mafulish issue. So then, what did they think they were arguing about? What was going on here? The Erev might please you, the low Erev might please you. And so in the case of Erev, where they actually had an Erev, and we thought there's still a problem because Rav has an issue with Mafulish, what were they arguing about when they were talking about Mafulish? Why did Rav think Mafulish was a problem and Shmuel did not think it was? Because again, we're going into Havamina. And the low Yerbu might be when we were talking about low Yerbu and we weren't dealing with a Mafulish issue, we were dealing with a question of a Mavli opening into a chutzner, and if they're don't have an Eruv that Rabbi Yehuda had a problem and Rav didn't have a problem, what were they thinking in that case? So says the Gemara. It's a low Erev the case where we're not dealing with an Erev, we're not dealing with a Mafulish problem, and we're dealing with an Erev problem. So what was the case? We had as follows. They have a Mavli opening into a chutzner that's wider than it. The Mavli is fully open to the chutzner. The chutzner is a place you can't carry. So we said that is part from the rule of Mafulish law, and therefore Rabbi Yehuda said that that's a problem, and therefore you can't carry in the Mavli. But the question is, as I told you before, Parts of Malul law is a general halach and eruv. So why did Rav not seem to have a problem? His only issue was mafulish in our Havamina. Why did he not have a problem with carrying in the mavli if the mavli was open in its entirety to a chutzner which it could not carry it to? The Gemara says the mirror of the foot, the Talmud Shmim, what they were arguing about is a topic that we'll see tomorrow, on Wednesday, which has to do with the following. From the perspective of standing in the mavli, you're right, it's fully open to the chutzner, and therefore Rabbi Yehuda says you're fully open to makom that's usher, and therefore you can't carry in the mavli. But Rav had a view, we thought, although this is only in the Havamina, it doesn't work out this way. Now, wait a second. Go stand in the chutzner. So the chutzner is not fully open to the mavli. The chutzner we said with a key. It's wider than the mavli. So therefore, if I'm standing in the chutzner and looking back at the mavli, I see that it's not fully open. They're not lined up one next to the other. The mavli is much more narrow than the chutzner. So therefore, Rav was saying, I am going to look from the outside. From the outside, it's not fully open, and therefore it's not a case of parts of Malua or Makamah. It's not parts of Malua. Rav and Rabbi Yehuda was saying in the Havamina, no, you have to look at it from standing inside the mavli. When I'm inside the mavli, all I see is my entire mavli is broken down into a chutzner, and therefore it's parts of Malua or Makamah. So we can say that was in the Havamina what we thought they were arguing about. The Eruv commit would be, now what about when we thought that they were arguing, even if there would be an Eruv between them, it seemed that Rav had an issue that it was Mefulish, and Rabbi Yehuda didn't seem to care about Mefulish, because in the case of Rechava, it didn't bother Rabbi Yehuda. So the Gemara said, but the Rabbi Yosef, they're actually arguing about Rabbi Yosef. Interesting. The Rabbi Yosef says, "Lo shanu ala shekalo le'emsa Rechava." So Rabbi Yosef said as follows: this that we said that Rabbi Yehuda allowed you to go in and through the Rechava, right? That's only true if it was a T, the way we said, where you had the mavli, you had a wider chutzner, and then the opening to Rosh Hashanah. So he said, "Avokalo letide Rechava aser." But let's say, instead of looking like a T, it just looked like an L. You had your mavli, and then you had your Rechava, but this left wall was even throughout. So first you had your wall of the mavli, then you had the width of the chutzner, and then you had your break to the Rosh Hashanah. So now you have one straight wall that looks like it. So that we're going to say is Rabbi Yosef's Kiddush is that Rabbi Yehuda was saying, even when you're dealing with a Rechava, which has no gear and it has no residence, nonetheless, if there's a straight wall from the front of this Rosh Hashanah to the front to that Rosh Hashanah, even though you're traversing both a mavli and a Rechava, in that case you don't do it. So what does that tell you? That introduces the concept that the T is important, because when you're looking at the T, you're seeing your mavli, but then you see it expands wider, and therefore you know that you're dealing with a different area, in this case a Rechava or a chutzner, and therefore I'm not worried about Mafula. So the issue, so once we say, so that's what the Gemara says.
The shit's being stretched.
The Eruv commit would be if we weren't dealing with an Eruv issue, we're just dealing with the Mefulish issue. So then what? We understand Rav says it looks like a Mefulish, but what was Rabbi Yehuda thinking? So we see once Rabbi Yosef tells us that Rabbi Yehuda, in order to say his halacha, requires a T and not an L, so it gives us insight as to why Rabbi Yehuda wasn't worried. Because he felt you have a mavli, you see that it expands, and then you go out. So that's what we're going to say. So we're going to end here. But that's what we're going to say was the issue, the machlokas in the Havamina between Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda said, because there's a T, I'm not worried about it. And Rav said, look, I can look straight through from this to that, so we're going to treat it like Mefulish. But again, both these machlokim that we had about to understand the Rabbi Yehuda was only saying it with a T, and the issue of this question of maybe I look from the inside or the outside, all of that was to explain the Havamina, but actually the Nemra that Rabbi Yehuda said on Amud Aleph was dealing with the Rechava, and the Memra on Amabez was Rav was dealing with the Chaser. But in all cases, they agree if you can carry from the Mavli to the back, whether it's a Rechava because it has no inhabitants or a Chaser because you did an Eruv, everyone agrees it's not a problem. If you cannot carry from the Mavli to the Chaser because there was no Eruv, everyone would agree in that case too that it's hurt. It's part of the rule of Makam Asr law that you have a Mavli opening into a Chaser. Since you can't carry from the Mavli to the Chaser, you can't carry in the Mavli.
The comedy is just fucking comedy. You gotta laugh. Gallows humor is really important. Yeah. And if we're treating each other well and there's equality socially, everyone can laugh because everyone feels good about where they are in life. We are a society that takes care of one another. And again, I'm from Canada where there's socialized medicine. It's pretty fucking good. And if you're not living in a fucking world where you're allowed to walk around and fucking eat berries and kick a chicken against a tree and do whatever you want and just build a fucking house without any code or anything like that, we're gonna live in a society where you're born into a fucking system. System needs to take care of everybody, period. And it ain't fucking happening. And that's gonna be my platform. But if that's the case and we can achieve something like that, again, I do not think it's possible at all. We're fucked. Let me just put that in there. I ain't running for office. But if we can do that, then we can start to laugh at absolutely everything again. Right now, people are not wanting to laugh at shit, and they have every right not to laugh at shit because stuff is fucking dire. You can't go on bad TV and make fun of absolutely everybody. Although, we had Harry Spears, Deborah Wilson, Phil Lamar. It was funny at the time. Hilarious. Makes me fucking laugh now. Those people that I learned so much about black culture and laughing with them, and also growing up watching living people still just want to laugh. They desperately care. I think so, but I think it's just like no one's gonna let themselves fucking laugh.
And that's interesting. Because do we let ourselves laugh? No, because we keep ourselves from we all get on this alert kind of where it's like, don't point at me, don't offend me, I got upset over last big election thing because the only people that people were making fun of was poor white people, right? And it was like, what the fuck did we do? It's like, poor white people didn't even
7 lines down on the Rabbi. So what we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a Mavli that opens up to an area that's either a Rechava or a Chaser that's wider than it is. So we described it yesterday as a T. And then at the top of the T, there's a Pirta that wall came down and opened onto a different Rechava. So initially we thought it was Machoket Rav Shmuel, and we said that Rav was concerned about Machulas, the fact that you could stand there and see straight through. And ultimately we decided that it was not a Machoket Rav and Shmuel, and that they're actually both in agreement. We actually don't know that Shmuel was involved at all. There was a concern when the Yehuda said something that we assumed it must have been in the name of Shmuel instead of his Rabbi Rav, because
most of my black friends have no idea what it is. They kind of launched it a few years ago. I feel like, I know they didn't, but it's like if you'd have asked any black kid where I'm from what Juneteenth was, they have no fucking clue.
Okay, so I'll just start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a Mavli. The Mavli opens up into either a Chaser or a Rechava. A Chaser is an occupied area. A Rechava is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then there was further a break from there into another Rishon. So we had the thought that Rav was concerned about Machulas, the fact that you're standing at the bottom here, you can look straight through the Mavli and you can walk straight through the Mavli, through the Chaser or Rechava, and then get out in another Rishon. And whether that would make it like Machulas, ultimately we decided that that was not the primary concern here, and that what was going on here was as follows, that Rav, that this could go even like Rav, it didn't have to be my focus. And the fact that Rav asked him that you could not carry in the Mavli was because there was no Eruv between the Mavli and the Chaser, and therefore because there was no Eruv between the Mavli and the Chaser, that this was something that was fully open to a Makom that's Aser, and we talked about the fact that therefore you can't carry in the Mavli. But Rav would agree that if there was an Eruv between the two, if there had been an Eruv between the Mavoi and the Chaser, then in fact you would be able to carry. So this is an Eruv issue, not a Lupulas issue. Now, what about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda Paskin that you don't need to do anything? That was because the case of Yehuda was addressing was a Rechava. And a Rechava as an uninhabited area is something that did not require an Eruv. So again, if the primary issue that we were dealing with, the case of Rechava and the Chaser looked the same in terms of physical structure, the difference was is it a used Chaser or a non-used Rechava? So since a non-used Rechava doesn't require an Eruv, and the entire issue here was one of Eruv and not one of Mefulot. So therefore, that's why Rabbi Yehuda said they did not need to make any adjustments. But there does not have to be any disagreements between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which he said on Zion Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rav, which he said on Zion Amud Beis. Okay, so now we're gonna slightly change that. So we had said that this was an Eruv issue, was not a Mefulot issue. But let's pick up the Gemara 7 lines down. Amar Rabba. And he's picking up on, we said yesterday that Rabbi Yosef explains that the reason we're not worried about Mefulot is why? Because you have your Mavoi, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So as you're looking at the Mavoi, you see the Mavoi end, and then there's a broader area, which is the Chaser or Rechava. That's clearly a different area. And then there's the opening to the Rabbi. So we were not worried about Mefulot. But Rabbi says, not so fast. This time we said that as long as you have the T shape and you see that it's off to the side, so that's true. It's important to see that space, but that's not enough. Lo amran elazeh lo kineged zeh. That nonetheless, we do have some concern about Mefulot. That if you're standing at the bottom here and you can see straight through from one Rosh Hashanah to another, even though it goes through a Rechava, even though that key area that goes to the right and left shows you that there's a interruption, at the end of the day, you have something that's open at bottom and top to a Rosh Hashanah. So Rabbi says that's going to be a problem. So it only works if there is, you have your Mavoi leads into the Rechava or Chaser, and then slightly off to the side, right or left, you're going to have the opening to the second Rosh Hashanah. So you do not have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. If you were to have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other, says Rabbi, that would be a problem, and you would not be able to carry. So basically, we're reintroducing this concept of Mefulot. We talked about it being an Eruv issue, now we're adding back in the concept of it being Mefulot. So it continues there. It says, but if it would be straight, it would be Usher. So now what does it mean? So when Rav said it's halacha, he said Mavoi can difference from Melua, that if you have a Mavoi that's fully open or Chaser to a Chaser, and difference of Chaser Kenegdo, and it says opposite that, the Chaser has a broken wall, so this is Rav, that seems to be saying you have a straight line. So Rashi explains that when it says Kenegdo, it just means the wall that's opposite. But nonetheless, you have to go like so. Okay. Now, so that's the Gemara. Amar Rav Mesharshia. So now we have put two limitations on this halacha. One is that you have to have this T shape, so that you see that there's an opening to right and left. That we learned yesterday. So now we're adding on top of that, you cannot have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. It has to be that there's some switch. Now we're going to add another one, which is when we said that as long as you have the T and you have the non-direct opening between the Rabbim, it's mutter, but we have another qualification. That only works. The case of Rabbi Yehuda, where we're dealing with the Rechava, which we said we don't need an Eruv, right? Is only talking about a Rechava that belongs to multiple people. But if that Rechava in the back, you have your Mavoi and your Rechava is on top, if that Rechava belongs to a single individual, so I'll read that again in a second once I explain the case. So we talked about this yesterday, that Rabbi Yosef introduced the idea that you need this key. You need to know that when you go in your mobile, you see a space to the right and left. But let's say to the right. So what would happen is you have your wall of your mavoi, followed by the wall of the Rekava. Now the Rekava goes off to the right, so that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem because then you're seeing one straight wall. The left wall, in the example I'm saying, is the mavoi wall followed by the Rekava wall, and then that leads to where the Rishut Rabin is. So that's going to be a problem because this is what Rabbi Yosef said yesterday, because you have one straight line, and so you need the full T. It can't be an L like that. Okay, so now what Rabbi Mishrashi is introducing is, he's saying even if you have a T in this Rekava, so it goes to open to the right and left, I'm concerned. What is he concerned? He's concerned that maybe if the Rekava belongs to an individual, that individual is going to decide, you know what, I want to take advantage of real estate here. I'm going to take the left part of the T and I'm going to build houses. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have your wall of your mavoi, and then you're going to have the wall of those houses, and that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way and keep your mavoi and your Rekava, that's problematic. So Rabbi Mishrashi is saying we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build his house there, and we're going to end up with this line. So therefore, even before he built it, even though we have a T, we're going to say you cannot carry unless it's a Rekava of the Rabbin. How does that help? Because I guess even in the times of Gemara, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. But if one guy's there, he can choose to build his house. So Mishrashi is telling us that it has to be owned by Yachid. So now let me read it with that explanation. This that we said you can carry when you have the keys and you have the non-direct line between the Rishut Rabbin. We only said that when the Rekava belongs to multiple individuals. Now, the Rekava the Yachid, but if this back area belongs to one person, we're worried that it might happen that they'll change his mind. They'll build houses, but how did they come up to follow over to the Rekava? You're going to have that straight line that Rabbi Yosef was worried about. It's a mavoi that then ends in the side of Rekava, and you have one straight line, and therefore it's going to be usher. So we're going to end up here at flowers. That if you have your mavoi followed by if it's a Rekava, you don't need an Arab. If it's a Hakim, you need an Arab, but you need three other qualifications. You need this T. You need to make sure that T cannot be changed by one individual, and you need to make sure that the openings between the Rishut Rabbin have a turn that so that it's not a direct straight line from one Rishut Rabbin to the other. Okay, so now after Gemara, we not him the Tani run in Rekava the Rabbin and Rekava the Yachid. Where do we have this halachic concept that we're worried that an individual is going to change something, but the Rabbin aren't going to change something? Because we're saying an individual might choose to build houses, Rabbin might to build a house. So we're going to say as follows: the Amar. Because we have later in the Sefer about Tarikas and say Rabbi by Rav Ado, Rabbi by Rav Abba said the name of Yitzchak, Ma'aseh from Rabbi Yaakov, the Shida Yaakov Kol Yom, the Shida Yaakov Kol Aspa. So here's the case: you have a Rishut Rabbin like any other mother, like any other case, and you have a mother. A mother needs 3 walls for a regular mother. But this mother is interesting. It's 3 walls with crafted in 3 different ways. So let's call it your left wall, when you're standing in the Rishut Rabbin, your left wall was a garbage dump. And that garbage dump was more than 10 fucking high. Okay, so that's one wall. On your right side was an embankment of a river or a yam. That's actually my focus is the posting whether rivers or water, we'll see in a minute, but you have a body of water. Now, some understand that the water itself is a machita, but we're going to go with the fact that as long as there is a sufficient incline, the rule is S of the Tos Arba. As long as the incline is blockade S of the Tos Arba, which is the fact that as long as you can gather 10 in 4, so what does it mean? As long as if you're walking 4 armas, the slope is such that you're climbing 10 shafim, so then that's going to be okay because that's a steep enough wall that is considered a machita. Okay, so you have your Rishut Rabbin, your left side is a garbage dump at least 10 shafim tall, your right side has the embankment of a river or a sea that is 10 shafim tall, and in front of you are the 2 structures that open up. So you have houses in front of you, garbage to your left, water to your right. Okay, that seems like a fine moment. That was the case they had. But what happened? Rabbi, and they came in front of Rabbi and said, was this an acceptable was this an acceptable mother? They could just put up a left ear color and carry in it. Rabbi didn't want to say it's usher. He didn't want to say it's mutter. Why? It's really the whole kind of masita. He didn't want to say it's usher because at the end of the day you have valid masita here. Water is a masita. The banks of water, garbage is a masita. Houses are a masita. We said at the end of the day you have 3 valid walls open to the surround. That's Muslim smells like a mother. But after but he also didn't want to say that they're carrying it. Why? Because they're worried that those walls on the right and left might not stick around. Why? Because the garbage dump, maybe they're going to clear out the garbage. And then people will be used to carrying because there wasn't a piece of garbage and now it's not there anymore, but they're still going to carry. Maybe because they don't realize it was the garbage that was in the pizza. And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam. Well, what happens, as is the nature, and this is why they argue about yam or rivers. Do rivers bring sediment the same way? But we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves bring dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had mislaki as which you had a steep enough incline. But now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline, and maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on your right. Maybe it's going to happen, the garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So continues, so we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yachid and Rabbi. So far all we've seen is that we're worried about changing. So where do we see this Yachid or Rabbi thing? Continues tomorrow. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have a pizza there? Well, it's not, but wait, we had a mitzvah that is again there in the later in our mitzvah. Rabbi, if you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 fucking tall, that if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rishitiyachid, and his house is a Rishitiyachid. Why is the garbage dump a Rishitiyachid? Because it's 10 fucking tall, and presumably the dollar fucking wide, dollar by dollar fucking. Even if it wasn't dollar by dollar fucking, it would be fine because it would be a muscle for sure. Because it's higher than 10 fucking, less than dollar. Either way, you can throw from your Rishitiyachid to another Rishitiyachid or to a muscle for sure. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out the window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's not a Shabbos issue. So therefore, so the question is, why is it in one case Rabbi was concerned maybe the garbage is going to get taken away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone can always throw their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let them throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer a Rishitiyachid because it's only a Rishitiyachid because the garbage piled up more than 10 fucking. But if someone's going to remove the garbage, he's going to be used to throwing his trash out the window, he's going to throw it out the window and it's going to land on Rishitiyachid and he'll throw from Rishitiyachid to Rishitiyachid. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, how much money they asked for the Rabbi, that it must be the reason that we're worried in Rabbi's case that there's garbage being taken away is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and they're going to clear it out, and now the wall of the mummy is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in the rabbin, presumably it belongs to the rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So therefore, says the Gemara, Hafinami, Shani Ben Recham with the rabbin, Recham with the Yachid. And this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Tarshia. The Rabbi Tarshia says even the key is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the key and you'll be left with an L. And that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to your recovery. Okay, so now we have the case of Rabbi. When Rabbi said we're worried, maybe the garbage gets thrown away, maybe the
how you living, Pam?
So what about Rabbanan Mai? So that was Rabbi's.
What's good, son?
What does the Rabbi Paskin? What does the Rabbanim say?
I'm done
that Rabbi was not prepared to say.
All right, no big deal on the ice guy.
Say that it's usher and mutter. It's mutter because technically
all right.
usher because might have said,
all right, well, I'm going to look at it. I'm going to review it.
They're going to take it away.
Send it to me.
The Chachamim weren't so worried. They said, sir, I'm Rav Nachman. Halacha to the Rav Nachman said that's in fact halacha.
All right, well, send it to me again, big dog.
And therefore, you cannot rely on this mavoi, on a mavoi that for one of its walls relies on either a cave or on a pile of garbage. The others who say, I'm Rav Yosef Bar Bini.
Yes, send it on X, please.
That the Chachamim said at the end of the day, the Rabbi was doubtful, and they said, no, it's okay because you have all three walls. This, Rav Nachman, ain't halacha to the Chachamim.
What'd you say, big man?
Regardless of which version, he's saying at the end of the day, Rabbi was uncertain, but I am certain that in fact you cannot rely on a garbage pile that's taken away.
Baby, I'm such a lover. Every day is Valentine's Day for this dog. All right, send me your link. There we go. I see it. All right, I'm gonna look at it. And this better be the best shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Slope of the water changing. So what happened? Then they had one or more mavos where you have
okay, so why didn't you make all of the links like vertical?
So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere like you'd have this. But what would happen? What was the concern? The concern was if you're relying on
dog, I don't want to hear that. I want people who want to work hard, who want to make money for themselves. Frankly, P-Besh, you're lazy. I've told you that before. I want you to have motivation. Don't give me this. Have you ever had to work in the hot sun? Do you know how difficult that is? All I'm asking you to do is use your thumbs, use your brain power. You're a smart person. All you need to do is make them vertically. But you're wasting my time until you do what I tell you to. You're like, hey, can we start this now? The answer is no. If a customer looks at this, it's going to show that you're lazy. If you look at the one that I sent you, it looks good. It's very organized. It's simple. When I see that as a customer, I say, this is who I want to partner with. This is who I want promoting my own content. If you say, well, it's too much work, okay, that's fine. I understand it's too much work. Then this isn't going to work out. I want you to be, all I'm asking you to do is something with your thumbs.
Okay.
So make yours look, yes, make yours look like the one that I sent you.
Okay, there's an issue too. Some of them, like the Shopify or Spotify, sorry. Those one I will leave it because I couldn't create an account. Then Blue Sky got suspended.
That's fine. No big deal. No big deal at all. No big deal at all with Blue Sky.
So the layer of the down layer, should I leave down or should I remove it? I don't do it vertically. All of them.
Just do them all vertically, exactly like I sent you.
So should I remove the down layer of the...
You should remove all of the icons and just have them all vertical.
Okay, so like how many should I?
All of them.
Because some of them.
All of them. Do you see? Did you look at the one that I sent you? Did you look at the one that I sent you?
Yeah, I did.
Make it look like that.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Excellent. And just look at it like this. Imagine I'm your customer and you're making my link tree. And I tell you, hey, I want you to make my link tree like this example that I show you. That's what your job is. That's what you want to do.
Okay.
All right, do it. It shouldn't take you long. Come back, and then we'll move on to the next step, which is creating content for your different social media, okay?
Okay.
Beautiful, P-Boy. You're welcome, Big Dylan. You're welcome, P-Boy.
When are you going live space so that maybe I can hop on and do some hosting?
Baby, I'm in a space right now. Nobody's in it, but I'm in it right now.
Okay, let me... On X.
Yeah, just in the X search, type in Rabbi, R-A-B-B-I.
Is it this your account? Because I'm not seeing you live.
No, I'm live on a different account. If you want to find it, it's Karaoke King 0000. Pardon me. KARAOKEKING 0000. I've been live for 366 days.
It's really long, like to search your name. I don't know. Why don't you use this account to do that?
Because I don't host with this one. Man, P-boy, you're lazy. I'm asking you to type in Karaoke King, KARAOKEKING 0000. And you're like, oh, it's so long. And it's like, and you're like, oh, it's so long. It's like, man, I mean, what do you want me to do? It's within the 15 characters. It's not like I'm giving you a whole sentence.
Is there ready for?
It's KARAOKEKING 0000.
Okay.
Do you see that it's hosting? Okay, do you see that it's hosting a space?
I'm searching it now.
Okay, KARAOKEKING 0000. Do you see it?
I'm searching it.
All right, how long does it take to search it?
I have to remove from this code. Okay, this one. Okay.
Yeah.
No, is it can you spell it again?
KARAOKEKING 0000. KARAOKEKING. Did you find it?
No, I wasn't hearing you. Can you put it again? I wasn't hearing you.
Okay, we're going to do this one more time. We're going to do this one more time. If you can't get it, it's no big deal. Nobody's in there. I've given you a task. But I'm going to spell it to you, so you're ready.
Okay.
KARAOKEKING 0000.
Is there a space between it?
No, it's one word.
KARAOKE. Am I getting it?
That's correct.
AIN
G.
DOO.
No, not OOO. 0000.
Which zero? Is it like number?
Yeah, it's a number.
Okay. See no results.
Okay, no big deal. Guess what? It's live right now. It's live right now. But that doesn't matter. I've given you a task. You get the task done, you do all the other stuff, then worry about spaces. You're worried about too much stuff at once. I've given you a task. Is your link tree vertical yet?
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Do it right now. Okay. And then come back to me when you're done.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you, P-Boy.
He has all the information that we have and more, and much more. Now it is obvious to anyone that this guy was a human trafficker. He was trafficking women to this island. And now it gets dark because they're talking, these files talk about torture. They talk about, they say disgusting, heinous things. The littlest one, the littlest girl was really naughty. Then they're talking about torture. They're talking about pizza. Remember Pizzagate that was all fake? Everybody's going to they're all talking about pizza. It's weird. It is odd. It is strange. And these are code words. We know that. They're actually code words for pedophilia. So it's like, I've gotten calls from people going, wait a minute. Am I crazy or am I now in QAnon? Now maybe you're not in the far reaches of QAnon, which is like Biden died and was replaced by a clone, or you know what I mean? That's hardcore QAnon. But I think we're all QAnon light. We are all QAnon light right now. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. That's to Jeffrey Epstein from a redacted name. These redacted names are the pedophiles that the United States government is protecting. These redacted names are the pedophiles that the U.S. government is protecting. Who are these people? Who are these people? Get up the torture one. There's the email about torture. Go look through these. They're all incredibly creepy. And the redactions in the files are to protect the names of the pedophiles. Remember the lying? Well, the victims. We want the victims to be protected. And we don't want the victim. We don't want to show you kitty porn with the victims. We don't want to put the victims' pussies out there. This is the pedophiles that protecting. They're protecting the victims. They have emails. Yeah, how about this? Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. That's from Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. So Jeffrey Epstein received a torture video from someone, and he responded, hey, where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Now, let's break that down. Let's just break it down. Let's give everyone the benefit of all of the doubts. Where are you? We don't know where someone is. By the way, I don't think I've ever, that's odd to email. Where are you? Where are you? Are you okay? That might mean that someone's been up to something. They've been getting wild. Where are you? Are you okay? Is what you say after a wild night of boozing. You're wild. You had a wild night of boozing. Where are you? Are you okay? We saw you drunkenly stumbling to that car. Did you guys make it home? Now this is followed up by 5 words that are pretty insane. I loved the torture video. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. No evidence? Cash Patel? No evidence of any wrongdoing? To Jeffrey Epstein from Redacted. I am in China. I will be in the U.S. second week of May. Sent by BlackBerry. This was the old days of the BlackBerries. Many of you kids don't remember this. In the old days, when you trafficked women and children and tortured and ate them, you had BlackBerries. Remember that? Before the iPhones? Before the TikTok and the iPhones?
guy, so there's email after email like this. Email after email creepier than the next. There's photos. This guy's got a trap door in his fucking house. Can you get up the trap door that leads right to the ocean? This guy was on an island. There's a lot of pedophiles on land. This guy went to an island because some things go to an island and don't come back, by the way. That's why you want an island. You want an island because some of what's coming to your island is not leaving your island. So this is the trap door. Make that as big as you can. That leads right to the sea. So if you were a woman on the island and a billionaire had rough sex with you and killed you intentionally or unintentionally, would Jeffrey Epstein report it? Or would you go down the chute? No media is covering this. Shame on them, by the way. Shame on them. No media covers this. They're not covering this. They're covering like parts of it, and they're dancing around everything. What is happening if you're on that island? Get up the email to Ghislaine where he goes, I'm thankful I didn't kill anyone. Now that means that someone started acting up. I've read credible journalists who say, this doesn't say that there was a pedophile ring, and this doesn't say, this is just rich people hanging out with other rich people and ignoring a guy who might be creepy because they wanted to be around a cool guy with an island. The excuses made are unbelievable. And look at who's making them, and remember who's making them, by the way. Look at who's making excuses here, and remember who's making them. If you're a woman and you went to that island and you got killed, are they reporting it? Or are you going down the chute to become shark sham? I'm not trying to make light of it. I mean, listen, I'm being funny. I'm a comedian. It is what it is. But I'm telling you what's happening here, folks. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. This is from Martin Noack, so we know who this is. Isn't he a professor? Where is he teaching? Oh. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. I am so very sorry I caused you so much worry and that I spoiled this day. I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do you think he did? What do you think Martin did? I'm going to give you three options. Do you think Martin spilled a bottle of expensive wine? That's choice A. Let's read the email again together. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks for amazing hospitality. I am very sorry I caused you so much worry that I spoiled this day. I'm so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do we think Martin did if we had to take a guess? Option A, Martin spilled a very expensive bottle of wine all over the couch. Option B, Martin had a little too much to drink and went on a very uncomfortable tirade about the shifting demographics in Austria. Option C, Martin had rough sex with an underage girl and almost killed her. To a point where that girl had to either be taken out and gotten medical attention, and he ended up spoiling the day, and by some sheer luck, that underage girl didn't die. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. Which one do you think he did? You think it was the one? You think it was an uncomfortable political tirade? Or do you think this guy almost killed someone that they set him up with? Do you think it was almost that person almost had to go down the chute for the sharks? That person was almost there? This is my guess. Do I know if that's true? I don't know. But these people are... I can't say enough about neurogum. I love it. So many people that tell me they're sluggish mentally, they don't feel it. I'm like, they're always trying to optimize their life for routines and patterns. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to have a functioning brain by 3 p.m. That's why I like neuroenergy and focus now. I love sobriety. Peppermint, spearmint, wintergreen, so you can rotate flavors while you rotate. To be productive and really hang on. And this is my favorite part. In a pilot study with Nero's energy and focus meds, participants performed a cognitive test 21.4% faster than those without Neuro. It's perfect for LA, traffic, meetings, gym, existential dread. It's for the moment you're doom scrolling, you realize you have to be a person in 12 minutes. Neuro energy and focus is powered by natural green tea, caffeine, L-theanine for calm focus, and vitamin B12 and B6 for better mood and metabolism. No sugar, no aspartame, no crash, which means I don't feel like I need to apologize to my body afterwards. It's clean, effective, and it's better for you and ingredients. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your first order at neurogum.com by using code TIM. That's neurogum.com. Use code TIM for 20% off your first order. You can also find Neuro at CVS and Amazon. What is the religious angle here? I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked. When you listen to Jeffrey Epstein talk, he's talking about transhumanism. He wants to see the world with his seed. He obviously doesn't believe in the concept of the soul. He doesn't believe in anything like that. He believes that you can sculpt humanity. There was a lot of transgender talk. And again, I obviously no problem with legitimate trans people, of which there are not as many as you'd think if you went to a college campus, like actual trans people. But Jeffrey Epstein clearly liked the idea that gender is very malleable and that you could, and lots of things in life are malleable. And he wanted clearly to build another body, and he was obsessed with scientists. He probably wanted to upload his consciousness, and he was a transhumanist. Not that different from things that, Elon Musk and people like that have said. It's humanity's destiny to merge with artificial intelligence, and we can engage in some type of eugenics. This was all Epstein stuff. You had all these creepy scientists who were at the island. They were doing all this fucked up shit, and he was also engaging in these conversations. So Jeffrey Epstein clearly believed that humanity was a scientific endeavor. And I want to bring up Luciferianism, please. Bring up Luciferianism. Bring up the definition of Luciferianism. Let's bring up Luciferianism. It is a philosophy or belief system that views Lucifer not as a devil, but as a symbol of enlightenment, independence, and pursuit of knowledge. Folks, we're getting somewhere. Folks, I think we're getting somewhere. It emphasizes individual responsibility, critical thinking, the balance of light and dark, often drawing from Gnosticism or occult tradition. Unlike Satanism, which may focus on indulgence or rebellion, Luciferianism focuses on self-deification. I am God. Wisdom and personal growth. Jeffrey Epstein and many in the ruling class are Luciferians. They believe, whether it's aesthetic or not, they believe all of these things to be true. They don't believe there's any moral code outside what they can get away with. They believe that they are deities and gods, and that they should be able to upload their consciousness and potentially live forever, and that you are biological ways that they should be able to fuck and throw in an ocean for sharks. This is true. Absolutely true. Now, they might not say it. They might not go, I'm a Luciferian. Now, some of them will. But they're obsessed with Moloch, who's a god of child sacrifice. They're obsessed with Baal and all these things. They're obsessed with demonology. They're obsessed with this idea of becoming their own god. They're obsessed with child sacrifice. They're obsessed with engineering humanity through things like eugenics. Hitler was an occultist. A lot of people around him were occultists. A lot of people in Los Angeles are occultists at much higher levels of the business. You hear about it. You go back to the 60s. They made a lot of great music. Whatever. But there was a fair amount of occultism then. More cults come out of, Southern California. I'm sorry, Northern California. More retards come out of Southern California. I always mix that up. More cults come out of Northern California. A lot of those occultists were involved in the United States military. Michael Aquino. This is all very obvious. We were on this shit years ago on this show. It's all out in the open right now. So what is the hope here, folks? I'll tell you what it is. Bill and Hill, I did an episode years ago called Bill and Hill's Last Kill. And it was about how, as you get older, you realize that life is finite. And that even though you would like to live forever and be a deity and whatever, that you're going to go into the dirt like everyone else. So we I thought that the Clintons' final kill was a beautiful thing, where they had one last security guard, or someone they had to get. Forget who it was, doesn't matter. People come and go. So Bill and Hill did one last kill together. It was one of my favorite episodes on the Patreon, and I talked about that. I talked about the kind of the sense, it's the guy, he's coaching his last game. He's got his lady in the stands. Now, instead of that, of course, this guy's coaching his last game with his lady, and there's, ordering someone's death. Bill and Hill, you gotta remember, Donald Trump fucked this bitch over in a big way. Hillary Clinton's wanted nothing in her life but to be the president of the United States. Life has had no meaning to her outside of that. None. What is life? To have a mildly, this kind of weird-looking daughter and this fucking guy who's cheating on you every other day? Stop! It's not what life is. Life for Hillary Clinton has been about the acquisition of power since she's a young girl. People mistake her. They're like, is she a lesbian? Is she a this? Is she that? Hillary Clinton cares about only one thing, and it's the acquisition of power. And the deal was, she was going to sit through Bill Clinton's escapades as long as they did not fuck her political career. She didn't care. She knew Bill was a scumbag when they met. She knew he chased pussy. She knew he was probably violent with some of the women. She knew where he was from. She knew he was a liar, a cheater, and a rapist. She knew it. But he was also one of the greatest politicians to have ever lived. And she knew that if she hitched her wheel and wagon to him, and helped him greatly, they would attain levels of power. And they did. And, these were the podunk governors of Arkansas. Sure, the intelligence community felt safe in them because they let a bunch of coke get flown into Arkansas, whatever. Sure, they were, Carol Quigley, who wrote Tragedy at Home. Bill Clinton went to the Bohemian Grove. He was selected. Like, people knew who he was. They knew who he was. They felt comfortable with him. The ruling class felt comfortable with him. He was a guy you could control. He was chasing pussy. Probably had a couple of out-of-wedlock kids. Who knows? But Billy Boy was a guy you could control. He likes puss. That's what he likes. So they controlled him that way. And of course, there were political battles and fights and impeachments and whatever. But Bill and Hill were a force to be reckoned with. They defined the 90s. Chubby Bill Clinton jogging around, talking to single mothers in a Wendy's parking lot, telling them he cared about them, their eyes welling up with tears. Bill Clinton is a political dynamo, okay? Not a good person. We covered that literally seconds ago. But politically, he's a genius. His wife is cold, but she's calculated. She keeps him on track. She makes deals. She manages the staff. She's an operator. She's a behind-the-scenes person. She's not a front-of-the-camera person. Barry White's pay attention to this. She's an operator. Hillary is good at operations. Now, you have Bill, who is the star. Hillary is the supporting act. Two terms. Incredibly popular. Hillary Clinton becomes a senator from New York. Obama takes it from her the first time. Young, black, charismatic. Comes in. People like it. They like this guy. He's cool. He's calm. He's collected. He's cerebral. He's everything I'm sorry, not H.W. He's everything George W. Bush was. Obama becomes the symbol of the corporate neoliberal takeover. Everyone in the Washington power establishment, most of them, not everyone, but a lot of them, love Barack Obama, especially John Brennan, who's head of the CIA. Love Barack Obama. They feel comfortable with him, and perhaps you know things about him other people don't know. Okay? He was probably like a cool, dope smoking, bisexual, whatever he was. Okay? So he's being controlled to a degree. Everyone in that position is being controlled, by the way. See, Barack Obama, he takes it from Hillary. After 2 terms of Obama, Hillary still has a shot. Now it is, the road is paved for her. Oh my God. Here comes Donald Trump. The Clintons are big fans of his candidacy early on because they think he's going to be a goofball and a joke. They would love to run against Donald Trump, they said. We want to run against this undisciplined wacko. No one's going to get behind this guy. He'll either lose interest or he'll spiral. He'll get caught up in some messy scandal. Because again, they all know each other. They all know each other. But they have this weird mutually assured destruction because they both think they're going to win. They both need all these billionaires. So as much as he's teasing the Epstein stuff, and she's teasing some of Trump's behavior, Hillary, and Trump shows up to the debate with the women that have accused me, after they grab him by the pussy. Everybody thinks Trump's done. He shows up to the debate with these women that had all accused Bill Clinton, including Juanita Broaddus, who accused him credibly of rape. But this is all political theater because everybody knows there's something that no one can talk about. We can only tease. And that's the trap door and who goes to the fish. Bring up the door. Now, who goes to the fish is what we can't talk about. I can say you're doing sexual assault. I can say you're a misogynist. But we can't talk about who goes to the fish. Okay? Now, Trump wants the Epstein files gone. Kash Patel wants them gone. His girlfriend, I don't forget her name. What's her name? Yentl? Anyway, she wants it gone. All of these people want it gone. Nobody wants these things out except a collection of podcasters, the American people, the victims, whatever. But all the billionaires, all the media, all the political people would rather them go away. Trump would rather these things go away. But Thomas Massey, Rokon, other people, they're pushing it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, pushing it. These things come out. The Republicans now go, we want Bill Clinton to testify because we want to play political points with this because the Republicans still think this is a political issue, bless their hearts. The Republicans still think that this is a political issue, and this is not a political issue. It's about who goes to the fish. Trump knows a couple of people went to the fish. Now, the Clintons know it too. What people are hoping, I don't think this is going to happen exactly as people want it to happen, but here's what people are hoping. Bill and Hillary are old, they're skin suits. They've got nothing left. Adrenochrome's wearing off. They have nothing left, truly. He can't fuck anymore, he doesn't even want to live. She's not going to be president anymore. She don't want to live. There are two, my friend just saw her in Qatar. She looks terrible. Tucker just saw her, my friend. I'm going to lie. Like I have 10 friends in Qatar. But here's the point. They don't want to live anymore. His prize is fucking a white trash chick behind an Applebee's, and he can't do that, threatening her. He can't do that anymore. Her reason for existing is power politics, and will end with her ascendancy to become the first woman president. She can't do that anymore. These are people with nothing to lose. They're dangerous. They're dangerous skin suits. They have nothing to lose until they die and go meet their true God. So what people are hoping, what people are praying and hoping for is that they do now they want to do an open door session where they are filmed. People want it to be closed doors. Let's stop the games. Hillary Clinton calls for testimony and Epstein probe to be public. Hillary can do one more thing on this earth, and she knows it, and it's sink Trump. She can only do one more thing on this planet, and she knows it. And Bill can do something similar. The only thing Hillary Clinton has left to live for right now is to destroy Donald Trump. If Bill Clinton got up and was like, we write all the Bible, we write the Bibles, 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 we write the Bibles. And you did it. Trump did it. We did it. You did it. We did it. You did
We sent her to the shark. We sent her to the shark. Remember, we sent her to the shark. And America is paralyzed by this.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. Beautiful dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is dot A.
Still see my show on
We are
Mother's Day
picking up the
in Long Island in May. Saturday, Sunday.
Take our sponsors for this morning. Sure.
Doesn't matter.
We thank Avram and Tony for dedicating the field. Dedicated to the justice this month and the fourth special month of Av this year. A month filled with joy and the celebrations. We thank our holy sponsors for the Paris of Arabin, Jeff and Terry Bennett, and Holly Bennett, and the other father, Sylvan Bennett, and Lady Stone. We thank our leader, learning sponsors, Howard, and the Phoenix, and the Howard's mother, Philip Battalion, as well as Ira and Mary Wilson, and brothers for the learning and the books of the two of the whole and open the map by content and some father and love. Indeed, all those who must hear will happen. Together, so with that, let us begin. So we are picking up the next show on Dr. Dallas on the series. It's Dr. 8-5. We are picking up a dollar base. We're picking up at Princess Dollar. So it's an incredible dot out of us today. We're picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, and 12 lines up from the bottom. Remember, again, just to orient ourselves with this, we must spoke about the idea of that halacha lemaisa, there are 3 areas which were halacha lemaisa, Chasitzin and Mechitza.
I love
The
DraftKings.
Shurim learned out from the
Can't say enough about it. Super Bowl is right around the corner.
learned out that ultimately
It deserves a
really
sportsbook
begin
built for all
on
the
the
DraftKings
halacha
sportsbook and official
lemaisa
sports
was
betting partner of Super Bowl 60. Puts you right in the center of the biggest game of the year.
Everything else is learned out in the
And when anything can happen during the
now
Super
we
Bowl,
are to the
DraftKings
third
has your back with
category
early
of
hedges. If
halacha
the player goes down in the first half, you still
lemaisa,
can go down in cash immediately once your bet settled. No
the
bonus
way
bets,
to
no
the
waiting.
margin, the
New DraftKings new
what
customers
do you
can
mean?
bet just $5 to get $300 in bonus bets when you bet with us. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TIMBILL. That's code TIMBILL and turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call me. You have to gamble your call. 877-8-HOPE-NY. Or text your connected call to 888-78.
That's the feature has the status of a Doraisa, but it's not in the Torah. When you might question this, like, 1 second, this is Doraisa, that's another way of saying it. The first thing that no, this law is actually recorded in the Torah. So what's the concept of a Mechitza? It's not a Mechitza. Remember, other Mechitza, Mikapora, remember again,
You love to talk about transparency. There's nothing more transparent than a public hearing. Cameras on. We will be there.
which is the lid, was one kappa. Harek and
This is their
Asara.
one last
That
kill
gives
shot.
you a
They
case
have to take Trump
ultimately
down.
identified Trump.
Do they blow themselves up in the process? Do they
So
admit
this is actually
to raping, killing, and
exactly very
eating
important.
children
Aron Tisha,
just to
Vika
take Trump
Forest,
down?
actually says
And my
like this.
friends call
And
me
the Aron
insane
Kobo
people.
Tisha fucking the
I'm
shit, the
nuts.
Hama Bakin
My
Komas.
friends go,
Vika
what do you
Forest,
think
Sava
they'll admit
Forest,
to?
who said the Barki Khami Alaka Forest. The Tire Fair comes
I
to
mean,
Soka,
what
listen,
will
Omer,
they admit
the
to?
Olam Lo Yarda,
To take
Shin of the
down Donald
Matam,
Trump, this is the last thing they have to do on
Shamayim,
Earth.
Shamayim,
Hillary
Hashem, the
crawling
Aris,
around the Middle
Hashem,
East.
the Adam.
Crawling.
Ulamakim, Start talking,
Get Overlord
Koshi
Thomas
Tire.
Guinness up from Blade 3. Overlord Thomas Guinness from Blade 3, folks.
We know the
This is
Pasuk
what
says
Hillary Clinton
that
currently looks
the
like in
Torah
Qatar right
doesn't
now.
come down to the earth.
Overlord Thomas Guinness, Blade 3.
That's one concept. The emotional only remains in the celestial
She's
sphere.
crawling around Qatar with a cane.
Yet the Torah
Her
also
life force
says
is
that
almost
law.
over. She's about to go to
But
her home
the Torah
planet.
who spoke to Moshe
The
from
one
between the
thing that she
Kruvim
has
on
left
top
to
of the
control
Aron. So how do those two
is
concepts
destroy
how do they gel?
Donald
At the
Trump.
end of the
There's
day,
nothing
the
left
God
to
is
do.
speaking
There's
to Moshe
nothing.
from
What does
the
she do?
lid
What does she
of
give?
the
What does she give
Ark.
a
But
fuck about
it's
spending
clear
time with her
that not on the
grandchildren?
earth,
Brother,
as the
fuck
Pasuk
up.
says. And Shamayim Shemayim
She's got a
so what's the
mission,
amazing?
and
It
it's
must
a
be
headshot.
that the
She
area
wants to take him
between the
out.
Kruvim
She
is not
wants
considered to
calls
be
for him to
earth.
resign.
Not
She
considered to be
wants,
earth.
yes, in the
So
blood, in the
what
blood,
is that
in
feature?
the
A
blood,
very
to
important
left.
facility is
There.
that in the pizza that is more than 10 ounces.
Bang.
Demarcates
That's
a
Hillary
separate
right
area.
now.
We are essentially the lid
Getting
of the
ready
Aron
for the
was
hearing.
a separate
She's
area.
getting ready for the
It
hearing right
wasn't
now. She has
considered
one
Aron.
thing left to do.
From the Aron you learn
One thing
that
left to
the
do
minimum
is destroy
dimensions
Trump. Because I don't know
of a
Trump was a part of
pizza
it. He's
are
probably fucked
profit.
some underage
Therefore,
people,
even the
I would
pizza
imagine.
are dollars.
And probably knows well.
It's a before
He's
the
been
pasuk.
accused of
We were to
horrible
use
things.
the Amas
In
Vinyan,
these
the
files.
Amabatusha, Amas
Now
Vinyan,
Trump's
the
saying he
Amas
likes Bill Clinton. Play
Yes,
this.
they are. So also, could I well be? Well, this comes up, according to
Here's what
Vito,
Trump knows.
we're going to according to Vito, he holds
that when talking about the children and the structure of the Mitzvah, so we use an amma of 5 tefachim. I'm sorry, an amma of 6 tefachim. When it comes to the amma used in building of utensils, it was an amma of 5 tefachim, in which case the other was not 10 tefachim high. Therefore, again, according to the Yudah, it could very well be that the halacha of Moshe Mitzvah Yudah, so the Mechisa needs to be 10 tefachim, because I can bring that out to the test. Will that be there? Don't call it Aaron for the video of the rest of the day. They know you. So, no you. But what they made said that all of the Amos that are themselves, both the two, both of the university problem, might be so very nice, so also fun to be there. But if it's talking about the only one from talking about, in which case, I don't know how much of a motion is to see that a Mechitza is 10 tefachim high, because at the end of that, learning it out there from the Aron. So what do you do? So what is Allah Moshe Sinai teaching me? I must learn Merkia, say help us all. We're good, we're loved, we're the dog. So the halacha Moshe Sinai by the Mechitza is teaching all of these dramatic halachas by the Mechitza. We're going to get into the Sefta, and of course also in the Sefta Sukkah, which are the concepts of good. Those are good means that we'll see in halacha. You can view a Mechitza wall as extending upward or downward. Good office or good office. So extend good, that's good. Loved. Also, we're familiar with loved. Loved means that any opening of 3 tefachim or less, collectively considered to be closed. Which allows you to have valid valid staff that is attached to the wall, that is used as indent wall and would not invalidate the very dramatic halacha. If you look at the Gemara says.
They have to light themselves on fire. They try out. They won't pump a coal for the destination.
According to this approach, up until now, everyone agreed on what the halacha was for chatzitzi, as well as for shiurim. Interesting enough, it appears when it comes to what is the halacha of Moshe Sinai for the Mitzvahs, that seems to be my whole
Alright, I want to say about this, but let's take a quick break for that man who killed himself by putting his head in that fryer. Was that a Wendy's?
According to Rabbi Meir, the halacha of Moshe Sinai by the Mitzvahs, good,
Let's
lovers,
just take a quick break because it's been very dark. As an episode, I want to take a minute. This is a male killer trying to kill himself, but he put his head in the fryer. Let's just take a moment. An Olive Garden employee died from burn injuries he suffered after thrusting his head into a deep fryer. Now we're policing categorized as a suicide attempt. The harrowing incident occurred Friday afternoon at the Williamsport, Pennsylvania restaurant with a decadent, where's that? What is that? Decadent? Decadent. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they were saying the Williamsport, Pennsylvania restaurant with a decadent tour of Italy restaurant. I'm like, oh, it's getting sexy. I might have to go over there.
So let's watch this case.
In response to the quadruple lower the last year, Pennsylvania State spokesperson said the employees of suicide attempt and respect the individual and their families will be released information.
So again, remember, easy fix. I want to bring down the court. I want to bring down the court.
Which closed for a couple of days after the incident, by the way, for
I'm
one
up
reason.
the night. How much do
We're
we
not
have
able
to
to disclose anything to our privacy law, so yes, the dispatch operator had that ability to that first in the front. So here's
how
what
high
happens,
is the
right?
Torah? However high is the Torah is 25 hours. Of course, 55 hours. 55 hours. Whatever the amount of height that you have to go and bring it out. You have to do Ella. Ella. Rothschild. So we'll say, what's happening over here is as follows. Just so we could actually come on the night, Mama, Mashma, how many ideas are this is more definitely a different question. The Gemara over here, in this case, we're not moving the Torah. What are we doing? We're building up an area underneath the Torah. So what I want to do is build some type of platform underneath the Torah so as to diminish the airspace between the ground and the Torah. And you might ask me, how large does that platform have to be in order to make the Torah effective for the moment? So Ella, Rock Pulpit what has to be the depth or the width ultimately again of the platform in order to go ahead and allow the Torah to be constant? Which I really is very interesting. So Yosef, I'm going to pass on. So Yosef says, and actually, I sent you on the WhatsApp chat, a number of pictures.
Someone called out.
Not that this is such a difficult one to be able to imagine. But you can see this is picture number 15 in the ones that I sent you. You can see again the individual is built with the platform underneath the Torah in order to be able to make the Torah when standing on the platform within 20 amas. So the Shiloh that then is going to come up how large does the platform have to be? That's picture number 15, the ones that I just said. So that's the Imach says you are addressing on the Kappa. The Yosef says the platform needs not be more than a Kappa. Abai says Arbo. Abai says no, it has to be fourth talking. Fourth talking, you must be what's the not close to say here. It says the Gemara, Lema Bahak, and Vega, said the argument of India, demand the other Kappa, Hasaba, Mutter Vishamish Hasakola. What's the opinion? Are you he holds that you're actually permitted to use the area underneath the Torah. Look at that one. You guys can the Omar, you don't have to be so annoyed with something. You don't have to therefore, even if you exit Amam with Eker, how you use Eker the Omar of Oshakafa, the Gabba Taka. We're going to see that in Journalism is exactly how a Korah works. What does the Korah do? So the easy opinion that does, what the Korah does is that because it does keep the it's literally the edge of the meat comes down and seals. Which is what we say that one possibility as to how the Korah works is we do halachically that the edge of the Korah that extends downward and goes ahead and keeps the wall in the Mabul. Well, even if you don't see the noise associated, it kind of becomes which edge of the Korah extends downward. Is it also the inner edge, which is the edge further into the Mabul, or is it the outer edge? So if you hope that it's the outer edge that comes down, then you can use the area underneath the Mabul. Well, if you use the area underneath the Mabul, all I need is what? Remember, what's the minimum width of a Mabul, of a Korah? Therefore, all I need is a platform the size of a Kappa as well. Because this way, when I'm on that platform, because I'm so within the enclosure of the Mabul, and also now that I'm standing within 20 amas of the Korah, I'll be able to do it. Okay, so the Gemara says, Kappa place, and Mandama Arba, the opinion says, fourth bottom, Kasavar, Asar Mishtani Shaka. He holds that you are not permitted to use the area underneath the Korah, and therefore, look at that, Kappa, she's a medallion. So, see the Hakimi or the He wasn't in his opinion. He holds that Allah mentioned the inner edge of the Korah that in fact extends downward. The Rochav HaKorah HaRichotzima, and therefore the width of the Korah itself is actually outside of the Mabul enclosure. When it comes to the Mabul, it's one heck of a course. So again, it could very well be that was not what we said here. What edge of the Korah, again, there's a lot of assumptions over there. Assumption number one is that the way a Korah works is that it essentially encloses the Mabul. And how does it enclose the Mabul? You think that if you do it as if the edge of the Mabul is a halachic wall. And then the halachic could be which edge of the Mabul is the halachic wall. If not the outer edge, rather than the edge closer to the Quran, then you can use the area underneath the Korah. Therefore, all that you do is build up a platform that is between 20 ounces of the Korah, and extend under the Korah. Once it's on that platform, I can say, remember again, this is all the picture of ocular recognition. Like, I want to be reminded that there's a Korah, or I'll be able to see the Korah, that don't come to me and vertically carries into the Quran. If you able to use the area underneath the Korah, fantastic. Then I can stand under the Korah, see the Korah, and I'll remember not to send it to the Quran. Therefore, the built up area, the platform, you need only be one Kappa to mirror the width of the Korah itself. But if you hold the Halacha L'Maisa, you should be able to associate the inner edge of the Korah is the one that extends downward. That means pretty much everything from the inner edge and out, really not the Mabul, so like it's then I can't carry, or I can't carry underneath that Korah. Therefore, I need a platform of sports talking. Because this way, what will happen? This way, I will extend under the Korah and out. This way, again, I'll have the ability to see the Korah within 20 amas before I get under it. So you might low. No, that's not it. The Holy Alma Kasari Mushmishtan Kahasra. So let's say Halach, and this is how we pass him. Everyone agrees that you are permitted to the area underneath the Torah. That in fact is not true mathematics. If you use the area underneath the Torah, this is what we're arguing about. I'll just look at it in last week for a moment. We're going to see all of these figures. These are all going to be independent figures. But just see how quickly we're practicing halakha right. So you should use the area underneath the Torah. But I'll tell you why that is actually. So first of all, we have to see if you use the area underneath the Torah. What's the matter? Ma'as Savar Torah Mishum Matter, or Ma'as Savar Torah Mishum Mishum. Oh, what's that over here? And you saw this is not working. How does Torah work? Look at them very close. I can carry it on. No problem. As God from among you said, we want you to put a pin at the end of your Torah. Like you want to put that top pin at the end of your Torah to make time in the mountain. What does that pin do? One says the pin is a hacker, a reminder. Just the most simple reminder. What do we want to remind you of? That you're about to go to place for that. And just carry the mountain. The other thing is well, that Kodah actually is a halakhic wall. It's halakhic partition for the bubble. So the first opinion, which is really Rabbi Yosef will say, the whole point of the Torah is a hecker, to remind us that as long as you have a platform that can equal half underneath it, this is a person when standing underneath the Torah, see the Torah, you can accomplish. You can accomplish, we're good to go. Whereas if Yosef holds, whereas Rabbi holds, that you need a platform of 4 talking Y, look at that. Umazama Arba Kasava Torah, Hamakaret, Rovoy, Time to the Pizza. Zamir, Kudo, Hakita, Yorjiso. Baura, one of the stay Esma, Yorjiso. Even though Habi Neo, then the Pizza, so the fucking 2000 become a whereas I will say like this. If you hold that Torah works because of Pizza, that's incredible. On the Pizza, only meaningful is what? But what is a partition? It's meaningful if you want to area. What's the minimum dimension of a halakhically significant area? If Yosef who holds, what's the biggest machlokas, prejudice approach? The machlokas is the utility machlokas. What does that accomplish? Because Yosef said, it's just a reminder. That's all, it's just a reminder. So therefore, as long as you have a half of space underneath the Torah, that makes the Torah within 20 amas, you're good to go. If somebody's going to stand under that platform, they're going to see it. The hacker accomplished on the T-ball. If you're a virus, Torah is in the future. That's how Torah works. It's not in the future halakhic condition. But if the pizza halakhic condition is a meaningful market, halakhic is a meaningful area. The minimum dimensions of halakhically meaningful area are what? Therefore, the platform itself must be one. Everybody's in the other country, including Amakor, Yisrael Hacker. Thank you. The other country, everyone agrees to halakha and myself. Torah, a being, ultimately again, is Yisrael Hacker. There is a reminder that we should not carry from the mother into a shirah. Far from the Hacker, the Hacker, Shemala, together I will look at the reminder on the bottom versus, I should say, the minimum reminder versus the maximum reminder. What is it? The Master, Amina Hacker Shamata, the Hacker Shamala, one opinion says that the reminder on absolute, the maximum reminder is like the minimum reminder all the time for smoking. Master, no Amina Hacker Shamata cancel. What does this mean? To go to Rashi to this moment.
It never stopped animating.
Rashi says over here. Rashi says,
from when he was inaugurated until now.
So when they say Heker Shalal, Heker Shalal, what we're going to see that halakha l'maisa, the minimum tier for the Mabui, so we can talk about it, we just said before. So the Gemara suggests that halakha l'maisa, if you look at what we expect saying that you might have a Torah.
So Rashi says over here, you look at the bottom of that Rashi, the English is the Yachal of Fucking Dog Fuck, the Bobby can look at the people Fuck, with the Surah, the Hananya, I'm sorry, wrong Rashi. Let's just say this outside. So it's therefore again, it could be that the Machlokes is as follows. That the upper dimensions of a mavui have to resemble the lower dimensions of a mavui. That you would say that ultimately again the Marsha and the Heker Shamasa, Heker Shamalo, or Marsha Rabban and Heker Shamasa, Heker Shamalo. One of the things will say, the Halakha Laisha, the upper limits of a Torah will have to resemble that of the lower limits of the Torah, where the other thing says that need not the upper dimensions and lower dimensions need not to know each other. Now, if we're going to see what that means in the next case, we're going to use coming attractions. Coming attractions are going to be what happens if you have a car that's too low and you want to dig out an area in order to make the Torah fit for you. So hold on to just a moment. Another possibility is other possibility is that no. Everyone holds that halacha l'maisa. The heker shomata. It's just like heker shomata b'halcha. It's zero shema yitzchok. What's the machlokes? The machlokes over here is for example, we're going to see, let's say you have a mugwort or a Torah that's too low. So technically speaking, we're going to see will hollow out the black people in jail and then find contracts. So just like the American Colorado, it has a space of the tracks and crush their heads. So you have a piece of time. High. That would be the American joke. Everyone agrees that halacha is not now, whatever you're going to do, ultimately, to hollow out space and make the mavui that's low sufficient will be enough to go ahead and remedy the core that's too high. So perhaps the fundamental distinction about what is concern that maybe you may come to a road of the area. Look at that. There's some because are you Jesus like lion yifkas on you? Yamot al-Hafiz Yitaba. They're talking about, say, the chibun that is in the heker shamalo, ukme arbot the chashiv b'chol. That's very interesting. Even if you want to say that on a technical level, everyone agrees that building up a platform of luncheons, in order to go ahead and remedy a Torah that's too high, maybe what they're concerned about say is as follows. Remember, when you're building up a platform, when you're building a platform, so the platform is building a cliff. So what's the concern? The concern is that platform is going to be eroded by pedestrian traffic. So you could have, if you have a platform that is just a box, over time, that could be eroded by people walking on it for less than a box, in which case the mother is no longer rectified. There's a simple fix for that. What's the simple fix? Make the platform port bucket. Not just plug in the platform to port bucket but just like if some platform erosion, you are still good. Okay, so let's just check the bottom line, halacha like speaking of Rabbi, he said if you have a Torah that is too high, is and you want to make it feasible, if you build this platform, which is at least one tefah underneath that Torah, you have made a Torah crusher for the mavui and the outside inside the mavui. Now look, that approach comes attached with a lot of things. Primarily, that the concept of a Torah is a heker. It's not a mechitza. We're going to see. The next Tanakh is going to see Justice Tarek. We're going to see again, is a Torah. Doesn't work because it effectively the edge is really coming down. That the Torah itself is a mechitza, or it's just a reminder. We're going to see over and over again. The Tzaron in view is that a Torah is a reminder. Now, because it's a reminder, therefore it has to be within ocular range. So therefore, as long as it's too high, as long as I create a platform underneath it, there is at least one tefah, I'm good to go. And then indeed it's halacha. Good. So here's the reverse case. What happens if, now remember, the minimum height of a korah for a mavui is 10 tefachim. Or say that's just what you learned before by Mechitza, because the minimum definition of an area, of a height of an area is 10 tefachim. So what happens if my Torah is too low? My Torah is too low. So what do I do? I'm hoping, and I want to go ahead and dig out an area. So previously I was building up a platform. Now I want to dig out an area in order to make the Torah 10 fucking high. So look at this is picture number 16. That I sent you in the WhatsApp. But here again, I said these are pretty kind of straightforward. I say I just want to dig out an area underneath the Torah in order to go to make the Torah. How much do I have to dig out? So the Gemara says, "Come to tzarach." What do you mean? How much you have to dig out? Whatever amount you have to dig out in order to make the 10 fucking right. No. A much smaller time. We're asking how much does that area have to extend into the muscles? What I'm asking not really is about depth. Depth, I understand. I have to make it into. The question is, how far does that area have to extend into the muscle? What's the width of the area? So Yosef on the Dalit. Yosef says Dalit. I'm sorry, Dalit talking. Excuse me, 4 talking. Abai Amar Ba'arba Amas. Abai says 4 Amas. We'll say more dramatic. Let's see, we get 4 talking of 4 Amas. So they must Rabbi Asi come in. So they must be arguing about Rabbi Asi. People say, what happened? What's exactly what's happening with this? It is clear. Mavui Chinifat Nisido, Klatero Shor. We'll say, imagine the following case. You have a Mavui, and the Mavui itself was reached on one of the side walls. So imagine you're looking straight into the Mavui. So what you see in front of you, I'm standing in the sun looking into the Mavui, I see the Torah on top, and I see 2 walls going down on the Mavui. So what happens? There's a breach on one of the sides of the Mavui, Klatero Shor, towards the entrance of the Mavui. So also you can see this. This is pictures number 17 and 18. You can see it. Well, we'll see the details of those pictures. At least see what the Gemara is talking about over here. So I have a breach in the sidewall of the Mavui. The Gemara says, Rabbi Asi, not to the Pirza ad Eser. So as long as a part of the wall is intact, in relation to the wall, as long as a part of the wall, the front part of the wall, which is the part that supports the Torah, right, and going down, as long as there's at least 4 fucking of that wall intact, so then you're okay with the breach. As long as the breach is less than 10 amas. They love, but ultimately again, if there's not at least 4 buckets of the wall intact, then Pakus Mishosha Makir, then if the breach is less than 3 tefachim, it's okay. Shosha Makir, but more than 3 tefachim, ultimately again, it's not good. Yosef, so what do you see? What comes out from this? It's very interesting. So in this case over here, where the Mavui wall is breached, so what do you see? What does the Gemara say? As long as 4 tefachim of the wall, of the front part of the wall, are intact, then the Mavui is kosher. The Mavui is good. The Mavui is intact, and you're good as long as you don't have a breach of more than 10 amas. It goes back to the first Mishnah. But if there's less than 4 tefachim of the wall intact, then the problem is a breach of any more than 3 tefachim will invalidate the Mavui. So what do you see from here? You see from here that a width, an area of 4 tefachim is the minimum dimension for the Mavui, which seems to align with the position of Rabbi Yosef. So what's Rabbi Yosef holds of this position? Abaye says no. Abaye says no. You're comparing two different us himself Mavui, Pakat Piras Mavui. This is talking about a case of a Mavui that already exists. We're dealing with a case of a Mavui that doesn't yet exist. So we'll say, in the case in question, we're talking about a Korah that from the beginning was put too low, which means this Mavui was never halachically appropriate. Now we want to dig it out and figure out how far to dig it out. So this is actually interesting. So Abaye says, isn't it fascinating to see that there could be a distinction between a Mavui that was kosher and now encountered a problem. So could very well be, says Abaye, that if you have a Mavui that was quote unquote kosher, meaning fit for Shabbos use, and then something happens to it, the criteria to render it usable is much less than making something kosher from the beginning. It's an incredible hashkafa. As you think about it, meaning to make something fit for use in the beginning is a much higher threshold than it is to go ahead and take something that was already kosher but became a little bit compromised. So it's kind of like Gairus, right? In order to become Jewish, so there's a much higher bar. Right?
If you're born Jewish, what you do and what you don't do has absolutely no impact on who you are. It has an impact on what happens to you, but it has no impact on who you are. You're Jewish, even if you commit every single Avera. Once the status is intact, so the erosion of the status is much more difficult. But if you don't have the status, to attain the status is a Herculean task. So Rabbi will say, once you have a mavui, I will agree that minimum dimensions of 4 tefachim will allow the mavui to remain fixed. But if it's not even yet the mavui, then halacha l'maisa, you need at least Talmud Amos. Ika arba Amos in ilo lo Rabbi Menamber. So I said, from where do I know? Where do I know about say that Talmud Amos is the minimum dimension of a mavui? You sign up. You go to the following brisa. Ein mavui mitzvah b'lechi b'kora ad shubat in the chaseros psukim v'sokol. A mavui cannot be remedied with a lechi or a korah until you have homes and chaseros that open up into it. V'i b'dalet sabai. Let me ask you. If you had a mavui that has minimum dimensions of 4 tefachim, right? So let's say 4 tefachim is nothing. So how can you? So remember, by definition, a mavui is something which has to have chaseros open up into it. That how could the minimum dimension of a mavui be 4 tefachim? That's not enough to have courtyards and homes open up into a mavui. The Gemara says the constantly the dope, and I'm sorry. So maybe you'll say no, it can work. It can work with a middle wall. And I'm going to say, now what's the case of a middle wall? If you take a look, at the moment it's the number 19. It's a super small mavui. You can see over here when you have that information. I'm sorry, it's on the WhatsApp. I wouldn't refer you to your phones. I'll try to print them out in a second. But what I see, you can see over here that there's that little space. That little space constitutes the mavui.
I think that's enough. And they let us use the studio, and we are very grateful. And you should use it if you're at the Win Encore, which I have almost only positive things to say about the Win and the Encore. Almost. Showing your age a little bit? Yes. Is the service where it was when it opened? No. The front desk, you have to walk down after 1 a.m. or something. They won't talk to you on the physical, like they won't talk to you on the phone. I don't get that. But that is not as important as the pedophile cannibal rape runs in the world. That is true.
It could be talking
My
about
gripes with the Win
essentially almost like
are
a very small mavui, where again, it's a small mavui. That's what the picture is
pedophile
showing
cannibal rape that does seem to be
So maybe that's the
running the
case.
world.
So I'm not
And I think
saying
it
that.
has,
What is
we
the
appreciate
mavui?
everybody listening
So
to
we
last
have a lesson.
episode,
What is the type of mavui
we tried
that
to
is remedy with a lesson?
contextualize
Post to arco, yes to
what's
arco.
happening.
Any kind of a
Difficult. For
but in
example,
the chateros, you
you look at the curtain.
and you have homes and chateros that are opened up into the mavui.
Look at that.
To which you might say, Yosef, the pasuk may be
Try to zoom out.
what the other possibility is
All right.
that essentially the back of the chateros open up to the mavui at a corner.
On
So
its
these
face.
are all just different
We
imaginative
see
ways
a
of showing how
furry,
you can have an exceptionally
the
small
furry's
mavui
boyfriend.
that still satisfies you
Okay.
because also
Then we zoom out.
interestingly
We go
enough,
with the
the
wife's
good of the
weird.
mavui demand,
Some met with the wife.
that halacha
The
l'maisa,
organization's weird. Something's up with them.
halacha l'maisa,
3 weeks after the guy's dead, she sent him with sparklers, and you had to do a
figure
Cirque du
out how
Soleil.
can you have a mavui that's so small? I mean,
Something's
this
weird.
is of Yosef, as a
Then we
bias.
find out, like,
The minimum dimension of a mavui must be
the
at least
wife
tolerable.
is, it's
Because the
beyond
mice get
weird,
any
it's
smaller than that, you
creepy.
can't have much of the chateros opening up.
And there's a very good
Yes, you can.
chance
Yes, you can.
that this
You
woman
can have a
was
small mavui, you have an angled mavui,
and
fine.
he was this
I'm
powerful,
not young guy.
raised a lot of money, wrote a lot of people, and took a lot of money, and a lot of people. But money's never free. So you think about it, you say you have this,
From the wall of
how
a
do you
mavui,
correct a guy like that who's incredibly important? He's running the largest young voter,
what happens if at the end of
registration
the mavui you have a wall that extends out to the left at the side of that wall?
handling
So the
large
Gemara
sums
says
of money.
everything depends on the problem.
He's out
If the
there
wall is less than
sculpting
Baladamis, Mido Mishum left. Again, the left is good. Let's say again, this is the wall that is extending out at the edge of the bubble. So if the wall extends out less than Dalit Amis, then the lefty will work. The lefty will work. The says, they will start lefty after lefty, only of lefty. Dalit Amis. If the wall extends out Dalit Amis, then what? Mido Mishum Mabli. Then we'll say that's the wall that extends Dalit Amis out at the edge of the Mabli. That wall is part of the Mabli itself. B'tzarech lefty after lefty. You require different lefty in order to go ahead and permit the Mabli. So what is this? You see from here that the minimum dimensions of a Mabli are really Dalit Amis. What will Yosef happen? Remember, Yosef says that it's for talking, not for Amis. But Yosef, Lafikim Korach Lefty, Adikika Arba Amis. So we have Lafikim Korach Lefty. This Gemara is dealing with what ultimately negates the identity of the lefty. Adikika Arba Amos, we have in Mabli. People that I was talking about, I'm sorry. But Yosef, Lafikim Korach Lefty, Adikika Arba Amos, then we have in Mabli. So up until 4 Amos, ultimately again, it's the Mabli. But I was talking down there, ultimately again, so we'll say, what goes ahead and negates the use of a lefty? But then after Yosef will still say that the minimum dimensions of a Mabli would still be 4 times. So just to understand, this machlokas is framed in the truth of if you have a lefty that's too low and you want height in order to make the lefty permitted. You want to hollow an area in order to make the lefty permitted. How much do you have to do out? So machlokas ultimately of Yosef and the Bible. And Yosef said, Abai says Dalit Fuck. Yosef Dalit Fuck. Abai says Dalit Am. But I just want to point out that the Gemara understands that this focus is a fundamental focus of a mobile. What happens to be like a buyer, but Allah provides if you have a quota that is too low, you must hollow out an area of 4 Amos in order to go ahead and make the left with the look. It happens to be it happens to be another fascinating focus. For whatever reason, there's 2 ways that people address different things. And that's okay too. You have a lefty that's too high, or a corner slash corner that's too low. This is very simple fake. Why did I have a case? Why don't you just move the quota? Why don't you just move the quota? That's the case where people approach nothing happens. You look at some people will fix the problem. I'll move the quota higher, I'll move the quota lower. Some people leave stuff out, some people fix stuff. Some people excavate. Sometimes the right people don't actually want to address problems. They just want to do all of it. It's incredible you saw that was the case. So much less effort to move the quota. I go move the quota means directly address the problem. I'd rather not address the problem. I'd rather build additions. I'd rather excavate. An incredible use of it. What happens when you don't address the problems in life? You got a whole stack of time. There's no time. Go back on real estate, a whole bunch of stuff. Instead, by the way, we could have consolidated the whole figure. Move the quota. Just move the quota. And then when you choose not to tackle your challenge in the right direction, things become much more complicated. Find the courage to move the quota and resolve your problems, resolve your challenges in the much more effective. Says the Gemara, Gufa, Amar Rachama. Amar Rachama, Amar Pura. Last day I bought myself before, so let's go ahead just a moment. So I don't say quoted this case, and where you have up until now the giving always with the open side of the Mabli being totally open. In this interesting case, you have a wall that extends across the entrance to the Mabli. So we said, if the wall extends, let's bring it in. So lefty apple, you don't know somebody. So you have a lefty that is next to that wall that extends by the entrance way of the bubble. If ultimately again the wall extends less than Dalit Amis, then the lefty where they start lefty after that kilo, and you don't need another lefty in order to permit the bubble. However, Dalit Amis, but it's the front wall. So just you can see what I'm talking about over here. This is picture number 22. So you can see this is the case over here of normally again the entrance of the Mabli is open. Over here again you see a wall that extends across the entrance of the Mabli. So and now you're putting a lefty, you have a lefty by the side by that front wall. So it's much like this. If the wall is Dalit Amis, then the lefty is not going to work.
crashing
You
out.
need another lefty. But ultimately, again, but if the wall is less than dollar amas, then you're good to go. So let's say the wall is dollar amas or more. And what you do in fact is part of the lefty. Where are you putting the lefty? Watch this. He's emotionally about a day. Oh, Sufi, who's emotional about it. If you're putting that lefty right next to the wall, isn't that lefty is going to be viewed as an extension of water? Let's remember again, that won't work. Why? Because the lefty has something separate and recognizable. That's number again. We'll say lefty and Torah are Mishur. There is a reminder. Well, a reminder only looks at what? It's a little different than everything else around you. But if it looks the same in our local life, it's not going to work. If you already have a wall that extends down around this, and you put the lefty next to the wall, the lefty is going to be viewed as an extension of the wall, and it's not going to work. Therefore, what do you do with it? I'm not talking about the multi-way. Very simple. You just put the lefty by the other side. I got you 22. And you just put the lefty by the other side. Put on the opposite side, therefore it's a recognizable lefty. You have Funa Braves of Yeshua, I think the team of the multi-way by. Then you can even put it by the same wall. By the way, you have to do in the top of the day, open this survey. Or you need to do about the lefty, a little taller, or a little shorter than the way. That's very simple. And again, I'll take the pictures. These guys pictures 23 and 24. Just make it a little taller, just make it a little shorter, and you want this to go. I'm going to put right there Yeshua. So I'm not going to say, when do you say that a lefty should go to the dollar amas is possible, and with the lovely shorter? Okay, so when do you say that the lefty is more than dollar amas? Ultimately, when such a lefty doesn't work, that's only the lovely shiva. That's only, the lovely shorter. That's only the lovely ultimately against the lovely amas. How about the lovely shiva? If the lovely is 7 amas, then these are only rubar.
So let's take a look here at
so you see all these halachas. Only rubar parts are going to right now. So when you have a wall, if there is more closed area than open area, then the wall is considered to be closed up. So this is for example, now you have, let's say a lovely that is more than 8 amas in width, and you have a wall that extends on that front area, then what will be the entrance? That is 4 amas. That's when you're going to need a lefty in order to go ahead and allow for carrying inside of the lovely. But technically speaking, if you have a front wall of 4 amas, and the width of the lovely is only 7 amas, that means what? More of the entrance is closed up and open. Look at the wall extends 7 amas, and the width is only 7 amas. That means you have 4 amas closed, 3 amas open. That's called only meruba ala chalas. That is called what? The closed area is more than the open area, and therefore, again, the mavui is actually considered to be totally sealed. The kavachon is custom, the kavachon from custom. Umar custom, the carries the rest of the Torah. The carries while we meruba ala chalas, with the original concept of lefty and Torah by a custom, and yet custom is governed by the rules of only meruba ala chalas, which means that as long as more areas closed and open, the carry inside of the custom, mavui should make up the left of the Torah in Odin. So what? So what we worship Baal. Which is permitted through a left in the Torah. The second also be permitted through the concept of only Meruba ala chalas. More is closed than open, it's considered to be which we might so it's not a total desire amount of chaser, just means your trust of the chaser. And also when it comes to a chaser, if you have a breach in the chaser wall of more than 10 chaser, Tomar the Mavui, the 10 amas. Tomar the Mavui, if your trust of the Arbor. When it comes to Mavui, it appears that the breach that now the Mavui is a dollar amas. So I'm not going to be ready to Mavui not with your trust so bad. Yeshua says that by a Mavui, also if you have a pierce, if you have a breach. And a pen fucking and I'm going to say that it's also very good about it. We'll because they just understand what we are leading offers over here. What we're starting with over here was a week trying to figure out normally a mavui is a totally open court side when the entrance to the Rabbi. We're beginning to see that when there is a wall that extends on that court side, depending on the size of the wall, will affect the number of things. Number one, whether you need a lefty or Torah at all. That's how it is. If you need a lefty or Torah, you need to be footage, like how is it going to be situated? But now, how much are we introduced to it? If the wall extends more than Dalit Amis,
And the root of the mother is less than 8. And that mother might be sealed altogether. Why? Because if you have a front wall that is more than down, and the width is less than 8, that means you have only Meruba Alahar. That means more of the area is sealed than open, and the more of the area is sealed than open, then Allah the area is permitted first time. Let's start over here. I apologize. We're leaving off a couple lines from the end of that window to cover this in my name.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, or Donald Trump, or the chairman of the Fed. It is Baal. It is the entity Baal and Moloch that protect the American economy. Here's you.
All right, so let's take good morning. Another incredible doc today. Today's doc is Dollar Sport. We have to on zero and the
Are you kidding? Mr. Jordan, are you kidding? What does Moloch have to do with the Dow? Are you nuts? You're asking what Moloch, the god of child sacrifice, has to do with the Dow? The Dow is fake. You know it's fake. Finance is fake. It's what we say it is. It's only to please the Baal. I mean, what does the Dow have to do with Baal? Everything. Helix, I cannot say enough about Helix. Everyone who visits me says, wow, these pasta mattresses are so great. It's because of Helix. Rest easy. The seamless returns and exchanges. Helix is the most award-winning mattress brand that's tested and reviewed by experts at Ford and Wired. And if you don't like it, you have 120 night sleep trial. They have a limited lifetime warranty. A study found that 82% of those involved showed increasing their deep sleep cycle work while sleeping on a Helix mattress. I've had my Helix mattresses for years. My sleep is the best it's ever been. I like midnight talks, but you gotta take the little Helix quiz and I'll tell you what's good for you. HelixSleep.com/Timmy. That's HelixSleep.com/Timmy 27% off site-wide. That's exclusive for listeners of the Tim Dillon Podcast. 27% off site-wide exclusive for listeners of the Tim Dillon Podcast. Pretty amazing.
Regarding Hamas,
Here's the thing, too. I want to just go into the systematic concept here.
Abaye said that when it comes
to
what's
going on with the government, I hope her mother comes back alive. I don't know what's happening. This is why I have now waited on you. When you get up this video, it's a very Guthrie family here.
When it comes to
kidnaps an old person.
an arm of lion,
wants
right now, we use an arm of
Nobody even wants the old people
this
they
is the
have.
sheet of Abaye.
Nobody even wants an old person that lives in their home.
But
We
the
as a
lovely
society,
the lion,
in Japan and stuff like that, Italy, they keep old people in the house till they die.
the arm of the lion,
They
the
look at us like
arm of
barbaric
the
and
lion.
inhuman.
What does that mean
Because
when
we
you say
take our old
that
people
the arm of
and
the
we
lion
put them
is
in
an armor that is made about
horrible nursing homes and they do fight clubs
so
with
it
them.
literally means like Caracas
We don't
is
even
like a ball
want old people. Nobody
in the
wants them.
vineyard, and we call for the pathway in the
Nobody
vineyard.
wants
So we're
an
going
old
to
person.
see
Why would you abduct an old person? And by the way, I love old people. I'm not saying this is the way it is, sadly, in our society. Nobody's like
green or vegetables.
going crazy for the old people. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't abducting old people. So
However,
this seems like weird that this elderly woman is abducted.
and whatever else you want to plant.
I don't know. I'm not judging them. I don't want to judge people and their grants in the field, although I feel like we're doing it effectively. But here we are.
some part of the
Savannah Guthrie and her family discussing here
something else.
this horrible thing about her mother. I hope her mother comes back. Let's see. Here it is.
As follows.
This morning,
So this
an
man,
emotional plea for
Caracas,
Savannah
when it comes
Guthrie
to
and her
cleaning out,
family.
we're going to explain this later. When it comes to clearing out an area of the vineyard in order to plant something else, the Shama Omer, Eskim the
Via social media, the Today Show host pleading for the safe return of her mother, Nancy, who police say was taken from her Tucson home. She was last seen around 9:45 Saturday night.
This
Her lungs are hard.
is swimming that the area you want to plant something else.
This is terrible. All right, enough of this. But it is sad. I don't know what's going on. I just don't understand it.
On the
You're saying it's
as
an
like a
inside thing.
pathway by the
I
vine,
brother-in-law
in
said,
order
I don't
to
know.
work by the vine.
I'm not going to go.
Because you can
We've got
imagine
too
you
much to
have
do here.
strip of pork, 16 another strip of 4. That's what Shammai teaches. That's halakha when I said you need to 24 amas would be the amount of space that's in order to plant something else directly in the middle of the vineyard. Shammai only 6 amas. The Shammai said no, 16 amas is enough. Most of the stuff the Shammai will agree with the same form for you. Always need a strip of 4 amas by each side of the vineyard in order to be able to use the work of the vines, and then the remaining space in the middle could be used for something else.
There's some uncomfortable stuff happening on the foreign policy side because the inside files are exposing a lot of people don't want to fully unredact the files because they say they national
says it's 12 amas.
secrets.
So you
And if we have the rest of the files that unredact some of these files, we will have national security issues here that Jeffrey Epstein was not running Travis Berkman, of course, that was told to us, but yet is somehow being stopped. National security to the extent that of these unredacted files are causing a tidal wave of the problem for intelligence agencies and the government. Again, the guy wasn't doing anything, somehow was doing something. So a lot of people are basically saying we don't want any of this to come out because it could be damaging to maybe existing relationships that the United States of America has with Russia.
Then you leave an additional strip in order to be able to take care of the vines.
Russia is very close with the United States of America.
And you can go ahead and that. Russia's
so
essentially, if you want to plant something else in the middle of your vineyard, you can do that as long as you allocate up to 16 amas for that new plant, plus even a different strip of 4 amas on each side of that new thing you want to plant. Those strips of 4 amas are not for the item you're planting in the middle of what we call the kalaka. But that strip is ultimately, again, a
it's just putting up the laws in America right now because with an anti-Russian speech. So I get it, the mayor of Miami is Russian, please show me all his house from sets up about Russia. It's weird. A weird relationship with Russia. Now, Russia spends a lot of money. Disturbing to the Russian oligarch, it's files really. You have to imagine it's damaging to Russia because the Russian oligarch is dumping tons of money into a Kentucky Senate race so that Thomas Massey can't win because he's running largely on the platform of transparency for Epstein victims and consequences for the perpetrators of these horrible crimes. So that is obvious to most people that something is going on. So maybe that's one of the reasons that people don't want these files unredacted because
we are always assuming that
damage our very close, really close, historically close relationship with Russia. Fund Russia, give Russia money to fight a lot of wars. Russia has, potentially influenced our foreign policy to prioritize wars that maybe weren't great for America. So we had a big problem with Russia.
Why?
Obviously, Russia
requires more space.
What is
What does everybody agree on?
Good luck trying to get elected in this country criticizing Russia.
You must leave space. You must leave space. So if you tell me
You criticize Russia, you
then that's much more space.
Every year I see one or two people, maybe more.
But they also result in a kula.
In my business, have to clarify that they're actually
The
not
way
being
given the
commercial.
Amos, kula.
It's a thing.
So we'll say, what about the
People have to
following
do it to come out. They go,
situation?
my support for Georgia does not mean I'm anti-Russian.
Normally, buying
And I just want to let people know that I've never been anti-Russian. I have Russian friends. So there's a huge Russia connection in these documents. The ex-prime minister of Russia used to stay at his house, have Putin's personal lawyer, Moscow face, is a very big proponent of Russia and Russian interests. So it's obvious that even the president's daughter, which is kind of a rare thing, converted to be Russian. Kind of a rare thing because her husband, Jared St. Petersburg, he was Russian. And the daughter, did you know this, converted to be Russian?
No, in halacha, the definition of
So it's interesting. So Trump has a lot of respect for Russia and Russian. So that's what is being said. But by the way, what I just said is being said on CNN with straight face and MSNBC, and they're dealing with a straight face. They're saying that this is a Russian asset. Jeffrey Epstein worked for Russia, and that if you think anything up, can we get Alex what's up here talking about the Israel connection, which I think is hilarious. My favorite thing ever, Alex was if it didn't work from his side, if he did, I would have gotten a better deal or a better. And again, none of this is anything to do with Jewish people or with Israel as a place. It has to do with powerful governments, the deep state of Israel working with America, and billionaires who are completely transforming a narrative in front of your face to completely fuck with your sense of reality when you know to be true. You know that Jeffrey Epstein is not a Russian asset. It's hilarious. You know that Russia has very little power in America. And if Jeffrey Epstein worked for Russia, everybody in this country would know about it immediately, and you would have known about it years ago, because we'd be using it as a pretext to go to war with them. We'd be using it immediately. I mean, so it's just amazing. But again, it's just one of those things where you don't have to just pile written houses calling for the environment. Just get open pile written houses while you get here. Kyle Rittenhouse is when you've lost Kyle Rittenhouse, you know things aren't well. So we obviously have a national security issue that does not have to do with Russia, it has to do with Israel, it's not immediate. And that's one of the reasons that this is an uncomfortable discussion for a lot of people in Washington. There's a lot of anti-Semitism where people literally say, we used to abolish all Jewish people that have ever existed or whatever. It's easy to find that. You can find that easily. But if you're an intellectually honest person, you have to look at this and go, oh, he's clearly working with Israel to some degree. He has a deep religion.
Rabbi disagrees and he says, no, Kalamos Ba'ama Bashisha. No, he always is a 6-step Hama. There's always a 6-step Hama. There's no 5-step Hama. So what's the distinction? Ella, Halalu Shoha goes Valalu Atzavos. So we'll say, but what's the difference? See, interestingly enough, remember again. So what's a tepa? Right? So a tepa is the size of a fist. So when you make a fist, there are two ways you can make a fist. You can make a tightly clenched fist, or you can make a looser fist. And I will say again, a looser fist represents a larger shear. So Rabbi interestingly enough says an arm is always 6 pocket. An arm is always 6 pocket. The difference just is that sometimes it's made with a clench. It's what's called a tight armor, and sometimes it's a loose armor, or I should say tight
Trench interest and relationship with that country. Why would Mary Mallison be funding all this money for Thomas Massey's race? It doesn't make any sense. There's absolutely no sense that a billionaire who splurged a ton between Israel and wherever Dallas, wherever else she lives, would care
that Thomas Massey absolutely no sense. That she gave a shit about a congressman where in Ohio, Kentucky, I think it's Kentucky. Why would she give a fuck? Why would she be dumping tens of millions of dollars into this race?
So every time the Chacham spoke about Haman, Haman was made about
His main
six
issue
fucking
is the transparency of these files. He wants it out.
in the Kubanos.
So if you're trying to stop these files from coming out, we gotta look at why.
What does that mean?
Why would you care?
So this from a lover, he was very
serious.
so again, that way things what did Rabbi say? What did Rabbi say? I'm not going to myself. I'm not going to myself. So I'm always this talk. Always this talk. What's the only distinction? Sometimes it's a tight armor, sometimes it's a loose armor. So then the place to make sense. Every time the Chacham spoke about it, I'm like always six fucking, this shouldn't be the one of these, it shouldn't be black. And although the armor is always six fucking, it's not always the same six fucking. That makes sense. Rabbi is happy. Okay, but it's like about it, it's like, what did Rabbi say? Rabbi when it comes to the Amma of Mouth, it's a 5-type Amma. When it comes to the Amma of Koyach, it's a 6-type Amma. So what does Rabbi do? So, Rabbi is Ima, Amma, the line of the Amma of Bati. The Bible was to follow. If you like it, so by Ima, Amma, the line of the Amma Bati. So, Rabbi covers, for Amma, the line of the Amma Bati. So, the Rabbi is one of the
So we have a little bit of an issue geopolitically with this, which is why it's been such a sticky situation, and everybody who's honest will tell you that. I know smart people, I know dictators. They all tell you that it's not behind the scenes at all. There's actually nobody of any intelligence behind the scenes that suggests any other rationale for this. They're not like, well, it could have been a lot of different things like that. We got a little nutty. I'm not saying obviously, but there was clearly some knowledge about what the man did. No one's friends with Jeffrey Epstein and has no idea what he's doing. Nobody has no idea. There's going to be a little. There's a little. You're at least curious about what he's doing. Your wife's like, why does he have that island, Tom? Well, I don't know. I just want to kill his nature. Is that what he likes, Tom? Nature? Yeah. You should see how passionate he is about being so different. You can mess with all the different animals, nature, preserving the nature preserve. That's what he's preserving, Tom, nature. That's what you did there. What did you talk about on that island? Well, we just talked about how the story of the human race. That's it. That's all you talked about is how the story of the human race was escaping. That's it, you're short? Just the only one who's just started what if there was another human race just like him?
And the other kind of what type of talking? So
fine. What else? Well, you also talked about like time traveling. When you get hard, if you travel through time, fuck someone in another dimension. That's all you discussed, Tom. That's all you discussed. Is if you went through time travel, would you still be able to get an erection to fuck someone in another dimension? That's all you talked about. Nothing else. That's really it. That's all you talked about was seeding a new human race with his DNA. Going potentially to another time, and if you could get blood to your penis so you could have sex with a child in another dimension. Not a child per se, like that's kind of what it was. Alright, fine. If that's all you talked about, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it if that's all you discussed. But I don't want you doing anything bad. No, I'm just talking. Okay, Crown Princess met marriage to Jeffrey Epstein on November 2012. Soon people won't be able to make humans anymore. We can just design them in a lab. Whoa!
That in the armor of Kirai should be a loose armor.
so this is from teenage con princess Jeffrey Epstein, and this is Tony Trump. And here's the trick. You always make me smile because you tickle my brain. I want the data from it. Now, by the way, before we read this, you were getting how the ruling class deals with each other. And a lot of them, like, yes,
the Tanakama will say 6 tefachama for everything.
But
5 tefachama
also
for
we can't forget,
and loose
kind
6
of retarded,
tefachama for Tzvayakeret.
according to Rava, a lot of dad jokes, a lot of dumb shit, like, you're not impressed, and a lot of these emails are kind of like disturbed that like these are retarded cannibal pedophile Satanists. It's not that even the Luciferians have got to be like even they're like, well, these people are kind of like, that's a discussion they have. Like the Luciferian elite, do you think they're even like the new people or just, I mean, these people, it ain't what it used to be. It's nothing. So even in the satanic blood cult, it still has to be, they're like, here's these people, they don't even know how to run their homes. They don't even know how to run their estates. So many times I'll get a call from someone going, can you help me out? There's blood in the barn, burned down like 2 of their houses on their property in a ritual. These people just, they don't have it. They don't have it like we used to have. Because these are the conversations that are happening, by the way, with the Luciferian elite somewhere in Switzerland. Some guy's putting a little fudge in his mouth, you know, you just don't have, you know how much stuff I've had to clean up, literally and figuratively. You always make me smile because you tickle my brain, but I want the data from now, or the bill is mine. Is it the cocktail of all the unnaturals that have a profound effect on the early stages of development of humans? Soon people won't be able to do humans anymore, but I guess that would be la la and crazy. Humans decided to interact. And then again, from the base, there was the next area up. There was one Amazon that was so they extended the bottom base, extended over the area on top of it. For example, $20,000, 5-star reviews, 100% money back guarantee on the first. Or go to sheath.com, just promo code TAM, save 20% off your purchase. All jokes aside, they are the best. Go to sheath.com, just promo code SCAN, we'll love it with a deal. Or if you're an Epstein victim, hello. I am saying when you access to about what is all the organized large personal needs. Started off as Asian body with the $5,000 check out Morgan & Morgan. They're fees free unless they live. That's right, fees free unless they live. To learn more, go to forthepeople.com/jam or click the link. forthepeople.com/jam or click the link to paid advertising. Jeffrey Epstein also ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid and we wanted to, the day the FBI opened an investigation into him. What can you do with sulfuric acid? You can do a lot of things. You're going to use this for sulfuric acid. No, I mean literally, because we should give him the benefit of the doubt.
Therefore,
So many live in Oregon to dissolve the bodies of people that he killed.
Rabbi disagrees. All
Fertilizer production. The only thing that varies is what was called a tight tefah versus the loose tefah. Sukkah and mavui have a tight tefah. Ultimately, again, sukkah can have as the loose
fertilizer for the
island instead of turns out that according to Rabbi, this is a machloket hanoim. According to Rabbi, not so clear that it's a machloket. That's the fundamental machloket. How do we pass it along to the Mesa? But we pass it like Rabbi, that all amas are 6
lead acid batteries, chemical manufacturing, petroleum refining, industrial cleaning and maintenance, laboratory and industrial applications, students by acidity, corrosiveness, and is a highly regulated substance requiring careful handling. Now, some people believe that open investigation
you can see over here that he goes over here. This is
I caught the sweetheart deal. Now, when did they get this? When they opened up the first one, when was that? Do we know exactly when he ordered this? Now, this is after he made that sweetheart deal.
But the first time. So the Gemara says as follows.
He's saying to himself, I might be able to survive the sex trafficking angle of this. The intelligence communities will say it's not sex trafficking. And I'll be able to say, I groped a 17-year-old again. I'm sorry. And we'll do another sweetheart deal. But then just like for
so she really wants to shear into shear, so you don't know what shear yet.
Well, we gotta get rid of all these people we killed. We gotta get rid of them, we gotta burn them, we gotta dissolve them. I think I'm right because I'll make another sweetheart deal. Intelligence right now is a creature of the intelligence side of this is gonna protect the trafficking stuff. You gotta remember the first time he's accused, there's like 200 victims. Any cops touching one of them inappropriately during a massage. He's going, I'll just do that again. Here's the problem. We killed all these people. We killed You've got to dissolve them now,
so we'll say, what is this?
Dissolve them as
how about
so just like that's one Jeffrey Epstein.
This entire pasuk is here to teach us. Also, watch this. What's relevant to people? Look at this now. I'm looking for we care about sickles, which is a home that is afflicted with Sarah. What's Sarah? If you walk in, and when you come to
he's not part of the Luciferian cult, but they do sacrifice babies. That's what she said on X.
You have a pair of pants
what his
hold it on your shoulder.
ex-girlfriend said. She said that. She was
and I'm holding my feet. I'm holding my leg.
What's the woman who has a guy's back? He's not even involved with the Luciferian sacrifice to children. He got involved for money. This guy, this woman, Karina, who's Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend, literally, was on
you acquire too much of the bottom
with these people. They're in a cult. They sacrifice kids. But he was just
I'm not
trying to make
wearing my
money.
clothing, but I'm holding my
He's not
clothing.
even involved with that.
My clothing
So,
becomes coming into
this woman's
Look at
coming
that
out to defend this guy.
That's
Well, I don't know. Is he dead? He might be dead. He might be dead.
when you become a civil, he brings me. That's after one alabais.
We don't know where he is.
What the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, so the Pasuk says,
why would they hate on last owner of Victoria's Secret to look at the press?
Therefore, again, my body becomes coming immediately no matter what. That's too much of it. And if I'm holding my clothing, as opposed to wearing my clothing, then how often am I stuff? My clothing becomes coming immediately. Now, so watch this. However, how your love is still in the love of God. Let's say I'm wearing my clothing normally. I'm not clearing any clothes. I'm wearing from what's the halacha. Who's coming yard? They need to roll it out. You should be there.
Say to yourself, oh wait, are they cannibals?
If, however, halacha l'maisa, I walk and wear my clothing,
You could say
my
that down
body
to lunch.
always becomes
You don't have to feel any type of way of
But
saying
if
that
I
at
wear my
lunch.
clothing, my clothing doesn't become part
Well, did you see the
immediate.
Did
My
you see the
clothing only
tweet from
becomes
his
something
ex-girlfriend Karina, who says that they're actually a cult and they're sacrificing children? However,
and how much time do you have to linger in the home like this? The
he
amount
was
of
just in
time
it for
that
money.
they
He was
actually
just in it for money.
the amount of time that was a class for our
And you
purposes
can
now
tell your
literally
kids. I mean,
means
that's a great story to tell your
you
kids.
linger in the home
And
the
say,
amount of time that it takes
if
to
you
eat half
prioritize
a
money
loaf of bread.
and you get
And what
involved
kind
with
of bread?
money, there will be a chance
Wheat bread.
human
Hello,
trafficking
Pastor, not
operation.
barley bread.
And
Lace
then
up
there are
the old
elements of
covenant.
that
The amount of time that
want
it
to
takes
put
to eat
your children
half a
in
loaf of bread,
sacrifice to
wheat
God.
bread, reclining with relish.
That's
Look
what
at the
happens
condiments.
when
Look
you
at actually the following.
prioritize money.
This is really very
That's when
interesting.
you should
Halacha.
just do
I
it
love it,
once.
Caleb. The thing cool
But I believe with Jeffrey Epstein, this is also a problem.
the Oka Babaisi Kabesis because of it. She was on Skonin.
This
She
is a
said
real
that I
issue.
Oka
This is
Lava
something to wrestle
and
with.
you should be
Now, obviously, he was
love
evil.
will be able to see
Man
it.
was dialed
The
in.
Pasuk says the Oka
The man
Babaisi
was locked in.
Kabesis
He
because
was in a
the
flow
person
state.
eats in your house. By the
That's
house
part of the problem here. Part of the problem is that this man was like perfectly suited for what he did. He was perfectly suited for what he did. He was not at all in some type of. Like, this was not like an unnatural place for this guy to be. This guy fully, this was the life he was meant to live.
With the relic.
I don't know what that means. I don't know that that's good, but this is the life he was meant to live.
Get down a little bit.
There's not, I don't think he regretted anything either. I don't think he regretted it. I don't think Jeffrey Epstein regretted it. I'm not defending him.
This year
Do you have this tweet up?
is very important for us, also in halacha. Now
this is the tweet about the cult?
Okay, but anyway, the Gemara says, this is what you learn out from the word Gita. This is what the word Gita. I said from Gita, I learned that what halacha l'maisa clothing becomes coming if you remain in a home of person with charas. Clothing becomes coming if you wait there.
Don't tell us what Tulsi Gabbard is doing, but apparently it's so bad, it's so destructive. Listen, we've criticized Tulsi Gabbard on the show. We like Tulsi a little bit, but we also have criticized her. Again, we're criticizing anyone that's,
it is
not calling for complete total transparency on these files. Gabbard whistleblower complaint based on intercepted conversation with Jared Kushner. The substance of the conversation, which is in part
does not convey
which covered in part issues related to Iran. So Tulsi Gabbard is like an anti-war person, and apparently she is conspiring two people are talking about the highly classified whistleblower complaint against Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard related to a conversation intercepted last spring, which drew foreign nationals discussed Jared Kushner, according to U.S. officials who know the matter. They couldn't determine which country the foreign nationals are from, or what they discussed about Kushner. The connection Kushner sheds further light on the top-secret whistleblower complaint, a bureaucratically styled Gabbard's agency for 8 months, that was kept locked in a safe, including in Congress, in a heavily redacted form last week. Senior Trump administration officials said the claims by Kushner were demonstrably false, but declined to offer more specifics about the conversation on grounds. In doing so, would expose a highly sensitive surveillance method. The allegations in the conversations, please bring this. The allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant and verified. The allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant and verified. I hope they're not saying that Jared Kushner has loyalty to another country besides America, because I don't believe it. for apples. They're not for cookies. They're going to use it for whatever. That's because they're put aside. You can no longer go ahead and use it. So after that's the essential. It has a whole size of a coffee grinder. At that point, it's just you can no longer use it. That's the reason. Let's just tell them what they're looking for. Again, Zayit Aleph. What else is that? Aleph, the code two accusations. The rest is all the land. All of the true amount of Zayit. All the true Zayit, all of the true. America had it down with you. Just got to put pizza, oil, gas, and the Remo. Just do a whole bunch of different things in the land. All the true Zayit. That is the most minimum. Remo has the road to the what the people in general here. Just the accumulated items usually the majority of items that are designed these relate to more than outliers. Well, you got to look to understand, of course, that when you speak about honey in the context of that, honey is very important to it is not these honey. Whatever from Divash, so Shabbos Hagas they explain. What's the from Divash? I don't know what. But Halach for the light, the child is ultimately again is Koseves. So there's apparently allegations against over here. And it was based on a foreign intelligence conversation collected by the NSA. I've been getting money into Russia. They're going to say that Russians are talking about Kushner and that he somehow is not to be trusted, that challenge outside of the official negotiations. I don't think it's going to be Israel, we don't know. But apparently India told you the average involved in this half. She's going to go to deal with Israel. I imagine they're going to say something to Russia because Chelsea is involved in this too. This is my guess. Keep going here. You have a good rabbi,
first term, which
and the rabbi finds it to continue further a bit. This is different. This is Zoraisa. All of these things that we just mentioned are all Zoraisa. Right? Because ultimately, these are halacha most of the so again, all the Gemara is simply saying that halacha is halacha these are halacha most of the right? But as I found,
result of someone's business acumen, their own execution, yes, people just have money and go bankrupt, lose all their money, and somehow reconstitute their wealth, they're able to get all the money back all the time, and they never have any financial problems with their parent to anyone because they're all still doing quite well. So is that odd to people? So it's strange because the Christians for many years had this building in New York, 666 Louisiana address, either 5th or Park Avenue, and it was like a building that they had to sell. It was like going into something, the Christians building up in New York City, and they had all these financial problems with this building, and they could finally solve all these issues. Kushner's father blackmailed his brother, or Kushner's uncle blackmailed his father, hired a hooker, filmed him. I mean, they're nice, fun people. They're just fun, family people. Insurance companies purchased 600 Fifth Avenue for $1.9 million in 2007, a highly leveraged deal, and it struggled after failed redevelopment plans. They sold a 99-year lease to Brookfield Asset Management in 2018.
Listen, what's the greatest challenge of life? What
So here's the deal. They purchased this in 2007. Kushner's family firm was the most expensive office building purchased in history. Failed redevelopment. Kushner companies planned a massive overhaul of the 39th Street Tower into a 1,400-foot mixed-use skyscraper with Zaha Hadid architects. Famous architects that want to building $10,000 Miami, whatever, 12,000 Miami. The 2018 deal, Brookfield Asset Management acquired the 99-year ground lease in 2018,
from something
which allowed the Kushner companies to exit the struggling investment
spiritual. So when Chazal tell us that the Zion are the pillars in the step of the Eretz Yisrael, these are the fruits of Israel is blessed. What's the blessing? I don't say we don't have grain or barley in America. We don't have fruit elsewhere in the world.
But still have a full portfolio in New Jersey. So now that's an article from 2018.
That's the power of Eretz Yisrael.
I believe it's still out.
Everywhere else,
Let me see when it was written. August 12, 2018.
They're looking from the Gospels.
And they're talking about this openly, about they made a bad bet. They needed a bailout. I'm not saying people don't get bailed out. I'm not saying these things don't happen. Obviously, Jared Kushner's ill-advised bet on New York City real estate is finally played out. The exit strategy that will allow the family's real estate company to emerge from more than $1 billion of debt on a 41-story Manhattan office tower. Here's what I'm
so Katifin direction in the Dixie,
thrown out there. This is going to
the pastor said you will watch, yes. And what are we going to do? So maybe we cover first experience the Charlotte. Ultimately, again, that there's nothing that goes ahead and interposes or interrupts between your body and the water. No question. Good night. And the word Bamayim, I don't know what. But in this book, you can't get information from anybody. Well, that's the end of the book. Cold Basara, what is Cold Basara? It has to be enough water to immerse your entire body. The Kamahim, let's say how much water is that? How much water do you put in your entire body? 3 cubic amas. Look at 3 cubic amas, you know, when you say that 40 stocks. My purpose is what you go to about 200 gallons. 200 gallons ultimately are going to be the amount of water that you need in order to go ahead and have a proper mikvah that is capable of covering the entire body. Here we go. But the also so again, if you're going to tell us why do I need a it's a pretty concept for a practice to be set up. But now you're
Jared Kushner's father and his brother, we talked about this on the show before, and the hooker and the blackmail.
Watch this. It's a weird halakha emotion you see that necessary.
I believe Kushner's father. Charles Kushner, Democratic donor and father of Jared Kushner.
If you have one hair that's knotted,
counts of tax evasion, witness retaliation, making false statements to the Federal Election Commission case, prosecuted by Chris Christie,
where it's knotted, I don't know.
included a widely reported sordid revenge plot against his own sister and brother-in-law. Charles Kushner was furious that his brother-in-law William was cooperating with federal investigators in tax evasion case against him. Kushner hired a prosecutor for $25,000 to seduce his brother-in-law in a New Jersey motel, Kushner had the sexual encounters secretly filmed and sent the video to intimidate relating to the case against Kushner. So this is Kushner family background. This is like how they operate. So just wonder what the Jared Kushner Kushner is married to Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump's daughter. So this is interesting. Again, I'm not explaining this to somebody from another planet, gorgeous land. The guy in charge of the Middle East peace plan and rebuilding Gaza, and ending the Ukraine war with Russia, the Russia-Ukraine war. Married the president's daughter. In 2018, got bailed out of a $1 billion bad real estate deal in New York. This guy's father blackmailed his sister and his brother-in-law because of dealings in tax evasion, dealings in shady business dealings, and was wrong. He tried to intimidate his brother-in-law and his sister, and instead of being intimidated, he turned the table on the federal prosecutors and Charles Kushner served 14 months in a federal prison camp in Alabama and 10 months in a halfway house in New Jersey. His son is negotiating with
that's problematic, less than equal of Ruba.
We don't know much about him other than his dad tried to find Muslims during the early days. Very bad development. And now we used to hang out with the family we visited in New York.
One of
And now supposedly they should wear intelligence like Tulsi Gabbard or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I'm wondering about all these business deals that everybody has.
small part of the body, but you do care about it. Those are
Curious as to like how this all
I
works.
said the Gemara believes
How
that
this
now
will work.
I'm the
What you will see over the next few months now, with a lot of the people on the ruling class
even
that
though
want
something
to
that
retain their
covers a
powers
very
in
small part of the body and you don't care
that's going to
about it.
happen over the next
Rest
6
becomes
days.
out of
That's
Hakisa.
what we're
It is the Uso Hamas. It covers the small part of the body.
they're all going to start to turn on the reporters' files.
You don't say
Files to resign
you
from
don't
work.
say that.
So
I don't
you said that. There's a money to someone for legal reasons for public relations reasons before them. And it's going to come out. The stuff in this, all these files is going to come out. It's going to get really bad. It's going to be sacrificial lamb. It's going to throw somebody under the bus. It's going to be next person there.
That's the ultimate
Before
again, the fact that
people
they
die
can't
or whatever.
that's the
And then they will kind of try to move on past it.
So
As
what
the
is the halakha emotion tonight?
blanket over it, they'll go, well, let's move on. This was actually nothing. A couple of creams.
What is it?
Remember how Greg figured that out was a design program?
No, right,
Touched
sir.
an analogy.
You go
When it came out, the troops,
when you see it in the
you
Torah,
know, those photos
here's
of
the
like
zone. That's the
Iraq,
halakha
the cigarette
emotion.
chicks,
The halakha
torturing,
emotion
and
is like
oh, it's a few bad apples. It turned out it was a meticulously designed program by the
So
CIA.
even if it satisfies one of those criteria, even if it satisfies the criteria ultimately again of just
In
move
the same
on,
way
but
that they're going to
not
say that this is a few
or
bad apples, a few
I'm not
creams, a Prince
even
Andrew, a Jeffrey Epstein. No, it's a meticulously designed way of doing business. And people even do it. They even do it with their own family. They do it with their own family. Go, no, we know that works. We're going to do it close to home. This is a well-established order of doing business, and it always has been. And the idea that like this is not someone institutional, or that this isn't serving existing power dynamics and propping them up and preventing them from being questioned is insane. So anyone who's saying that stuff is completely crazy. And we'll see more about what happens here in the next few weeks, right? I imagine that get up Massey, get up with Thomas Massey. I imagine that the drumbeat to release these that's coming out right now, you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to stop this. You're not going to be able to stop this. This is going to come out. This is going to come out. What's interesting about Jared Kushner, by the way, is he didn't want an official role in this administration. He wanted to just kind of float. It's true. He wanted to do his own thing. Just wanted to do his own thing. He just wanted to kind of float. He didn't want an official role. He's like, let me be I'm the negotiator. Why is he negotiating all these deals? I mean, all he provably did was make this really weird real estate that in New York he get bailed out. Why is he negotiating all this stuff? Because he's a great negotiator. So he's out there negotiating all these new deals. Yes, because he's so good at all this stuff. So here we go. Thomas Massey is saying, I'm not going to be intimidating. The president's attacking me. So Massey and Rokana are really trying to get these files out. The rest of these files out. Here's the question. What will they do to prevent this? What will they do to prevent these files from coming out? What exactly? We're not going into Iran. Trump, to his credit, told Bibi, we're not going into Iran. As of now, that's where we are. There's no Iran for right now. Bibi came to the White House, we want to go to Iran. And Trump's like, we're not going into Iran. Hey, thanks. Thank you. We get it. But they have nuclear weapons? Yeah. We're not going into Iran. So we don't know what's going to happen or where we're going to go domestically
But this is the big story. And I know a lot of people have built their careers on this. Part of their careers are being like, I'm the rational guy. Like, there's all these conspiracy people, and I'm the rational one. I'm the guy that will tell you that conspiracies are all invented and all dumb, and everyone who believes in them is dumb, and everybody who entertains this theory is and the world needs to be explained to them in a super simple way. This is all of those people, these files are in the destruction of their credibility. 1,000% the full collapse of any credibility the mockers have that are running around talking about these conspiracy. This is all of these congresswomen, senators, people that are looking at these other Catholic fathers, their fucking minds are blown. Their minds are fucking blown. And they're going, whoa. The Sultan, I liked the torture video. Was Jeffrey the one responding saying, I like, Jeffrey was saying, I liked the torture video that the Sultan sent you. These people are emailing about this shit. They don't care. They're emailing about it. They don't care. There's no fear that they're ever going to get in trouble for any of this. I like the torture video. That was a good one. I enjoyed the torture video. It was sent by this guy, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, who resigned as CEO of DP World after DRJ documents exposed ties to him. He's a global, what was he? A global shipping executive. A global shipping executive. What was he shipping? I've been trying to help me in the U.S. second week of May. We're all working okay. I love the torture video. There was a billionaire getting global shipping executive. So, that's a fun business, huh? Shipping. Anyone trying to say that, like, this is all fake or invented has no credibility. Credibility is completely collapsed. You don't even have to listen to them. They're either getting paid or they're being stupid for a reason, and it's either disingenuous, they're making money or whatever. But the idea that all of this stuff adds up to nothing, and it all adds up to nothing, and the idea that this was somebody who, like, looked up at the 17-year-old who looked 23, that's a lie. Let's smash that narrative that isn't true. By the way, play this. This is a drop site news thing. We had Ryan Grimond, who we like. But this is someone who had a chance to review these unredacted documents.
To review any of the unredacted files of the DOJ, the FT files, the 19
What can you tell us?
So that's the first stuff. You don't have to go ahead. Sorry. If you have an opening that is more than 10 hours wide and you have a third you need not close up some of that entrance way.
This is the one thing they always say.
And then that comment, it's asking you to no, you have to amend the mission of the lead that you must deliver. So it's different in the
so many people that have to
all of these questions that you're asking are only in one
so many people so many people keep their mouth shut about a lot. People keep their mouth shut about a lot. Threaten their money, threaten their food, threaten their family. You don't even have to threaten. It's implied. It's implicit. They know. They open their mouth. They're opening themselves up to liability, legally, financially. People shut their mouth. People shut their mouth all the time. How could people? There's so many people who have to keep quiet about it. And they will. They will. What are we running around with a bunch of heroes in this country? You fucking idiots! We got a bunch of heroes in this country willing to risk it all! I'm gonna risk it all to help some woman I know about. Half of those people want it. They're jealous they can't rape the women. What are you talking about? We're a bunch of heroes?
are going to risk life and limb to help their fellow man? What country do you live in?
Yeah.
Fucking get out of here. What country do you live in? Well, so many people would have to be in on it. No. They would gladly be in on it. They would willfully be in on it. Because they don't want to make their lives any more difficult than they already are. That's why they're not coming into defense of anything. They don't care. So many people have to get it. No. There's an enforced code of silence. And you know what enforces it? Threats to people's livelihood, their level of comfort. And we're not talking about poor people that have nothing to lose here. We're talking about people that have a lot of fucking money. They have a position in society that they don't want to lose. So many people have to be here. Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen? Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen on the slopes? Aren't they heroic? Where's all the heroes in Palm Beach? Where are all the heroes? Where's the fucking, the spirit that founded the country, the spirit of the people that fought the British? What? Can you imagine? Can you imagine just about 40 hours when we wake up at lunch?
Interestingly enough,
Snowing outside. You have a cup of coffee.
To which you must make it. So what kind of question is this? Don't know. It's kind of the amount of so we'll say maybe it's fucking like that's the amount of
now, let's be honest, half the responses go on like
much harder to say therefore, what would be your question? Well, maybe you'll say that
that's half. Half of them on actually. I'm also. We just got to put them on. We've got to solve this millionaires that should be
Torah. Remember again, the Torah is the being that you put across the top of the lovely in order to
that's half. Now the other half go like this. It's like best case. Best case, worst case, they're also trafficking women and children. That's the worst case. You go, oh yeah, I know. I've been to the island. I know exactly. Do you want his number? That's worst case. Worst case, they go, oh, you need his number? Best case, they go like this. Somebody goes, I hear this guy, that Jeffrey guy, he's like a shady guy. He's involved with trafficking women and children. This is what they do.
So it says that, listen to this. If you have a being that is sports fucking white,
just heard that Jeffrey Epstein's a trafficking women and children in Aspen, Colorado. Fresh cut powder on the hills on the mountains, fresh cut powder on the mountains, sipping coffee at the lot. You hear at 9 a.m. Jeffrey Epstein trafficking women and children. Somebody tells me, you know that Jeffrey women, he's trafficking women and children. Your response?
One does not have to go ahead and diminish the height of the globe.
What do you think you're going to do?
This is the power of the Amal. So the Amal
let's interrupt our vacation.
Work
launch a crusade to destroy this billionaire and ourselves in the process. Heroes in Aspen. We've got to wear we're heroes. Most of these people who look isn't fake. They know it's fake. They know it's fake. They're in a hundred. God forbid this thing starts to boomerang on them. They're all going, God forbid, they start looking at how we have our money. How the fuck do we have our money? So this idea that there's just a bunch of heroes in this country. Palm Beach or the Hamptons. They're in the Hamptons, they're eating a lobster roll. And they're sitting there and the bugs, they're flying around and chilling. They're eating a lobster roll in the Hamptons in the summer. And somebody comes up to them and that guy Jeffrey, who I hear does weird shit with women and children.
was what?
Only 20 hours people spring up
So we have that little of a contradiction, because according to Rab's understanding, even the presence of an Amal Surah doesn't allow you to utilize a doorway to one of the Yes, we have another advice that really indicates to us But if you have an amount
Let's
of
all bond together and make sure that no woman or child is abused. We are the heroes of the heroes.
this is not just even taking
Their
out of
hands
this
heroes,
discussion.
and then they
And
get in
that's
their
nice
Broncos,
you
the
look
little Broncos tries to drive
these are
around.
prices themselves, not for the companies. And the most like just the prices themselves are cars. People without actually the element
We're going,
have to
we're not gonna stop. I've had money for about 5 years. That some of these people in some of these environments. Number one, normal people probably wouldn't do anything either. But the idea, some of them would, some people obviously have done it and probably have risked a lot of their professional life to bring things like this to life. Journalists that have done it and had it on the show. There are people that have done it in real life. This idea that those privileged people, the wealthiest people, they themselves don't want you to know what kind of health they got going on. People that are from multi-generational families, wealthy families, that want to have the public eye, that are very private by their nature. The idea that they're going to spring into
the other thing
if
was
they
that I
hear
want to go
that someone's trafficking or getting killed, that idea that they're going to while they're in state, while they're shouting, walking up and making this
allows you to go ahead and
I'm going to make it
allows
my
you to
life's
utilize it even one
to uncover the truth. Here's what you'll never hear.
What does that mean? Why does our
Here's what you'll never hear.
allow you to go ahead and utilize
We got to get to the truth.
that is more than 20 hours? Well, you becoming a tax service, it's very simple.
We got to get to
The
the
whole
truth
point
of this,
of the Torah, like, remember, let's go back to yesterday's doc. You have a mother, and you want to be able to carry that mother. So what does Hazal require you to do? You have to put a Torah, you have to put a Why? What's the magic of this? If it's not magic, what is it? We'll see, it's not focus, but part of the know what it is. It's a reminder. Right? It's a reminder. What do we think about in a mother? Are we concerned about carrying in a mother? And the answer is no. What am I concerned about? How many concerned is going to forget to think between a mother and the surrounding? Because my mother reminds me of very simple. Put a larger person like this at the mother. That is carrying the mother is fine. But you know not to carry the surrounding. So the logic is there.
It's the south of France, the Amalfi Coast. What's it all for? What's it all for? The kids in the best universities, money and houses everywhere, bugs and private jets. What the fuck's it for? If we can't protect women and children,
That the cola is outside of the range
that's what I want to see.
You're just
So
not
we
going
get
to see it.
divorced.
You're not going to see it.
And you get divorced, and the attorney would totally get it.
Whether or not the master works
Hey,
from Mala,
Hey, Bob. Hi, Bob.
is in Machlokes Hanoi. Is in Machlokes Hanoi.
Listen.
So again, if you hold us to that one on your house, your sheet of front vehicle, then a master will not work from Mala Esco. If you always go in and out from the vehicle, then a master will work from Mala Esco. The DD anything like that, flat says, so you also, the ice now goes to Machlokes tonight. The nothing by this fuck over. The low rat.
Is it a tumor?
Last night I got you look at. So the deep fuck
I told you. On our way, on our drive up to Montesquieu, she said, I want to dedicate the rest of our lives to helping
Here we go. That one time of my, what they claim to that one on one is that you put across the top of the mug. You carry the mug,
you said, I don't care about this money, I want to get to the
Here's a
truth.
visual reminder that the carriers of mug, don't accidentally carry from here to the
I know enough of these people that I have.
honey, yes, and
The young kids are fun, they play socialism like a board game while they sail around the globe. And their parents just, request their presents and dinner. Occasionally, they'll kind of stare at each other and quietly never goes to something else going on. The idea that any of these people at any time they say we're going to jeopardize our entire standard. Lunch, full of press here against this Jeffrey Epstein attack by intelligence. Number one, that shuts the continent down. Yeah, you see, we're intelligent and know what they're raping the kids. I think for us, for our sake,
from the
There's nothing that quiets people down. Like the more intelligence shuts everyone up immediately. As soon as you say intelligence with that is intelligent, it scares off local law enforcement, it scares off federal law enforcement, it scares off everybody. Because it is assumed that whatever is happening needs to happen. That's exactly what intelligence means. It's above your head. You wouldn't understand it, but if you did, you would know that it needs to be done. Shut up. And if you inquire about it anymore, you're opening yourself up to a lot of problems here because you're threatening on exposing the sensitive nature of whatever intelligence thing is going on. So all you would have to say to the Palm Beach Sands, Hamptons, Aspen, whatever, Sea Island, Georgia, Santa Barbara, Tampa, anything you would have to say up there, all you would have to say is if it even got there, oh, he's involved in intelligence, there's something working on it. It would never even get there. It would never even get there because if you said you wanted to help children and women, you would think you had a tumor. They would think you had a tumor on the brain if you started talking about any of this stuff. Because this is really shady guy, they see this kid disappearing, and they go, oh, you have a brain trafficking or something. That's really true. That's what I mean. So this idea that like everybody would have to be in on it. It's like, no. It is the most easily explained thing ever, dummies. And these are just people that don't know the world or they don't know anything about how the world works. So they just talk. They just say things they've heard other people say before. Conspiracies are fake because they're intentionally people are actually stupid. People are stupid. This is what dumb people say about other people to feel like they're smart. People are just stupid to do conspiracies. Actually, people are just being caught. It's like the Bill Maher talking point. Brilliant Bill Maher talking point. Which to his credit, he didn't about it. Let's give people an apology. Like, there's a lot of smart people that have this talking point. Well, people are actually too stupid. No. They just don't get involved. The more shit you have, the more you risk. And the minute anyone says the word intelligence, you're out. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to get involved with them. The people that killed Kennedy. I'm going to start doing shit with them. It's automatically assumed when you say the word intelligence that these people are the worst things, criminal, government, it's like everything you don't want to fuck with. You don't want to fuck with the mob. You don't want to fuck with the government. You don't want to fuck with cults. And intelligence is like all that. It's like all of those. It's elements from all of those things mixed together. It's the ultimate fuck you if you don't want to play around with it. You don't want to play around with it because you have tremendous power. But we are afraid of the fear because we are protected of course by God and his emissary. And there's kids going, thank you, good night.
Oh,
Maybe the Rabbanan only say their shita ultimately again in the case of the Mavoi, and maybe by Sukkah they are molded to Rabbi Yehuda. And therefore again halacha there was halacha so we need both cases. And therefore again one cannot be done from the other. But just interestingly enough, it is the same machlokas about a Sukkah Lamala Me'esrim, a Mavoi Lamala Me'esrim, same machlokas Rabbi Yehuda and the Rabbanan. I will say you guys that I did not thank the sponsors for this morning's shir. Sorry to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, Rabbi and Coleman, for dedicating all the shurim and drushas this month in the hope that the month of Av will be a Yom Tov filled with joy in the eternal place of Christ. Our Yomi sponsors, Jeff and Sherry Bennett, Stephen and Holly Bennett, in memory of their father, Herman Bennett, Kanon Yisrael Ben Rubin, Zikon Lebracha, the week of learning sponsor, Howard and Aileen Friedman, in memory of Howard's mother, Philip Baschayim, and our day of learning sponsor, Adam and Leslie Rosen, in honor of the birthday of their son Gideon. Looking forward to your continued learning insightful questions.
Vacanța perfectă e planificată. După aceea vine din nevăzut.
Let's go back. Not a mouthful. So by the way, let's go back to the pandemic. We never actually defined it. We defined it for ourselves. But when I say what is a mouthful? I'm a blaze rabba by who I'm a key. Okay, look at this. The first one I'm doing. He says it's key. What's key? So which is actually the ID department. Key, I'm sorry, you don't key or both, but you both in the campus, the mala may have had engravings of birds' nests. That's actually the first image I sent you on the WhatsApp chat. You can see again, if you enlarge it, you can see engravings of birds' nests. Shows according to this first opinion, not if it's still a cornice, as we're going to see, but then I said artwork, wood engravings. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, being our Umar, said,
I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things I find most important. When David Ellison called me and said, "Would you like to run CBS News?" I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog. I had 17 listeners to this podcast, but I ultimately decided that 150 million dollars was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around. The seeds of money that was are incredibly disturbing. People are looking at their televisions and they're not recognizing this as America. So I thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Bavino, who was the commander at large of ICE, who has now been demoted and is now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel to have gone through such a whirlwind in the last
what does it do? Heck it. It's a reminder.
Now you're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant?
If you hold that in mouth, that's going to catch attention.
Recognizing this
So
as
you're thinking of held,
so we thought
but
it
it was
most
either
important right
I
now
love the Lemon
to speak
stuff.
to Greg
Would certainly
Bavino,
agree that if it was
the
engraved
commander
birds,
at large of
certainly would be
ICE,
wonderful to catch
who's
people.
now been demoted and is now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel?
Cedarwood might not be enough.
The free press, because I really wanted to encourage and foster open discussion and debate between people in New York, Miami, Tel Aviv. I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things that I find most important. When David Ellison called me and said, "Would you like to run CBS News?" I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog. My 17 listeners and this podcast. But I ultimately decided that $150 million was enough money to come to CBS News and turn it around. The scenes unfolding at Minneapolis are incredibly disturbing. People are looking at their televisions and they're not recognizing this as America. So we thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Bavino, who's the commander at large of ICE, who's now been demoted and is now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel to have gone through such a whirlwind in the last 2 weeks?
That's my focus. Still unresolved. I mean, this is solved. We passed out that I thought on.
Now you're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant.
And then my focus is what my focus is about. The last sheet that you focus on that I found out is what from where do you read the dimensions of the charismatic enters their April 20 by 10, 20 by inside part. And again, according to others, that's not the case. According to others, Lamais again, they just deem their dimensions from other places like that. And they go, or more appropriately, they deem their dimensions by based on what they feel will have to be attention. According to the second approach, Rabbi should give Rabbi a figure con il cielo, che bello con il cielo, everybody wish we said I give it.
That's beautiful.
Interesting enough, then based on that is, based on that understanding is, what if you have something that's eye-catching? What if you have something that's unique or different? Will that allow you to go out and be master entries within the Malame Esther? That's a machlok.
Lot to break down,
We'll
lot
see
to
some of the
react
reason of the halacha might say tomorrow.
Reaction.
Yes.
What the
Mitzvahs call it the Sokai, so mitzvahs call it the Malame. What happens if the Korah, in question over here, has a thickness? So the way that it's
there's a lot going on.
Part of the bottom part of the Korah, let's say, extends into the 20s. But the upper part of the Korah extends
over there in
so here the Korah isn't situated within 20, but that's going to be above 20. Part of it is within the 20, part of it is above the 20. So what's the halacha? Makes this up so fast and makes the Korah the Malame.
Which is not a strong enough word. There's no words that are strong enough, when someone gets shot. Well, I don't think should have been shot.
Some of the
You say
stock
it's
is within
regrettable.
20 hours.
People
Some of
getting
the
it
stock
angry.
is left on. So remember again, let's
You
take a step
said it
back.
was
According to
regrettable.
Shita Rabbanah,
Well,
what's
it's terrible.
a mavui cannot be taller than 20 hours. A sukkah cannot be taller than 20 hours. In the case of question over here, I have a mavui with a Torah. Some of it is within 20, some of it is above 20. Stock, big stock. Some of it is within 20, some of it is above 20. What's the
Why
halacha?
don't you take a
From the
chill
Rabbi,
pill?
Rabbi says the mavui
When the
the
kids
sukkah
are going,
pasul. Rabbi says that a mavui
the
is
kids are
okay.
kind of climbing the walls,
What's the shot? What's the actually that's
and then
the mother,
your mother, your aunt, or some woman from the neighborhood. I don't want to gender it, but that's not something dads say.
We view
It was a
Torah
mom
as a
expression.
thing
Hey,
out.
take a
It's
chill
literal
pill.
thing.
If your father said that he was gay,
Piece of the
there's
Torah
nothing wrong with
that
that.
is above 20 amas
I know a lot of gay people who are actually great parents. I'm not one
It's
of them.
just not there. So the Gemara says,
but
I sukkah nami
If your father said take a chill pill, he was gay. It's
Just say
something that the
ultimately
woman
what?
said.
The part of
You
the
know?
stock that's the Malame
Like,
Esther
take a
is also
chill
viewed
pill.
as if it's not there. There's the problem. See, Kalashta,
That's what we have to do across the board.
theoretically remove the top part of the stock, then what? Having a
You've
Hamas
all been over somebody's home when their kids
more
were
sunlight.
losing it.
And
And they had to turn around to their children and go, why don't you take a few minutes and get yourself together? And that's what we have to do. We want to zoom out for a minute and look at how we got here. I think it's important. I think a lot of people are very emotional, and understandably so,
If we view the top part of the stock,
justifiably so.
yeah, the part that's the Malame, if it's not
And this
there,
isn't breaking
you might
down
say, well, it's
politically
not
necessarily the way people
because if
think
that
it
part
would.
is not there, everything works
There's a
so
lot
like
of
the shape. Okay, say the same thing by Torah.
right-wing
If
people
you do the part of the Torah that's
that
the
are
Malame, that's not there, the Torah is not going to be
about
strong enough to withstand the normal
government
wind.
cracking down on protest
In other words,
and
what you have to
putting
say
food
is, when we pin out the
on the
Torah,
neck
we do it
of
as thin
citizens.
rods of metal.
There's a lot of
It's a thin
right-wing
rod of
people
metal,
who
even though
believe that.
it's still strong enough to
So
withstand
it's
the
not
wind.
necessarily something, broadly
So,
speaking,
if you're going to say that,
are
and I love
Republicans
myself,
more supportive of ICE than Democrats? Absolutely.
even if you're taking off the top
However,
layer, it's
when
still
you
providing
go
more treatment. So I'm like,
deeper and you look at these shootings, a lot of
is a simple idea.
Republicans, conservatives, in some of the most prominent ones, are dismayed over how these events played out, how they were handled, and being skeptical of government in any of its manifestations, which is something a lot of right-wing people share. It's understandable why they would look at these events where people got shot needlessly. There were many ways to subdue Renee Cook or Alex Reddy, whatever, without using lethal force. A lot of right-wing people are going, wait a minute.
that the
So how we got here, we got to back up.
has the
And I think it
requisite
is,
sphere for
it's important to do.
without the
Because
schach that
most
is
of what we talk about now is completely ripped
the schach and
from
the Torah
context.
that is above 20,
There
as if
is
it's
no
not existing.
backstory.
That means that the
Nobody
schach
understands
within
why
20
things are happening.
must be sufficient.
You're shown
What we're
a
concerned about is
fragment
because sukkah is
of
for
an
the
event
individual
on
not
your
the
phone,
individual.
and then you have
Because
a
the
reaction to
mabui
it.
belongs to the collective, therefore what?
Immigration
Therefore the collective will
is
be
the
vigilant
biggest
and
issue in the
ensure
world.
that the
It's
amount
not
of
a
the
uniquely
Torah within
American
action
issue.
will be sufficiently strong to be
It
able
is
to
not even
extend the
a
rest of the
uniquely,
Ravina disagrees. Ravina Amar, Sukkah Doraisa, Achmiga
Western issue,
D'Rabbanan,
although
Mabui
it
D'Rabbanan,
has driven
Mabui D'Rabbanan
political
So sorry, Ravina just
instability
gives another
in
interpretation.
in
Ravina says
Western
Sukkah, which is Doraisa,
countries.
Chazal Nachir. So Mabui, which is
Things like
D'Rabbanan,
Brexit, the
Chazal
UK, but
Nachir.
it's also
This is
France,
another,
Italy,
this is all backing up Rabbi, right? Because Rabbi
Europe,
ultimately said
the
that Mabui is
UK,
kosher,
the
Sukkah
Netherlands,
kosher. That Adabar Masnos,
all of these areas have experienced
those of Adabar Masnos has
some
opposite version of
form
Rabbi. The
of
Mabui kosher is Sukkah
migration
Shira. Look
that
at
has
this version.
intensified
Rabbi asked to be said that
over the
Halacha
last
Laisa.
decade,
But
but
we if you have a
really
Torah
over the last
that
five
goes to
to 7 years.
it's going to be possible.
And
But by a Sukkah it'll be
the
kosher.
difficulty
with
with absorbing those waves of
Why is
immigrants
that Sukkah kosher?
and assimilating them into a culture that's existed for hundreds, thousands, whatever, of years, and the difficulty assimilating them into an economic system that is rapidly changing and in a lot of
because if you sit at the top of the
deteriorating.
it's a Mabui that's going away right common wing.
That difficulty has proven to be the catalyst for a lot of political movements and candidates in those countries that are trying to deal with that issue in a myriad of ways. Some people are proposing deportations. Some people are proposing a freeze of government benefits. Some people are proposing changes to existing law that allows refugees in large numbers to come into the country to claim political asylum. It's not a uniquely American issue. And it's not an issue that has any easy solution. There's none. There's no,
I know that I bear the
this has never happened before in history with this amount of people
Mabui,
migrating
Samchi Ahadadi Velo Mitzvah.
another part of the world.
Which is
This
joint
quickly.
responsibility. So what happens when there's joint
Usually this was
responsibility?
done
Kind of something happens when there's
before
multiple people responsible for something.
This was done over a long period of time.
Right? So when one person is responsible,
So it's been difficult
when multiple people are
for a lot
responsible,
of these
nothing
societies,
gets done.
small, relatively homogenous society, not
How
only
good is it?
racially,
Good thing?
but culturally.
Partners, right? The partners
Societies have cultures. You go to Spain, you're going to notice it's a lot different than Louisiana. If you go to Louisiana, you're going to notice it's a lot different than New York. And New York is going to be different from Kansas. We're just talking about states within one country. Different countries have vastly different cultures. So if somebody comes into a country that has a culture that's existed for who knows, but a very long time, and that culture has established norms, and then people come in from a radically different culture that's also existed for a very long time, that has its own set of values. That's hard. I don't know anyone who thinks that's easy. I know dumb people that don't care. And it's your absolute right to be dumb and to not care, or to be so rich you're unaffected, or that your political ideology is some version of be nice. And everyone should kind of be nice. And things tend to work out if everybody's just nice. That's a faction of our society that just believes that the words be nice will heal the divides. And that's okay, you're entitled to that. I know a lot of people like that. They're wealthy, privileged globalization is going to move them. They're okay. They're doing good. And thinking about any of these issues doesn't interest them. Rich don't want to do it. They don't care. They're unaffected. Their family is unaffected. And so none of these things tend to interest them. They tend, or all these issues are hard to talk about. They're sticky issues. They're not dinner party issues. Really, they're not. The things people talk about in private, they talk about in the home, close friends. These are not issues that you tend to talk about, like on a job interview, per se. You know,
He's actually quite
you don't
fascinating.
open with a lot of immigrants. It's not your opener on a job interview. Interesting. A lot of immigrants here now. Interesting. Some of them are cool. It's just interesting. Like, that's not an opener. On a job, you can't do it. Nor should you. I'm not advising that. But these are real issues. You can tell. They're not. These things may not. You might go, well, they shouldn't be issues. Well, good for you. You figure out. Doesn't matter. They're hugely
So because of that
impactful issues.
Trump
was elected twice
part of it
on
extends in
this
the 20,
issue.
part of it extends above the 20, or for
A
that
lot
matter,
of
the
the
sukkah, part of the capacity in 20,
European
part of the above
leaders
20,
right
and
now,
other so that we
look at Nigel Farage in the UK.
Any of the we have a right
Cabinets
to
where
that
the wind
support.
is at their
The
back,
Muslims
meaning
who
that they're going up the polls. Most of them have hard-line positions on immigration. They want less immigration. Most people
is above 20 hours. The
in
Torah should be
countries,
brought down.
when they are polled,
Just like what?
including America, want less immigration. That's bipartisan.
It should be diminished.
Or
The
yes,
Torah should be
Republicans want yes.
should be brought down.
Whatever.
The Heichal,
You can politically assign, but
once again over here,
on the whole, most people want less immigration across the board when they are polled.
How much?
There are very few people that want more immigration. They do exist.
Need
They
not
do exist.
occupy the interior space
Many of them are billionaires.
right on
Many of them are incredibly wealthy people.
obviously can do it in
Many of them are radical libertarians. Many of them don't believe in a state.
internal space with the
Some of them are far to the left, where they also don't
How you
believe in a
living,
state.
girl? How you doing? Excellent. Staying strong? Excellent.
How would they make the emphasis on level?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. But within 20 hours, Misas Esmeralda. So it's very interesting.
Let's do the same game.
This last little So according to what we just said, according to what Papa just said, so you
Where I want
have
to
20 hours
go,
of their space,
yeah.
the sitting right on top.
You got about two. Come on and take come on that. Come on that.
Yeah, I got both.
Oh, nice.
So shouldn't say Ulamata, shouldn't say below the 20 hours, rather it should say right above the 20 hours.
I get it set up like that.
That's not what it says.
Like,
It says explicitly that the code should be placed within the 20 hours. How Kamash Malon, Dilanata Kilamalo.
I don't know. I'm gonna leave that alone. Let that be. It'd be grandpa.
Malam Malo Halala Esrin.
I'm gonna leave that alone, Rabbi. Let that be grandpa's room.
Certainly, Mr. Queries, I understand.
Of an entrance here of a mobile could be 20 amos, full 20
You gotta
hours.
do with that room.
Don't even talk
I'm
about
going. When they go to his clothes, I'm gonna take this in. Yeah, not that. It's packed, but I'm gonna give it to him. I don't want to have it, but I want that hoodie. And that was his favorite hoodie.
Of airspace. So therefore, just like the top airspace could be a maximum of a full 20, with the Korah sitting right on top of the 20. So through halacha l'maisa, the minimum
must be a full 10 tefachim of airspace. Good. Incredible. So we'll say, so by the way, that is indeed how we pass in Allah, and I suggest you should know, we pass like Rabbi, that both by Mabui as well as by Sukkah, so everything could be situated.
What'd you say, Mr. Correa? Yes, ma'am.
And what is some of it is, Lamata Me'esrim is 100% kosher. Amar Rabbi is made like nothing. Alma Sukkah, Alma Smobli, Alma Baskanish. What's an interesting halacha? So we're going to get into the discussion regarding Amos. We're going to see Amos.
You gonna take a nap, Mr. Correa? Not yet. I'm going to. You gonna take a nap?
Different Amos.
Yes, ma'am. Get that room clean. Thank you,
if you have the Amma of a Mavli, the Amma Bas Hamsha, the Amma Bas Hamish Lamayo. So it's
I'm here if you need me, okay?
So what is that? Very simple. We're
You're welcome, madam.
When measuring the height, you said before that the maximum height of the Torah in a Mavli is what? It's 20 Amos. Just know there was about an Amma that is made up of 5 tefach. 5 tefach Amma. Or the Pirza. Remember again, if you have an opening that's more than 10 tefach wide, that's not called an opening, that's called the Pirza breach. So what type of Amma? Are you using an Amma made up of 5 tefach? So the Gemara says, this is Rabbi, the Ha'ika Meshach Mavli. But I will say, that's fine, but what about the fact, what about the length of a Mavli? The Arba Amos, the Rukula. That was
lived in the country 20, 30 years. They've raised their children here.
Remember,
Their children are citizens. Some of their children served in the United States military.
Which is fine. What about the fact that for the minimum dimensions of a Mavli,
are not criminals,
we haven't seen this before. You must mention
they are being torn away from their families, get a high school graduation. They're being abducted by guys in masks who are roaming American cities, grabbing people out of their houses and deporting them, some of them to an El Salvador prison. Nobody, very few people, I'm not going to say nobody, because there will be people that want that, and they're pretty vocal about that they do want that. Specifically that. I don't think the vast majority of people, even that want less immigration, obviously people want more immigration or whatever, of course they would want that. But let's just talk about the people, and again, it's a majority,
are 5
every poll that
But it
want
could be that,
less
for example,
immigration.
measuring interior space, you would not use a
I don't think
5
one
tefach
does.
Amma, but instead you use a 6
Because
Fine. Amma Sukkah,
it's
but Amma Bas
fundamentally
So we said the Amma of a Sukkah
cruel
is an Amma that is made up of 5
and
tefachim.
inhumane,
What is
and
that
it doesn't
referring
take
to?
into account
The gold part of the
any
Zokan Akuma. We'll say that first to the height. Remember, the height
specific
of the Sukkah maximum height is 20 Amos.
considerations
What type of Amma is
for
an Amma made up of 5 tefachim? Or
people that
Zokan
have been
Akuma.
here a
Zokan
long
Akuma is an
time,
incredible halakha emotion, so we're going to talk about it. Zokan Akuma will say sentences like
you
this.
know,
If you have a
are
wall,
citizens
and
that have
then
been
you
here a
have
long time.
invalid stock.
So when you do these random
And
rates,
right next to that
they
invalid stock
provoke
is
a
your invalid stock.
response
You can have up to valid amos, 4 amos of invalid stock
justifiably.
that are attached to the wall.
You're going to provoke a lot of anger
Without
because this is
invalidating the
barbarous.
sukkah, because
When
these
you go
that
on
what
the
goes to that
Department of Homeland
bent
Security
wall. So you have up to
social
4
media accounts
amos of
and you
invalid
joke
stock right next to the wall
about
between
doing
the
these
stock
things,
without
and you make
invalidating the
memes
sukkah. And
about
that's
doing
what
these
it's
things,
called the bent wall.
and it's
So we say that
completely
the Amma of a
unserious,
Sukkah is an
and
Amma of
you're
5
not
Ammas,
treating
is
this
an Amma
with
5
any
Sukkah
gravity,
that comes back to height. For example,
you
Kuma
are
says, I, Baha'ika
exhibiting
Meshach
kind of a
Sukkah, the Arba
sophomoric
Amos, still a Kuma. But 1 second, what about the middle and interior of the Sukkah? Where I will say, we're saying the middle and interior of the Sukkah is Dalar
It's
Amos. But if
also
you use an Amma of 5 fucking versus an Amma of 6 fucking, that represents a Kula. In which the Gemara says, Sign your Rebbe Omer, and Rebbe Omer, Army called Sukkah Shema, Dalar Amos, and Dalar Amos,
with
Kula.
AI
Which the
coming,
Gemara says,
automation coming, a large number of undocumented people here already,
does not even exist Dalar Amos.
it's difficult to imagine how bringing in more people is going to help.
as long as it can maintain your body, right? Like to say your body,
this stuff and go,
your head, the majority of your body, and your table that's
terrible.
You by saying all,
Folks,
we
I
all love Rabbi. People love
I cannot stop
possibilities reflective of Rabbi,
about
which again requires an interior
I
system
go out and I
of
talk about it.
and when it means that halacha l'maisa,
I said,
the
you need to overhaul your life to start investing just one thing,
fucking
stash.
most of
Your
the
money goes
amos
to
by
quietly run in the background
are
with your
ones
focus.
that are talking
Stash
about
is
the concept
interested
of
in
measuring
investment.
security
Registered
maybe
investment
you would
advisor.
use I'm a old
Provides automated investment, expert, personalized guidance. You don't have to worry about
just so you
gambling
understand
or
what we left
figuring out
off
doing it on your own.
we
Stash
left
is
off
simple, smart,
just people are
stress-free.
telling us that
Choose
not
your
only
personalized
all the
investments. Let Stash's award-winning smart portfolio
interesting,
work for you, work in combo,
are made up of different
just $3 per month gets you access to world-class financial advice and personalized guidance. You can start investing in your future today. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/TAM to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase.
by moving with allocations, by
That's get.stash.com/TAM. Get.stash.com/TAM. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, and not a guaranteed investment. Advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk. Offer subject to terms.
All right, so we'll say good morning.
The Trump administration came into power and said, listen, we're either going to do a compromise or just a Rand Paul talking about our road. There's a quick clip where you're not getting voting rights because you came illegally. You're not a citizen. And if we give you voting rights, you'll just see Texas and many other states flip blue and be Democratic states forever. And you'll live in a one-party system. In the same way that there are certain Republicans who would love to use these ice raids, by the way, we'll talk about this in a minute, to cancel elections or decrease the turnout, and they want to live in a one-party system. But if we give everybody voting rights overnight, you're going to politically change the country in ways that, again, nobody voted for. The problem with this is that nobody voted for it. Nobody voted to bring in however many people we have here. We don't even know. That's the other problem. People are like, it's 10 million, it's 80 million, it's 50 million. I don't know what it is. I don't think anyone does. I don't think it's 80 million. I don't think it's 10 million. I think it's like probably, I don't know, 25, 30 million, but whatever it is. Nobody voted for it. So if you bring in 30 million people and then just give them voting rights overnight and say, now you guys can vote, and that fundamentally changes the political structure of the entire country by flipping some of the biggest states, then no one voted for that. You brought in people to do that. That's not democratic. Nobody voted for this. Nobody in Texas voted. So Rand Paul's compromise was, well, people can just exist. They can work. We're not going to deport them. And they can kind of live in the shadows. Some of them may apply for citizenship. Whatever.
They're much more
easier
than Gunny.
If you look at the amount of people that buy the combo brought over, I think again, it's hard to get numbers, but there's probably not 10 million people that came over. Now, let's watch Rand Paul here, because I don't want to make a mess of what he's suggesting. Because we're going to go through every angle of this here. By the way, we're going to try to do it somewhat dispassionately because I have an interest in less people get shot in the head.
So we are going to begin by discussions regarding these bubbles. Remember again, Migdal on the biblical level, a mother, now is and therefore, technically speaking, there's been no problem carrying anywhere in a bubble. You understand why Chazal is nervous about a bubble. Because a bubble, although it's not exactly looks like it is because you have a lot of different people, remember again, from many different Hasilos, using that common value. So because that Hazal felt you had to put some type of reminder, some type of cynic in that lovely, what number that if people carry in an understanding in a lovely, the concern is that line of demarcation between a lovely and you would walk out of the lovely into a
there are disagreements about whether those people are fleeing persecution. Some of them are. Some of them are coming for economic reasons. A good amount of them. Most people that live in the regions we're talking about can claim legitimacy to be fleeing something.
So lovely should
because those areas are deeply unstable. And we're not blameless in that either, by the way. It's not our fault that every all of those regions. But that's also not lost on me. We've conducted a lot of wars in the Middle East, destabilized areas of Latin America, and then the argument is, debt that you owe those people to fling your borders open and destroy your own country.
You do something.
And none of us voted for that either. A lot of us didn't vote for that. Some of us.
You have to put what's called either Elechi.
And when I say destroy the country, it's not simply because, we're bringing in people that don't look white or anything like that. There's a certain amount of wealth inequality.
What those views do.
We're there, by the way, where the working class of this country has less and less power. The biggest proponents of immigration when I was younger were pro-capitalist, Koch brothers, libertarians that realized
you put a cola across the top of the board,
by bringing in people
why that works, how that works, you have no idea. We're just starting, we're just people doing
and unions would have
now,
less
what
power,
happens if that team is
and workers in general
more than
would have less power.
Go back to that.
And the critics of immigration, I grew up with the left, not usually from the right, nor from the Canaanite right, or the paleo-conservatives that worried about borders and language and culture. But the economic critique was from the left, not from, the Chamber of Commerce or any of those people. They thought you grow the economy by bringing in more consumers. Immigrants would obviously come in and consume things. And also they would take a lot of the jobs. You just want to pay Americans to do. And then we can build houses and buildings with a lot less. In the same way that on the high end of the tech world, the reason that Elon Musk and all these guys want H-1B visas is so they can bring in Indian and Chinese indentured servants who work, sleep in bunk beds, and work at their companies. They don't care that Americans aren't going to get those jobs. And then we're not even focused on training Americans to get those jobs. In the same way that when my aunt told me, well, if we slow down immigration, who's going to be your doctor? And I asked her to explain that. And she goes, well, my doctor's from Pakistan. And he's lovely, and I love him. And by the way, race isn't odd to anyone in Pakistan. Kind of an Islamic, theocratic, somewhat dysfunctional country, from what I remember, is producing doctors for the United States of America. Pakistan is educating doctors that are helping like over and no one thinks that's a problem. And I asked her, I said, well, is that not a problem that we are not creating conditions where doctors in America are going to med school here, and they're from America. And I'm not saying that people from Pakistan have done anything wrong. I wanted to be doctors. But how do you run a society where people from other countries come here, either get educated here or they're educated here, they come here and they have six-figure-a-year jobs, while native-born citizens languish in a failed education system in which you send them to prison because they become addicted to drugs because they're hopeless. And then we've got 10 cities in America that are doing well, and houses over $10 million sell, but the housing market's how does that society work? What exactly? Other than tech feudalism, you can see it in the housing market is slumping, but sales over 10 million are skyrocketing.
and therefore,
That's not an accident. So, how do you run a society? I'm literally asking, I'm curious. How do you run a society where the people that are born, by the way, white, black, brown, Asian, whatever, that are born in America are languishing. And the job market is how is consolidating on the high end with the asset owning class, people that own real estate, stocks, bonds, companies. Billionaire wealth jumps 3 times faster in 2025, the highest peak ever, sparking dangerous political inequality. And a lot of that's AI and things like that. It's about 3,000 billionaires for the first time, and none of those billionaires, by the way, have any allegiance to a nation state. Most of them don't. Most of them don't care. So I guess the far left, you can kill all those people and redistribute that wealth and find a charismatic dictator, whatever. I mean, that's like a childish college fantasy. But most rational, logical people go, people coming here from El Salvador didn't do anything wrong. They want to work, they want their families to have better lives, and it's inhumane if they've lived here a very long time and they've roots in the community and rip them out of it and separate them from their children. But if they've been here 2 or 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is, if they came in the latest wave and they don't have those roots, there needs to be a way to in an orderly fashion. If people are here,
if you have the if you have to move across the top that is
illegally,
too
you
high,
have to figure out a way to deal with that.
So you're not,
And you can
you
do
have
it
to
the
bring
way
it down
Rand
within
Paul wants
20
to do
hours.
it.
So
You
that
can encourage
is an incredibly resourceful
them
guy.
to self-support by denying benefits,
Now, if you have a quota that is
pass
too high, what do you
legislation,
need to do?
whatever.
You need to lower it. That was like,
But the
we'll discuss why
performative
exactly,
ice raids right now that are all over the media and all over the news, and people are disgusted by them, aren't doing the cause of border security any good.
across the top. So if the beam is more than 20 on the
You have
side,
to look
you
at
need to bring it
these
down. You don't have to.
options and figure out what
What
exactly
happens if the
you
opening
can
of the
do
lovely
without tearing the country
ultimately is more
apart.
than 10 hours? So
There's
if
a
the opening
mandate
is more than 10 hours, you
to
must go ahead
close the
and
border.
diminish the opening.
Trump was elected with
והלך
a sizable mandate.
וזהו
Specifically on that issue, people do not want it border migration into the United States of America. Again, people don't want it.
We
They also
assume
don't
that a
want that.
doorway is up to 10
You've got to figure out a way
up
to
to
do
10
this.
in
What
width.
you
It's on our
could
width.
do, which Trump
So
does
there's a
not
term.
want to do,
More than 10 hours is
is
no longer
enforce
called a
something
doorway.
called e-verify, which means that it's the employers that will pay fines and possibly be jailed if they hire illegal labor. The reason Trump doesn't want to do that is because his friends in the construction industry and the hotel industry and the agriculture industry don't want him to do that.
If it's more than
They
10
are the
hours,
ones
ultimately again you might. You
that
have to go
are
ahead and make it smaller. Now, how you would go ahead and
benefiting
make
from
it smaller?
use
It actually
of
says over here,
illegal labor.
it's cutting the money
Now,
to up to yourself. So,
And you might be,
we
and they have a point, but they go, listen, by the way, we can't just fire everyone. It's not legal.
let's say you have an opening that is more than 10 hours. How do you make it less than 10 hours?
We're looking at like massive delays.
Inside of the
The economy would have a problem.
And then by
So
utilizing the concept
there
of
is a
lovely,
humane way to do it. There's
use
also
the
an
walls
economic
and
way to do it where you
essentially
don't
Again,
cause a
let's see that in the
3-year
Gemara. How do you do
slowdown
this?
in
The
the
point is that the
construction
Gemara
of
is
houses.
giving us
Because
parameters
you
for a
just,
bubble.
there are
So if
ways
you
to
want
do
your
it.
quota,
This
you go ahead
administration is not
and
interested in those
inside
ways.
the
They're
bubble, you must
interested
do
in,
it in
in running the country like a reality show.
How do you disagree? An
They're
opening of
interested
the
in
bubble
passing no
must do it
legislation.
in 10 hours. If it's more than 10 hours,
They
you have to figure
are
out a
not
way to fill in the rest
communicative
of
on
that
this issue
area.
at all.
Because
Other
if in
these
10
like
hours,
childish
there's an
means.
opening with the Pesach, more than 10
And they're
hours
losing
is
support
Pesach.
across the
Pesach
board.
versus Pesach.
On this issue, they're losing support. Specifically, it's like unserious.
In general. But if you have an opening that is more than 10 amas, but it has the Suras HaPesach, more than Suras HaPesach means essentially a doorway. What is the doorway? Two side views, two side posts, and an overhead post. Really, a Suras HaPesach, they'll say, so if it has a Suras HaPesach, then what? Apahitu Rachim Extra Amas, inside for night. They'll say, if it has a Suras HaPesach, once you have a Suras HaPesach, once you have two side views, right, essentially two left and the Korah, two side posts that makes it into a doorway. Once you take formal doorway that are going to spring as a doorway, even if it's larger or wider than 10 amas, it's still fine as a 12-foot doorway. We'll say it's very important. So again, let's just review what we have. So we have over here does the Torah, does the beam across the top of the monkey? Does it have to be in 20 amas, 20 amas? Yes. Must be within 20. If it's above 20, gotta bring it down. That you don't worry about it. 20 Next, what about the opening of the mabui? Must be within 10 function. Excuse me, 10 amas. Because more than 10 amas is a fruit sauce. It's a fruit, not a pasta. Again, if it's more than 10 amas, you can go and remedy that by filling in the extra area. However, if you have an opening that is more than 10 amas, but you have a Suras HaPesach, you have a doorway, two side posts, two side beams, and an above beam across the top beam, halacha l'meisa, that is okay. Even if it's more than 10 amas. Good. Said the Gemara, but it's just
as of March 2025, business and target ethos, the number one medical tap into life insurance provider. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 3,000 reviews. Protect your family's life insurance with Ethos now by going to ethos.com/channel. Use those 10 minutes to get your free quote and up to $3 million in coverage at ethos.com/channel.
Why is the sukkah of the
application time rates may vary. Now that the holidays are over, you might feel like you're going to be expecting hangover drinks, holidays with the gifts, and all lands on liquid luckily mint-mobiles. Here to help you cut back on overspending on wireless is January 50% off unlimited premium wireless. It levels into the year sale is still going on, but only until the end of the month. Cut out big wireless floating plans and unnecessary monthly charges with 50% off. 3, 6, or 12 months of unlimited. All plans cover high-speed data, unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and bring your phone number along with all your existing contacts.
Stylistically,
I love this product.
why is it that
this January, quit overspending on wireless for 50% off unlimited premium wireless. Plans start at $15 a month at mintmobile.com/channel. That's mintmobile.com/channel.
Yes, I love it. It says it's the lovely. Again, we see lovely color. Again, what are we referring to? The color, right? It's the green. It's the
$15 a month equivalent taxes and fees on the initial plan. I'm all in.
Why is it that I sukkah that's the mother of just so possible? No discussion. Just possible. Because my mother is cutting from Kanto, the Mishnah tells us how to remedy the mother that's too far. Do it to the American. Very simple. Simple guys, too long.
But he's alleging, and again, he's been wrong before on certain things. But there's a lot of issues where, a lot of his reporting is held up. He's alleging that this whole thing has been
and you are not in conformity with those laws, so therefore what you produce is puzzle. There's halachas of sukkah. So it gives us halachas of sukkah, right? You derive from the sukkah halachas of sukkah. But you don't conform with those halachas puzzle. Make them possible, yeah, what I can't say puzzle, because I'm not reading this stuff. The Mishnah is going to say, nobody says, I'm a puzzle. And what am I going to say to that? What are you going to say to that? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So the lesson of puzzle can only be used when you have an already agreed upon set of facts that everyone knows. You didn't conform to those facts? Puzzle.
Hasn't delivered on the economy. I've been told by someone who's knowledge of White House planning and Miller was a major advocate for the ICE operations in Minnesota that led to the killing of 2 protesters by federal officers, ongoing disruption of a major metropolitan area, and international condemnation of the administration. But it was Trump who authorized the raid. He had to put an end to them. There was also the author of an earlier proposal 2 years for local National Guard troops to disrupt midterm elections in critical states with polling predicted that the Republican Party would lose the House. That suggested, given the current negative polling, the fiasco in Minneapolis is now dead in the water. Another plan has been discussed in the White House is to disrupt the future presidential election when Vice President J.D. Vance might be the candidate in the case of a loss at the polls. It was conceived by John Eastman, a disbarred lawyer, who is currently appealing his disbarment in California. Also thought up the failed plan after Trump's election loss in 2020. So this is true. If Seymour Hersh is accurate about this, then we're going to see a civil war, and it won't look like a civil war, but you're going to see something that resembles the closest thing that we've seen to a civil war if this is to happen. If this is true, and I have no problem believing this, by the way, a lot of people spent a lot of money to put this administration in office, and it is very possible those people don't want to have an election that reverses this. So the idea that Stephen Miller was thinking about using an event like this to press turnout or to just cancel the election. I was told that Eastman's news recently described that as a formal discussion in the White House calls for sympathetic election officials in states where the Democratic candidates win simply delay or refuse to submit the electoral votes at the time mandated by the Constitution. Eastman's notion is to find a way to avoid the electoral votes from states with a large Democratic plurality so that the number of electoral votes needed to hold the presidency is low enough to turn a losing Republican candidate into a president. So we're at a point where it does seem that some of these things that people, including myself, didn't think were possible do seem to be being discussed. If Seymour Hersh is, and if that's the case, there is going to be we're going to have a picture. We already know that this isn't politically breaking down the Now we established ultimately the decision between Muslims and styles. Now I want to focus on the Makoto. What happens if you have a Torah that is more than 20 on the top? So how does that work? So there's kind of common sense, you have to bring it down within 20 on it. That really says fine as it is. So this is the one that says to me, what is the Makoto? What is the Makoto? Because you want to know, you don't have it. Some of them are what I was just saying. Some of them goes out, they're hyper-flying from the entrance to the people. Yeah, the ego no longer elements to the very vague laws are put on the books. Florida, you know that in the entrance to the first of Israel, that's not a punishable offense. If you go ahead and you walk in up the steps, you walk into the people, you don't want to large entities. Somebody can show up to your door and you take out from the door and detain you. After that, you would want to criticize the immigration. In that smaller courtyard, you would find you would stay out there and if you have an example of these you see the ring. Right now,
What did you say, madam?
This is the same.
All right, well, put your phone on silent.
No, it's not going to do it. It doesn't go behind that curtain. And ultimately, again, you would see the Arna culture of this.
Hey,
but Miss Aquarius, that's just your friends and family telling you that you're late. So it's not certainly not a bad thing.
But It's hard. It's hard. That's like a cry when my godmother was calling. It's hard. Like that. Everybody's doing good. It is special. It's hard. I say, it's very difficult. It's hard. But you gotta get through it. We gotta get through this. There's nothing else to do. We try
I understand that.
Open eyes so we understand.
And both of them both touch the same person. What's the pasuk? Shachar tu Pesach or
He's at peace.
At the entrance of the the Torah is telling us that at this entranceway, this is called a
Exactly. He could have been shot. He could have died in a car accident. He could have drowned. He could have fallen off a cliff. Of all the terrible, terrible ways to die, he got the best of all of the things that could have happened to him.
An entranceway has a maximum height above 20 amas. Now, if he has a cap on that, we'll have to see. And like I said, sounds like he agrees to the same obligation. So
Yes, ma'am. That's what I do. Sweet Jesus Christ.
Of the Heichal, and when the pasuk says that the Shach Kabbalah Pesach or Moed, the Pesach that is being referred to over here is
behind a lot of these laws, or
so you see
co-signing a lot of these laws,
describes the entranceway to the Heichal
that will allow criticism of foreign government to be labeled hate speech.
And what are the dimensions of the entranceway of the Heichal? What are the dimensions?
Offense. It's the same administration that's allowed to take over, TikTok from the Ellison family. They support Paramount Prime, CBS News. They support all of these things. And this is the full politicization, not only of media, which has always been true to an extent, but also now social media, where you have a space where word is being censored. Is that true? Can you tell me that on TikTok? That videos about Epstein are being censored? So all of this violence in Minnesota and the discussions about, again, can't verify this, but it is Seymour Hirsch, literal legit reporter. All of the discussions about disrupting elections or canceling elections, they're all against, they would be wrong no matter what, obviously, but they're all against the backdrop of an administration that is doing all of these things. That has billionaires buying TikTok to censor the mention of Epstein. You have the Attorney General going down to meet with the billionaire Miriam Adelson, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and going, by the way, what are your concerns? And the people that elected this guy and then put him into office are at a grocery store figuring out how they're going to get groceries. Just days after lately American investors approved by Donald Trump took control of TikTok, so users are now seeing the app-centric, limiting their content. Including posts about Jeffrey Epstein and the shooting of that U.S. citizens by federal agents in Minneapolis. So it's time to admit, for all the people out there that are diehard MAGA people, I don't want to, burn This is pretty obvious. This is pretty blatant. This is pretty blatant.
But 1 second, let's just analyze this.
This is all the things that I would listen to Alex Jones talk about when I was younger.
How do we know? What are we doing? We'll say, so according to Sukkah, remember, the pasuk that we quoted before.
And that's not to say, by the way, that,
that
I'm somehow a fan of, like,
post-war liberal CIA interventionist neoconservative war on flood the inner cities with cocaine, flood the Contras.
How do you do this?
Get it, okay? But let's just talk specifically for a minute about what you see happening in front of your face against the backdrop of all of this.
Because the truth is,
We have
use the terms Mishkan
ICE in the street, the National Guard.
and whatever
There are people
applies to
talking
one
about the
applies to
Insurrection
the other.
Act.
You know what
You can't talk about it on TikTok. You can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein on TikTok. And they're passing laws in Florida telling you if you criticize. Now, by the way, can you get up the video of the woman at the mirror Miami that just like knocked on her door? So I mean, again, that's coming here. And you thought these people were the free speech people. They campaigned as the free speech people. And they were truly criticizing the left, which in the 2020s have lost their mind and were censoring people that said, maybe this virus came from China. They were taking their whole social media. But I mean, here's a video again. It's the United States of America. Miami Beach police questions woman over social media post regarding the Jewish mayor, whom she says calls for the death of all Palestinians. From what I read about this woman's tweet, it was somewhat innocuous political opinion that you may or may not disagree with. But again, take a look here. United States of America, in Florida, Republican Florida, Republican Florida. Let's take a look at this. There you go.
And that allows us to use the psukim in the Torah mentioned in the context of the Mishkan to learn out halachos by the Beis Hamikdash. So this from a mikdash to the Mishkan. So I understand, or I know that the Mishkan is called the Mishkan. We're going to understand. But that's not yet Mishkan. This is so profound. As the pasuk says, I will place Mishkan in my dwelling place with you. And that is obviously a reference to the Beis Hamikdash. Elam Mishkan. So if you're mikdash, but where do I know that the Mishkan? So now I know that the Mikdash is called the Mishkan. But where do I know that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash? They came us a Mishkan Hadron. So maybe you'll say that the pasuk says the Kahasites, right? The Kahasim, people from the family of Kahas would carry the Mikdash and they would erect the Mishkan. So maybe you see from here that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash. How many days? That can't be why.
This guy calls for the death of all Palestinians. Doesn't stand up for the LGBT community. Whatever. I don't like the guy, clown face, these people are at our house. Didn't Jenny fans go to Europe and start talking about free speech and how embarrassing it is that Europeans didn't have free speech? Didn't they do that? This is Florida. It's Republican-controlled Florida. By the way, they're censoring your posts on TikTok. Anyone who's not criticizing this, anyone who's not calling this out, I cannot trust them. I don't know why they're not calling it out. I don't know if there's a financial benefit to them not calling it out, or if they feel that one side's already won and they want to be on that side. I don't know if they're fearful of something or other, but if you're not calling this out, if you don't think this is wrong, if you make a living speaking, if you're a comedian, podcaster, journalist, whatever you are, doesn't really matter. If you are a YouTuber, if you're a social media personality, if you make a living using your fat mouth, and you don't think this is a problem, you don't think getting a group of billionaires that are ideologically aligned to go buy an app and then start censoring the content on the app, it was a problem when it was being done during COVID, and it's a problem when it's being done now. And if you don't care about that, and if you think that's not going to affect you for whatever reason, I can't trust you and I can't listen to what you say. You don't have any credibility. So that it doesn't mean that, there aren't considerations politically of like, who's going to censor us? How about nobody? How about no one?
There's another entrance way, by the way.
How about you can't call for death of people, can't call for
violence against people, we can't dox people, we can have a political opinion without people showing up at your door with a badge. In Florida, Republican Florida, Trump Florida, Trump country. So this is coming here. And these ICE raids and these executions are against the backdrop of all of this. And the discussion about the midterm elections and whatever credibility it has with Stephen Miller and Eastman and whoever, it's against the backdrop of this. An administration that campaigned on being pro-free speech, but very quickly realized that they were only pro the free speech that they liked. So many people right now are having so much success with ultra. Every January feels like we're going to reinvent ourselves. We know that real progress doesn't happen overnight. It comes from steady, consistent work. That's exactly what neutral believes. Hair growth isn't about shortcuts or quick fixes. It's about supporting yourself and your hair. The right routines you can stay strong, confident, moving forward. Nutrafol's number one dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand. Tested by over 1.5 million people plus. It is also the number one selling hair growth supplement brand. Nutrafol targets the key root causes of thinning in men like stress and hormonal changes. This is not about genetics. Nutrafol men supplements are peer reviewed, 100% drug free, and NSF content certified and clinically proven to improve your hair growth, all without impacting sexual performance. Get the shortcuts and see thicker, stronger hair in 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. For limited time, Nutrafol is offering a list of $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping. Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TIM. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TIM. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TIM. And so, when you look at this, and you zoom out, and we've done a decent job of doing, you say to yourself, we have a very big problem. We have a very, very big problem. And listen, I'm not solving it. It's not my job to solve it. But I'm just telling you right now that if you're not disturbed by this, and your spidey senses aren't going off a little bit or a lot, you know, we have a lot of people in this country that have taken flights of fantasy. I mean, the way that adults now react to television shows, whether it's Stranger Things or Heated Rivalry, whatever these shows are that are super popular, The Summer I Turned Pretty, whatever, the way that adults are dealing with television shows, attacking the actors in the show for not living up to, is the girl on I Love LA too brown? Did she go in a tanning bed? What? Is she going Ashkenazi to Sephardic? What? And these are real things that people are saying. The way that adults are engaging with entertainment shows that adults are degenerating and regressing, and they're unable to tell the difference between real and fake. They're unable to discern what an actor is, who's playing a role that was written by a writer. They're not able to do this anymore. They've lost the ability to do it. They get in these little fan cults and lose their fucking mind. They can't just enjoy a show. They have to learn everything about the actors on the show, what their political opinions are, who they're fucking. They want to know their sexuality. They want to know what exactly they believe about everything. They want to know how much they're hanging out with the other actors on the show. Are they hanging out? Is it fake? Is it real? They want to know all of these things. They have a weird, toxic relationship with entertainment because it's filling a void for them that is supposed to be filled by things like family, community,
Rabbi
and
Huda,
engaging specifically with things that actually matter.
from the
But
entrance
in the
of
absence of that,
V'Hatzanan,
or
but we
the
learned
denial of that, people are like concerning themselves with like how much the two guys on heated rivalry actually hang out.
Remember again,
Why aren't they
you can
together
tell
more?
that Huda
Do
learned
they
that
not
three
like each other?
dimensions
To
of
the
an
point
entrance
when these
from
people have to come out and
Huda again was what
hey man, I like the guy, say he's my friend, but like we are separate humans. We have lives.
The second part of
But it's not enough.
that if
If
you have
the
an entrance to
character on
a
a
mother
show
that is more than 10
does
hours, what do
something
you have
that
to do?
people
What do you have to do?
disagree with,
You might diminish
they
it.
then
And Rabbi
attack
doesn't argue on
the
that. So let's
actor
remember again.
on the show, and they go on the actor's social media and attack the actor
you might. Kind of conversation,
because
bring
they're
down the
unable
Torah.
to tell
Rabbi
the
says
difference.
you don't have to.
Here's
Genesis is
something even more
and
disturbing.
if
They
your
don't
entrance is more than
care.
10 hours wide,
They don't care
you
that
gotta
there's a
lessen it.
difference.
You have to narrow
Because
it.
they need to
And Rabbi
channel their
doesn't
anger
argue. But I
and
don't
their
understand.
passion
Rabbi
into
should argue on that as
something,
well.
and they
The
don't
same
know
Rabbi
how.
holds that a
So
clay
they
that's from
need to
Malami
channel
Esrim
it
is good
into
out of
the
the
fucking
Heichel.
summer
Remember,
I turned
Rabbi
pretty,
said, even if the
and
entrance
to
is
me,
much more than 10, even if
the
it's 20
religious
hours,
affiliation
it should be
of the actor is Jewish actress
so why
Odessa
doesn't
Zion, a
Rabbi
Zionist?
argue when it comes to the width of the
Party
entrance
Supreme
way?
instructor.
Not
This is so incredibly gross.
Don't
Number
worry.
one, it's just straight up anti-Semitic.
So,
Tell the woman, oh, you're Jewish? You better speak up now. Fuck off. That's bullshit. She shouldn't have to say anything about anything she doesn't want to say anything about.
Where does that
By
mean
the
the
way,
arguing the place?
if
So I
you get your
just
political opinions from actors, you're a fucking retard. By the way, you should get them from podcasters, dummy. But here's the reality. People can no longer engage responsibly with this type of stuff. As soon as there's a hit show, a fandom develops, these people start frothing at the mouth. They love it. Then they start turning because, by the way, this is kind of a problem. And I see this a lot on, and I'm not trying to make this political, but I see this a lot on the left. The left, because they don't really have traditional, a lot of them have traditional religion, but it's so ingrained in our DNA. They create these quasi-religious moments where there's like an epiphany, and their epiphany is like, I don't know, a show about fucking people in LA, or the gay hockey players, whatever, and they have this thing like, wow, this is an amazing example of art and love and this and that, and then immediately they start turning on it. They create to turn on it. They need to get angry about it, and they need to prove to themselves and others that it's not actually as good as they thought. And the actors have some bad takes and some bad opinions, and I'm really depressed about this. They ride high on this thing. And then, as if they have to crucify everybody, and then the part of them that wants it
that is more than
to
20
be
hours,
bad,
then you should
that
diminish the
wants
size
the
of the Torah.
experience to leave them empty and unfulfilled. They want to get angry. They need it. They need to tear these people apart.
40 or 50
It's something that I witnessed over and over. And now that they're like actors, for a while they were doing it like comedians and high, and they're still doing it to those people, don't get me wrong. But now, it's like actors, and these people, actors don't even know where they are.
And we just hear the 40 or
I
50
know
hours.
actors.
They
They don't even know where they are.
Asking
Asking actors to have political opinions is cruel. It's the same thing as dragging the kids out of the fucking ice, that poor little kid with a fucking blue hat.
So what's happening over here? So
Asking an actor to have a political, a well-articulated political opinion is cruel. It's barbaric.
Like
And
first
it's
chief of the
inhumane.
people that I bought.
Actors exist to
Cola,
create
Marshall is
hot,
20 hours. That you comes along and says, no, you need
more
40, 50.
interesting
My
looking,
pastor says, no, Rabbi, you can be
diplomatic,
up to 100.
and they should be able to slip into.
We're talking about Kafka, but no says that you need to add near Amma. So this is all about Kafka, Guzma. I understand
That's their skill.
right? That's hyperbole. 100
dragging them out into the light.
So that's a bit hyperbolic. My Guzma,
The reason Succession was a great show,
is that hyperbolic as well?
Sarah Stark, who plays Shannon, didn't have a podcast where she talked about her pussy for 18 years
that the quarter
before
up to 40 hours. That is
it wouldn't have
where does
worked.
40 come from? Where does 40 come from? Where does 40 come from? That's the Ulam. The Ulam is 40 hours tall. The Gemara says, I don't know.
Dragging them out into the spotlight,
where does
analyzing the can of their skin. Stop making simply sweetie into a political
Rav
figure.
got a little thrown
How
off by
empty is your life that this big-titted blonde good actress needs to be a political figure?
So ultimately,
It's
you have a lovely
crazy.
that it's more than
It's
20
deeply
hours.
unhealthy,
Taller than the
and it
entrance
comes
of
from this
Rashi says, first of all,
this
you guys have to
reptilian
see the
part
Rav.
of the brain
Then
that
the Rabbi
just
Buddha, no long down with
burns.
Pesach should be low. So what's the
Who
number again?
is the
Rav is the one who introduced us to
It's the
this
same
idea.
thing
So
with
that
the
you do
age,
the
and I'm not
people
equating them
from
because
by
obviously it's horrible
understanding
to
that the
rip
Pesach of
kids
the
away
Ummah
from
is
their
the
parents.
paradigmatic
But by the
Pesach.
way,
That's Rav.
there is some of that
Rav
that's unavoidable.
is a little bit of a
If you could
mistaken
say these
notion.
guys are
What is the
Chadagwa,
right
they're
thing?
criminal
Rav
enterprise,
is
and we
the
can't
one
rid of a
who
bunch of kids, we've got to get them out of here. Keep them all together, get them out. There does need to be a way to get crime syndicates out of the country. And most people would agree with that. But the same part of the brain that delights in the dumb
So you
part
see
of the
what
whole
they
that's
in the
treating
bright
memes.
side.
Santa Claus
So
is
this
coming to
price
deport
is
you.
the device says if you
That's
have
the
a
same
Torah
part of
that
the
is more
brain
than 20 hours tall, you
wants
must go and bring it
this
in
woman
within
to
20,
this
just
poor
like
woman
the
just got cast
entrance
in
way
some
of the
place in
Heichal,
Mexico.
which tells us what the Bible says. That the
She
sheep of
didn't
the
know, she didn't
Rabbanon
read the book.
listen,
I believe
Ricky the
her.
Rabbanon glean,
She didn't
there's
read this.
the
I didn't read the
mention
book.
for a Pesach
What do
fund.
I
So
know?
think about what's the paradigmatic entrance way?
Also, I know a lot of
Looking of
Mexican
the
people that look
Heichal,
white. Well,
which is
whatever.
what they
Who
want
cares?
is
You want a
20
Mexican
by
actor to
10
play her?
open.
Fine.
That becomes the
They dragged
definition
this
of a
woman. I don't
Pesach.
even know this woman.
Rav
But
assumes,
they
Rav
dragged
assumes
this woman.
that the
And you
Rabbanon
guys
are
right.
gleaning
And she has to
their
say she's
dimension
calling her
of a
Instagram.
Pesach
You guys
from
are
the
right. That's why I love
Heichal.
you guys.
So Rabbi
Let
Yehuda
me know this chick
allowed
was
for
Mexican.
the
I
Torah
totally get
to
it.
be above
I
20 hours,
totally get it.
must glean his dimensions from where?
listen,
From where? From the Ula.
if you
From
spend
the Ula.
your time
But in fact, Rav was wrong.
engaging in this
Rabbi
type
Yehuda
of
does not
behavior,
glean his dimensions
utterly
from the Ula,
meaningless,
but rather again
and
he
you
gleans
give
his
this
dimensions
meaning,
from the
and you're
entrance way
running
of royal
around
palaces. Literally
trying
again,
to
he
give
kissed
your
Scott
own
the
life
Moroccan.
meaning
Look at that, he kissed the
by
Moroccan.
analyzing whether the
Stop
stars
the
of the
Moroccan,
heathen
give her a
rivalry
high.
spend
Listen,
enough
let's take the
time
palace to
together
the
when they're
Heichal.
not
How
upset.
tall? Interestingly enough, that's
That's what
what that's
you're
what the Rabbi
doing.
says. What did I need to say before?
You've
Like 40
completely
or
lost
50
the
hours.
plot.
So in other words, it is a
And
little
this
bit
is
of an
why AI
imprecise
in
shield.
entertainment's
What it
coming.
means, it just means it could be very tall. Because ultimately
Because
then you see
you're
that
torturing the real
palaces
people.
make very tall palatial openings.
You're
You
trying
see that a very
to
tall opening is called the
destroy.
Pesach. So how much? Like 40 or 50 hours. That's that captain says even if you do even 100 hours. Look, it appears that Rabbi Yehuda is not so much on the height. Also, it also makes sense why he's not according to this
It's always
approach.
worth it.
We also understand that why doesn't he argue when it comes to the weight? Why doesn't he argue?
Do you
Because the second time
understand?
he agrees. His only disagreement
You
is
were
by
in the
height.
90s,
But by
you're
which he would
famous,
agree
you were
that
an
yes,
actor, you made
even
a
by
great thing,
Malach,
and
even
had
by
to go
King,
wait. That would
you
never
don't need
end.
to have
Now you make a show, and then the people become obsessed with you.
Definitely would agree.
And they
Also,
want to know
again,
everything
that I
about your
believe
private life.
absolutely also be
Okay? And then you wake
Yeah,
up one day
listen,
and you're just
it
trying to be
turns out
hot,
that there is a
and somebody's like,
fundamental
what
here
about
as to
Sudan?
where Rabbi was
Big
leading
quantity,
the
big kind of
Everyone
quantity of
agrees that
Sudan.
Allah Kolamai, the chief of the Rabbanon,
What?
is gleaned from the Heichal. The Heichal becomes
These
the
people all need
paradigmatic,
to have fully
that's a
formed
charismatic
opinions
opening,
on
which is
Iran.
a 20 by 10 opening, which are the
But
shiur
we're
reflected
analyzing
in
how
this.
much
Therefore,
time they spend
Mavli
with their
must have
co-stars,
its
if they're
Torah within
toxic
20
on set,
hours,
and
and
if
an
they love
entity
each
there
other.
no more than 10
Connor
hours.
has been vocal
Rabbi
about
Yehuda
fans being overly
disagrees. Where
invested
does
in
Rabbi
his
Yehuda
love life
agree?
as he adjusts his
Well, Rav
newfound
says
fame.
he gleans the Sutra ultimately from the Ulam, which
And
is
then
a
they're all
40 by
scared to confirm
20
their sexuality, so a lot of these people are straight or
40 by
whatever
20
they are, you know?
So listen, so again, why doesn't
And
he
the
argue them in
people
the state
can't
of the
handle the
Mishnah? He
straight
does
guys
that.
playing gay
Therefore, the way
guys.
the
They
Gemara
can't
ends up
handle
by
it.
saying is that no.
So
Rabbi
then
Yehuda
they
does not
want, so
glean
then they
his
turn into
Sutra from
psychos.
the
You know, there was
entrance way of
actually
the
like
Heichal of
gay
the
people
Ulam,
that
that is agreed with what the Gemara calls Hiskha Dimalach. The
this has become their
the monarchical
politics.
entrance way, the racial entrance
This
way
has
of the
become
time. It's also the same analysis like that he does not do the Torah we're not finished. We'll stop over here. We'll say still make a suggestion. That are beginning of the chapter, you know, people in our society, and they even have views on Iran. Hunting the dumbest people in our society and making them articulate positions on Palestine. This is barbaric. This is mass rape. This is an online ice raid. 10 minutes, so that way
Finding
it
the dumbest and most insignificant
10 minutes
people. And it's not to say that actors don't do great shit, but I mean in the realm of the political, you could not find someone more insignificant than the hot guy who was waiting tables in LA 3 months ago that's on Heated Rivalry. There's no one whose opinion matters less. Nobody. And the fact that these people keep dragging these dummies into the light and forcing them to confess what is your sexual tendency. When you come, what do you think about it? It's not enough. Just enjoy the fucking show, you loser. Just enjoy the fucking show, you loser. Enough already. And I can't believe I'm defending him. I got nothing to do with these people. I'm defending them. I feel bad for these dummies. I feel so bad for these dummies. They don't know what's going on. They're hot. They're trying to remember when thread means go or stop or which one is green. They're just trying to walk across the street and not get killed. They're trying to walk across the street and not trip over a food robot, or they don't know where they are half the time. That's not why they're here. They don't know their sexuality. They don't know what. They're not here to influence you. They're not here to hold your hand and walk you through your meaningless garbage existence. They're there to pretend to be someone else for a half hour on your television. I can't believe it. And some of them are young. Some of them are like in their late teens. And they're getting bullied by adults. Some think they gotta take their social media pages down. They don't, they're like, what? I was on the show. Now everybody thinks they disagree with the ending of the show. They didn't like the season finale. So they're trying to kill me? It's embarrassing. We've reached a point in our culture where we're forcing our hottest, dumbest people to become something they're not. It's cruel.
So you're taking something that is technically set aside for the consumption of people, and you're going ahead and now utilizing it for animal consumption. So the Kiddush of the Mishnah is that one is permitted to do so on Shabbos. Similarly, again, the Tnei Nevela. This will say again, if you go ahead and have a carcass of an animal. So again, we'll discuss the parameters of this, but that's to point out that it's not lo hayom u'ben hashmoshes hayom edet adam. What's the novelty? The novelty here is that this animal began Shabbos as a living, breathing animal. It then died on Shabbos. It died on Shabbos. So the Mishnah still says that you're allowed to go ahead and cut it up for the dogs, even though that's what it was not really usable for this purpose at the onset of Shabbos. Says the Gemara. So therefore, you can tell already that the first part of the Mishnah really reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon in the road of Muktzah. Normally, that is stated as Leslie Muktzah. He doesn't quote with Muktzah. You're spoken about this many times that halacha lemaisa, everyone holds with Muktzah. You can't not hold with Muktzah. Right? So rather than the machlokes is what extent of Muktzah they hold. So the Shimon in general has a very more relaxed view of Muktzah. Rabbi Shimon says, as long as the item is usable, it's not muktzah. Even though gourds are normally eaten by people, if they're consumable by animals, then the mice, again, then the mice is on Shabbos. The animal was fully alive and intact at the onset of Shabbos. But if right now, again, if the dog consumption, you can cut it up. But Rabbi Yehuda says no. Imlo Haisin the Erev Shabbos, Asura. Rabbi Yehuda says no, incorrect. If the animal is not an Avera at the onset of Shabbos, then you may not go ahead and involve yourself with it on Shabbos, because ultimately, again, it is not prepared. Also, Rabbi Yehuda has a more restrictive view of Motzah, and in Rabbi Yehuda's view, halacha l'maisa, an item must be actively prepared for use at the onset of Shabbos. So if you have an animal that Baruch Hashem was healthy and fine at the onset of Shabbos, and then dies on Shabbos, so now it's an Avera. You all you can do is really feed it to your dog. And Yehuda says, no, it wasn't prepared, it wasn't cooked, it was not ready. Because it was not prepared,
Is that a duck? Is that a duck?
It's marriage. So now, this machlokas has followed us throughout the entire section. The truth is, we've seen a lot of the halacha by books already. And we already know that to a certain degree, we follow a little bit of a hybrid model. The Gemara is going to go through this. Itmar. Amar Uba halacha Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Uba says the halacha of Rabbi Yehuda, namely the more restrictive view of Motzah. Shmuel says halacha Shmuel says halacha a more relaxed view of Motzah. Rav said halacha Rabbi Yehuda. Rav also says halacha Rabbi Yehuda. The Gemara says currently is because you also have the, how do you know that Rav holds like Rabbi Yehuda? Because of the issue with the ships or the mass of the ships. Look at that. The mats that were made for ships for boats. The Chachos Pragmatia said so. Look, he said these mats used to cover merchandise on a boat. So ultimately, these mats could be used for other things as well. You can sit on them to cover other stuff again. Yes, that held the halakha l'maisa. Those mats are not usable on Shabbos. Why are they not usable on Shabbos? Actively prepared for different items of merchandise on a boat. Therefore, to use them for some other purpose is not called movement, it's not called prepared, and therefore it's usher. Rav usher, Ushmuel shari. Rav said you can't use those mats on Shabbos even for another purpose, and Shmuel said you could. So let's say some focus Rav and Shmuel. Shmuel holds it with Shimon, more relaxed view of Motzah. And when I say more relaxed, I will say all Shmuel says is something is usable on Shabbos, even if it wasn't prepared on before Shabbos. It's not necessary. That the Yehuda requires an active designation on an item before Shabbos for use on Shabbos. Yeah, lady Sava, halacha Rabbi Yehuda. Even lady holds that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda. There is a more restrictive view of Motzah. The lady Sava might see Sheikh Basala Kamei Biyala Tava. Let's listen to this case. Somebody was checking an animal on Yom. And they had a shayla about the animal. So it's like somebody who checked an animal, you see something in the lungs, you see something else there. You're not sure if the animal is a kosher animal, not the kosher animal. So what would happen? When lady would come and bring a shayfa, or I should say, when somebody would come and bring an animal, it was a suffix shayfa to lady on Yom to this. So let's remember again, Yom Tov, because people are checking on Yom Tov. And so people are going ahead and checking on Yom Tov. So now somebody has a shayla, an animal that is checking. They will bring it before lady. Or have a chazile, ela kiyasi, akal kalisa. You will only examine, you will only examine these shaylas when sitting at the garbage can. So she says, ala hashta. So he wants to do the Amar, Dilma Miskasha. So what's going to be the problem? The problem is, what if the animal really is a shayla? And therefore, again, it's not kosher. That people is clubbing their chazia. I will say the problem is, it won't be fit for animal consumption. They will say, now what does that mean it won't be fit for animal consumption? Because remember again, that it wasn't prepared before Yom Tov for animal consumption. Before Yom Tov, it was fit, it was prepared for human consumption. Now it became a treifa on Yom Tov. Now we're switched to animal consumption. But again, if it wasn't prepared before Yom Tov, then it's called muktzah. So therefore, we'll say interesting enough, maybe was concerned if you're, let's say somebody would bring this animal to his house. If it turns out that it would be a treat, but what would you have to do with the carcass of the animal? Leave it right there. Like this, at least, maybe we'll look at the Shiloh side of garbage dump. So if it turns out that it was a safe, other people would just put the animal right there. Shmuel or Halacha Shimon, and Shmuel said Halacha Ba'azim Shimon. So meaning again, a more permissive of Mukhtaviat Ziri, so Halacha Shimon, and Ziri also Halacha Shimon. This time, the name of Shimon saw no use his enemy in Kama. But if an animal died, you should not go ahead. You should not go ahead and move it from its place. The Tirgama Ziri, and Ziri said, when is that so? The behemoth's kachim. That's true if the animal that died was a sacrificial animal. About the chulin sacrifice, but Allah Kalaman said if it's a non-sacrificial animal, you can move it. Why can you move it? Because even though it's no longer fit for human consumption, it's fit for us, for animal consumption. And even though it was not prepared before Yom Tov, before Shabbos, for animal consumption, Allah Kalaman says since it's fit now, it's not muktzah. This is actually the momentary delivery. In the second, they are the behemoth. Kachim da sura da no, but I just got him how foolish using shackles on the last year. Because he was to ask Rabbi Yochanan Amar Rothschild. Even Rabbi Yochanan himself said that the halacha follows the mainly more permissive view of muktzah. You might remember Rabbi Yochanan really said that the halacha follows the Shimon by muktzah. Bahama Rabbi Yochanan halacha to Stamishta. There was in general Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha follows the Stamishta. That's what you see in the text. Because generally, the Mishnah without specific attribution is normally considered to be reflective of general text. That's why Rabbi Yochanan holds. You might say, and you learn, you should know, half of Kohen and Zion without it. So in the vacuum in Kohen HaKorah, you cannot go ahead and bring, right, or literally chop off wood from the Koros. Rashi says, in the vacuum in Kohen HaKorah, you are still HaKorah, and it's still zero because you have a lumber storehouse. There's no wrong with it. Like a lumber shed, but that lumber in that shed is normally set aside for building. Like that by set aside for building. The halacha l'maisa on Yom Tov, you can't go ahead and take wood from that lumber shed. Let's just fuel the fire. Right? Which makes sense. What's the logic? The logic is that halacha l'maisa is wood that's set aside for building. So you can't go ahead and suddenly start using it for our stuff for cleaning the fire. The woman that goes through from Yom Tov. Similarly again, okay, if you have a feeling, that's because the woman that goes up, second line on the top of $59, and you start this for a hayom, and they have to last other time, people happy. After Corey was going to also let you touch the hockey. Also, let's say you have a beam, and that beam was normally for building. The beam broke on Yom Tov. Now it's no longer usable for building, except for structure. Or it was used for firewood. I'm not related to this because you can't keep these things on Yom Tov. I'm also coming on Yom Tov. In the first, you can't take wood which was set up because it wasn't prepared for now it's broken. You can't go in now. You just got what's burning because it wasn't set aside. In order for something to be usable on the beach, it must have been actively designated for that particular use prior to the This is a Stam Mishnah without attribution. The Stam Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi Shimon. The Gemara just said, Yochanan holds that the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon. The Gemara says, really? Because Yochanan normally holds that the halacha follows the Stam Mishnah. And here you have a Stam Mishnah which reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda. Which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan holds Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda. Look at Rabbi Yochanan's collection of the scenarios. Interestingly enough, this was not the Stam Mishnah. This Mishnah had as the view and reflects the view of Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda. Tashma, supposed to go later. Masculine body, mas hatavan. About low the 87 muktzah. Will say, I know if you can go ahead and begin a new pile of straw. Rashi says, masculine machasik ba'alei mas hatavan. Kasagerai kabutik nasaya distane v'hasaka. become very obvious. If you're smart enough
on Yom Tov, you could
to zoom
begin.
out,
Let's say you have a brand new pile of
it's
straw.
a very, very dark reality.
Using that pile of straw
And
for
it's going to be
kindling
across
purposes on Yom Tov, even though you never
It's
begin
going to be across the
before Yom
argument
Tov.
to
However,
remove
not
people from
each
many,
of the
many
muktzah.
things
So let's say ultimately again,
is starting to
is
happen.
actually very interesting. People would
The
often have like
attacks
a
on
wood shed in
artists,
the back of their house.
entertainers,
What's the wood shed for? So that's if
the
I love
idea
that
that they
you
should
think
live
that the
up to some
muktzah,
standards was
the
created
cover
by
shachori.
ten
So this is
psychopaths
wood
on
that a person
Reddit or
places in a
whatever.
shed behind his home.
Wherever this emanates from, these campaigns against these things.
That wood was only set
idea
aside
that
for the fall and the winter,
People
like
are
for
going
heating
to
purposes.
be
Heating purposes.
obsolete.
Muktzah or
That you're not going to need them, that you'll actually be happier with something that was generated by Sam Altman.
But you can't take from the eights in the muktzah. You can't
So,
take from the wood in
the
the shed.
dark reality
This
of
is set aside for the
what's
fall and
coming
winter.
is
So what's it? So what
I don't
is
think
it? Hasam, ba'arzei va'ashuchi, muktzah machmas b'sharar tis.
I
Let's say
think
what
it's an
type of
issue
wood
that
are we
has
talking
political
about? We're
elements,
talking about
but I think
cedar
it's
wood.
darker and more
Cedar
important,
wood.
and I think
So we'll say
it's about
cedar
survival
wood
of
actually
humanity.
that was used for
It's about
building.
survival
So
of
in
the
economics, and cedar wood is expensive. So you
that has
can't
the
take
freedom to
cedar
speak,
wood
to
out of the storehouse
travel,
on Yom Tov in order
to
to use it
resist
for
some
burning.
forms
So
of
we'll say, but
surveillance.
why?
I believe all of that.
Because that is a different category of
I
muktzah.
believe
That's
that the
muktzah
actors on the
machmas
left,
isar
for sure,
tis. We'll say
that
we've
are
seen this
making
before.
these
When something
protests
is very expensive,
spill
or
over
something
into
is very
violent
much
riots.
that it should not lose its
And some of those
value,
bad
that
actors are
becomes
federal
a different
agents,
category of muktzah.
as we
And
know.
even
Some of them
Rabbi
aren't.
Shimon knows that.
The
We'll
toxic
say
soup
even Rabbi Shimon,
of foreign
even when he
influence,
argues
federal
on that use
agents,
of
and whatever.
muktzah, agrees with the
Bad actors on
category
the
of
right
muktzah machmas isar
want to
tis.
cancel
But if
elections
something is so expensive and generally
just
only used in
basically
a very
turn this into
specific way,
Russia.
by definition, that item is
And the
muktzah for
oligarchs at
any
the
other
top
use.
don't care.
Hashma, let's go right there. Ein
That's the
mashkin
scary
b'shochin
thing.
et hamid
They
barios.
actually
About
don't care.
mashkin
To
b'shochin et
understand the
habaysos.
point of
What's
what
the
I'm trying
interesting
to say,
halacha? You
they
cannot
actually
chef,
don't care.
or you cannot
Whichever way
water
it seems to
or
be
chef
going,
midbarios. We'll say midbarios are, I
they're
guess,
going to
what we would
survive.
call today like
They know
free
that they're
range
surviving.
animals. Right? Animals with little things that dwell in the desert.
That's
It's
the
animals
most
that are not
disturbing
really
thing about it all.
that are not
They're
evil.
still
Rashi
Mar-a-Lago
says,
with broad
"Shiros
masks,
ve'if
show
ba'afar
girls,
tamid,
they're
v'lanuach
dancing,
b'soch
they
ha'tzol." So
don't
the Lama
care.
b'soch ha'tzol.
They'll go to
So there are animals
Kamala's
which
house
graze
or
out. Right, they graze out in the midbar, so again in the dust of the desert, but they sleep within the
documentary,
so
and then if Kamala Harris gets elected and wrecks them all, like the actor,
before as
it
well.
doesn't matter.
Rashi points out,
Oligarchs actually don't care
we'll
once
say,
they show.
what you would do is before you would slaughter an animal, you would go ahead and give it a lot to drink. The reason you do that is to apparently hydrate the animal well, the hide peels off a little bit more. The Mishnah says, the Rashi says over here, that you cannot go ahead and water and chef free range animals. About mashkin shofar as habaisos. But you can go ahead and give to them as well as the chef. Baisos, those say baisos are animals that dwell in your, not literally in your home, but you know, again, immediately as well as what's the critical here. Midbarios, apparently, again, are animals that are not, you don't know if they're going to be accessible or not before Yom Tov. Baisos are animals that you see right in your backyard. The halacha, again, was it seems to reflect the idea that halacha l'maisa was, seems to reflect the position of Rabbi Yehuda, that in order for something not to be moshe, it has to be actively accessible and designated part to the answer of Yom Tov. So what did Rabbi Yochanan say? Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan said that halacha was sinning. Rabbi Yochanan stama achina. So we'll say in reality, Rabbi Yochanan found the other stand Mishnah. What was the other stand Mishnah? Isham omrim magdir me'ala shofan. As some also keeping those who that when we learned a little while ago. That halacha l'maisa b'shana says that you can lift up from a table some of the bones and keep in shells. So listen, this is what you're eating your suda, and you have leftover bones or leftover shells. Technically speaking, those items are muktzah. But the Shammai says this is a new thing from the Kula Omen, the Salek and Hatava, Kula Mara. It's better not to handle them directly, rather lift up the table and its entirety is taken. Anu, in the element Shammai Zabiza, who will still trip shit. We'll say, remember again, the mountain says in reality, we actually reverse this. On our according to our version, the Shammai holds the Zabiza.
which is that somebody will tell you not to directly handle the mukta, rather lift up the table and take it out. And they still will hold it to the most initial mukta and will allow you to go ahead and gather up the shells and the bones within the soil of support. So that would be considered like glass already, like the bedtime, like refuse, and therefore you can go and get rid of it on time. So what is not going to say, now look for nice of this particular summer afternoon, that says, they still touch the summer. So it's interesting enough in the National model, or National worldview. Okay, so whenever you have a mitzvah that quotes Pesilo, that's the equivalent of establishment. Let me tell you why. So since halacha normally accords with Pesilo, any time you find Pesilo quoted, that's like establishment. The mitzvah that absolution, that's what you're going to have. Therefore, Rabbi, the National says, create this establishment, which has Pesilo, holding right in Shimon, which therefore leads us not to say that the halacha follows, that the halacha follows. But the Gemara goes like this. So the Gemara says, "Ugi baravach avravina." So again, we refer to that quote. So let me again. All the time together, we are including the halacha follow. I say the fundamental focus the Shimon and the Yehuda regarding muktzah. So the Shimon taking a more relaxed view. Rabbi Yehuda taking a more hummer view. We just spent the last number of lines trying to go ahead and understand Rabbi Yochannan's statement. Because Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha follows the Shimon. Rabbi Yochanan also said that halacha follows the Mishnah. The Stam Mishnah is we told us to indicate that halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi Shimon, to which now we quote, the Shammai hold like Rabbi Shimon. Wherever there's the Shammai, that's like the Stam Mishnah, and that's why Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha follows Rabbi Shimon. Good. Now the Gemara says, some of them, Rabbi also argued about this. Chaz Amar, the Chol HaShabbos Kula Halacha Kerat Shimon Levari Muktzah Machmas Mius. So listen to this. One of them said, Rachel Ravina. So one of them said, in almost all of Rothschild Shabbos, in all of Rothschild Shabbos, Halacha follows Rabbi Shimon, with one exception. Muktzah Machmas Mius. Also in the category of something that is muktzah because it is disgusting. Because it is disgusting. Those are spiritual things. The halacha of Shimon, normally again, not just muktzah, but rather for Shabbos, one exception. Muktzah machmas. So if something becomes, if something is repulsive, something is disgusting, by definition it becomes certified for that. What's an example? This is my meeting. Mary Yasha. So we'll say, I use lantern. They use lantern. So we'll say, understand. So when they speak about a Mary, so when they speak about a Mary, they don't mean a candle like you're speaking about. It's what I mean like a lantern, which was essentially again, the person wear that phone. It's a little bit of a deflection by the lips where a wick was put. There's the oil in the cavity, and you burn it. So that's your Mary. That's your Mary. If you just see this person where after you use this oil, becomes a little bit gross. Right. It becomes so therefore your next one looks to machmas. So the Gemara suggests even the Shimon, who normally takes a more relaxed view of muktzah, agrees with muktzah machmas. But Chaz Amar, the muktzah machmas nami halacha says Shimon. The other thing is no. Even by muktzah machmas, no, that's not muktzah like Rabbi Shimon. So what's the exception? This is Rabbi, the muktzah machmas isser. We'll say it could be that normally the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon, with one exception, muktzah machmas isser. Which means that what? Which means that halacha says something is asr, and by definition is set aside for non-use. What's an example of that? Remind you. No shade, liku barba also Shabbos. So if you give an example, that would be a candle which was lit, or a mirror that was lit at the onset of Shabbos. If something was lit, this kindle at the onset of Shabbos, by definition, that is muktzah machmas. You can't go ahead and manipulate and move a flame on Shabbos.
Today's guest is the Secretary for Health and Human Services
the
for the U.S. government.
Receptacle itself,
He's an attorney. He's an environmentalist.
So the word about muktzah machmas is
I'm so thankful
I was saying, what about
today's
muktzah
guest is
Remember
Mr.
again,
Robert
muktzah
F. Kennedy.
is something that is muktzah set aside for non-use because it is very expensive. And therefore, again, one would not normally use it for anything other than its designated purpose. Even Rabbi Shimon knows that. Even if Shimon agrees on those sides, with muktzah machmas is like even Shimon agrees that if you have an utensil that is normally only used for a very specific purpose, that becomes usher for use on Shabbos. Now, you can move any Shabbos. Puts me messer harago, with the exception of a large saw. I was a little bit again the blade of a plow. So a large saw, blade of a plow, usually considered to be very specific items. That's also very expensive. So say, remember, I'm going to come back to this in a moment. Remember again, a paradigmatic example of a piece of electrical relation, something that is prohibited. You can't do that as a primary prohibition. You get a claim from human to fully move the paramedic name of that was a hammer. A hammer, you would think, is what you said, why? Because it's primarily used for things, the building. Thing is, that's not Shabbos, but what else do you use it for? You use it to crack nuts on Shabbos. So again, remember there was an exception to that. Only exception that remember the goldsmith hammer, right? I don't mean like the goldsmith like the hammer. I mean like a goldsmith hammer. Right? So that's the idea is why? Because the goldsmith is a very specialized tool. So because it's a specialized tool, the goldsmith, because remember he told us that if a goldsmith, if that hammer is mixed in any way, you ruin this piece of gold. So therefore, again, and even Reb Shimon, who normally has a more relaxed view of Muktzah, will agree that Muktzah Machmas Yisrael is still going to be a category of Muktzah. Someone says, we already know that in this Machloket between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda, we come out somewhere more in line with Rabbi Shimon. But also, we do accept these categories. We accept the category of Muktzah Machmas Yisrael, Muktzah Machmas Yisrael, and Muktzah. We also have other categories. We shall have this and everything else. They're all saying, but in a general sense, we do adapt Rabbi Shimon's idea, which is that halakha l'maisa, in order for something not to be Muktzah, it doesn't have to be actively prepared. So again, Rabbi Yehuda's model, in order for you to use something on Shabbos, or Yom Kippur, that matters, you have to actively prepare it. Before. We do not have to do that. What we do is we look, as long as the item is usable, it's not Muktzah, even if it was not prepared at the onset of Shabbos or prior to Shabbos. So, in essence, we really do possibly like Rabbi Shimon. But I wrote the Maisha, and therefore, like the quote-unquote more relaxed view, meaning an item does not have to be prepared to be used as long as it's usable. You can use this on Shabbos. But we do accept these other categories of beautiful. So nothing you haven't seen before. So something is Makhurim is done at the Shabbos. What's a little bit interesting discussion. So we go ahead and annul vows on Shabbos. Let's say, whenever you see less than a hafara, Rashi points out this is valid. So Allah says that if a woman makes a vow, her husband has the ability to go ahead and annul that vow to Yom Shachol, the day that he did, the final thing in the so now look, you can annul vows on Shabbos. Finish other than the done so Shalom change that Shabbos. And we'll say Sheila, so let's say the Hafara means the process of annulment. The husband to be for a wife. Sheila means going to a Chacham or going to a Beis Din, being released from that vow. So therefore, again, you could go ahead and be released from your vows by a Chacham, by a Beis Din, that are the Torah Shabbos. Those vows somehow impact your Shabbos. If both you can Tamar, you can go ahead and plug up a window. Plug up a window. So let's say again, we're going to define exactly what this is. We know the dinner on that list. You can measure a piece of cloth. We know the dinner on the cloth, and you can go ahead and measure a piece of cloth. We might say here, so that it's other to make about there was once a story in the days of the struggle. And the days of Abba Shal ben Bakr, where they plugged up a window.
Yo, what up? What's new?
An earthenware jug.
What's good, son?
And they tied also the earthenware vessel.
You're hustling, man, 24/7. I see you even when you're sleeping.
100%. I'm always streaming, baby.
At an opening of a
let's fucking go.
LFG, baby.
Let's make sure this becomes world famous.
That's what I'm doing. You know any famous people or influencers?
Oh, I know this guy that knows influencers.
All right, well, why the fuck haven't you told him about me?
And then ultimately, again, you could tie something.
I mean, I'm not that close with them. I only talk to them when it's something really important.
Oh, and I'm not really important. Listen to this motherfucker.
You are important.
No, I'm really important. And that's why you should be telling your friend, hey, dude, do you know that I know somebody who's been live 24/7 on 20 different streams for more than 4 years? It's more data than any person ever. You should know about it.
I think he's gonna love that. I think he's gonna actually love it.
Okay.
The way you said it. Like, he's gonna be like, oh, that's content.
It's more content than anybody's got. You should tell him about it. I want you to tell him about me, and I want to know what he says. Dog, I'm gonna make him a trillionaire. I'll make you a trillionaire. I don't understand what the issue is here. All he's got.
Let's go.
Absolutely. All he's got to do is just give me a tweet or something.
How famous, what's the most famous person you've interacted with?
Well, on the stream, Aiden Ross was on my stream. Dr. Disrespect, Dr. Disrespect, Amaranth. Those are three pretty big influencers. Neon knows about me. I mean, you can't even type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick because I spam it so much. Like, literally, it just automatically deletes. Yeah,
that's not fair.
I mean, I spam them so much that I totally understand.
You know, I hate Twitch. You know, like, I've always hated Twitch.
Okay, what do you hate about it?
I just don't like the fact that they don't pay their streamers good enough, and they're too like controlling on what's allowed, and they tend to have favoritism bias.
Yeah,
they don't have fair their rules.
I'm in agreement, and the thing that bothers me the most is the botting. It's like, unless you're going to spend tens of thousands of dollars a month, you're never going to be seen.
So what if you become a body? No, what if you have a vertically integrated business where you have a body company where you bought yourself?
Well, I don't want to do that, but I do know people who do that, and they have those kind of businesses. The thing is, the server costs are very expensive.
Even for a husband to annul his wife's vow.
But like, I don't know when I see you stream, you don't seem to be outside. It's always like in your house. Like, do you ever like leave the house?
Yeah, dog. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, in at Disneyland. I've streamed everywhere in Southern California, essentially. You've watched me for an entirely like 5 minutes of your life. And you're like, oh. So here's what I can say to you. Do you have a face? Yeah. Okay, but I've never seen it, so I don't think you do. I mean, dog, you know how much content I have of myself? I have more content of myself outside. I understand. You certainly did, but you got to understand that, like, you have to be realistic. That have you seen my streams? Like, you've seen 5 minutes of them, and then you want to make such an assessment. It's like kind of a.
No. I didn't say that you never leave your house. I said you never leave your house.
I'm also no. You said I only ever see you stream in your room, and it's like, yeah, and you've watched my streams, for 5 minutes of your entire life. I have so much content outside. I have more days of just 24 hours worth of content outside. But it's.
Would you say 95% is it's in your room?
I would say 90. I would say 95% of any streamer who's a desktop streamer is inside. You don't recognize. It's very difficult to do what I do outside. If I'm outside right now, I can't talk to you. If I'm outside right now, I'm not talking to anybody in the Discord. If I'm outside right now, my 40 different devices are useless to me because I have to keep track of an iOS device, or and it's then I'm just streaming on one device. and then I have to worry about overheating. I have to worry about data. I have to worry about throttling. I have to worry about lighting. I have to worry about and just all the other things that I have to do in life. I've done a lot of live streaming outside, and guess how many people watch it? 0.
Possibility A, Yom means what? A calendrical day. You have
I reckon
to go ahead
there's people out like Speed,
so what happens if my wife
and they just live stream like traveling the world constantly. I don't know how the fuck he does it.
I mean, they have $1,000. They have like $25,000 setups. They have like 4 different SIM cards. Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on. Yeah.
His wife sounds shots, but anything else she'll wait till.
I mean, like, you can probably afford it, right? But then it's probably not worth it because you want a positive cash flow. You want to invest in something that
Don't do it.
No, nobody watches it. You have to understand. iShow Speed is set up. Mr. Beast is set up. These people are not organic. They're not just randomly placed there. They're not like they have Kai Cenat, same deal. They're set up. They are pushed to the front of Twitch.
How do you become set up like that? That's the real question.
Of course, that's a real question. You've got to have.
So again, you have this version that says that husband could only annul his wife's vows on Shabbos if her vow.
Yo, dog, you gotta be promoted by the different platforms. I mean, I can tell you how Kick does it. They have their staff go through and look at people who they think will make them money. They're attractive, they're exciting, they're doing interesting things, and then they promote them to the front page. The same thing happened to Kai Cenat. The same thing happened to iShow Speed. The same thing happened to a lot of these people, but at the beginning, they all botted themselves. Amaranth bots herself, Neon bots himself, Aiden Ross bots himself, Kai Cenat bots himself, iShow Speed bots himself. They all, and Mr. Beast bots himself. They all bot themselves. I have. It's very expensive. It's like to bot myself 24/7 is hundreds of thousands of dollars a month.
What if you had like just little birds like fun with it?
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but
you go all out, like you just like you run around in the mountains and like you go in public.
Okay. You don't know how it works. If I go and run around in the mountains, I have no cell signal. How am I going to have cell signal in the mountains? Doug, you're not being rational, okay? I'm going to run around with the star like I'm a single individual. Look, I am. I've got stuff to do. I have stuff to do. Okay, I don't have time. I don't have time to sit here and be like, well, why don't you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on bots, or why don't you get security teams? If you want to watch me outside, I have it. Go look on my Instagram. I have lots of me outside. You can get all the stuff that you want of me outside.
Go ahead and be released from his vow on Shabbos. Is that when he didn't have time to do so before Shabbos?
I was meant to like that for it. I didn't mean actually like run around in the mountains. That was a bit kind of like a dumb idea. It's like running like on an active volcano.
Doug, I get the same amount of people when I stream outside as I do inside. It's very actually I get more people inside because I can pay attention to my screens. It's very hard for me to see outside. I have bad vision, and when the sun is really shining brightly, even someone with good vision has trouble seeing what the screen says. You just have to understand that, like, you don't see people who are like you're watching professional streamers when they're doing IRL content in different countries, but their setups, just for one of their phones, it has 4 different SIM cards in it. It's like it's the newest of phones. These are tens of thousands of dollars setups. For you to be like, well, why don't you walk around with a Starlink? I mean, I just.
I'm joking.
There was once a small alleyway in between 2 homes.
Eventually, I'd love to do that. But you have to understand what I do is different. Does I Show Speed stream himself when he's sleeping? Does I Show Speed stream himself when he's sleeping? No. Do we teach a class every single day? No. Does I Show Speed stream himself from 20 different streams? No. What we do is different. I'm about quantity of data. That's what's important to me. I frankly have been in, like I said, everywhere in Southern California, you name it. San Diego, I've been there. Beverly Hills, I've been there. Santa Monica Pier, I've been there. Long Beach, I've been there. Downtown Los Angeles, I've been there. Beverly Hills, I've been there. The Valley, I've been there. I've streamed it in my car. I've streamed it just walking around. You open yourself up to getting beat up. You open yourself up to getting robbed. People steal your shit. I've had cell phones. I had one situation where and I have a lot of footage of myself just at like golf courses because that's where I've been. I've done a lot of streaming at like Trump National Golf Course, Tiger Woods' golf course. One time I left one of my phones at Tiger Woods' golf course and some guy found it. I had like a label on the back to call me if somebody found it, and he did. And hey, how about you don't interrupt? And let me just tell the story. And I went, yeah, well, I mean, you're asked a question. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? I'm telling you about it. And then you're like wanting to interrupt. Just listen. And I went to go get my phone from this person and nearly got mugged. Fortunately, it was like this apartment complex, like in the shady area. And this there were a bunch of kids that were around, and I think that this guy realized there would be witnesses to fucking me up. And fortunately, I got the cell phone back. I've been chased in downtown LA. I've had kids, I say kids, but like, I don't know, people in their like late teens, early 20s, threatened to steal my shit. I mean, when you're an individual and you're carrying around thousands of dollars in cell phones, you're an easy target. And I'm not saying what you're saying is not ideal. I'd love to just go and live stream my life everywhere in the world, like some of these streamers who you're mentioning. But you've got to understand, I'm not a person who has a security team yet. I don't have that many different devices that are able to live stream quality feeds. And on top of that, I can't read a chat. I can't manage a Discord. That's not the kind of streamer that I am. If you want that kind of streamer, dog, that's what Twitch is full of people who do that. Kick is full of people who do that. There are those of us who recognize that live streaming our lives 24/7 from a lot of different angles is very important to the archive of global data. But ideally, I would love to live stream everywhere in the world. But you've got to understand that there are budgetary limitations that basically I'm not willing to spend $10,000 a month on my stream budget. Ideally, I want to do what you're saying, but for you to be like, well, just get a Starlink. Okay.
Just get a credit card and go into debt.
I mean, what you're saying is just, I know you think it's funny, but like this.
I'm giving content. I don't know. I'm just saying dumb shit. You know, Aiden also was going to say something like dumb.
Ulu went to the house of the Rish Caruso.
Okay. So how have things been in your world? Have you started? Wait. Thank you. I appreciate that. Have you started streaming yet?
Me, I should start streaming. I'm just trying. I want people to see like my life. So it's not a mental barrier. Psychological.
Okay.
I'm shy.
We talked about this. The fastest way you can go from current millionaire to a billionaire is by creating data.
You can measure a garment.
Like we said, 12 years ago, Mr. Beast was just some kid in his room streaming, like creating videos of him counting to 200,000. And now today, he's a billionaire.
Rashi says of him,
Well, the link stuff, I lost it.
rather again,
I don't have that thing anymore.
How did you lose it?
in order to go ahead and
I don't know. It's in our DMs, like you messaged me, but it's not there anymore.
so rather sitting in a bath, measuring
I mean,
water,
I can send it to you
just to
again.
keep himself. Those are the other comments in this place. What does this story mean? And what he says that he learned something so profound, which is that halacha l'maaseh in life to never be idle.
Are you sure?
Never be
It's
idle.
not there?
To
Check
find
again.
the way to keep yourself occupied.
I think it's because like there's so many accounts.
Rabbi was
I
sitting in
see
the
it
bath.
now.
In the bath means he's unclothed.
Because they have like that, I think it's 10 accounts with Rabbi Rothschild.
Therefore, again,
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of
it says everybody
accounts,
as well.
but
You can't learn
all you have
Torah.
to do is check your
You can't
inbox.
think about Torah. So what are you supposed to do?
Yeah,
You
I
can stare
found
at
that
the
now.
space. You could count
I went through like 10
Torah.
other accounts and I couldn't find it, and I'm like, oh,
So Rabbi
there's
says,
the 11th
I'm not measuring for the sake of
All
measuring,
right, well,
but to
as they
sit here
say,
idle. To
it's
sit
always
here
the last
doing
place where you
nothing.
look.
Lemaisa, I can't do that. I can't allow that to happen. And therefore, someone said that is incredible, Musa. How much time also we spend, and especially again in our day and age, where there are so many distractions. You know, people say, you ever have it where you have to look something up on the internet. I mean, like something constructive. You have to look up, and an amazing
I think it's,
I never saw that before.
it's pretty cool what you're doing. Like, how do you navigate family events? Like, let's say you have a family gathering or
how we use our time. We have to be
friends invite you out. Like, do you bring like a thing with you?
Is in the back. In the back, you should be productive. In the back, you shouldn't waste away time.
Friends have come and visited me, and we live stream it. And as for my family, they live in faraway places, so they don't come on stream.
Gemara ends off by saying, "Halacha l'maaseh, use it wisely." Use it wisely. They will say, this marks the end of Masechus Shabbos. So I want to point out something very important, because I think for many of us, this is not just a finishing of a Masechus.
Because I think the reason I asked is like, I think, so yesterday I went to a funeral, like a family funeral.
First time we've ever been inside of a Masechus.
It was pretty saddening, actually.
We started with remember, it
someone
seems
like
like a year ago,
cry.
but remember, our team of Masechus Grafis.
I can't imagine live streaming and stuff like that, you know? Like,
Considering that it was like
I probably won't go to it was like
very
24/7.
close
I
quarters.
probably won't even go to it.
Right before Purim.
I mean, no one says you have to live stream a funeral. You can just leave your stream on and just not stream.
Sunday after Purim. That's Sunday.
That's what you probably would do, right? Just leave it on.
Which tells you something absolutely amazing.
Everything
else in our world stops.
Fortunately,
Schools
nothing
shut down.
happened.
Our places of business shut down. Our schools shut down.
Would be
There's
respectful,
one
but I wouldn't
thing
stream someone's
that did
funeral if
not
they didn't
shut
have to.
down during the pandemic.
Yeah.
The dot. Right? No one missed the day because there's a pandemic. No one said, you know what, let's put that only on hold because it feels like the sky's falling, even though Baruch Hashem it wasn't. It didn't happen. Day in and day out. We never missed a shear. None did we miss the shear, unfortunately. But day in and day out, whenever we could, we had a shear. And when there wasn't a shear, we still did our learning. Let's say, isn't that the greatness of Torah?
That's a good question.
We learned throughout this pandemic.
Never really thought about the plan yet.
Everything else in life could be stopped.
I don't want to say anything because, like, if I say something, I have to do it. You know?
Incredible,
This is one of my rules.
except for one thing.
Right, one.
I can probably start very soon. I start in a week, and that's if I'm very
what we do each
Like,
and every morning.
if I really wanted to, if I was forced to,
That's
regularly in
again,
a week.
we finish Shabbos, the 157 parts. You would think, okay, Jonathan will say, take tomorrow off. You've learned it. No, you don't take tomorrow off. Tomorrow is.
Are you messaging someone right now?
Yeah,
Someone
some
say,
chick.
Eden offers us an opportunity to need double effort. So we'll say, I know I give you some shoes. Tomorrow's a new haschar, new beginning. Tomorrow, it's a little bit difficult because, it's summertime. And a lot of the kids.
Did you ever make love on
string? I will say, whatever it is. Tomorrow, let's redouble our efforts. Come to if you're coming here, Shir starts at 5:45. His Sitkas Atzadik. There's no one here who doesn't Sitkas. Everyone is Sitkas Atzadik.
Exactly.
Just at 5:45. Once you're getting up this early in the morning,
the great Rabbi Rothschild, his wife,
no one's more restless.
needs to be recorded.
Come 10 minutes later.
100%.
Push yourself to come a little bit early. If you're joining us on Zoom, we'll say, don't think, Hebron Zoom, that this doesn't apply to you as well. This applies to all of you as well. Push yourself. Let's push ourselves. We show that even during a pandemic, we could be in the same Masechta, that even when the rest of the world shuts down, we don't shut down. That Yom Balayla Lo Yishmasu, health crisis, whatever it is, the stock market could crash, we don't crash. Right? Places of business close, we don't close. And even if we again are learning always
the right decision.
Erevin offers us an opportunity to redouble our efforts. And Erevin is going to lead us into Elul. Erevin is going to lead us ultimately into Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Yomim Norayim. Erevin is going to lead us
getting as much data.
opportunity for his chachos.
That's your plan. But if I start streaming, I don't want to just be a copycat of everyone. I'm probably like just something different.
Not necessarily. The guy in here, Spirit Man, he live streams on YouTube for World Peace. He's been doing it for like 260 days.
How rewarding it is, how beautiful it is, how warming it is. We can conquer and master anything and everything. The most we've proven to ourselves over the course of this Masechta, which literally we were reciting during the pandemic. It was like, give yourselves an incredible yashikoah.
Also, it'll be tough for my girlfriend now. She'll be like, why the hell are you live streaming 24/7?
Never happened before for all of us. That's all of us in our lifetime. The less we were alive during the Spanish flu. I don't think they had that. I don't think they started that during the Spanish flu yet. I think it started after the Spanish flu. The first time that a Dachyomi Masechta was what there's a siyum during the pandemic. I will say, give yourself a shkach, but if you could be Messiah Masechta Shabbos in a pandemic, there's no telling what you can accomplish. So Mir Hashem B'Shatul Mutlachas tomorrow morning, we begin Masechtas Erevin, a beautiful journey together. We were zocha to make this journey together. Maybe zocha Mir Hashem to continue our journeys in Dachyomi together, and Mir Hashem may all of these journeys lead us to you. Shalayim Hirav Yameinu. Hebron, you hear me all right?
Why wouldn't you just tell your girlfriend what you're doing and then she doesn't have to be on camera?
Yeah, that's why I have like these things I need to solve, like mental barriers. Like these are all mental, it's all psychological.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning, a incredible God ahead of us today.
I'm going to go on ChatGPT and ask it about live stream.
With the month of Av, Aaron and Kelvin are dedicating all the Shurim and Roshos this month with the hope and prayer that the month of Av we call it Simcha in the Yeshiva Beis Mikdash to thank our week of learning sponsors, Ringo, Ram, and Fine families for dedicating all the learning this week in the Chushav Refu Shalima, Rachel Fine, Rachel Bakia, Bas Leah, and our Dachyomi sponsors, already beginning yesterday into the next couple of weeks, Jack and Sherry Vanek, and Stephen and Holly Vanek, in memory of their beloved father, Herman Vanek, Hano Yisrael Ben Ruven. To those of you who are been long-time members of this community, you are also long-time to know that Herman was such an incredible pillar of this shul, did so much for our community. And his family. And once you with that, let us begin. So a beautiful day ahead of us today. We're picking up today. As I said, today's dot was cooking above.
Have you tried GLP once? They're fucking awesome.
Days 155 B. We're taking up 2, 4, 6.
I'm on the GLP-1 right now. It's a multi-suppressant.
Last night.
Right.
The Mishnah said,
Yeah.
so we
So
got
you end up with less calories, which is healthy. Of course, you want to, like, if you can do it naturally, then go ahead. But, like, GLP-1's makes it easier.
They can spit it back up, so on and so forth. So the Mishnah said that you could also go ahead and force feed.
How much weight have you lost on it?
I lost 4 kilos of fat on it. And I have a lot more muscle as well because I've been training. I actually gained muscle.
Now, here, interestingly enough, the Mishnah
Excellent.
actually not talking about anything to do with feeding chickens.
And
But
you're happy with the results?
Focusing more on the statement where the Mishnah said,
It's only been 4 to 5 weeks, so that's pretty, like, it's still early.
The Mishnah said,
I've lost a lot of body weight, and it's just like, it wasn't even difficult. Like, I used to struggle so hard to manage my appetite because I was so hungry, so hungry.
And Mar said,
Well, there you go. I'm glad you found a good solution for it.
if you have 2 people, one goes in and one pours flour, and one pours water.
I think 2 pounds a week is extremely healthy and doable. But on a normal diet, like, that's very painful. Because, like, you go through a lot of hunger.
The idea
Oh,
is
for sure,
the
dog.
last person to pour in the last ingredient, that person is chayiv for needing. For lush. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda Omer,
For sure.
actually, Yosef Yehuda says, no, you're not chayiv until when? Unless you go ahead and actually need the items together.
I know somebody personally that
one would violate the
went from 110 kilos to now 77 kilos.
Without actually needing it. Rabbi Yossi says you cannot violate the malacha of lush unless you actually need the ingredients together. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting over here that Allah Chalamayta, the opinion that's said in the Mishnah, that you could put water and bran together. As long as you don't need them together, that's the opinion of Rabbi Yossi. First, maybe Rabbi Yossi, maybe the Hassan Elakema, the Bagibuhu. Maybe Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda only said that in the case of flour and water, because flour and water is a kneadable mixture.
So they lost 7
Worse on the Lav Bagibuhu.
What's going on?
72 pounds on that.
Sometimes we brand it
Okay,
as kneadable.
Okay.
So because it's not kneadable,
You lost 72 pounds using.
Using
I thought you said you lost like 4 pounds of fat.
no, 4 kilos. 4 kilos.
But you cannot go ahead and mix water and bran together.
So that's 8.8 pounds I lost in 5 weeks.
Okay, then, and how did you lose 75 pounds?
So that is how we pass it.
That's somebody I know. Like they went on GTQ runs.
Oh,
and they
okay.
lost 33 kilos,
That's great.
which is 7
That's really great.
Now the novelty, of course, is
And
even though
you don't find any side effects?
or water and bread, instead of that matter, water and flour, some amount of
The side effects of when I had it, which vary based on the dosage and
violated
like the person itself. But my side effects were basically like I got really like hungry. I didn't feel like eating. So like, and then sometimes I'll get like I'll feel so full after eating like I don't know, like some steak. Like I just had a steak, and I'll eat like 25% of it, and I'll just be so full.
Go ahead and read.
Oh, that's great.
And some say
But I'll still feel hungry. It's weird, like I'm hungry, but I don't want to eat. It's such a weird, strange feeling. I kept going to the toilet a lot too.
Interesting. All right.
You
Well,
can go ahead and
are you tracking your journey like through before and after pictures?
That's only true if you go ahead and
I should do that.
Yeah, you should.
No, I should do that.
Just go back to Rashi.
You're onto something. I should do this. Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
I didn't even think about it.
Before and after pictures since the beginning of time.
Because you generate content. Like, this is like your thing. I never thought about this.
That's why I'm here, baby.
What is shesisa? See, Gemara says,
Is it that orange juice?
No, it's water.
Also, brachas. So shesisa was this food, or was this drink, this mixture, almost like a porridge that was made from flour, from parched grain, water, salt, vinegar was mixed in as well. It's interesting enough that Yosef Yehuda holds that Allah Almighty, you can go ahead and mix all of this stuff together, as long as.
Why did you think it's orange juice?
So the Gemara says,
because it looks orange on the string.
Oh, it's a red cup.
Red and then like the purple lighting.
Yeah.
Like, it probably distorted the red into orange.
I'm in agreement with you. It's like, what a random guess. No, it's just a red cup. I was drinking.
You know, I like his green screen setup. It looks cool.
There might be some remnants of soda in it as well, but it's just staying hydrated.
Therefore, it is permitted. For 1 second. You just said they agree that you can mix together shassis, which is shesisa. But we just said.
All right, so do you know how to take before and after pictures? It's not hard, but you want to make sure that they're full body from different angles. And then what you can also do, a good thing, is take like a measuring tape and then measure your waist and measure like your arms and measure your neck and your thighs, and then take a picture every week, same way, and you'll be able to track your results. Yeah, man, that's why I'm here, big dog.
That is not the malacha of the Rosh. That is not the malacha of the Rosh. Therefore, again, the case that everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, you can do it, would be with a looser, liquidy mixture. Says Rabbi, is also assuming that you are employing machinery.
And it's not like you'll be happy you did it, and it's not like you you have lost a whole lot of weight that you're still at the beginning of your journey. So you'll be able to see some really great before and afters. Does that make sense? I mean, you can. I'm not saying that you do it for content. I'm saying that you do it just for your own benefit, like yeah, I'm not even saying because of that. I mean, you can, but I'm just saying for yourself. It's just a good thing for you to be able to just keep track of your own journey and then be proud of yourself.
So on Shabbos, the way you go ahead and employ machinery is to mix it back and forth.
I mean, if you want to share the journey with people, you can, but
No one said you have to do that. You just kind of, I mean, unless you like have, a lot of times people don't want to show themselves on camera, like being fat.
To what we call thick mixture. But going and taking various items and mixing them together to produce a liquidy mixture is not the malacha of lush. It's not needed. Again, certain times when kneading can be permitted.
Because I reckon if I started creating content over like these
so
things,
it could either be a shinoi in the way that
showing
and normally mix
the results and what I've done, I think it will be kind of interesting.
That you go ahead.
I'm sure it'll help people
So it could be a shinoi
and motivate other people to change their lives and get healthy.
So mixing it again, chassis body back and forth, or shinoi can also be in the way that you normally add in the various ingredients. So during the week, you normally add the ingredients in a particular order, A, B, and C. So on Shabbos, the shinoi can be.
One day I wanna actually just go to like Thailand for 3 months and learn new Thai.
And learn Thai?
Just train in Thai. Learn new Thai.
Oh, Muay Thai. Yeah. Muay Thai, yeah. I gotcha. Well, don't you need to do it longer than that?
Yeah, longer, and then maybe go to Dagestan to learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That would be cool.
Yeah, dog.
Ultimately, again, for an animal.
And it's not so expensive. It's quite affordable. And I'm getting into streaming a lot. I like to stream stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff's hard to stream. It's easier to just archive it and then upload it and edit the video. Those places don't have very good connectivity. I mean, unless you do use Starlink, but then you've got to carry around this like satellite all the time.
Because like I mean, Thailand is internet anywhere, it's Wi-Fi. Not sure like Dagestan. Dagestan might be a too much larger.
Yeah. I mean, Thailand has Wi-Fi, but if you're like walking around, you got to go from Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi, keep reconnecting, and like that can cause issues. Cell service works, but when you start uploading huge amounts of data, you'll get throttled, and then your streams aren't very clear, or they just get they just don't upload. But really the biggest issue that I've encountered with IRL streaming is the heat. I mean, even Southern California, which is like perfect weather all the time, when the sun gets to beating on a phone and that phone is working hard, it will just overheat. And then this, like, I'm sure you've seen that symbol come up where it says your phone needs to cool down before you use it again. And that's very frustrating as a streamer. So I can't imagine like Thailand, which is way hotter. I mean, it seems easy to do live streaming, and it is for short periods of time. But if you're going to do it for hours, then you need special like holders for your phone, because you'll end up dropping it, you'll end up cracking screens, you'll end up throttling yourself when it comes to the data. I mean, even like I have like unlimited data plans from Verizon, they still get throttled. Even though it's unlimited, they still get throttled. And then you can call them and be like, hey, you're throttling me. And they'll be like, in the fine, print, you're like a top 1% of all of our users. And if you reach a top 1%, you will you'll get throttled. And then the battery issue becomes major. So like batteries only last so long, and when you are doing a lot of streaming, you will kill that battery so quickly. I mean, you may say, well, my battery lasts all day. Yeah, but if you're live streaming it and you've got your brightness up and
your phone. Oh yeah. So
even
you
on this is like a video call. It's like
exactly. So then what you'll have to do is get power banks, and then you have to worry about like the little area where your phone plugs in, like making sure that that doesn't get disturbed, because then like your phone will end up like not being able to charge because the power slot is messed up. You'll end up dropping your phone, so you've got to have cases for them. And then you need a normal phone, like you need to be able to communicate with people or look something up. So you've got a phone where you're streaming, and then another phone where you're like calling people or looking stuff up, or maybe you're interacting with chat or something. So you only have two hands. So then what do? So normally when I do IRL streaming, I just have a like I'll drive to a place, and then I'll use a tripod and just set up a tripod and talk in front of it, because walking around with all that stuff is just it's like you only have two hands. Yeah, I mean, and like
what if you have a GoPro?
so I've done that too. I've put GoPros on my hat, and I've had GoPros on my chest to give people first-person views, and those are cool. I have a lot of GoPro footage, especially for my IRL travels, and I would always have GoPros in my car. What I did is I bought a bunch of just like from AliExpress, a bunch of like really cheap GoPros, and in addition to like more expensive cameras, and I put them all around, like so that like wherever I was, I'd have the stream going. But you'll find that even with a GoPro, there's like a little button on it that will mute you, and then you'll have 4 hours of yourself just muted the whole time, and you won't recognize it because you accidentally hit a button. You'll find that a GoPro's not streaming, so you're just archiving footage at that point. Then what happens is you get huge amounts of data. Like I have like I don't know, terabyte worth, or even like 256 gigabytes SD cards. And then you've got to transfer that to your computer, which takes some time. Like if you have a lot of footage, it will take a whole day. So now you're spending a whole day just waiting for the data to process. And so let's just take an example, just to give you an example of some of the issues that I mean I've encountered, but I'm not even like close to what some of these people with these teams have. So let's say you go to Thailand, and you take a GoPro, and you get 10 hours worth of footage. Okay, 10 hours of HD quality footage is like maybe like 100 gigabytes, let's just say. All right, so now you've got to transfer 100 gigabytes to your computer, which may take a few hours, nothing crazy. Then you have to edit it. If you want, you can just put the raw footage up. That's fine. If you want to do that though, to upload 100 gigabytes to YouTube will take you like 8 hours. It does not upload very quickly. Oh, absolutely. And then on top of that, YouTube has to review it. So it's not like it just publishes automatically. No, YouTube has to make sure to do copyright checks and make sure that there's like that it's not it doesn't have any proprietary, or it doesn't have anybody else's intellectual property on it. And then it will publish. But we just were talking. You just had a 10-hour video of you in Vietnam, and we're already talking about maybe 16 hours worth of work for you to upload it, and then I mean, if you have like I don't know like a T1 line or something like that, like really really fast internet. Okay, but not everybody has that. I'm just talking like regular person Wi-Fi. And especially if you're talking about like Thailand Wi-Fi, no. Or you were saying Thailand. Oh, apologies if I said Vietnam. But just it's a lot. So you wanted to just have 10 hours worth of footage, and now it's already like an entire day of your life is going to be spent editing and uploading. So I mean that's what I would run into. So I would play golf during the pandemic after work, and I would just use GoPros to archive the footage. Then I'd come home and upload it, and it would take like maybe I'd have like 2 hours worth of golf footage, and it would take me like another 2 hours to upload it all onto like just Google Drive. I mean, like it would take a long time because when you start doing this regularly, you will get throttled, and the throttling can really affect you. Like you may say, well, you know, it's fine for my Discord or whatever, but like you're not doing it regularly. When you start regularly uploading, like if you've ever seen upload and download speeds, your download speed's always way higher than your upload speed. Your upload speed's slower, so you've got to say to yourself that it's going to take you a lot longer. So anyway, that's how I got into streaming. I didn't want to be a streamer, but it was taking me so long to upload all of my IRL content via GoPros that I just said, this is stupid. Why not just stream it and then have it live? So then for the first like year that I did it, I would just go live on Instagram or on TikTok or on YouTube or something like that. And so I've got this like huge archive of myself IRL, just all around Southern California. But I wasn't getting anybody who was watching me. And I wasn't building a community because I couldn't read the chat because I'm driving a car or I'm walking around. I have to like, you know, hold my phone and hold another cell phone. I just wasn't building a community at all. So then like about like almost 2 years ago, I just said, you know what? I'm sick of not having a community and telling all these people I do all this streaming and like, so what I'll do is I'll go from transition from being an IRL streamer to a desktop streamer, which is what this is. This is a desktop streamer setup, essentially. It's avant-garde. Not everybody does it like this. But when you do that, then you can focus on a community. That's why I have 2,800 people in the community now. When I was doing IRL streaming, I had no community, nobody watching me, because you can't manage both at the same time. You know, some people have like a friend or a girlfriend or somebody who can kind of manage that stuff for them. But if you're doing it alone, you can't type to people while you're driving in a car when people are like, hey, what's up? It's like, you know, I'm driving at 60 miles an hour and I can't interact with you. So you'll find if you do live streaming, it's difficult. And then on top of that, there's no sound that's made generally when somebody types to you. It's not like a ding, somebody typed to you. It's just silent. So you're always having to check this phone 24/7 to see if there's any new messages. And yeah, there are bots and stuff that you can install, but it's very difficult to do just on a regular phone for it to work properly. Then on top of all of that, you get app crashes. And you may say, what if you have a top-of-the-line iPhone and all that other stuff? Absolutely, you get app crashes. I'm an app developer. I've published apps on the App Store and Google Play. And these apps all crash, and it's unfortunate. But so let's say you're creating a video and you're 30 minutes into it or 45 minutes into it, or even worse, like maybe 2 or 3 hours into it, and the app crashes and you lose all that footage. It's very frustrating. That's why a lot of IRL streamers start IRL and recognize it's just easier to do it from one location where you have consistent internet. You don't have to worry about getting hurt, getting jumped, having someone steal your phone, having your phone break. I mean, I've had phones break. I've had app crashes. Fortunately, I haven't been hurt, but I've come close a couple times. I've been chased because people see I have a bunch of cell phones with me, and it's like, hey, this is an easy target, and I've had to outrun people. I have that one situation where that guy found my phone, and I really thought it was going to hurt me. But there were these children who were around, and I think I'm telling you that I sensed it. This guy was like, he wanted to take me like, I was like, oh, thanks for finding my phone. I really appreciate it. And I think I gave him like $50 as a reward or something. And it wasn't like a super expensive phone, but I wanted the data that was on it. And he was like, yeah, I'll give it to you right over here. And he wanted to take me like back to this like secluded area. And these kids were watching us. And he was like, here's the phone or whatever. But it was a very scary situation. I even said when I got back, I was like, wow, that was really, I was on camera when I did it, and I was like, wow, I just feel like that guy was gonna hurt me. It would be like this. We're in the middle of it was like a courtyard, and I was like, oh, thanks for finding my phone. Here's the $50. Can I have the phone? And he's like, yeah, but come with me. And I'm like, why come with you? Like, we're right here. I just need the phone. I don't need to hang out with you. And he wanted to take me to this, like, behind, like, this shed. And I was like, you get that feeling, like, why are you wanting to do that? Like, we're right here. All you have to do is give me the phone. And he looked over at there were all these kids there. And I really felt like he was going to hurt me. I've been in downtown LA chased. I've had this one time I was shooting this video in front of the Capitol Records building, and these guys, they came and they were fucking with me as I was making this video. And then they kept passing me by. Like, they passed me by, like, the first time they were like, just made a comment. The second time they made a comment again. The third time they passed me by, I thought they were gonna try to fuck me up, and they were saying, like, I said, they even were joking about it. They're like, we're gonna steal all your stuff, and I was like, sure you will, just something like that. And then the second time they're like, we're gonna grab those phones from you, and I'm like, yeah, like I right. And so yeah, and they were, oh, they were definitely serious, and there were 5 of them. It was like they were testing the waters. It was like they were testing the waters. They walked by. They're like, oh, like, look at all your phones. The second time they're like, we're gonna take those phones from you, and the third time they're like, those phones are gonna be ours, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I wasn't backing down, and I was just giving them shit right back. And then after that, I just recognized, like, these guys they have to come back one more time, and I think they're gonna try to steal my shit. And I had like a guitar. I had like all this shit in front of me. I mean, like, I'm telling you, when you're doing
because I was an American, I don't remember rules, but you can't just put out your fist doing shit.
No, especially in California, and not a lot of people have guns in California, so no, you can't just shoot somebody. And so I packed up my stuff and went. I mean, you have to deal with all kinds of shit when it comes to authorities. Like, I've been outside of buildings, like government buildings, and they're like, why are you streaming? Or like, why are you recording? Because like that's like a thing, like Paris, like they record people and stuff, and it's like, oh, I'm just shooting a video. Like, I didn't recognize this was a federal building, and they're like, you get questioned about it. I've had situations where I drop a phone. Like I said, I lost a phone. I've lost some phones where you break screens, your phone overheats, the battery explodes. You've just got to deal with a lot. And then you've got to drive. It's more expensive. You've got your insurance, your gas, your vehicle, all that stuff, all to have no one watch you. It's very frustrating. So when you're like, oh, well, just get a Starlink. Oh, well, okay. I mean, or you're just like, well, you can stream up in the mountains. You don't recognize that there's no cell service there. There's like very limited connectivity, and it's just easier. Like, I want to have those kind of streams, like a ISO speed stream someday. So I don't want you to think like I'm against it, that I always want to be streaming from a sedentary location. I don't. However, until I can basically put maybe $50,000 or $100,000 into purely equipment, you've got what you've got. If you want somebody who's going to stream in all of the locations of the world, that's great. I mean, those are cool streams. I like watching those streams too. But that's just, not really feasible at this point. And then on top of that, if I have those streams, I'm not talking to anybody in my Discord. And that's what I like to do. I like to connect with people, so that's what's important to me. Welcome, G.
Mars, Jupiter, Mercury, Venus,
How you living, Pim?
Sun, Moon doesn't have an impact on it. It might have an impact on the
I hope you're doing well.
It has no impact on me. In Mazel Yisrael, who I become, what I want to do in life, the identity.
All right, G may just be living your life. So what do you have on your agenda for today? So what do you have on your agenda for today?
Even Rabbi told
yes, sir.
There is no mazel for the Jews.
I'm planning to experiment with rhythm and how we focus on my business.
Okay.
So I'm probably going to take it to.
Our destiny is not impacted by the stars.
I don't know. Like, it's like it's used for ADHD. I think I have ADHD. I'm just going to take it.
All right, well,
To plot our own way forward.
have fun with that.
Have you played around with the rhythm before?
I don't play around.
And he tells you, by the way, when he's outside that watch.
I do. I mean, like,
Says,
if I'm going to do something, it's going to be generally from the doctor.
Look at the heavens, count the stars, just like you can't count them, you won't be able to count them.
I got a prescription from a doctor that someone did a whole, someone got the prescription, got the scripts, because they got ADHD and gave it to me.
Okay.
No, that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly take it without under the take care of the doctor. Knock yourself out. It can be beneficial to some people. Other people can make them very annoying. Depends on your amount and whatever.
Because I swear to God, I think
Walk out.
I shouldn't be saying these things, but like, I'll be vulnerable. Like, I think I struggle with focus. So you see how a doctor talks to someone like,
Yeah, so
the
why?
threads are very cryptic.
So why wouldn't you just go to a doctor and do it the right way?
Like we do not have a fate.
I
Stars. Ultimately,
think there's one doctor that refused to take me to a psychiatrist because like I don't think it was a good one. It was just like it was a $1 billion doctor.
Okay, so why wouldn't you just go to a doctor?
Yeah, I could go to a different doctor, but then conveniently I had a friend that had the medications ready and he was going to give it to me. He even offered, And I know I have ADHD because I get every single symptom of it.
Okay, so does every single person on Earth. They're very vague. They're not specific, and everybody has issues with focus, clarity, attention. I mean, come on. Haven't you met anyone on Earth in 2026? Everybody deals with that. So don't feel like you're unique. This is a common problem with people, but you shouldn't fear going to the doctor. I know that you tried, but what I'm advising is you should just do it the right way. Don't go through a friend. Here's why. You'll like it, and then you'll want more of it, and then you got to go back to your friend to get you a prescription. Just get your own prescription. Go to a doctor and do it the correct way.
You're right.
It would be like,
use the rhythm and focus on getting a doctor's appointment.
there you go. Well, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes for you to just, I advise with, especially with medications, if you can get them legally, just go through the hoops that are necessary, and then you're doing it the right way. Then you're not, like, I don't know, at least in the United States, that's a drug you don't want to be, that's like, I think a Schedule II drug in the United States. You don't want to get in trouble for that, and if you get caught, you're going to go to jail because of it. You're going to lose your business, perhaps. Things can happen. Like, it's not worth the risk. Just go to a doctor. It's very easy to go to a doctor and say, I'm having trouble focusing, just like every single other person in my country, and they'll give you a prescription. But then you're gonna be meeting with them anywhere between monthly and tri-monthly, like once every 3 months or so. And then you can connect with them and talk about goals and talk about improving your life. Like right now, you're just not doing it the right way. You're like, well, I have trouble focusing. Okay, but you're not talking to anybody about it who's a professional who can say, all right, do you have a journal? Do you have a list of goals? Are you making to-do lists? Like, that's what you should be doing.
I'm a journal and I happen to do this. It's quite funny that you mentioned those two things.
Okay, but I mean, you don't have a professional who's like analyzing you, making sure that you're doing it the proper way.
You know,
So I'll say what happened.
I hear what you're saying, right? However, I think I was talking to my dad one time, and he said that he was sick of his doctor because his doctor was prescribed the wrong medication. And you know what I did?
What did you do?
You know what I did for my dad? I gave him ChatGPT to replace his doctor, and ChatGPT gave him the right medications.
Okay. Well.
And then now you might be thinking, oh, but ChatGPT is reliable, but you know what's funny is
no, I think it's very reliable.
My dad found it to be more reliable than his family doctor.
I can see that. I can see that.
What did you do today?
And then whenever I have mental problems, I'll go to sometimes I'll go to AI. And I'm thinking, what's the point of going to a doctor when I can just use AI to diagnose and give me medication, even though it seems like a very bad idea on the surface level, but like personally, I think it's very accurate. Actually, it's getting better.
I agree. Here's the difference. If you get caught with that prescription, you're going to jail.
Yeah, and then we split it up equally.
That's the difference.
The AI recommended journals and to-dos and things like those things are very good actually. Everyone should have one.
And I saw, so this is the guy talking to Shmuel. I saw, we'll call this guy Ruben.
Did he use a journal?
My stream is my journal.
I knew that if when they collected the bread, Shimon would be embarrassed.
But then he
that's what I wanted to do. I have too much to say in the journal. It takes me too long. I've done journals in the past. I can't communicate enough information into a journal. So then you move into like a diary or even a vlog. And that's like what a lot of people do, or like a blog, but really a vlog. And then you just become a live streamer, and then your whole life is on it, and you can see how you've grown, I go back and watch my streams sometimes, and I watch them like a viewer, and I love them. They're fascinating to me. So I would much rather be able to watch myself, watch my tonation, watch my mannerisms, hear myself, than just read something that I wrote this time last year. Or 10 years ago. Not saying that that's not helpful, but I've got a lot of data that I'm creating. But in your case, if you get caught, you can lose everything. You don't know how if you have the right prescription. You don't have anybody who is partnering with you, like basically to say, like, okay, so what did you accomplish this month? You don't have that, so that's why I don't really recommend. That's why I don't really.
This is my thesis, right? Like I've seen doctors make mistakes all the time, right? Humans make mistakes, AI makes mistakes too. But I found out that this is really like I don't really even like saying this, but I think AI seems to me like more accurate than doctors.
It's shown that like 3 years ago there were studies that came out to show that doctors diagnosed 75% of the time accurately, and AI did it like 80% of the time accurately. So even 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was 3 years ago. That was so good. Like obviously, I'm not saying that like we should legally, like you're right, like we should legally go through the system. But I'm just saying like this is a separate topic, like unrelated to that. It's like AI is so good.
sometimes it's not even
I
something
agree
so
with you.
heroic. Sometimes it's
I-
not so
and-
dramatic.
I also noticed AI can even read images very well too. So in the future we might have a medical AI that has to X-rays, does the ultrasound, and everything in one.
already exists.
The whole shebang.
It already exists.
It already exists.
Yeah, there's like especially I believe radiologists who have some kind of program that identifies like
don't go to work today.
perhaps areas of concern, and then all they do is talk to the patient about it. I know the doctors are just going to ChatGPT. Someone who says to you, "Hey, I get headaches, I have trouble swallowing, I am short of breath." They'll take those three things, put them into ChatGPT, and it'll give it a breakdown of what it could be, and then how to diagnose from there. And there's nothing wrong with that. If AI is more accurate than the human is, then I would want AI to use I want the doctor to use the tools at their disposal to be able to provide accurate diagnoses. That isn't to say that doctors in the past haven't really, been important to us, but as we're seeing, their knowledge is not perfect. And yeah,
so Shmuel said, "You know what, Avlek, I hear what you're saying. But if you're going to shut down everything because someone has a bad horoscope, what's going to happen?
So
the world shuts down.
It's a good angle you use. It's a very good angle. Like, just because a doctor's using ChatGPT, like why limit them from not using it if it can improve the average risks?
I agree. It's about exactly. It's about accuracy, not who is right and who is wrong.
You have to be aware of the risks in life, but you can't allow the risks to paralyze you. You must find a way.
I see that you're very future thinking. Like not many people can see certain patterns of the future and make extrapolations and logical like thoughts, People tend to be like they don't really think about these things. You talk to me a lot about other different aspects of how the world's going to change.
We're not bound by our
medical improvements.
Perhaps no one knows for sure, but these are just my summations of what may happen.
Rabbi Akiva had a daughter, I think
AI is going to change entertainment as well.
Did you see the Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise 15-second video?
No, I didn't see it.
Look at it. Type in Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise. There's this new Chinese video generator that you can't really tell the difference at all.
I think it's called Twing 3.0, correct?
I thought it had a name of an S, but it could be. Just type in Brad Pitt.
That's the native Chinese.
All right, type in Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise fight, and then watch the video. It's 15 seconds, but it's like, oh.
I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, there's like no need for actors anymore.
This is not learning Yoma. But the answer can't be stop life as a whole.
Yeah, that's
because I will say that has so many other terrible ramifications. So Rabbi Akiva he has an avua essentially. He has an aside. Your daughter is going to die on her wedding day. So now what's the choice? She doesn't get married, or she gets married, and we dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It'll work out well. He chooses the latter. He chooses that one. So it's a wedding day. It's such a musar. It's a wedding day. So what happened? Haru Yoma, Shaklasa,
this is not.
I'm in agreement. It's very accurate.
So we'll say, this is really like what, if you could imagine, I think it's easier to
even Sora too is very accurate too.
I agree.
Like an ornamental thing you put in your hair.
But whatever that Tom Cruise thing, and like that's the next version of Sora. Basically, like Sora's great. I'm not saying it's not. It's very cool. But whatever that is, that's like the next level.
She ended up putting the brooch right into the eye of the poisonous snake.
So I have a friend who runs a digital marketing company using AI. He's very recognizable. He knows what he's doing.
That morning was the morning after
And he recommended like playing over Sora 2. So playing the Chinese AI video generator. And it's better than Sora 2. And it only recently came out like a week ago.
What comes along with it? A dead venomous snake. So what happened?
That very well. Wait, I don't. I'll look up what did it. It could be that. But the thing with China is, they don't really follow the law, our like Western laws. So you can do anything that you want with their stuff.
Everybody's getting ready for the chasana. A poor person came to the entrance of the wedding hall.
Yeah, China doesn't care about
Everyone
copyright.
was busy with the wedding.
Right.
And no one heard the honey asking for food. Listen to this.
Sea dance, that's what it was. Sea dance, which is by bite dance.
So the Kala said, I took my food and I gave it to the pauper. I took my
So not just with clean.
You hear the story? So the story.
There's no limit to what kind of character you can make. But if you're on Sora 2, it seems to not allow you to make certain characters.
Yeah,
That's not true.
Yeah, there's a lot of like limitations with it. It seems.
That I don't see the situation here. I don't hear the honey knocking on the door. I would say, what a color. What a color.
Like, I try to generate ancient chase videos. And wouldn't it?
It's all beautifully set in front of her. The color takes her food and she gives it to the honey. This was Rabbi Akiva's daughter. She gives it to the honey. Amallah mitzvah avaraka. So Rabbi Akiva says to his daughter, you performed such an incredible mitzvah. So I want to say, so literally again, Rabbi Akiva understood that his daughter was saved from death because she decided to give her chicken, and she decided to give her plate of food to the honey at the door. Nafik Rabbi Akiva v'darish ustaka tatso mimaves v'lo mimisa mishuna ela mimisa atzma. And I will say that Akiva understood when it said staka tatso mimaves, it's not just from like some cruel and unusual death, but staka tatso mimaves ultimately again, even from regular death. That's the power of tzedakah. The power of being a charitable, kind individual is the ability, literally, to go ahead and save oneself from death.
Hey, I gotta head off and do a bunch of work, right?
Take care, my man. Make sure to do your before and after pictures. Make sure to consider streaming and updating when. And I hope you continue to lose weight and get healthy and keep me updated. Okay, big man? All right, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, for real, man.
So break your son is going to be a thief. That's what they told him. We saw in the stars. We saw in the stars that little Nachman, right? Little Nachman is going to be a thief. Right now he's a little thief. He's going to grow up to be a big thief. So what happened? What did his mother do? So his mother, right, did not want her son to be a thief. So what did she do? She was makbid that he should always keep his head covered. So he was very young. Why? Amrulay, kaseh yeshech, keep your head covered. Because she felt that if he always keeps his head covered, then what? The fear of heaven will be upon him. The head covering symbolizing the idea that there is someone above you. And if you remember that someone is above you, then what? Then halacha l'maisa, you will not steal. Ultimately, again, and she davened for it. So we'll say two things. It's incredible you saw in Chino. How are you properly mechanic to your child? So we'll say to take positive physical actions, physical steps. Structure a home life that is conducive to Kedusha. Structure a life for your child that is personal for Kedusha. And daven. Just daven a lot. So she made sure that his head was always covered, that he should have a respect for authority, respect for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not come to steal. And she davened for him. So the Gemara says, Lo havi yada maika amalek. So let's listen to this. So little Nachman grows up. and he has no idea why is my mother always hacking me at China about going and keeping my yarmulke on. Like all of my friends run around without yarmulkes, they're on the basketball court, like and the yarmulke falls off, they put it in the pocket. And my mother's always yelling from the stand, put the yarmulke back on, put the yarmulke back on. And when I go to see her, put my yarmulke. But why is she always bothering me about yarmulke? He never understood it until one day. Yom Echad Yosef Kagaris. So I'll say one day. Yosef Kagaris to say Diklo. One day he was learning underneath a palm tree. His cloak fell off from the top of his head. His head became uncovered. He looked up. He looked up. He saw a cluster of dates on the top of the tree. He scaled the tree and bit off a cluster of dates with his teeth. It was like so strong was the desire for theft inside Menachem Yitzchak that literally again one time his head becomes uncovered and Imam scales the tree, bites off a cluster with his teeth, and in that moment he understood why his mother was so angry. So a number of lessons from the story. Number one, that we paskin in Mazel Yisrael. So we actually paskin that both are true. Yesh Mazel Yisrael, but in Mazel Yisrael. So how do you paskin like both? So we're saying Yesh Mazel Yisrael means we are all born with predispositions and proclivities. We'll say that is the MS. That's like both say the statements of the Gemara are true. So it could be that someone who's born under Mars ultimately again is going to go ahead and be a shedder of blood. That might be true. Just like maybe someone who's born on a Monday is going to be a black and white individual. We are all, or a black or white individual. We are all born with predispositions, innate proclivities. That's the way we're born. It's no question. So Yish Mazel Yisrael. But we also pass in Mazel Yisrael, which means what? You have the ability to overcome whatever you want. I want to say, while it is true that I may be born with certain predispositions, so maybe it's true that if halacha l'maisa, I'm born underneath the mazel of this, maybe I'm going to be an angry person. That could be, but l'maisa, if I choose to overcome it, I have the ability to overcome it. So we pass in yesh mazel. Again, there's no question that we are born with predispositions and proclivities, but in mazel Yisrael, a person can never say, this is who I am, and I can't change. You can choose not to change. You could choose to remain as you are. But there's no such thing as I can't change. You might have been born a certain way, but if you choose to overcome those innate predispositions, those innate midos, you absolutely have the ability to do so. Yesh Mazel Yisrael, ve'ein Mazel Yisrael. So you even see something amazing over here. You see sometimes, like Menachem Yitzchak, sometimes you can't even totally eradicate a midah. Like you see in this story, Menachem Yitzchak's desire for theft was only kept in check when his head was covered. The moment his head was uncovered, that Yitzhak was a very powerful idea. Sometimes things that we struggle with cannot be eradicated. Sometimes they remain as part of it. But sometimes it is just my avodah to keep it in check. What's a good muscle for this? So like addictions are like this. It was to speak to someone who's in recovery. Interesting. So when is an addict cured? When is an addict cured? And the answer is never. Right? He might be in recovery for 15 years. But Lamaisa will say it's a very powerful disability. It's not only by addictions. It's a lot of times by the Yitzhahara as well. Each of us has the things that we struggle with. And there are certain things that will say that I am really never going to fully eradicate. I just have to properly manage it. I mean, it's hard that birds inside me to get rid of it. Might not have it, but I have to manage it. I'm like that. I'm like the alcoholic. I'm never going to be cured of my alcoholism. I manage. I'm in recovery. So a lot of times I have to get into recovery for my Yitzhar as well. I can't get rid of this Yitzhar. So that's what the story is. The Menachem by Yitzchak, so his mother was not put on the head covering. His mother was davening for him. She could not get rid of that predisposition for thievery. So therefore, again, all he could do, and then he discovered what it was, all he could do was properly manage. So both sides, Ein Mazel Yisrael, Yesh Mazel Yisrael. We're born with predispositions, so you can overcome whatever you want. But sometimes you can't eradicate the negative traits or the challenges that exist inside of you. You just have to learn to manage them. Nevertheless, what I will say is, you never know the power of the smallest of things. That Yeshiva's daughter of life was saved because of a simple gesture towards the pauper. The unnamed reed cutter was saved simply because of a beautiful gesture of tzedakah to a fellow co-worker. Sometimes it's the smallest things we do in life that have the greatest amount of impact. And I will say lastly, you know that this Gemara about Nachama Yitzchak is very important because this Gemara of Nachama Yitzchak, I will say, is the source of the concept of the yarmulke. Right?
Hey, why don't you just live shoot on a cruise boat on the moon?
Shulchan Aruch writes, Asr Melech become a zekufa, v'lo yelech dal amis b'gilui harosh mepnei kavod hashchina. So I said, this is the halacha. The halacha is we wear a yarmulke. You're not supposed to really walk even less than dal amis. Where does that come from? The Bible said this Gemara. This Gemara is the source for this concept. There is a minhag yisrael. There is a halacha yisrael to this day. The idea that we cover our heads in order to create a sense of insun shamayim, a fear and reverence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to recognize that wherever we go, whatever we do, there is always a ribono shel olam above us. Let's see, Shekar. So we will pick up here and last. All right, so it's a good morning. Today's topic is Kuf Nun Daled 154, and we are picking up the reflection on Kuf Nun Gimel on the days 153b. We have on the first wide line on 153b, Amr of Ada Bar Ava. So a lot we want to thank our sponsors for this morning here. To thank our co-sponsors for the month of Av, that the month of Av will become a yom filled with joy and eternal peace.
Shema Yisrael,
Ringo, Ram, and we thank our Day of Learning sponsors, Alan and Sherry Steinmetz, in honor of the 95th birthday of Adam Steinmetz's grandfather, Mr. Anatoly Tenenbaum, wishing him good health and many opportunities to celebrate Sukkot. What an incredible milestone. It's beautiful. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Natan and Leah Berry, in memory of Leah's father, Eliezer Avram Tzvi, then Safia Leib, Zichron Devracha, and Richard and Sharon Buck in honor of the bar mitzvah of their son, Abigail. We thank all of our sponsors, all of the Neshama Shef and Aliyah, all of those who need a refuah to happen together with Kol Chomei Yisrael, and all of those celebrating Sukkot, the 95th birthdays or bar mitzvahs, the Yom Hashem continues to celebrate Jesus and more than with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. So Amr of Adabar Abba. Adabar Abba said as follows. I said, Chavilasam Munakashwa Afsiko. So remember, we ended off yesterday with this interesting discussion about what happened in the event. Then Halacha L'Maisa, you are stuck with your wallet. Shabbos is about to start. So again, Chazal operating with the principle that a person is not just going to put down their wallet in the street and walk away. So what is the best way forward? So we've seen a progression. If possible, if you're traveling with a non-Jew, give it to the non-Jew. Don't have a non-Jew, if you're traveling with a donkey, go ahead and give it to the donkey. We then saw Chazal's, super secret pizza that they did not want to really share or disseminate, which is you can carry your wallet, but just move it increments of less than $1. Less than $1. So we'll actually see that. I'm going to hopefully have time to do that today to show you that inside the super secret pizza is not so super secret anymore, now that it has been codified in Shulchan Aruch. So again, it's really cool. We'll see that halacha l'maisa in just a bit. So the Gemara says follows. The person was carrying a bundle on their back. So the scene over here is the Erev Shabbos. It's getting close to Shabbos. I'm carrying a bundle on my back, and I have no place to put it down. So what can you do? So we'll say what you do is pretty much start running before Shabbos starts, and don't stop until you get home. Right? So we'll say, so what's the pshat there? Because remember, in order to violate chutzah, you need nakira and a hanacha. Right? A lifting up of the item from its place of rest and a putting it back down to rest. So So essentially, if you go ahead and you keep running, you go ahead and you start running, you do the Akira before Shabbos, and the Hanocha doesn't begin or doesn't occur until after you get home, then Hanocha you haven't really violated anything up for Shabbos. So the Gemara says that's correct, but you have to run. Aval Kali Road, but ultimately you can't. I will say now, the truth is, according to the Rothschild, you don't have to run. You can just walk. Right? Walking is the same thing. You just can't stop. So why did Chazal say you have to run? So you must make time. Keeping the less they Akira, also limit other Akira the Hanocha. No. We're concerned that if you walk, see, a person's walking. So just even subconscious, not subconscious, even without thinking about it, you just stop. Well, if you stop, that's when you're in trouble. If you run, that's enough of a reminder for you that you can't stop, and therefore run all the way home. So you want to so. They say after the Lokai Purta, the Kama Ayomer okay. But also here's the problem. That works fine when you're running through the Rosh Hashanah. But it's an important time you're gonna have to get to your house. I will say the assumption is you have to pause for a moment before unless you yell ahead, open the door right there, and you're just gonna dart right in. There's some slowing down, there's some pause before you enter into your house. In which case, again, when you stop, you're going to be transporting an item from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah, to which the Gemara says, you're right. So instead, what you do is, as you're getting close to your house, you don't really slow down, but you throw the bundle into your home with the shinu. So again, remember, we're talking about the Rabbanans here, but as you've already seen, that the Rabbanan relaxed certain halachas when it comes ultimately again to money. Out of a concern, we'll say, again, just understand the calculation here. It's not that money is the most important thing in the world, so Chazal relaxed the restrictions with money. But Chazal understood human nature. And human nature is that if you choose between a significant loss and a biblical prohibition, the truth is I'm going to choose the violation of the biblical prohibition to stave off the dramatic loss. So therefore, in order to avoid that, Chazal said we'd rather have you deal with rabbinic issues and thereby again save your money, then run into the risk ultimately you're going to violate the biblical prohibition. Rabbi Bar Shabbos says, now we're taking a step back for just a moment. Rabbi Bar says the following. Shabbos says, see, here's what's interesting. The second pizza that was given is, if you can't find a place to put down your wallet on Erev Shabbos, put it on your donkey. So remember again, the issue that we got into is, for 1 second, aren't you leading a laden animal? Right? And leading a laden animal is a biblical prohibition as well. So remember the Gemara gave an eitzah, the Gemara said, no. Put it on the animal while the animal is moving, and what? Take it off right before the animal stops. That way there's no akira and hanacha with the animal. So now the Gemara is going to launch into a little bit of a discussion about malacha lechamer. So lechamer means leading a laden animal. So it says the Gemara, if a person leads a laden animal on Shabbos, shogig chayiv chatos, or say if you do so unintentionally, you're chayiv chatos. The mezid chayiv skila, you did it b'meiz. So meaning, which is another way of saying that mechamer is just the regular malacha. So in general, if you violate one of the lamites malachas, if you do so unintentionally, it's chatos. You do so intentionally, chas v'shalom, it's skila. My time. So we'll say, but 1 second, this is not a malacha I'm doing myself. My animal's doing the malacha. But Rava, Damakra, Losasa, Kamalacha, Ato, Ubehemtecha. The hemto dunya day. You see, the Torah equates my animal with me. Mahu b'shogi chayiv chatos, v'neizer chayiv skila. Ach behemto nam b'shogi chayiv chatos, v'neizer chayiv skila. So the Torah equates my behemoth with me, just like I am chayiv chatos b'shogi neizer skila b'neizer. So too again for my animal. If I do malacha with my animal, I'm chayiv the same things. Amar Rava says, shtei tshuvas b'daber. There's two problems with that statement. So we'll say, so problem number one is, this is the pasuk, by the way, by Avodah Zarah. We'll say in general, we look at Avodah Zarah as the paradigmatic example of punishment. So Torah, because remember again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, Torah says, Torah achas, there will be one rule, lachem for you, la'oseh b'shkaga. So the phraseology by Avodah Zarah is there's one rule for whoever violates the halacha intentionally or unintentionally, which Chazal understand to mean that the halachas by Avodah Zarah for intentional and unintentional transgression become essentially the paradigm for the way intentional and unintentional prohibitions work. So the Gemara says, so all prohibitions are compared to Avodah Zarah. Ma Avodah Zarah, the Abid Maaseh Begufei. So what does Avodah Zarah teach you? When you chayiv achatos for unintentional violation and skila for intentional violation, when you do an act yourself, like but again, what's mechamer? Mechamer is leading a laden animal. We'll say, how could I be chayiv achatos and skila for something my animal does? Granted, I understand that maybe I'm not allowed to lead a laden animal, but that I should be chayiv skila because my animal carried a burden. The Gemara says that's not the way it works. That's number one. Number two, the Mishnah says if one violates Shabbos in a matter or in an area where you are chayiv a chatos for shogeg and skila for mevid, that phraseology tells me that what well. So we'll say the way that sounds is that there is something for which I am not chayiv. Chatos for shogeg and mezid skila, and what is that? Lav de mechamer. Is that not the boss of mechamer? So we'll say even though mechamer is a malacha, leading a laden animal is a malacha, but it's different than the other malachas. Because the other malachas ultimately again are chayiv chatos for shogeg and skila for mezid. Not mechamer. Mishnah says no, that's not what it's referring to. Lo, tchumen v'alibin Rabbi Akiva. It could be referring to tchumen because most Rabbi Akiva is of the position that halacha might say the halachos of tchum Shabbos boundaries are d'oraisa, and even Rabbi Akiva holds that it's d'oraisa would agree that you are not chayiv chatos for shogeg violation or skila for a mezid violation. Or kindling, because according to Rabbi Yossi, the reason why kindling, remember again, interestingly enough, the Torah discusses all malacha in a general sense, with one exception, havara. So it says, can't kindle a fire. So there's a whole machlokes. We saw this before. Why is it that havara, that kindling, is singled out? So Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa havara is singled out. Why? To teach you that it's only allowed. And whereas all the other malachas, if you violate them, the shogeg it's a chatas, the mezid it's a skila, havara is the exception. Both say top of kofnu and dalet. Therefore, both say. So therefore, the Gemara seems to disprove. Rami Bar Chama's position. So Rami Bar Chama was of the position that mechamer is just like a regular malacha. And therefore, again, if you eat your laden animal on Shabbos b'shogeg, it's a chatos, b'mezid, it's a skila. Rabbi says there's two problems with this. Number one, it defies the paradigm of Avodah Zarah, which says that you only chayiv chatos skila if you do something big gufcha, like with your body. That's number one. And number two, we have a Mishnah that seems to indicate that halacha l'maisa, there is a malacha which is aser, which is d'oraisa, but does not have a chatos skila punishment associated with it. And Rabbi suggests that is mechamer. So Rav Zidid Masniyakis, also Rav Zidid had a different interpretation or a different version. Top of Koflon Dalad Dalad. Amrei Bar Chama, Hamechamer Achavehem to Shabbos. If one goes there and leads his laden animal on Shabbos, the shogeg eno chayiv chatos, the mezid chayiv skila. So also listen to this version. So in the first version of Rami Bar Chama, Rami Bar Chama was treating mechamer just like a regular malacha. Which means again, if you violated the shogeg, you're chayiv chatos. If you violated the mezid, you are chayiv skila. Comes along Rav Zivit, he says, no, that's not what Rav Chama said. Rav Chama said, in fact, if you do mechamer for shogeg, you're pater, right? Inu chayiv chatos. It was only be clear. It doesn't mean that it's mutter. Right? It just means that it's pater. However, but mezid chayiv skila. Interestingly enough, but halacha l'maisa, if you do it intentionally, you will be chayiv skila. Okay. So the Gemara says massive Rava. So just to understand the logic of that shita. So Rabbi Chama will say, if you do it for shogeg, you're not chayiv chatos. Why not? Because it doesn't resemble Avodah Zarah. But if you do it for mezid, you will be chayiv skila. Why? Because it will say, I do have a pasuk that says, Lo sasa kamalacha ata obehemtecha. So in this version, Rabbi Chama will say, right, so I'm patra on the shogeg because it doesn't resemble Avodah Zarah, but I will be chayiv skila for mezid because Lamaisa on the pasuk that says that it's also so massive Rava. So Rava raises the kasha. Hamechala l'sashabis b'davar shechayavin al shingos ochatos chayavin al zidonos skila. So let's say, so listen to this. What about the following brayso? The brayso says that if one goes ahead and violates Shabbos in an area where you would be chayiv achatos for shogeg and chayiv skila for mesis. So we'll say, so now Rabba understands over here that the brayso is creating a relationship. Ha'in chayavin al shingos ochatos. Ein chayavin al zidonos skila. So we'll say the way one could read that brayso is that the brayso is creating a relationship. Which I will say is generally how we assume these halachas work. That there's a relationship between shogeg and mezid. When you have a chatos for shogeg, that's when you have skila for mezid. But in a situation where there is no chatos for shogeg, then what? The pashtos, there is no skila for mezid. So therefore, Rabbi says, Rabbi Zvi, if you are correct in your analysis of Rabbi Bar Chama, and you want to suggest an halacha l'maisa, there is no chatos by shogeg mechamer, then there should be no skila for mezid as well. The Lish Dimar says, no. Mi katani ha'in chayavin. Does the Mishnah say that? Right? Does the Raisa say? Does the Raisa say that if you're not chayiv b'chatos, you're not chayiv? That's not what it says. Hachi kamar davar shechayavin al shirigas chatos chayavin al zidonos skila. Yes, generally, for any malacha whose inadvertent transgression or violation, you would be chayiv b'chatos. For intentional transgression, you would be chayiv skila. However, the yesh davar she'in chayavin al shirigas chatos. I will say there's an exception to this rule. There is one thing, which again, for shogeg, you will not be chayiv achatos, yet for mezid, you will be chayiv skila. And I will say, what is it? Right? What is the one malacha for which, again, for shogeg, you are not chayiv achatos, yet by mezid, you will be chayiv skila. So the Gemara says mechamer. Ultimately, again, that'll be the malacha of mechamer. So we'll say, so this is the shita of, again, it's a machlokes in what Rami Bar Chama said. So in the first version of Rami Bar Chama, which was seemingly stated by Rami Bar Chama himself, mechamer is just a regular malacha. Therefore, again, b'shogeg chatos, b'mezid skila. Rav Zvid, no. A little bit of a different idea of Rami Bar Chama. He says, Rami Bar Chama really said that halacha l'maisa, b'shogeg nothing, b'shogeg pater avalasar, b'mezid chayiv skila. Okay, so that comes along, and Gemara says, Rabba, achua d'Rav Mari bar Rochel. So Rabba, who was the brother of Rav Mari bar Rochel. Va'amrila avua d'Rav Mari bar Rochel. Others say he was the father of Rav Mari bar Rochel. So we'll say, so he's going to point something out over here. We've mentioned Rav Mari bar Rochel a number of times throughout Shas, because of course it's a very interesting name. Rav Mari, the son of Rochel, that's his mother obviously. What's the pshat? So we know this story. So Rochel was the daughter of Shmuel. She was taken captive. While in captivity, she became pregnant by one of her captors. That child was Rav Mari. Now there's an interesting twist to the story, which is her captor ultimately converts. His name was Isser. Interesting name, right? His name was Isser. So you know throughout Shas it's Isser Yura. That was of course understand. So why isn't Rav Mari known by his father's name? Because you know how this works. Because Lamaisa, since his father was not Jewish at the time that his mother became pregnant, therefore technically speaking, on a Judaic level, that's not his father. So therefore, Allah Lamaisa, he's always known as Rav Mari bar Rochel. We'll say it's really always something amazing that it's one of these nuanced stories that Chazal don't say explicitly, but that teaches you. No matter what your family circumstances, and no matter what your life circumstances are, you could go ahead and go on to become something great. People think that if you come from humble beginnings, so therefore by definition you can only have humble aspirations. But it's not true. Right? No matter what your beginnings are, you can make something bigger. So also teaches us something else, which is that sometimes people think that trauma is something that you have to hide.
Day 51 of this bitch.
And we see the fact that Chazal are very public about what happened to Shmuel's daughter, what happened to Rav Mari's mother. It tells us that the nicer our trauma is not something to be embarrassed about, and our trauma is not something to be ashamed about. Things happen to us in life often beyond our control. But Lamaisa, the ability to transcend trauma and the ability to move on in life, even after difficult things have occurred, is the greatest hallmark of accomplishment. So Rav Mari, Rav Mari's mother underwent some traumatic events. But Lamaisa, she clearly raised a child, right? And she clearly built a life, and her son became someone great. So again, I want to say, sometimes in life, your trauma is a badge of honor. Not that anyone ever chooses it. But Lamaisa, the ability to transcend trauma and rebuild yourself, is an ultimate accomplishment. So let's say, so this is a bit more complicated. In the alternate version of this, they have it as that Rabbi was the father of Rav Mari. Now, I will say, Rashi points out that version doesn't make sense because we know who the father of Rav Mari was. It was Isser Yura. So let's say, if you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi Mikatani, you see that Rashi? In the middle of that Rashi, like right across from the goes Habak, there's two dots. One in the Avoid Rav Mari Baruch says the Gemara. Says the Gemara calls no person of that was Rav Mari Isser Yura. Let's remember again, Rashi says that Yura is wrong. It can't be that Rabbi is the father of Rav Mari because the Isser Yura is the father of Rav Mari. Remember the Gardens play Gardens Basrei Haki. The Hakulishna Basra. So we'll say that's what we see. The reason why they're going to say
I got my fucking machine going.
Makes sense in just a moment. So the Gemara says as follows: the Mishnah Basra Kasha. We'll say according to this second version, it's problematic. What's problematic? Hadrav Achshrei Rav Mari Bar Barachel Kumandi Bekushti.
Dude, we're gonna make Israel into
about the fact that Rav Mari
such a fucking musical powerhouse of this shit works.
Position of leadership in Baruch.
Here's the thing.
Now remember,
May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine His face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift His face to you and grant His peace.
Right? So the halacha you have to go ahead and you can place a king upon yourself.
Akshe, Bethel, Anathim, Hamari, Whatever, Yiddish, Kula, Harvey, Shagam, Fontam, Hani, Yakov, Whatever, Levita, Mosu, Yemet, Laval, Adik, Adik, Engel, Lakin, Baru, Whatever, Engel, Zay, Nishma, Tov, Lecha,
there was a whole discussion about the appointment of Rabbi Bar Hama to a ministerial position in Babel. So the Gemara just points out over here, according to the version that says that Rabba was Mari Bar Rachel's father, so then why was there a thing regarding to the point was whether or not the the paradigm.
And yet by both Bible says, how do you incur that conscious violation? With what? Yourself. Do something. But in the Mechamer, you are not doing anything. The animal is doing something. You are doing something. That's what? You are putting load on top of the animal, but Lamaisa, you're not actively doing anything yourself. So therefore, halacha lamaisa.
Cool story, bro.
Halacha lamaisa, I'm not tied. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yochanan is not part of chatos. Again, the Gemara says the mezid nami lo mechayit, and I'm not going to be chayiv for mezid either. Why? This night, hamechalo as Shabbos for David Shchiyavan Ashim Chatos. The Al Zedon still because they go back to that Mishnah. And then Rabbi Yochanan read that Mishnah is as a relationship. That when you are chayiv for something, for inadvertent transgression, chatos, you are chayiv for intentional transgression. Ha'in chayav al chatos, ha'in chayav al zedonos.
Soulmate for sure.
So we'll say, so this is the position of Rabbi
Female
Yochanan.
soulmate for sure. Male soulmate. Mishmash is taken graphic mixture.
Because it does not follow the paradigm of
Kisses.
Avodah
Nothing.
which is done as an act on
Good
the
young beans.
And number two is I'm not going to chayiv for the mason for skiva. Why? Because the Mishnah teaches you a correlation.
Mensch.
Only if
Dude.
you are chayiv v'chatos v'shogeg that you are chayiv skiva the mason. If you're not chayiv v'chatos v'shogeg, you're not chayiv skiva the mason. Which the Gemara says, furthermore, the last which is Yasher. He says, by the way, there's not even a lav. There's not even a lav. You haven't even violated, which also means you won't even get malchus from the Mechamer. You won't even get malchus. So we'll say, that's what I'm pointing out. Yochanan is agreement that Mechamer is a malacha. Right? Mechamer is a malacha. He just holds that it's a little bit of a different malacha than anything else. That's whereas other malachos follow a simple paradigm. Shogeg chatos, the mason skila is a lav. Rabbi Yochanan's Mechamer is different. No chatos, shogeg, no skila. By the way, that is a lav. Why not? The Halilei Lav, Shenita Las Haras Milkig. Listen to this. Because halacha l'maaseh that pasuk that you quoted, lo sasa kamulacha ato behem techav. That is called lav Shenita Las Haras Milkig. That is the lav. That is the lav that takes the ability to administer punishment for violation of malacha. So you have to say any time that Chazal are going to administer a death penalty, there must be a pasuk that vests them with that power. That's called a lav shenitan las haras misas beis din. So the Gemara says, but it's not even just misas; it's other punishments as well. The cholav shenitan las haras misas beis din ein lo kinalov. And the Lord said, behold, that any time that a lav is the source for Beis-Din's ability to administer death penalty for violation, that lav cannot be used to generate a malchus obligation, a malchus liability.
Is the common Yiddish word for the hip cover. Now, there are other words that can be used to refer to this being of kept. In some communities, particularly those in the UK, the Yiddish word couple, little kept is used, and many English-speaking Jews are most familiar with the Hebrew term kippah, which has been used in some later times when it referred primarily to head coverings worn by women. And what does yarmulke mean? The wrong answer is that it's just a generic Slavic word for skull cap, which used to European Jews borrowed from their non-Jewish neighbors. For example, is how you say it in Polish, the fear factor. There's a deeper meaning. According to many, yarmulke is a contraction of the Aramaic word Yareh Malka, of the king, referring to God, king of the universe. How does a yarmulke foster awe of God? One simple plain, the fact that there is something sitting on your head. That all times reminds you that there is someone above you and that you are not the top of him. This notion can be traced back to the Talmud, where we read a fascinating anecdote about Rabbi Nachman bar Yitzchak. Some Chaldean astrologers had told his mother that her son would grow up to be a thief, which is what? Wise.
Rabbi Yochanan essentially says Mechamer is a malacha that she did not allow little Nachman to uncover his head for even a moment. It is a God.
Going through the list of each of those.
Rather, she told her son, cover your head so that the fear of heaven will be upon you, and pray for divine mercy.
Is one of the 39 malachas, because this is a malacha that I am not doing myself, but a malacha that my animal is doing. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, there is no chiyuv chatos, there is no chiyuv skila. There can't even involve.
Hi, apologies. What'd you say? Hey, how are you? Apologies, I'm in the middle of something right now. So, how did you find out about me, if I may ask?
From Jewish Guild, like, and on a strand, I saw you in the last like a couple of days, and I wanted to know your camera is not working about it, so you might want to fix it.
What isn't working?
The stuff is in my donkey.
I appreciate it. I'll restart my computer and hopefully it'll work then. Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
You too, my friend. Thank you. Well, look at that. All right. Cool. Baller.
So let's get to the Chatzach. So Rashi understands that pretty much once you get into your city and you are comfortable leaving your item there, whatever is not muktzah, you could directly remove from the animal. This is assuming like the saddlebags. Just untie the knot of the saddlebags. The saddlebags will fall down to the ground themselves and shalom.
Apologies. No, I'm good right now. Apologies. I'm in the middle of my class, so I can't talk right now. Shout out to this verse. Okay. Other than one unfortunate incident, his head covering slipped off, and he immediately scampered up a date tree to steal some dates. Her plan worked, and her son grew up to be a great and saintly leader of the Jewish people. The Jerusalem Yarmulke. If you like interesting factoids, here's one that most English speakers don't know. We use the word yarmulke to refer to all kinds of kippas, velvet, satin, knitted, etc. However, in Israel, the word is used pretty much exclusively to refer to the knitted white yarmulkes favored by some Hasidic communities in Jerusalem, and by Breslover Hasidism, and by Breslover Hasidim all over, with all other head coverings being referred to by the generic term kippah. Did you ever wonder why a physical reminder of heaven is needed, or why only men wear yarmulkes? The answer is, what's up with the yarmulke? You may have noticed that many religious Jews wear a hat in addition to their yarmulke. Learn why wear both a kippah and a hat, or just browse our kippah site and see for yourself how much there is to learn about this fascinating part of Judaism. All that shit. I have a story though. I think it's a little anecdote. Really?
We've spoken about this before.
Yeah, it's cute as fuck. So there was a boy who was studying for his bar mitzvah, and he would come to shul. Never saw that motherfucker again after his bar mitzvah. His mother was soppy. We won't get into it right now. Really? Oh, for sure that bitch was soppy. Oh!
What's the case? The blood letter,
Anyway, really tell that story. She's the original Soppy.
Now I have to untie
allegedly.
Them, so I can't move them off that piece. Now what
really?
I'm told is just put a pillow under.
Yeah, there were two women who I saw at shul.
Let it fall onto the pillow.
Why just that
That's
word?
fine for the vials. The problem is now
Two
that
of the prettiest ladies I've
pillow is
ever
hooked
seen.
up. The pillow is hooked up. So I say, so that's called the vata klei.
One of them.
You're not supposed to make something hooked up. Right, you're not supposed to go ahead and render something unusable and immobile.
What is that bitch? She lives deep in the valley. I don't know. She made some fucking.
We're talking about very small
douche.
files.
No, he's cool. He's from fucking
so what'll happen?
Brooklyn. Went to some shitty university.
Just gently
really?
blow off. Rashi points out earlier,
Yeah.
Let's say essentially you have small utensils.
But they weren't married, but his like significant other, this bitch was beautiful.
Or gently onto the ground.
Really?
So the pillow
Yeah, I
was
was
still
really bad for him.
overneath the pillow for a
But I remember just thinking, damn, this bitch is so hot. Actually, there's another chick. There's like 3 chicks I saw. The other one, JD Martin chicks and shit like that. Anyway, they were just hot. And then this other bitch. Alright, tell us a story. And then we're going to read about Kippot. Alright, so it was around the high holidays, I want to say. Was that correct? Yeah, I think so. And so, like, we would rent hotel rooms and we rent hotel rooms and basically, like, have to move everything from shul to the hotel to be able to daven there for the high holidays. And get a room for a few days. It was a nice little vacation.
And even though they will end up breaking. So we'll say, you see from here that what? The Bryce here does not give the Eitzah about bringing the pillow. It doesn't give the Eitzah. So you see from here that what? That bringing the pillow to catch the stuff that falls off the couch. It's not a sanctioned Eitzah to which the Gemara says, Hasam bekusla. What are we talking about? Kuslos. What do we mean when we say glass
this
bars?
kid,
Are glass bars. What does it mean? It means
I just say, was absolutely fucking set up in the world. Oh, what the fuck? What is he set up?
What are we talking about? Large sheets of glass. So large sheets of glass, incredible. So the Gemara says, we don't really care if they break. Why don't we care if they break? Because in general, what would you do with a large sheet of glass? You would break it. And the pieces were used then for different things. So therefore, again, there's no concern about the large sheet of glass breaking. And then because there's no concern about breakage, therefore, in that case, you cannot bring the pillow. Because after all, again, the Brisa compares glass to tevel. Not tevel, just like the table is unfit for use.
His dad was basically
perhaps
not Orthodox. His family is not Orthodox, but they were trying to get in to the Orthodox community. And 620-460. 620-460.
So you want to say, I read a thought like this. While it's true that the way you use the glass sheet is to break it, I guess, let's say, under normal circumstances, you would break it in a more controlled way so that you don't lose any of the smaller shards. Obviously, if it falls on the ground, you're going to end up losing some of the smaller shards. So I read a thought that because of that, you should be able to go ahead and bring the pillow to catch it. Kamash Malan, though. Kamash Malan will say, Chazal were only concerned for more significant losses. We're not concerned ultimately for smaller losses. First, why the animal said $1 million on the day, 144. Says the Gemara. Tanya, Shimon Yochai Rabbi says, "Haisa behem to'una shliv shel tevua." Let's listen to this. If my animal is holding a bundle of wheat.
All right, don't worry about it right now, big dog. Anyway.
That's why, again, it's going to be muktzah. So my animal is holding a bundle of kava wheat. So I'd like to help get off the animal. So what can I do? Another eitzah.
He studied for his bar mitzvah. But his family, again, not very religious, would rely on the shul to provide kippot. And we had this basket of kippot that we would have, along with talisim in the back. And because we were davening in a different location, all of that stuff had been moved. And this was
if you want to help facilitate the movement of muktzah with your body, but not ultimately again with your hands. So technically speaking, that is measure. Let's listen to this case. The donkey of Rabbi Gamliel was once holding honey. The most said this is on Shabbos. But the Rothschild ad Matzei Shabbos. But Gamliel did not want to unload the donkey until Matzei Shabbos. We'll discuss why that is.
I believe this
So
may
the
have
Gemara says what happened?
Shabbat
The Matzei
Shuvah.
Shabbos Mesa. Matzei Shabbos, the
Although I'm
donkey
not
died.
particularly
Why
sure.
did the donkey die?
Anyway.
Overexertion. Like the donkey was carrying the load the entire
We
Shabbos.
didn't have a kippah. And this kid would come and he would rely on kippah. And so his dad had one, but he didn't have one for his son. And it's like, dog, you guys drove to fucking shul. You're not really trying. You have far more money than you need. And you can't even live within walking distance of the shul. It was just an absolute joke. And that was the whole fucking shul.
Right, the honey soured.
Anyway,
so because the honey
really?
soured,
Yeah,
again, that's
I was
why the
never
Gamliel
fucking...
thought it was muktzah, and therefore halacha l'maisi, he didn't unload the animal.
Blocked.
So the Gemara says, I understand Hiddish, l'maichas.
And
So at the end of the day, once it's soured, what is the
lived
honey?
within fucking walking distance, all that other shit.
So we'll say apparently
Who
everyone
didn't
knows
fucking...
that sour honey is good for camel sores. It happens, right? So the mice against
Who
sour
was,
honey is used for
like,
camel sores. That's what we're going to use it
who
for.
wasn't the fucking... At the time, the rabbi. So anyway,
So why didn't Gamliel just untie the saddle
it's
back
just an absolute
and
joke.
let the honey fall to the ground? What's the
It was
big
a
deal?
joke of a shul in a lot of ways.
He was going to eat the
But
honey.
that's where I was. And I've been to other shuls that are not
Why
jokes.
can't he
But
just untie it and
in
allow
many
it to
ways,
fall
this
to
was
the
a
ground?
joke. Why?
Which the Gemara says,
It's just...
so
Shul should be stronger than the shul. The shul was so weak. And the people in it were so weak.
And the honey's going to be lost.
In there.
Says the Gemara, the Yavi Kar, the Kistos,
Yiddishkeit.
So I understand. So why not bring pillows and cushions?
But anyway,
Put them underneath the sacks of honey, right? And let it fall on that. What's the problem? The time the Gemara says
this is weird. Dude, don't worry about it.
There's two issues. Number one is that, again, the honey itself, if the bag does split open a little bit, it's going to ruin the pillows and the cushions. And number two, you're thereby rendering the pillows and cushions immobile and unusable for the rest of the Shabbos, and we don't want to do that. Versus, that's all fine. But we'll say, what do you do with the fact that there's Sar B'Alei right? Rabbi Gamliel caused his animal pain, and remember again, discomfort, and Chazal attribute the death of that animal on Matzei Shabbos to what? To its overexertion.
Okay, well,
right? Doesn't that count for something?
maybe that worked.
Well? So, isn't that
So anyway,
to which the word of Gamliel held Chasavar Sar B'Alei D'Rabbanan.
frankly, I would have loved to be this guy's father. Because his wife was I thought
this
really
ultimately again
Anyway.
is in Machlokas. Is in
Other than this
Machlokas about
kid.
whether or not
See,
Sar B'Alei Chayim
Jews
is
don't recognize how
D'Rabbanan or D'Oraisa.
fortunate we are many
The Gamliel
times.
felt that it was D'Rabbanan. So because it's
And,
D'Rabbanan, we're dealing with two D'Rabbanans
anyway,
of Muktzah versus
this kid
Sar
comes to
B'Alei
shul.
Chayim.
There are no kippah.
feel that D'Rabbanan of
Because
Sar
they
B'Alei
were
Chayim
at the
was in
hotel.
a way offset
And this
D'Rabbanan
was
of Muktzah.
Shabbat
So we'll
Shuvah,
say,
and
Abaye Ashkechele, the Rabba,
kid
the
didn't have a
Kamashashe,
fucking
the Brea Agava
kippah.
Dechare. Let's say a very interesting case.
And
Abaye
the
found
dad's
Rabba,
looking at the
and
rabbi,
Rabba
like
was sliding his
a
kid
rabbinical
down
colleague.
the
The
side
dad's looking at
of
the
a
rabbinical
stanchion.
colleague of
Now
mine.
listen, now what's the pshat? Take a look
What
at
do I
Rashi.
do?
So Rashi says over
The
here,
kid doesn't know, and nobody else there
the
knows.
Mishaf shape, the
I
Agavra
wore
Dechare.
a
Listen, the
fedora
second to
and
last
a
short line
kippah.
in Rashi.
And I fucking took this fedora off, gave this kid my
He's
kippah.
playing with his kid.
You've never seen one of
So
those
what's
clips?
he giving him?
Clip
Then
kippah,
donkey
west
ride,
side.
right? So the
Do
child
endorsements
wasn't
for
sitting
those
on the donkey.
motherfuckers
The
and
child was sliding down the side of the donkey.
Patsy hats. So they
I'm relate. Sabai says to Rabba, Kamishtamishmar B'Alei Chayim. You're not allowed to do that.
whatever.
Get to the
Anyway.
Shabbos. You're going ahead and making use
So
of
I
an
let this
animal
kid
on
on my
Shabbos.
fucking kippah.
And halacha l'maaseh
So that he had a kippah, and there
you're
was
not
like
allowed
this
to
moment
use
in the
animals
shul,
on
like,
Shabbos. So how are you permitted to go ahead
so
and
we
do
got
this?
two.
I'm relate, studying
I
me.
was like,
Rabbi
fuck
said
yeah,
it's
we
not
got
a
two.
problem. I'm only utilizing
Really? Yeah.
the side of the animal. Now look at
And
Rashi, first by line in Rashi, studying Rashi
is that
says,
the end of your story?
I'm not riding the animal.
It's not that- Oh, yeah. No. The reps are like, kid tell me the fucking rest of the story. Like, calm down. So, this kid had his bar mitzvah, which was
Why are you not allowed to ride an
a
animal
fucked
on
up
Shabbos?
situation. You've got like people on cell phones because they're not fucking orthodox,
Riding an animal on
and
Shabbos.
like in public, and like fucking phones going off,
Must
and
come to break off a branch in order to hit the animal.
we had to like move, we had to like expand the room for this kid's bar mitzvah, and he did a great job. Never saw his ass
They
again.
can't ride an animal.
Or,
That's
yeah,
a good
that's
Rabbi.
just how his family
So
was.
Abaye finds
And
Rabbi
I didn't like this. I would just say, like,
that's also you're utilizing
they would
an animal. Rabbi says,
offset
no,
their lack
Chazal
of
only
participation
said
by
you
writing
can't go
big
ahead
gifts
and
in the
ride
shul
on
and say,
an animal,
okay, I mean,
or
you're not going to
sit
turn
on
down
an
money,
animal
but
in a normal riding
it's like,
that's the thing.
that means nothing.
Utilizing
Like, you're
the
participating.
side
You
of
can't
the
do
animal
that. You
is not a
participate.
problem. So the Gemara says,
Anyway, like, they never attended classes. The dad didn't. Or, like, maybe with his son for bar mitzvah, like, occasionally, but there just was never attended Gemara classes, Chumash classes. I understand they're busy. Anyway, so we are at this kid's bar mitzvah, and
watch this. My love,
that's the other thing. We won't mention names, but let's just say, how are you going to be a kosher caterer if you're working on Shabbat? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Never will. You can't justify it. That's work. Anyway, and so how are you going to hire that as your kosher caterer? It's a snake biting ass. I just didn't understand. Nevertheless, this is just such a fucking joke. But I had Gabbinic duties. Did you?
You see that that's okay. Why? Because Chazal will only goes there on sitting on the animal normally. But usage of the sides of the animal is not problematic.
Did you really?
First thing where it says lo, agvalki. So I'll say no. We're not talking about ultimately again where the tied saddlebags. Rather, the chaver gavalki Rashi says.
In many ways.
The saddlebags also were
Is that known as Gabbinic
saddlebags
duties?
straddle both sides of the donkey.
It is now.
First, that they were tied together, like on the back of the donkey. In which case, you'd have to kind of put your shoulder in there
I don't know
against
why.
the animal to untie them.
All right, so
they're held together by some type of metal ring.
I would help with, at times like calling people up for audio and things like that. I would help to set up the shul and help to put the shul away. And so this kid had his his bar mitzvah, and after that,
is that halacha l'maisa, usage of the sides of the animal is
we went and we were.
We have no right.
I was putting the things away,
We wanted to say that our Mishnah proves
and
that use of the sides of the animal is mutter, but now what we're seeing is we don't necessarily see that from the cases.
and I was in front of the podium, and I was just pretending, like, what if I, when, if I were ever out, which was like the farthest thing in the world to me at that time, never would think. So, like, what would it be like to just talk in front of these people? And this kid tomorrow comes up, and she had this, like, I don't know, like a fucking, looked like a movie kind of deal. It was like midnight blue, like velvet, and I just pretended, but perhaps she had just this white wet area near her crotch, and she asked me, do you need any help? And I was like, no, I'm fine, thank you. But it was like the beginning of a porno. Really? Yeah. Why? It's just that could have been it. Really? Yeah. Which is nice to ask me if I needed any help, and I didn't.
When it comes to walls,
And
which cannot be
to this day, that woman's name in my mind is Selfie. Why? Because she has this wet crotch.
we're not so concerned
Anyway,
about.
some lady's like, oh, that's the spot. Calm down, woman. Really? That's not easy. Yeah.
Rabusa Shmoinon, Tafigo Haki ain't only Lecha Velishon Ba'osa Sukkah B'Yom Tov B'Fnei, Sheschacha Kasher B'Dofnei, the Nishan Allah, V'hu Mishtamish Al Sechacha, B'No Sekir B'Nutz Mishan. So it's a fact that we have to stop with this. But what's the concern over here? The concern over here is that you have a wall of the sukkah.
So that's where the term comes from.
The way this works is that Lamaisa the schach was anchored down to the walls.
And everybody could be stopped. That's just not one.
That is anchored down to a tree.
Okay. What's up with the yarmulke?
Now, what they used to do with the schach is
how
they
long
would
is
often
this?
put utensils in the schach. So that you were taking stuff and putting stuff for you, Sayamtiv.
If you don't mind, I want to ask you a question regarding a covering of the head with a yarmulke, a covering or a hat. Let me preface by saying I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way. My question is, if I know covering the head recognizes that God is above you, why do I have to actually cover the head as long as I know He is above me in my heart? Firstly, it's never disrespectful to ask a sincere question. The yarmulke or kippah is a bit like a wedding ring.
A wedding ring is a sign that you belong to someone. If you anyway think of your loved one
Good morning. Let us begin.
all the
We
time,
have a really beautiful day.
do you no longer need to wear the ring?
Want to
You
be
anyway.
thanking our sponsors. To take our mission.
Is a ring only worn until you love each other enough not to need a reminder? Of course not, because just because you know that you're married doesn't mean that you won't forget when temptation comes your way. The ring isn't only a symbol for the one wearing it, it also has a message for everyone else who sees it, that they should be aware that this person belongs to somebody else, so don't mess. If you see marriage as a burden, then you wear the ring like a ball and chain. But if you are in a relationship that is deep and real, then you wear the ring with pride, because the very existence of the ring means that there is someone out there that loves you more than anyone in the world. Same with the Dharma. Only a very holy person could be conscious of God absolutely all the time. The rest of us, men, need something very tangible to remind us that He's always there. It is also to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us, that we belong to something and someone. We wear it with pride because the Jewish people has an because the Jewish people has an
that we have to go. So it's great that we carve out time for Chazara every day.
because the Jewish people has a deeply loving relationship with God. And wouldn't it be the Jewish people have, and it would be have, I don't know if this is true, and it's, I don't know, dude, who the fuck taught these people how to write? Chabad, come on, it's, let's be honest, it would be, and when we wear it with pride, because the Jewish people have, and we wear it with pride because the Jewish people have a deeply loving relationship with God. Not the Jewish people has a deeply loving relationship with God. Come on, look at this, fix this shit. True love is with you all the time, and you want to tell the world. Luis, I would like an explanation of the yarmulke, very touching, but why is it that only men wear kippot? How are women supposed to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us? In the email, emphasizes the beauty of wearing a kippot, but in the end, it is a sign of weakness. Only because spirituality is foreign to us. Only because spirituality is foreign to us do we need a tangible reminder of it. According to Kabbalah, the feminine soul is more in tune with these things and therefore doesn't need something so superficial to remind her of her innate connection with God. This is why men need more ceremony and ritual than women, like Tali, Tefillin, call-ups to the Torah. Men are more physical and coarse, do you agree? Without ritual, spirituality is too abstract for men to relate to. A woman is more sensitive to what is holy and sublime and therefore doesn't need as many rituals to express her soul connection. By the way, this is not an attempt to patronize women or to change Jewish ideas to be more modern and acceptable. It's an ancient concept that the mystics wrote about thousands of years ago. Keep well, Luis. Very interesting explanation, and no, I don't find it patronizing to women at all. Quite the opposite. In fact, the study of Jewish law at university opened my eyes to the abundance of respect that Judaism has for women. But what the fuck? Are these the fucking files? How many of these emails do I have to read? I get it. But you also wrote that the kippah is to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us. If I'm not wearing something visibly, how will those around me see it? Good point. A man needs to announce his Jewishness not so much for the people around him as for himself. Male spirituality is aggressive and loud and has to be displayed. This is a way to refine the male ego. Feminine spirituality is more inner and subtle and would be compromised if advertised. I would say Rabbi Moss, but then why do we need news? Why do women wear shadels? Why? Okay. Why do you think it is, Rabbi?
That's just how it's always been. No,
because if someone is considered to be truly pious, truly kosher, people cry at a levaya, who believe in laws, they cry.
it's identifying.
So essentially, the Gemara saying is like this: if people cry at a levaya, people
Why don't
cry
you
from
women?
From the eulogies, right?
And they have shade.
Again, and that's the sign that the person is a ben olam haba. Apparently, if they don't cry to eulogies, he's not a ben olam haba. So the Gemara says, really, is that true?
Why wear both a kippah and a hat? Rabbi, I read all the reasons behind wearing a kippah skull cap on your side, and I get that, but what's with the hats? Why do I see Jews wearing a hat in addition to a kippah? Should be two pieces. Really? Or, okay, not. When they pray, reply, yeah. Many Jews wear fedoras or other hats, such as fur shtreimels, especially when they pray. If you're wondering about the nuanced differences in width, material, and shape, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm a rabbi, not a sociologist. And it's fascinating. I've gone through that. And the hat style, the cuts, you can identify different Jews by the hat, like just fedoras, and of course others. And hat styles are more a reflection of community social norms than anything else. Instead, I'll discuss the practice of wearing a second head covering, any head covering during prayer. The notion of donning a special garment before prayer is a very old one. The prophet Amos proclaimed, "Prepare yourself to meet God, O Israel." The rabbis explained that this means that one should make preparation before praying, including preparing special garments as if one was meeting an important dignitary. Additionally, prayer nowadays takes the place of offerings on the altar in the Holy Temple. Just as the priests who brought the offerings wore special uniforms, so should we pray in special clothing. So, if any special garment could be worn for prayer, why do we specifically wear hats? In the past, it was the custom that when men went out in public or had a meeting with an important person or a great rabbi, they wore a hat. As such, hats were required for prayers as well. Accordingly, some suggest that people who never wear hats for important meetings do not need to wear one during prayer either, provided that they wear another special garment, and those who do occasionally wear hats should wear them during prayer, wrapped in humility. Others, however, teach that the hat is more than just a societal norm. It imparts a sense of humility, and there is a God above. Thus, even if you never wear a hat in other settings, you should still do so during prayer. Indeed, we find that it was a manner of Torah scholars and their students to pray only while they were wrapped or cloaked, since this imparts a sense of awe of heaven. The concept of iduf refers to wearing a hat or tallit or jacket during prayer. But if one wears a hat during prayer, is it necessary to wear a kippah as well? High priest double covering. As explained earlier, prayer nowadays is in the place of the services performed in the Holy Temple. In the Talmud, we find that the high priest actually wore two head coverings, a kippah and a turban, when serving in the Holy Temple. Accordingly, it is appropriate to mirror the high priest by wearing a hat over a kippah. Mystical coverings. Our sages tell us that the soul is referred to as nefesh, soul, ruach, spirit, neshama, breath, chaya, life, and yechida, singularity. The Kabbalists explain that these 5 names are actually 5 different levels of the soul. Nefesh is the life force of the physical self. Ruach is the emotional self and personality. Neshama is the intellectual self. Chaya is the super rational self, the seat of will, desire, commitment, and faith. And Yechida is the essence of the soul, as it is united with its source, the singular essence of God. While the lower 3 levels of the 4 function from within the body, the higher 2, Chaya and Yechida, function from above. The Kabbalists explain that wearing a double head covering releases these 2 loftier levels of the soul. By connecting these 2 transcendent elements of the soul with the physical act, we would help reveal them in the lower physical world. So, although one may not be technically obligated to wear a hat in addition to a kippah, doing so adds to one's humility during prayer and serves as a conduit to help reveal the deeper aspect of the soul.
I think it's tight. I've been to some kabads where a guy wears his fucking kippah and has a fucking fedora on while I'm wearing tefillin. There's like a certain way to do it. It looks tight as fuck. Really? No. All right. Kippah site. Just so.
So what is that?
Welcome, Trey. So I just doing something right now. I'll be done in a little bit.
All right. Oh, they have a whole fucking thing.
When you die, people say that was a light well lived. And a light.
I mean, maybe we should go through this next.
That's a better
Only if this fucking thing. I'm not reading all this shit.
a dramatic idea. If after you die, people say that was a light
But this would be good.
that's a person.
We don't have Kabbalah's copies of what we do right now.
What is that? You would think, I don't know if I was writing this thing about it. Who's a fellow Rabbi?
I feel you're where you get full time. Question. I have a question about the kippah. As a Jewish man who's learning about observance and slowly incorporating observance into his life, I still have a very long way to go. I was wondering, when is the appropriate time to be wearing kippah at all times? Because I am not yet fully kosher, Shabbat observant, etc. I feel it would appear hypocritical to wear kippah at all times, especially when still active on Shabbat, or when going with my family to eat at a non-kosher restaurant. Please advise. Answer. I'm the last advice given by Rabbi Moses Feinstein, revealed to Rabbi Authority, 1895 to 1986, to a similar question. He was asked whether people who attend mixed dances should be advised to remove their kippah beforehand, so that no one thinks that such dances are sanctioned by the presence of religious people. In short, his answer was that two wrongs do not make a right. The fact that one is transgressing one commandment is no reason to disregard another non-related one. Ultimately, the hope is that wearing the kippah will serve as encouragement and a gentle reminder to progress in those areas that require improvement. After all, that's what a kippah is all about, a constant reminder that there is an eye that watches all we do. And so, can you compare to money? Stumbling upon a $100 bill on the sidewalk, no sane person would say, I am getting up more, and so deep in debt. What's the point of picking up the bill? So too, when faced with the opportunity to do a mitzvah, we grab the opportunity, regardless of the fact that there may be other areas wherein we are presently deficient. Yours truly, Rabbi
So what's the ultimate golden life?
Cool story, bro.
Is to live a good life. To live a good life and a life that stands on its
I'm ashamed of my husband's kippah. Get him a different
when
curriculum.
someone looks from the outside in at my life, because no one knows the real inner workings of my
I'm
life,
ashamed of my husband's
that
kippah.
person says, you know what?
I have been married for nearly a year now. My husband is a wonderful guy, and I feel extremely blessed. However, I have one issue that does not seem to be going away. When we were dating, we were both really religious. He was slightly more observant than I was, but we both respected and understood each other. The one thing I hadn't gotten over is that he wears his kippah all the time. It's such a rarity in our social circles, so it makes me feel uncomfortable and, at times, even ashamed. As much as I wish I could simply not let this bother me, it does. Can you help me change my attitude?
It's his crown, dog.
He wears his kippah all the time. Answer. You need to examine why the kippah bothers you so much. Here's my guess. Your husband's kippah doesn't bother you at all. It bothers other people, and you have internalized other people's opinions. So you feel ashamed. Maybe someone in your family has made comments about it. Or maybe you have seen strangers getting on looks. Or maybe you think your friends think it's weird. And maybe you are right. But it's not your problem. It's theirs. He does what he believes is right, even though it is not the norm. We do this often. We take on other people's issues as our own, and we feel like we need to justify ourselves when others don't approve. But we don't. The problem is not yours, but the husband is. And just as you respect him for so many other things, you can respect him for this too, as soon as you quiet down the internal voices that are making you feel self-conscious. And there is a lot to respect about your husband. He does what he believes is right, even though it is not the norm. He isn't just following the crowd. He is himself in all situations, without needing to adjust his image to fit in. The rarity of your husband is not that he wears the kippah, but that he is who he is, and he's real about it. There aren't so many guys like that around. Be proud of him, and be proud of yourself. You chose well. You can find more information about why men wear kippahs here.
This is all
The
it.
son of the shop. The son of the shop.
I think I'm the best kippah wearer in the world. I really mean that. I think Mossad, like I would say, like Mossad, you can trace my fucking satellite image me. I mean, I've worn it in the most difficult of situations. I even developed my own kippah that was, I took a woman's wig that, clip-on hair extension and cut it so that it was like a man's hair for something where I couldn't wear. I never used it, but it was just like a thing. And then I read that there was like a Facebook group dedicated to people in Israel who wanted to be able to wear a head covering in a situation where they couldn't. But I can't recall what situation it was where I couldn't wear this head covering, wear a head covering. But there was something. I never wore it, but maybe it was just like in case, because I always wanted something there. I mean, I even made my own kippah.
and it was in my car. And I mean, I just had it just in case. But like, when would you? I don't know when it was. I never had to use it though. But I remember thinking like, if you were in a situation where you were gonna bully you because of it, but you still wanted to wear one, I don't give a shit. I'll shit on everybody who fucking wants to mess with me. But like if you were a little kid and you were gonna get bullied, you could wear it, like, or something like that. And I know that's why it's not like a huge industry, but it was something that somebody started in Israel, and then you went to the Facebook page and it was taken down or something. But yeah, I really mean this. Like, if I've ever like had to not wear a kippah outside, it wasn't like there's like I wear it better than rabbinical colleagues. I know I do. I wear it at work. I wear it. I've worn it in the hardest, most difficult place. I wear it in the fucking shower, dog. I've worn a kippah in the hardest, most difficult places to wear a kippah. The belly of the beast. I don't know of a single place that would have been more difficult than some of the places I'll put it. I will fucking say this. Any fucking rabbi out there, I've got you fucking beaten when it comes to wearing a kippah in the most difficult of places. The most difficult of all places. And I wore it with pride. And I still wear it with pride. It's my fucking crown. And to my friends who see me, if they ever see this, they should know how serious I am about it. I mean, they'll see, like, it brings tears to my eyes, but I'm so serious. Like, unless my life is dependent on it, I'm not wearing it. But and there have been arguments made that might have been a case, but as long as I've ever known I've had to wear a kippah as an adult man, I do. And there are, but you may say sometimes like, hey, we see you in here, you're not always wearing it, or we'll see you on old streams of yourself and you're not wearing it. And yeah, when I first started, I wasn't wearing it, but I had one right behind my head, and that was because I was losing too much hair. It was pulling my hair out, and I didn't want to be bald. I'm not doing great, but I just kind of whatever now. Like if I had to have, I would rather have a kippah than clothes. That's how important it is to me. Really? Yeah. And I'm in love with kippahs. No, I'd wear that Israeli yarmulke. I actually like that one. I'd like to wear a turban, actually. Really? Yeah, I think they're baller. You look like I'm fucking Aladdin. But even like when I wear my fucking ski mask, because I'm going around the world about its pussy. It's not exactly what I want to wear. I like wearing a fedora the most. Really? I've always wanted to wear Strymon. And I've worn versions of it, but it's like that. It's like a shimmer. I mean, unless you're like really, it doesn't have to be, but a lot of times it is. But I mean this. I mean, I'll say this to everybody. I'd say it to fucking Bibi. I'd say it to fucking Chief Rabbi of Israel, Ashkenazi, or Sephardic. I'd say it to that fucking Pinto in Morocco. None of you all are as good at wearing a fucking kippah as I am. I mean, I critique fucking Naftali Bennett, but I'm glad he wears that sticky thing on his head with it. But it's like, it's a worry of mine if I ever lost all my hair, how I keep it on my head. It's fucking annoying when you're doing this all the time. It's fucking annoying. Oh, but I do sometimes not wear it, but again, I'm not traveling 6 feet or whatever. Like, some people may say, we've seen you go to the bathroom, like travel to the bathroom without it on. But I'm inside, and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein said that would be fine. But I think this is a cop out. I've known rabbinical colleagues who don't wear a kippah at work, and when they're at, like, if they're a different job, and I'm like, I think that they should. It's kind of a cop out in my opinion. Also, they eat at treif restaurants, even though they only eat like fruit or something. I think that's a fucking cop out as well. And I've heard the argument, well, it wouldn't be good for our business relationship or whatever. Then guess what? Do what I fucking did and tell the boss that you're not going to do it. And draw a line in the sand. I'm like really fucking serious about it. One day I'm going to write a book, God willing, and it's going to be like practical Holocaust, how to live life as a practical, how to live life practically as a Jew. I can tell you the best time to apply for jobs. I can tell you what you got to do when you're looking at fucking the sun and like the 3 fingers, and when the sun's coming down, you've got like 15 minutes. I can tell you how to resign for religious reasons. I can tell you to go get a better job, really. But I can tell you a lot. I can tell you how to get Lucy Desi beds, or make room for daddy, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Really, I can tell you a lot. I mean, I'm not the most knowledgeable person on Judaism in the world, but in terms of going from you living your normal ass life where you're jerking off 7 days a week to becoming Shomer Shabbat, which is still probably whatever. I don't care about your masturbation schedule. But what I'm saying, going from nothing to Shomer Shabbat, I can help you with all of that. Why? Because I've seen people do that process enough. Like, I've seen enough ballet teshuvah, which I'm not, but I've seen it enough with that. And nor is anyone in my family, but I've seen it from people in other families. All right. Like, I'm so serious about my kippah. I'm so serious. Like, I could cry right now. I fucking love it so much. I mean, I can tell you when people are just starting, like, the whole fucking, there's like a thing, like, it's a fucking glove compartment kippah. Like, I can tell you, I know where I got my first kippah. I know the first kippah I ever had on my head, which is different. I can tell you, just I have a lot of kippahs because I've worn it a lot. Like, I know in my heart there's no one on earth who loves wearing a kippah more than I do. Really? I want my friends to know I wear this with great pride. It's my crown. People will be like, "What's on the fucking side of your head?" And it's like, I know. I think that's cool. Like, it's how, and I wear it because I'm proud of who I am, and with what I'm associated. And I don't wear it. You know, I know it's supposed to be a reminder that God is watching, but I don't do it that way. I mean, that's cool, but I know God's watching. If I had a kippah on, it wouldn't make a fucking difference to me. It's because when I have it on, I take great pride in what I do. Now, if I have another hat on, I can take great pride in myself as well. But
It reminds me of how hard I've been pushed as a Jew. I've been pushed harder than any Jew ever who is not executed on the spot. But I mean, I've worn it in situations where I very easily could have been executed. And it's like it's a security blanket. It's just it's hard for me to put into words how much I love it. My friends would be like, "Oh, are you fucking serious?" Like, absolutely. It's hard. It's very hard to wear under some circumstances, but once you do, it affects who you are, what you do. It's like, but it's my crown. It's my crown. When I fucking wear it, it reminds me that I'm fucking king. Even if it's just king of my own self. I wear it with great pride. And it's like a reminder of the sacrifices I've made. And yeah, I know God's watching, but I don't really know fucking know what that means. So my friends, they'd be like, wait, so now you think there's a pie in the sky? No. I think God's energy, that's how I live. But I think nobody knows. But from my sense, from an internal, my struggle, it is my crown. It's like I've overcome so much to be able to wear this. Like, it is. It's like a crown. I don't know how else to say it. Like a woman's hair is her crown. My kippah is my crown. It shows that I'm fucking royalty. Even if I'm not, even if someone were to take away my Jewishness today, and all of my knowledge and my bloodline and everything, it's my crown. It's how I. It's part of myself. Like there are some people who really take a lot of pride in their hair, big old afros, dreadlocks, beautiful hair, whatever. My hair is amazing. What is it? It used to be, would be described as chestnut with auburn highlights, some shit like that. I don't care about that. The hat that I wear, I take great pride. I can even tell you, this is a funny story. It was December 31st in downtown Los Angeles. 2016. And I was wearing a kippah, but I was also wearing. I'm fine with wearing something over your hat. Like I just had a hat on, and I was gonna go to this club/bar downtown. This is very funny. And it has to do with like our fucking religion as Jews now. This is very funny. So if you're a Jewish boy out there or man or just anybody, like this is part of our fucking style. So I was wearing whatever I was wearing. I don't even remember. And I had a baseball cap on over my kippah. Now, why didn't you? I just was wearing a hat. Like it wasn't like I was hiding it or anything. It was just I was wearing a hat on, but I always have my kippah on. And well, I can tell you a different story. Okay, we'll get to that one. Okay, so I was at the Whiskey A Go Go maybe 2 weeks before then or a week before then or something, and I never.
There's never somebody to, let's just say, like, go to really famous bars and clubs and stuff. I might go to a bar, but it might be a fucking dive bar or hole in one or something. If I ever did. Wow. Just watch a game or something like that. That's allowed. Or maybe it's a chain bar, but not eating it or something like that. When I went to Whiskey Go, it was in Mad Men. It was very famous, and as I was walking past the Comedy Store, or like right in that area, it's all like really close. And remember like going by the Rainbow Room and the fucking Viper Room and all that shit. And I was walking down the street, and this guy comes up to me. And sometimes it matters of money and morality. I think he just asked me if I'm Jewish, and I said, yeah. And he's like, oh, that's cool. And that happens. That happens a lot. But I don't know if he was, but we got to talking. And I at the time had a bunch of different cell phone numbers, and he's like, let's say for example, let's say I'm walking on Shabbos, I find we just got to, I forget exactly what it was, but I was like, I can't pick it up in Shabbos, Shabbos correct? I can't pick it up, but if you can pick up the $100, he's like, let me get your number. And I was like, oh, okay. And I just gave him like one of the phones that I had, and he's like, oh, under normal conditions, I wouldn't take the number with this area code, but I'll make an exception. I was like, who the fuck are you? And he's like, what's your name? And I was like, cool. And he's like, no way. I'm like, oh, like the kid. Really? It's a thing, people shit themselves. Anyway, and this guy was like, no way, my dad's obsessed with you. And I'm like, all right, cool. And he starts stalking me. And I was like, Doug, you didn't want my fucking number? Like, or you were like apprehensive. You're judging a book by its fucking cover. And I was like, look at my fucking ID. And then I was like, look. And I pulled my hat off, and I had a cap on under my baseball cap. And he's like, no way. Like, he was just like in fucking shock. And then I went into, he was stalking me. He was like, started following me. And he's like, wait. And I was like, Doug, keep your distance. And I walked into a coffee bean and tea, which at the time was kosher. Those fuckers from Philippines. Fuck them from Jolly Beat. But anyway, they got to get that contract back. I'm going to fight for that. Dog, I could talk about all of that. I could talk about that whole fucking Hector and all of it, but I don't want to right now. Anyway, so I went into the bathroom because I'm like, this guy is fucking stalking me. And I thought it was funny, like 10 minutes ago, this guy was like, I live in like here, and I do this and this and this, and I was like, okay, cool. And now he's like obsessed with me, and I just like waited in the bathroom for a little bit, and like I was looking out the window, and he was gone, and I just went. I went to my car, but I remember being like, you were somewhat insulting to me. And then, because you didn't know anything about me, and you judged a book by its cover to some extent. I don't think he was Jewish. I think his dad is Jewish or some shit like that, which that's not Jewish. And some rabbis is gonna be like, preach. All of Halakhic Judaism is about to be like, preach. Every fucking rabbi who is Halakhic, who's Orthodox, better be like, that's not my ass. Anyway, Yeah. I don't remember what hat. I think it might have been a Yankee hat or something. I forget. Anyway. So then a couple weeks go by. This is a different story. So that's the end of that story. But just basically, like, don't judge a book by its cover, kids, especially in terms of Jews. You don't know who's a Jew. You don't know how Jewish they are. You don't know who they're, what their yuccas is. Their lineage. You have no idea. And I've got a lot of stories. Anyway. So it's December 31st, 2016. And I'm in downtown Los Angeles. And it's hot. I had been to this club a few weeks before because it was the top MILF club in LA. And it had like rooftop pool. It was really cool. There's like this area, go around the pool, and then you go up these stairs, and it's like this really secluded area. And I'm like, man, it'd be so sick to be up here and just fucking vape. But anyway, allegedly. Why? Because I don't know. I was just like, oh, it'd be so cool to be in this like little spot and just, it was like the top of a fucking maze. And just, anyway, it was this hotel, like the standard. Anyway, so I'm like, a couple weeks go by, and I'm like, I'm gonna go there again. And I go and I get in line, and it's like this huge fucking line goes around the fucking block, goes around this huge building. And I go to get in, and they're like, oh, you needed to have tickets like weeks ago. Like, this is a ticketed only thing. I was like, oh, fuck. So I was like a little disappointed. So I went and I was just like walking downtown and trying to find just any place that would let me in. And I go to try to get in this one club. And the guy's like, and I had this hat on. And I go to get in line, and this like bouncer comes out, and he's like, he's like, he says something like, yeah, hat's gotta go. And I'm like, it's part of my religion. And he goes, oh, the Dodgers are part of your religion? And I was just like, yeah. And then I fucking just walked off, and I was like, I'm not going to that fucking bar. Anyway, and I found some other bar. I didn't order anything. I was just there, just to kind of see what life was like in that part of the world. And it was interesting. But anyway, I remember being like, yeah, the Dodgers are part of my fucking religion. Really? Yeah. Just how he said, oh, the Dodgers are part of your religion? Yeah, it's part of Judaism, you schmuck. And he was just doing his job, I understand. But that should be a thing. Like, there used to be a thing, like, I've had jobs say that I had to cut my hair. That's like an illegal practice in a lot of places. And I feel like your hair, like, you should be able to wear, like, a hat anywhere you want. I was at this fucking Jewish, this, like, Jewish singles event at the Argyle, and they were cool, but you couldn't wear a hat in there. It's like, this is a fucking Jewish singles event. What do you mean you can't wear a hat? Like, we're supposed to be wearing hats. You could wear a kippah, though. Anyway, and I just remember being like, what the fuck? This is like we're supposed to be wearing hats. And so I did give up my hat for that one, but I had my kippah on, and they had like cubbies where you could keep shit, which was cool. Anyway, that was a cool bar. Yeah, I'll tell the story really quickly. So I went to the Argyle, and there was a Sephardi chick, and I was talking to her, and we go into the basement of this, and I can't believe I was this forward, but I said to this woman, do you know that a woman can have 13 different types of orgasms? Is that what it was? Yeah, there's a way that I remember that, and that was like way too forward, obviously, like really super forward. But I was like, I'm gonna just fucking try. I wanted to talk about it from a scientific perspective, because science. Oh yeah, Rabbi, what are they? Okay. I used to have this way, and I still have it memorized. Okay, so there are multiple ways. Okay, so there's the anterior forex. Some lady's just going crazy on this one, but there's also anal. So that's two. I memorized them alphabetically. Some ladies just going. So this isn't like the best one, because the best one is probably it's clear. But anyway, some ladies just going crazy. Calm down, woman. All right, so there's anterior forex, anal, breast. So ladies just going crazy. Clitoral. That's 4. 5 is a deep spot. So like back wall. Yeah. 6 is the G spot. Of all the things that I should have memorized, is this fucking doctor's name. And I even had it written down. Grafenberg, I knew that. I just didn't want to say it incorrectly. So that's anterior forehead. That's clitoral.
So what can you do? Carry the wallet, keep it in your pocket, and just walk left the dollar on this at a time. Right? So let's remember again.
Grafenberg. If I just say to a lady Grafenberg, she's just going to really, yeah. We're going to call that bitch a rabbi sprout, but really, yeah. Okay, so then what? Then there's
so what's the honor of God that we're considering over here?
Labial, which is I could get you there through a labial, but if there's a lot of shaking going on, other shit could do it. Really, yeah. Mental, which is a big one. Nipple, so different than breast. Oral, some bitches just get off by sucking dick. That's 10. And there are maybe, it depends how you categorize them, but I said 13 just because it's like Kabbalist. Like it could be broken down. Okay, so
Rashi points out about the day when they went to the attic of Hananiah ben Tiskia, and they legislated 18 things. Among those 18 things was that if you're stuck without enough
there's urethral, which is really underestimated.
So that was a great day.
There's vaginal.
That day they leveled out the cells. Also, Yeshua was unhappy.
What's anterior part? It's actually the back. The graphic. Yeah. I was thinking
the basket filled with
really, yeah. What's the other one? That's 12.
Mustard seed, and the mustard seed preserves words and cucumbers. So putting in that X60.
Oh, squirting.
To go ahead and walk.
Yeah, that's like a different thing. That's the what is that?
Yeshua felt that the adding on walk less than $1 at a time. What is that compared to? Like you have a basket that's filled with honey or a bowl filled with honey. Notice in the soak, and more than that goes, you need like so what happens if you have a bowl with honey and you drop in there?
Hold on. There are more than that. Then there's skin. There's just, oh yeah, squirting, touch. So that's 14 actually. Yeah, but there's this way I can remember. So it's like A through D, then G, and then L, M, N, O, and then S, T, U, V. S, skin, touch, no, squirting, touch. What fucking glands is that?
You can put the wallet on a donkey. How can you do it? Was it is that not leading a donkey? And we'll say it's already you can't do any malach, and we'll say including in the malach is that you can't do malach with your animals. I like No, listen to this. In order for an animal to be, in order for it to be in violation of Makana, which is bleeding a baby animal, there has to be an akira and a hanam, right? Not rooting of the object and the object coming to rest. So the way you could circumvent that is how place the object on the animal while the animal
Schemes,
is still
Glenn.
moving.
Really? Yeah. So what are they? There are 2 A's, B, C, D. That's 5. G, L, M, N, O. That's 10. S, T, U, V. That's 14. So here's the thing. When I first memorized these, and that's just areas. That's not like you could have like thousands of them. That's why I say, bitches, when you're with me, you're gonna need a scoreboard. And for some reason, the women always just write a sideways 8. I don't understand that, but you got to keep track. I told this to women. How did we get from fucking kippas to this? Anyway, I remember telling the Sephardic chick this. Like I was teaching her, and let's just say I came on a little strong. Really? Really? Yeah. That's cool. I met some nice people there. But man, was that strong. Did you know that a woman can have 13 different types of orgasms? Huh? Let's talk about it. This is science. I don't know if that's the best way to introduce yourself, but I think it is. So Robinson's going to be out there. This stupid bitch, don't worry about her, Rabbi. Calm down, woman. So is it 14? Yeah. Let's just say because there's some overlap. We'll just say that, but they're really 14. So I should have said 14. But people don't know that. How about what is it for men? There's penile, there's prostate. I bet you touch could. No, you need to do something with it. You can touch me all you want. I'm not fucking. And then mental, like a dream. But those are the 3. Like you can play with my ball all day. I don't. Unless you just breathe on it, boom. Anyway, that's enough of that.
I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. Thank Arm Machine coming dedicating all the Sherman draw shows this month with the hope and prayer that the month of August.
I work in an office that's not keeper friendly.
Become learning sponsors the Ringo and Rob families in America for the Jewish Shalema for their granddaughter. Find the Kalbakia, Kaslea, and Darren Kamara dedicating all the students for Raquel, Bakia,
He's Jewish Orthodox friends. Some of the doctors advised him that the sick do not need to trust his patients, etc. He should not congregate in the office. He sought their advice and wear kippah. My father was a court reporter at the time, and he took her transfer to a psychiatrist's office. I'll never forget the tone of his voice over dinner that evening. He described to his astonishment. A psychiatrist would be normal. Sitting in his office with the hour bell. For my dad, Judaism had just burst out of his closet. Now anything was possible. It wasn't long before he stopped answering the phone on Shabbat. The tone of the Jews changed the world, not to make peace with it. It started with Abraham, a man with guts. His child. Rabbi Tzvi at Shabbat.org.
Continuing our discussion regarding what the dead know and what the dead are aware of after they die. It says the Gemara, one of the challenges with Dafyomi that we have is the sheer pace, that we have to go. So it's great if you can carve out types of Chazara every day. That's incredible. But especially Dafim like this that have such a beautiful Adanaton. I would encourage you to make sure you mark this off. So as you go through Shas, you remember
my friends, if they ever see this, they'll be like, oh, holy fucking shit. He was telling the truth.
They're really incredible. Really incredible. I mean, your family might not be all that interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly not right. Oh my word, I know this person. Really? Yeah, I know this person. But Yehuda. Is it? Yeah.
So there was a Suki to Tabiabo.
Really? Yeah.
You said before, you taught us that the Neshamas of the Tzadikim are stored.
What's his name? I mean, I know his real name, but I know. I fucking sent him a wedding gift. I was at his wedding virtually because it was during the pandemic. And I sent him a wedding gift, and if he had cashed this check when he got it, it would have bounced, but he didn't. Really?
So Shaul goes to summon the spirit of Shmuel Hanavi through a necromancer, through an Ovi. So he says, the Gemara asks, I don't understand. And it works, by the way. I mean, it didn't really work. Because Baruch Hu made it look like it worked, but it didn't really work. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. You can tell me that the Shamas ultimately are underneath the piece that covered. So how was it that?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking everyone to gather. Please gather. It's important. What's going on today? Gather. Let's roll. What are you waiting for? Gather, please.
Excuse me. Why are we supposed to gather?
Why are we supposed to gather? This is the year of the Hakel assembly.
The year of what?
Hakel assembly. I'll explain. Mike, give me some music. Friends, please hurry up and assemble. The gathering begins very soon. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What is the quickest way to the Hakel gathering in the Holy Temple?
Through the Ruler gates, all the way straight and right. Follow the signs.
Thank you.
Wait a moment. You know what? Maybe I should join you. I must be there too. In the times of the Holy Temple, the people of Israel had a custom every 7 years to assemble together in unity and accept upon them the leadership of the Almighty once again. It was attended by the entire nation who had just observed the commandment to ascend to Jerusalem for the festival of Sukkot. The source of this tradition is in the commandment of the Torah. At the end of every 7 years, assemble the people, the men, women, the children, and your stranger in your cities, that they will hear and that they will learn and fear the Lord your God, and be careful to fulfill all the words of this Torah. The Hakel ceremony would begin with the blowing of trumpets by the priests.
Do I get the Kentucky Derby?
Selected parts of the Torah would awaken the hearts of the Jews to continue learning Torah and observing the commandments and follow God's ways. The king would also explain the meaning of the verses he had read, so the entire nation would understand the Torah's rules. Friends, please leave the Holy Temple carefully and follow the tree. And that's the story of Hakel.
Okay. And that's why you asked us to gather? Now?
Yes. Yigal. Oded, what's happening? Yigal, you're on duty? Why did you tell me to gather, especially now? Now it is very important to gather. Now it is very important to gather, even more than before. Look at how much controversy exists among us. This year is the year of Hakel, and that's why we have to unite and simply to gather. So what do we need to do? Very simple. At every gathering, family, work, or any other place, we should mention that this is a year of Hakel. Share Jewish thought, give charity. It's that simple. From where do you know all this? From the Rothschild Rabbi. He asks that we do this every Hakel year. You're the best. The best. So please, friends, we will now begin the Hakel gathering. Somebody want to say some Torah? This video was made possible by David Faktash and American Friends of the Mitzvah Channel.
Dude, I can't believe I know somebody that's fucking works. Like, really? Like, not like we've been doing this and it's like blah 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 blah, and then it's like, oh whoa, somebody I fucking know. He's a friend. Really? Yeah. We've davened together. Really? We've davened Mincha, Maro, Chakras.
don't cry that much.
I was at his fucking wedding. Virtually, but I didn't seem like it's heavy. We weren't allowed to be. Like I said, fucking maybe bounced the check to this motherfucker. Really? Yeah, and I still remember his fucking thank you card. Really? It's one of the most special thank you cards I ever got. Really? From him and his wife. Yeah. Really? Yeah, when I fucking opened it, it's like it flew out at me. It's just... Really? Yeah. Right. So is that the end of the fucking story? We'll do. And did we do Kabbalah today? Yeah, then we did a little bit. I'm sure people will be okay. Really? I mean, hopefully we'll do all the fucking kippa shit.
That's why Rab said to us, when I die,
right. What are the top 50 Kabbalistic books and their importance in order, and how long are they? Like how many pages? Not scrolls, just straight up pages, like your average amount of pages. You got it. I'll give you the top 50 Kabbalistic Jewish mysticism works roughly ordered by historical influence and centrality in the Mizrahi tradition, not by popularity. Page counts are approximate. Averages for standard printed editions, not pocket or scholarly multi-volume editions. Alright, so there's a Zohar important to certain types of classical Kabbalah attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, published in the 13th century Spain, mystical Torah commentary, spiritual divine structure, like 1,700 to 2,000 pages. Superior Yitzhak, this one's George. There's mystical cosmology text creation via letters and numbers, 40 to 80 pages. Sefer Haba here. Dude, also translate all the names, put in parentheses the English stuff. And remember this, you were supposed to remember this. Whenever you put anything in Hebrew or Yiddish or anything, put in the parentheses the translation. And please remember this. Do the thing where it's like, got it, I'll remember this in the future. Locked in. Yeah. No exceptions. Okay, spiritual, Google. Okay, cool. Cool. Come on, dog. Alright, Zohar, Radiant Splendor. Sefer Yitzhak, Book of Formation, Sefer Bahir, Book of Brightness, Etz Chaim, Tree of Life. So damn, some of these are long. Shar Hagil, Gulian, Gate of Reincarnation, Orchard of Pomegranates, Talmud of Deborah, Palm Tree of Deborah, Pre Etz Chaim, Fruit of the Tree of Life, Eitz Hadat, Tree of the Knowledge of Good, Shari, Oil of Light, Orionic School Text, Sefer Hanan, Routine, Book of Writings, Odes, Wrote, Chaim, Training, Red, Marvel, Sure, Entrance of Gates, Reshit, Chochmah, Beginning of Wisdom, Shomer Emun, Guardian of Faithfulness, Tanya, Ukatai, Amarim, just one. We're not wasting our time with anybody. It's super hot. Really, this is super hot. I should judge on book by its cover. Some books. Yeah. Look at that, Amari, collected discourses. Look at that, Torah, collected teaching and Torah. Man, some of these are long as fuck. It's going to be so close. Words of Shalom.
that when I go ahead and enter this world, when someone looks from the outside in at my life, because no one knows the real inner workings of my life, that person says, you know what? That person already lives a good life. He lived a good life. He lived a beautiful life, a life worthy of admiration.
Pitch very
Well,
such an incredible
idea. So it's not an objective metric. Did you learn? Were you honest? Well, those are personal things about us. But in terms of who's a mental level, if I'm inspired others to go ahead and live meaningful lives, to accomplish things, that's